His thoughts continued. Could it be that I can really clear this dungeon easily without fighting thanks to Chapsaltuk? Daniel was happily commanding the monsters, Langsack speculated. If so, this would be an unprecedented and unique clearing method. The monsters continued to move forward. His speculation was accurate, and as expected there were no obstructions throughout. Seeing Daniel happily playing with the monsters, he could only feel helpless. Daniel and Langsack arrived at a new location, and Langsack thought, I've reached the boss already. Langsack sighed helplessly. This kind of luck will surely make many Heavenly Elder players jealous. Although this is a normal dungeon in the underworld, its difficulty is incredibly high for current players. After looking around, he muttered, the boss icon above the door is a demon, then Chapsaltuk too. A cunning smile spread across Langsack's lips. He muttered, if that's the case, he thought, I should enjoy a more enjoyable fight. Daniel flew up and looked at the wall, exclaiming, so many monster statues. Langsack muttered, this is the boss area atmosphere. The problem is, after looking at the empty surroundings, he asked himself, where did the boss go? A system notification appeared explaining the dungeon protection mechanism. The dungeon clear time is too short. To prevent too many dungeon clears, the boss will temporarily not appear. Please wait a moment. An hour later, the boss finally appeared. The voice of the Soul Reaper echoed, explorers who peek into the road to death, I will make your skeletons my new necklace, he continued to threaten, and hang them on my chest. As stones flew everywhere, Langsack activated his Chaos Body skill and shouted, you finally appeared. Langsack smiled cunningly. I've already formulated a perfect plan to defeat you while waiting for you to appear. But you just, Langsack charged forward and shouted loudly, just stand still and take my attacks. The next skill used was Wave of the Dead, he muttered. The time has come. Langsack laughed and thought, Chapsaltuk, it's your turn. The Soul Reaper was in a stance waiting for the next skill. As Daniel prepared to attack, the boss recognized her as a dragon-scale demon lord. The image of Daniel was clearly reflected in the Soul Reaper's eyes. Daniel launched her attack. She was angry and shouted loudly, how dare you try to contend with Chapsaltuk's voice, HMPH. Langsack felt a slight uneasiness, then suddenly heard shouts of surrender, I surrender, I surrender. O Soul Reaper who guides the path of demons, I did not know you were a dragon-scale demon lord who guides the path of demons. I was disrespectful. Please just pass through. He pointed at the door and continued, just pass through that door, and you can achieve victory. There are many stones here, so be careful not to hurt your feet. Filled with joy, Langsack jumped down happily and muttered, I succeeded. As I expected, the demon race will definitely be suppressed in front of a high-grade creature with the dragon-scale demon bloodline. Daniel called out to Langsack. Daddy, the door. Langsack praised Daniel. Well done, Chapsaltuk, he muttered. I have to defeat the boss to lift the barrier on the door and leave this place. He just let me go directly. Langsack suddenly remembered something. That's right, the resurrection stone. I haven't found any clues related to the secret quest this whole time. I almost forgot about it because I cleared the boss too quickly. Langsack called Chapsaltuk closer, and he whispered in her ear. Chapsaltuk, having heard something, was very happy and looked at the Soul Reaper. Daniel pointed and said, hey, where are the resurrection stones? Daddy needs to save his friend. Give it to me, the Soul Reaper said with a helpless expression. Do you think I'm the boss? Looking at the boss in front of him, he thought, that's right. I have to defeat the boss, take the skeleton in his hand and place it at the designated location to find the clue. Langsack continued his thoughts. According to the regular clear process, players need to collect 3 pattern fragments hidden in every corner of the dungeon to activate the quest. These hidden patterns can be found on the roadside or on monsters. Players have to observe very carefully to find them. Unfortunately, I skipped this step directly, Daniel asked. Where is it? Langsack continued to think. How many times did players in my previous life have to explore this dungeon to discover this secret? But now the boss is handing it directly to him. The boss said, the place where souls are revived. He speculated, the clue is the place where souls are revived, which is the floor above where the boss appeared. That's right. Daniel raised her hand and grabbed a stone, then said, Daddy, I found it. Receiving the stone from his daughter's hand, Langsack thought, thanks to Chapsaltuk, this dungeon has become really easy. A system notification appeared, introducing the resurrection stone. Special item. This is a very rare and precious crystal stone. It has the ability to revive summoned creatures and strengthen pets and only exists in the underworld. It has absorbed countless souls over a long period of time, containing immense mystical power. Holding the stone in his hand, Langsack muttered, wait for me, I'll revive you. Wei Wong Night. Langsack thought, now that I have the resurrection stone, the summoned creature revival location should have been added to the map. Langsack and Daniel traveled together to the revival location, and he muttered, I've arrived at the nearest summoned creature revival location. Langsack pushed the stone inside. A system notification appeared stating resurrection stone used on a summoned creature or pet. Daniel said happily, good, what does Daddy's friend look like? Another system notification was displayed. Resurrection stone consumed for summoned creature revival. Langsack smiled. The system notifications continued to ring. Wei Wong Night. The Wei Wong Night slowly appeared. Daniel said disappointedly, is this the friend Daddy wants to save? He looks weird. Another system notification appeared. Summoned creature is reviving and regenerating. Please wait a moment. A shell began to form around the Wei Wong Night. Daniel said he's become an egg. Daniel wondered. Daddy's friend also came out of an egg. Chapsaltuk also came out of an egg. Langsack said nothing. Wei Wong Night spoke. Master, Daniel asked. Daddy, did Uncle also come back to life? Langsack replied. He probably came back to life. The Wei Wong Knight's hand moved and came out of the shell, then his leg came out too. Finally the Wei Wong Knight's entire body emerged from the eggshell. The Wei Wong Knight knelt on one knee and said, "You have given me a second life. Respected master, I will continue to be loyal and dedicated to you." Langsak said, "Welcome back." Wei Wong Knight. Hearing the Wei Wong Knight call Langsak master, Daniel wondered, "Master isn't Uncle Daddy's friend?" Langsak introduced, "This is Chapsaltuk." Daniel asked again, "Uncle, why do you look so stiff?" The Wei Wong Knight replied, "I am a knight who protects my master. I dare not accept the title of friend." Langsak placed his hand on the Wei Wong Knight's shoulder and said, "Last time you took a fatal blow for me to save me." "Thank you," he continued. "I felt empty without you." "My friend." The Wei Wong Knight was extremely surprised when Langsak called him friend. "Friend," Danya said happily. "Good, Daddy's friend is back. We should go eat something delicious with Uncle." Langsak replied he doesn't need to absorb food. Danya asked the Wei Wong Knight, "You don't eat anything, aren't you hungry?" The Wei Wong Knight replied, "Summoned creatures like me only absorb energy." Danya wondered, "Is energy delicious?" "Daddy, I want to eat energy too." Langsak sighed helplessly. "You want to eat everything." Langsak clicked the screen and said, "First we need to return to Longwu village. Wei Wong Knight, your body is too big. It will be inconvenient for you to follow us around. Before you revived, the summoned creature follower system was already preparing for an upgrade. Go into the system update first." The Wei Wong Knight followed the command and said, "Understood, master," Danya urged. "Go in quickly." Langsak reminded Danya, "Chapsaltuk, you shouldn't be so rude. Don't inconvenience others." Danya said happily. Uncle Knight went in. Langsak clicked the screen in headless mode and said follower status. Danya called out, "Uncle Knight, come out." Danya approached the head part and stroked it, saying, "Uncle Knight, you're much cuter now." The Wei Wong Knight said with a joyful expression, "Uncle Knight, that's not bad." Seeing the scene before his eyes, Langsak said helplessly, "Why are you blushing, Uncle Knight?" Langsak certainly thought so. Even before, he had felt that the Wei Wong Knight didn't seem like an AI. But after Chapsaltuk appeared, his intelligence and emotions seemed to have become even more heightened. "Anyway, it's fine," Langsak said to the Wei Wong Knight. "Wei Wong Knight, you don't have to call me master anymore," he replied. "Yes, master, understood, master," the Wei Wong Knight continued. "That's right, master. Did you finally defeat that dragon-scale demon after being engulfed in those flames?" "I have no memory." Langsak looked at him. Langsak covered his mouth with his hand. "Wei Wong Knight, no." The Wei Wong Knight had a puzzled expression. Danya asked curiously, "Defeat a dragon-scale demon?" Langsak turned his head and said, "It's nothing. Uncle Knight is talking about a dungeon." "You misheard," Danya said. "Daddy and Uncle, you two are strange." Seeing Danya playing, the Wei Wong Knight said, "So Miss Chapsaltuk was born from that demon egg." "My apologies, master." The Wei Wong Knight felt extremely guilty. "I almost revealed a secret because I didn't know the exact situation." Langsak didn't scold him. Instead he said, "It's not your fault, it's just something you don't know. Please try to make sure Chapsaltuk doesn't find out I stole her from her mother. Besides, Chapsaltuk's mother is probably still looking for her child right now." He continued in a sad voice, "A Lord-grade dragon-scale demon, just thinking about it gives me a headache." The Wei Wong Knight continued, "But Miss Chapsaltuk calls you daddy. She doesn't seem to remember her dragon-scale demon mother," he explained. "This might be due to the phenomenon of imprinting in hatchlings. After hatching, a hatchling typically regards the first living creature it sees as its mother or biological parent. This is known as imprinting," Langsak also explained. "This is also why some birds practice brood parasitism. They lay their eggs in another bird's nest. When the eggs hatch, the young bird considers the bird that raised it as its biological parent. Perhaps Chapsaltuk, having hatched from an egg, seems to possess such characteristics." The Wei Wong Knight said, "Master, what will happen if Miss Chapsaltuk meets her biological mother?" Langsak rested his chin in his hand and replied, "I don't know, but this little one is a bit special." Danya shouted loudly, "Daddy, Uncle Knight, come here. There are more and more of them." He stood up and said, "Please keep this secret for now." The Wei Wong Knight replied, "Yes, master." Langsak thought, if Chapsaltuk ever finds out about her biological mother, will she be sad? Longwu village. Langsak looked at the wooden board in front of him and said, "As expected, a dungeon clue has appeared." The Wei Wong Knight immediately asked, "Master, is it a new dungeon?" Langsak immediately replied, "That's right," he thought to himself. "In my previous life, once Longwu village's reputation reached a certain level, information about new dungeon locations appeared." He also thought, "And the Road to Death dungeon I just cleared is related to Longwu village. It seems the reputation level has already been reached. Coincidentally, this new dungeon has the second heart I need." Langsak held the Poison Dragon pursuit map in his hand. Looking at Danya and the Wei Wong Knight, he thought to himself, "Now that the Wei Wong Knight has been revived and I have a powerful weapon like Chapsaltuk perhaps." Langsak thought, "Just the three of us will be able to successfully acquire it." The Wei Wong Knight asked a question full of curiosity. "Master, are you sure the three of us can clear this dungeon?" Langsak, holding a blazing torch in his hand, replied, "Don't worry, I guarantee it. It seems to be here." Langsak's gaze was fixed on the open pink door, and he said, "The dungeon entrance is really cleverly hidden." Langsak continued, "This dungeon's boss heart is from the dragon race, which is exactly what I need." As memories of his original plan resurfaced, Langsak thought to himself, the original plan was to explore the underworld more with the Shadow Team before challenging this dungeon, but while clearing the Road to Death dungeon, I accidentally discovered Chapsaltuk's abilities. Langsak recalled images of Danya and the monsters, and another thought flashed through his mind. To ensure there are no errors in the dungeon clear plan, I naturally have to choose the most efficient clearing method. Langsak calculated inwardly and smiled to himself. If I have Chapsaltuk by my side, I'll be able to roam freely through all the dungeons in the underworld. Langsak laughed loudly to himself. This action made the Wei Wong Knight and Daniel look at him strangely. Daniel asked worriedly, "Daddy, what's wrong?" Langsak began to explain. "According to dungeon information, most of the monsters in this dungeon are around level 75. Langsak thought to himself. After completing the dragon-scale demon quest and being the first to clear the Roaring King dungeon, my current level is 72, which is still lower than the monster level in this dungeon. If the three of us can clear this dungeon, I'll receive all the experience and rewards and I'll definitely gain 1 or 2 levels. As memories of his previous life resurfaced, Langsak continued to think, "In my previous life, the first player to reach level 100 received exclusive rewards after completing the quest to collect 3 hearts and upgrading 2 daggers to mythic grade. I'll focus on the level rankings. With mythic grade weapons in hand, I might be able to reach level 100 quickly. Currently, the person most likely to reach level 100 first is..." Langsak's brow furrowed slightly. He thought to himself, "It's probably still that Bulldong Amyan." Clenching his fist and trembling with anger, Langsak thought, "In my previous life, he was the first player to reach level 100. When I met him in the real world before, Bulldong Amyan said, 'Langsak, even after we step away from the game, seems we'll have to meet again in the real world.'" Recalling those words, Langsak wondered inwardly, "I don't know what his intentions are. I need to be careful." The Wei Wong Knight offered his opinion. "Master, I can feel the immense power of this dungeon. The boss is likely Lord Grade." The word Berserk displayed on the door made the Wei Wong Knight worried. "Will Berserk difficulty be alright, or should we change to another difficulty?" Langsak maintained a firm attitude and said, "No, Berserk difficulty will give more experience." Langsak made a quiet resolution inwardly. "I won't yield the honor of being the first to reach level 100 to anyone in this life." Langsak immediately said to the Wei Wong Knight in an excited voice, "Wei Wong Knight, don't worry. We have a powerful weapon named Chapsaltuk. I've prepared a lot of delicious candy this time. I never set out without preparation." The Wei Wong Knight asked curiously, "Candy?" Hearing that, Danja's eyes sparkled brightly, and she said, "I want to eat, I want to eat." The journey to Dragon Soul Cave began. Langsak warned everyone, "This dungeon has a lot of monsters." The Wei Wong Knight also replied, "Master, be careful. I can feel the dark attribute emanating from them." The monster let out a loud breath. The Wei Wong Knight said in surprise, "Master, the monster has spotted us." Langsak couldn't understand the reason and immediately asked back, "Why at this distance it shouldn't originally generate aggro?" The Wei Wong Knight continued, "They are all level 75 monsters, and their level is higher than yours, Master." Langsak turned his head to look at Danya and said, "With the demon forest, there's no need to fear aggro. Chapsaltuk, please." Danja's expression darkened and she said nothing. Danya said, "Chapsaltuk doesn't like it here. Chapsaltuk doesn't like them either." "They don't like Chapsaltuk?" Langsak asked back in a worried voice. "You don't like them?" Danya replied. "They'll think Chapsaltuk is provoking them if they see her." Langsak speculated, "Could they be a species hostile to dragon-scale demons?" This was precisely the reason why aggro was generated even though they were far away. Their eyes watched as the monster swung its axe to attack. The axe blade slammed hard into the ground. Langsak shouted loudly, "Wei Wong Knight," he said to Langsak, "be careful, those monsters are abnormally ferocious and their attitude is extremely hostile." The monster became enraged and entered a berserk state. A system notification appeared providing an explanation for the berserk state, when other species invade the territory. A berserk state is activated, increasing the creature's attack power and damage by 30. Langsak thought to himself, a 30 increase is too much. Langsak unleashed a fierce attack on the monster and the surrounding dirt and rocks flew up in disarray. A secret worry arose in Langsak's mind. "This time I'm screwed. I used up all my holy potions in the Roaring King dungeon before. My current damage output isn't enough." Danya used her power to attack the monsters and Langsak praised her from the side. "Well done, Chapsaltuk," he thought to himself. Chapsaltuk's dark attribute and the Wei Wong Knight's holy attribute should be able to deal with them. If I were to escape from this berserk dungeon right now, I'd face a penalty of significant experience deduction. This dungeon will have to rely on their attacks, but currently all monsters' damage is increased by 30, and my HP can't withstand this damage. Calm down, there must be another way. Langsak desperately racked his brain to find a solution. If this dungeon setting activates a berserk skill when monsters encounter other species, there must also be a beneficial mechanism for players. Otherwise it's too illogical. Langsak suddenly realized something. That's right, in my previous life the forums mentioned that a quest could be activated in this dungeon to receive attribute rewards. The attribute rewards were random, and after clearing this dungeon the attributes were no longer needed, so no one paid attention to this quest later. Langsak desperately tried to recall. If my memory serves me right, this dungeon space isn't large. The quest location must be nearby. Langsak shouted loudly. "Listen up, I'll lure the monster crowd, so everyone focus on eliminating them." The Wei Wong Knight replied, "Understood, Master." After that, Danya and the Wei Wong Knight dedicated themselves to fighting and eliminating monsters. Danya used her dark attribute skill, and the Wei Wong Knight eliminated enemies with his sword. Danya focused her power to eliminate the monsters as quickly as possible. Just as Danya was about to attack a level 75 monster, Langsak stopped her. "Chapsaltuk, don't kill that monster." Langsak grabbed Danja's arm and pushed her aside. This action also diverted the force of the attack, sending it flying into a building. A large explosion occurred inside the building. Danya turned her head and asked, "Why, Daddy?" He replied, "That's a neutral monster. It's needed for the quest I'm looking for." Their gaze fell upon a monster holding a cat in its arms and a system notification appeared. A quest called Rescue the Kitten was introduced. This quest asked players to eliminate the demons endangering the kitten, and at the same time calls on everyone to quickly come and protect this adorable creature. The long-horned monster spread its wings wide and bowed and said, "Thank you everyone for saving the kitten." A cat image appeared. The system notification showed the quest reward for kitten's gratitude. According to it, the cat's meow restores 5 of adventurer's HP every 10 seconds. Langsak praised, "This buff reward is pretty good." Danja's eyes sparkled brightly and she said, "Cute, cute. Only bad guys like demons would bother it." Suddenly a loud explosion echoed behind them and a blue flash appeared. Langsak turned his head to assess the situation and said, "That's where Chapsaltuk was just now." The Wei-Wang Knight also said, "Master, I can feel it." He continued, "That is this dungeon's boss." Langsak, with a sweat-drenched face, said in a helpless voice, "Chapsaltuk, you're such a troublemaker." The Dragon of Chaos's tail swung. Its tail struck the ground powerfully. Langsak's 2 feet firmly stepped on its tail. With fierce momentum, Langsak adopted a battle stance. Langsak used his elemental transformation, lightning skill. Before Langsak's attack could reach its target, a shield appeared and he thought to himself, "A shield? My attack can't break it?" The level 86 Lord-grade monster, the Dragon of Chaos, inwardly cursed. "Damn it, a human." Smelling Danya, the Dragon of Chaos thought to itself, "And the disgusting smell of a dragon-scale demon." Danya used her Inferno Burst skill to attack the Dragon of Chaos's shield and it recognized her. So it was a dragon-scale demon hatchling. Looking at Danya, the Dragon of Chaos thought to itself, "This is the greatest insult to the dragon race." The Wei-Wang Knight said to Langsak, "Master, that boss's shield can block Miss Chapsaltuk's dark attribute attacks." Langsak replied. The current situation was completely unexpected. Langsak thought to himself, "I've inadvertently drawn the boss's attention, so while I can skip the combat phase with other monsters, I don't know if fighting unprepared is a good idea." With bloodshot eyes, the Dragon of Chaos exhaled white smoke. Langsak warned everyone, "Be careful, it's about to breathe fire." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon of Chaos spat out blue flames. Fortunately, the brilliant knight created a holy shield in time to block them. The flames were blue. Langsak realized he was poisoned and thought to himself, "Those flames inflict a fatal poison debuff." Langsak pulled out a bottle of advanced antidote and drank it. Langsak quickly ran towards Danya, shouting loudly, "Chapsaltuk," giving her a potion and telling her to drink it. He remained vigilant of everything around him. The Dragon of Chaos was growling. Brilliant Knight's sword slashed the Dragon of Chaos's toe. The Brilliant Knight shouted loudly, "Don't approach my master." Langsak admired, "It's really fortunate to have the Brilliant Knight." Meanwhile, Danya was cheering, "Go Knight Uncle." Langsak racked his brain. "I need to find a way to break the boss's shield," he continued to think. "Normally a full team composition would have enough damage to break the boss's shield, but currently I lack holy damage and can't defeat the boss. If I use all my most powerful skills to break the shield, how will I deal with the boss once the shield is broken?" The Brilliant Knight was attacked by the Dragon of Chaos and was wounded in one hit, crashing hard onto the ground. Langsak immediately attacked the Dragon of Chaos from behind, but before he could attack, he was counterattacked by the Dragon of Chaos. The Dragon of Chaos thought with a contemptuous expression, "How pathetic for a demon to seek human help. We, the Dark Dragons, will eliminate each and every one of them." The dragon-scale demon shouted loudly, "Don't touch them." Just as the Dragon of Chaos was about to attack, Danya broke the shield with a red lightning attack skill. The shield shattered and flew in all directions. After that, a large explosion occurred. The Brilliant Knight said, "The boss's annoying shield is broken." Langsak realized this was Chapsaltuk's dark lightning attribute attack. Danya thought to herself, "Hateful dark dragons." Langsak thought to himself, "Why does Chapsaltuk have elemental attributes, and my magic elements at that?" Langsak speculated, "Could it be because of my blood?" Langsak asked Danya, "Chapsaltuk, are you okay?" Danya replied, I'm okay, just a little dizzy." The Brilliant Knight said, "It seems she overused her powers. After all, it's too powerful for her small body to handle." Langsak also thought, right, the power of that skill just now was stronger than the entire small team's combined power. Blue smoke was spreading in the space, and Langsak thought to himself, "Is it poison gas?" The poison gas continued to spread in the air. A system notification appeared, stating that the Dragon of Chaos's shield was destroyed and the area would be covered in poison gas. The Brilliant Knight said, "Poison gas as expected of a Lord-grade boss." Langsak thought antidotes alone won't be enough. If it were a normal dungeon raiding team, the healing pressure would be immense with constantly decreasing health. Langsak grinned and said, "But unfortunately." Langsak clicked on the screen and information about the poisoned effect appeared. HP decreases by 2.5 every 5 seconds, and Langsak said, "This poison gas won't affect us," he continued. "That's because thanks to that cute kitten we received a very useful buff. Every 10 seconds the kitten's meow will restore 5 of adventurer's HP. Langsak held his weapon and said, "The shield is broken, revealing the boss's weakness." The Dragon of Chaos charged forward. Langsak instructed to attack its belly. "Unintentionally, we seem to have found a way to defeat you. Damn you, you insignificant insect." While continuously attacking the Dragon of Chaos's belly, Langsak thought to himself, even with the level difference and lack of holy damage, continuing to attack, Langsak kept thinking, what does it matter if the damage is reduced? He was firm in his conviction. After swinging his sword and continuously attacking, Langsak said, A Lord-grade insect without a shield is just a toy in my hands. Enraged, the Dragon of Chaos inwardly roared, "Damn human!" Langsak provoked, Good, get angry." While trying to lure the Dragon of Chaos, Langsak inwardly mumbled, "Follow me." Seeing the Brilliant Knight charging from below, he inwardly thought, "It's a trap." The Brilliant Knight said, "This arrangement is just for you." The Brilliant Knight's sharp sword aimed at the Dragon of Chaos's belly. Holding his sword firmly with both hands, the Brilliant Knight powerfully stabbed the Dragon of Chaos's belly. The Dragon of Chaos's heart, its weakness, was exposed. The Brilliant Knight said to Langsak, "Master, the boss's weakness has been revealed." Leaning in and charging, Langsak thought to himself, "As long as I attack the weakness, even if it's not a holy attribute attack, it will still deal significant damage. Furthermore, attacking the weakness damage will be doubled." Langsak used his elemental transformation, lightning gun skill, to attack the Dragon of Chaos. The Dragon of Chaos's health dropped by more than half. Its eyes turned red and it let out a pained roar. Langsak thought to himself, "Damn it, the level difference is too great. The damage isn't enough. I need to make a more powerful attack." Suddenly, something wrapped around Langsak's arm. Langsak realized his wound was healing. Feeling his arm being wrapped tighter and tighter, he thought to himself, "Too fast, my arm is wrapped around." The Brilliant Knight shouted loudly, "Master!" Danya, standing behind him, also shouted loudly, "Knight uncle?" After turning around, the Brilliant Knight replied, "Miss Chapsaltuck." Danya said, "Put me up there too, I can't fly." The Brilliant Knight advised, "Your health hasn't recovered yet, so you shouldn't overexert yourself." Determined, Danya ignored his advice and refused. "No, Daddy needs me," the Dragon of Chaos thought with a contemptuous expression. "You think one hit will kill me, you pathetic human? It's you who will die." Just as the Dragon of Chaos was about to attack Langsak, the Brilliant Knight charged forward and stabbed his sword into its claw. The Brilliant Knight said, "Master, look up." Hearing the Brilliant Knight's words, Langsak looked up. Danya, sitting above, shouted loudly, "Daddy, quickly dodge!" Danya used her power to attack the Dragon of Chaos, and the power of the red lightning attack skill was attacking the Dragon of Chaos. It flew like a rocket. With a tired expression, Danya leaned on the Brilliant Knight's arm. Danya and the Brilliant Knight looked in the same direction at the same time. Langsak used his Chaos Body skill and successfully snatched the Dragon of Chaos's heart. A system notification appeared. Quest item: Heart of the Dragon of Chaos acquired. Overjoyed, Langsak inwardly thought, "I got the heart." A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Dragon of Chaos. You are the first to clear the Dragon's Soul Cave dungeon and the record has been registered. You have received first clear experience rewards. You have received advanced clear rewards and personal clear experience rewards." Langsak thought to himself, "Currently these things aren't important." Flying down with the heart in his arms, Langsak asked worriedly, "Chapsaltuck, are you two okay?" The Brilliant Knight, holding Chapsaltuck in his arms, replied, "Master." The Brilliant Knight continued, "Miss Chapsaltuck has fallen asleep. A 2 skill uses just now pushed Miss Chapsaltuck's body beyond its limits." With a worried voice, Langsak said, "The child's body is very weak right now." Looking at the sleeping Chapsaltuck, Langsak immediately urged, "Let's quickly leave the dungeon and return to Longwu Village." Inside the Pet Alliance facility in Longwu Village, the bulletin board displayed "Diagnosis complete." Langsak immediately asked, "Doctor, is Chapsaltuck okay?" The doctor immediately replied, "Your pet has no serious abnormalities." The person who replied to Langsak was the pet doctor of Longwu Village. The doctor continued, "However, the child's body has very little energy. It seems she forced herself to use skills consuming a lot of stamina and energy. She just needs to rest and recover and replenish her energy." Langsak replied, "I see, I'm relieved." The Brilliant Knight, standing next to him, also said, "Master, since Miss Chapsaltuck just awakened a special attribute, using powerful skills seems to consume a lot of energy. Miss Chapsaltuck was completely exhausted after using the red lightning attack skill for the last time," he continued. "But Miss Chapsaltuck also knew she would fall unconscious after the second attack. She really wanted to save Master at that time, so I didn't stop her." Langsak said nothing. He asked the pet doctor, "Doctor, can we go inside and visit the child?" The doctor immediately replied, "Of course, the child should already be awake." As the door opened, Langsak called Chapsaltuck. Suddenly, Langsak was startled and speechless. It was because of the sight before him. Seeing Danya with a candy in her mouth and her hands full of candies, Langsak thought to himself, "It seems that NPC doctor also surrendered to Chapsaltuck." The pet doctor immediately explained, "The child fell asleep at the time and she really wanted to eat candy in her dream, so I prepared some snacks for her." Danya was happily sucking on a candy. Langsak said helplessly, "There really doesn't seem to be any problem with her health." Seeing the message from Lak Lak on the screen, he thought to himself, "A message from Lak Lak?" With a curious expression, Langsak thought, "What's going on?" Lak Lak sent a message. "Tunryu Ju is in a battle with the first shield of the Qianchu Fortress Guild." A message from Lak Lak was displayed on the screen. "Tunryu Ju is in a battle with the first shield of the first guild, Qianchu Fortress. He's currently called the strongest shield in the game. Master, why don't you come and see the situation?" Langsak replied to the message. "What's wrong? Where are you all? Tell me the exact location." Lak Lak continued to send messages. "In the competitive dungeon. Specifically, it's an entertainment-type dungeon that tests players' abilities, but I thought it would be best to report to Master beforehand." Langsak asked again. "An entertainment-type dungeon? Are you sure the opponent is the strongest shield of the number 1 guild?" Lak Lak replied, "Absolutely. I couldn't possibly be mistaken about a person." Langsak immediately replied, "All right, I'll head there right away," he thought to himself. "The first shield of Qianchu Fortress." Langsak recalled his previous life. In my previous life, the 6 sacred shields were renowned in Chowning. Their fans always fiercely debated their rankings. 3 of these sacred shields didn't join any guild. These 3 formed an organization called Xuanwu based on their reputation, he thought. But in this life that organization hasn't appeared yet. It might appear in the near future. Among the other 3, besides Tunryuju and Sochun Hakwu, the person who is called the strongest shield in Chowning and belongs to the first guild Qianchu Fortress must be Palji Yommi Dang. An hour ago a blue flag with a picture of a ladder and slide was fluttering after entering. T said, "Oh, it's a competitive dungeon. This is my first time here," she continued. "A competitive dungeon? There are so many people in such a childish dungeon," T said with a displeased expression. "I'd rather go to the arena. That would be less of a waste of time. This dumbbell Lak, why did you bring us here?" Lak laughed and said, "Don't say that. Childish dungeons have their own fun. Testing abilities is the main reason many players come here." Lak explained to Tease, "Although it's an entertainment dungeon, this is a quite spacious public area. Many experts come here to try out this game." Tunryuju, who was running around and exploring, said, "This problem is too easy." Lak said, "See, Tunryuju is also having fun," Tease said helplessly. "That's why only children like Tunryuju play here." Tunryuju, who discovered something, immediately asked, "What's that over there? There are too many people in line, it looks fun." Tunryuju's words caught Lak and Tease's attention. Tunryuju said, "I'm going over there to check it out," squeezing through the crowd. "Tunryuju told me." Tunryuju was staring intently at something. He asked, "Is that what they call a power meter?" Inside, a man was struggling to push something. On the big screen, a beat image was displayed. The system informed that the player's score was 40 points. Tunryuju said with a joyful expression, "That looks really fun." The man then sighed and said, "I punched it until my hands were swollen and it's only 40 points. The red-haired man turned to the person next to him and said, "That warrior's equipment grade is at least top tier, yet he only got 40 points. He's far from the record holder of 92 points. Hearing that, Tunryuju immediately asked, "The 92-point record holder, who is it?" The top 5 leaderboard had the following names: 92 points, Palji Yommi Dang Qianchu Fortress; 71 points, Gangdi Guangma Singak; 55 points, Naholo Jelgio Amlanga; 44 points, Jipneom Qianjul; 42 points, Bekshel Gongju Gaimo. The person standing next to the red-haired man immediately said, "It's displayed on the screen, so it's probably the first shield of the first guild." After looking up, Tunryuju said, "The first shield, Palji Yommi Dang." He thought to himself, "He's the idol of many tank players, and 92 points, that's truly amazing." T said, "The first shield of the first guild, 92 points isn't even the highest score." She immediately continued, "I want to try it too and see what I can get. Maybe I'll set a new record." Tunryuju, "Do you want to try it too? Let's compete." Tunryuju replied, "Of course." One person immediately said, "Who are you to dream of breaking the first shield's record?" Lak volunteered and said, "I'll go first." After speaking, Lak clenched his fist tightly. He punched the power meter very hard. The power meter displayed a result of 62 points. Lak immediately asked, "How many points? How many points?" Seeing the result, Lak was immediately disappointed. "The maximum is 100 points, and I only got 62 points." The people standing around immediately said, "He seemed to hit it lightly, but 62 points? He's already in 3rd place on the leaderboard." Tease immediately teased, "Hey dumbbell, even though you're not a strength-focused warrior, 62 points is too low." Lak replied with an annoyed expression, "Let's see how many points you, a mage, get." Tease took out her weapon. She immediately used her strength and flames ignited. She showed a cunning smile. The power meter announced, "Player, please participate using your fist." The machine displayed a failure result. Lak laughed heartily and said, "No cheating." Tease was angry and about to curse. "What is this? Is it bullying mages?" She broke the middle part of her weapon, clenched her burning fist and said, "I'm a mage, but I can also fight in close combat." A system notification appeared, converting attack power to fist form. Everyone whispered, "She can do close combat as a mage too." The meter displayed a result of 77 points. T said, "I haven't used my fist skills in so long, my strength has weakened." A person standing nearby immediately said, "A mage with 77 points?" The person next to him immediately added, "That's 2nd place on the leaderboard right away. Unbelievable." Tease Lak, "What? I'm a mage, but I'm much stronger than you, a warrior." Lak put his hands on his hips and snorted. Meanwhile, Tunryuju looked at Hyugu and said, "Brother Hyugu, you're a long-range player. Do you want to try?" Hyugu just remained silent and didn't answer. After holding his weapon and furiously charging at the power meter, Hyugu suddenly fired his gun repeatedly at the meter. Tunryuju, who was standing there, stared at him with wide eyes and asked, "Brother Hyugu, what are you doing?" The power meter announced, "Only fists can be used." Player violated the rules, helplessly. Everyone looked at Hyugu and couldn't say anything, while he merely left a single comment, "I'm bored," a voice was heard. "Tunryuju, you're the only one left." He stepped forward and replied, "Yes, understood." The people around immediately scoffed. "This kid is probably just doing it for fun." The person next to him also added, "Yeah, he doesn't look strong at all." Tunryuju, who had stepped forward to the power meter, thought to himself, "Palji Yommi Dang, he's the idol of warrior players like me, and he got 92 points. Can I also get 92 points? Looking at the current leaderboard, he thought, 92 points, Palji Yommi Dang Qianchu Fortress; 77 points, Tease Jengyang; 71 points, Gangdi Guangma Singak; 62 points. Lack Lack Jengyang. Tunryuju thought first place on the leaderboard is really cool. First place is the achievement brother Langsak expects from the team. As Tunryuju's fist grew larger and larger, he shouted loudly, "I want to be a source of pride for brother Langsak. I'll get the best score here and prove Jengyang's strength." The people around were once again surprised and said, "Am I hallucinating? That kid's hand got bigger. Oh, is it a transformation skill? Is there such a skill?" With a scoffing smile, Tunryuju thought to himself, "Also to prove myself." As Tunryuju's giant fist strongly hit the power meter, he firmly resolved, "I'm no longer the Tunryuju who only looked up to others." Tunryuju's fist sent dirt and stones flying everywhere. The people around with their mouths agape called out to him. The power meter displayed a result of 92 points. Looking at the leaderboard, he thought, 92 points Palji Yomemai Dang Qianchu Fortress, 92 points Tunryuju Jengyang, 77 points Tis Jengyang, 71 points Gandhi Guanma Singik, 62 points Lak Lak Jengyang, 55 points Naholo Jelgio Amlanga. Everyone whispered again, "That kid got 92 points, tied with the first shield of Qianchu Fortress. It's a joint first place." Lak Lak ran over and praised Tunryuju. "Giant kid, well done," with a joyful expression. Lak Lak said, "Joint first place with the first shield." Tunryuju replied, "No, brother Langsak would definitely aim for an even better result." Lak Lak was surprised by what he had just said. With a determined expression, Tunryuju clenched his fist and said, "I want to try one more time. I can surpass Palji Yomemai Dang." In Tunryuju's mind, his encounter with Langsak resurfaced, and he thought, "Ever since I met brother Langsak, I've learned that spirit from him." Strong determination surged within him, and he thought, "If you start something, you must achieve the best result." Before, a clumsy kid like me never even thought about first place. Tunryuju's body began to transform at the same time. The armor he was wearing also gradually ripped. The surrounding players who witnessed the scene couldn't hide their surprise and shouted, "He transformed into a giant. This isn't a hallucination." Tunryuju's transformation even caught the attention of players quite far away. A fighter player said, "What's that giant shadow over there?" Just as he was about to unleash an attack, Tunryuju's thoughts drifted. "This is for brother Langsak, for Jengyang." His face was filled with firm resolve, and he continued to think, "And above all, for myself." Tunryuju focused all his concentration and immediately unleashed his fist towards the power meter. His fist condensed all his energy, containing immense and powerful force. The fighter player, realizing this, hurriedly informed his teammate who was resting at a high place, "Brother, I feel a powerful wave of energy from over there." The mage player also stepped forward. "Let's go take a look quickly." The brother, awakened from his sleep, opened his eyes with an annoyed expression and said, "Seriously, I can't even sleep peacefully." The power of Tunryuju's fist was not limited to the power meter but spread and affected a wide surrounding area. Trees were uprooted, dirt and stones flew everywhere, and all fragile objects were blown away by the strong wind. The scoreboard began to fluctuate continuously. The 10's digit stopped at 9 and the unit's digit continued to climb. The mage players held their breath watching the scoreboard and whispering, "Over 90 points again. Can he really break the first shield's record? Come on, go higher." The score's rising speed slowed down from 90 to 92 and finally it matched the first place record. Tunryuju muttered to himself, 92 points, tied again. The score didn't stop there, continuing to climb to 93, 94. Before finally stopping at 95 points, the result announcement voice echoed, "Player has achieved 95 points, a new record has been registered." Lak Lak quickly ran over and rejoiced with Tunryuju, saying, "Amazing, just like our Shadow Team's tank." At this time, Tunryuju's body was gradually returning to its original size. The mage players also expressed their admiration. "Oh my god, he really broke the record," as expected. Jengyang Guild is currently the most potential guild. All their team members are incredibly strong. At this time, the leaderboard updated its changes. The new top 5 list was as follows: 95 points, Tunryuju Jengyang, 92 points, Palji Yomemai Dang Qianchu Fortress, 77 points, Tis Jengyang, 71 points, Gandhi Guanma Singik, 62 points, Lak Lak Jengyang. Tunryuju was satisfied with the result he had just achieved and thought, "First place on the leaderboard, I did it, brother Langsak, I followed your spirit of pursuing first place." Suddenly a stranger approached and evaluated. 95 points, not bad movement. From above this person continued, "But the way you use your strength is wrong. If you use your strength like that, you'll only get 95 points at best." Lak Lak, quite displeased by those words, said, "Who are you to evaluate like that?" The mage players also agreed and criticized, "Exactly, you talk a big game. If you're so good, why don't you try it? Don't look down on that kid. If you're so good, then try it." Lak Lak, seemingly recognizing the stranger's identity, said, "He really has the right to evaluate." Lak Lak explained further, "He is the previous record holder of 92 points, the first shield of the first guild Qianchu Fortress, Palji Yomemai Dang." Hearing that, Tunryuju was so surprised that he was speechless. Yomemai Dang, with a strong and sturdy physique and shining armor, said, "My opponent has appeared. Then I'll give it a serious try too." Whispers erupted among the other players. "No way, it's Palji Yomemai Dang. Record it quickly. Why is he here?" At this moment, this thought crossed Tunryuju's mind. "Palji Yomemai Dang, I never expected to meet him today." Lak Lak asked, "Yomemai Dang, do you want to play this game too now?" Hearing that, Tunryuju immediately turned around and asked, "Yomemai Dang, are you acquainted with brother Lak Lak?" Lak Lak replied, "Let's just say that." Yomemai Dang explained, "I originally came here to take a nap today, but this friend's punch woke me up. Moreover, he even broke my record. So I have to show my skills right now." Lak Lak said, "Right now, but it's not your turn yet." No cutting in line. Yomemai Dang, seemingly flustered by his impatience, said, sorry, I'll line up right away. A player standing far away said, no, it's okay, I'll let the first shield go first. I'm his fan. T, still unaware of Yomemai Dang's true power, commented, he doesn't seem very smart. Tunryuju replied, no, I've seen his match information before. He added, he's much stronger than he appears now. Yomemai Dang called out, hey kid. Yomemai Dang continued to ask, are you the one who just broke my record? With a somewhat timid attitude, Tunryuju replied, yes, that's right. Tunryuju muttered to himself, no, I have to be confident, even if the person in front of me is Palji Yomemai Dang. Gathering all his courage, Tunryuju proudly declared, yes, that's right, I'm Tunryuju of Jangyung, the tank of the Shadow Team. A meaningful smile subtly appeared on Yomemai Dang's lips. Yomemai Dang lowered his body to meet Tunryuju's eye level and said, you are truly a talented individual with extraordinary achievements. Yomemai Dang then continued, but, he turned around and said, you are merely a talented individual. Tunryuju asked back with a puzzled expression, what do you mean? Yomemai Dang began to explain. The 92 points I got was just a casual punch, but you don't even know how to use your strength, and even with all your might, you only get 95 points, he added. The extraordinary achievement I mentioned is also 95 points, just like your score. It can't get any higher. Tease, enraged by Yomemai Dang's arrogant attitude, said, if you're so good, why don't we have a match? Meanwhile, Tunryuju was completely lost in his thoughts. After a moment of silence, Tunryuju humbly asked, could you tell me what the difference is? Tease was surprised by Tunryuju's reaction and called out, Tunryuju? Yomemai Dang said, there's no use telling you, you'll know when you see me throw a punch, he then asked. Wanna see? Tunryuju replied briefly, yes. After rolling his wrists a few times to stretch, Yomemai Dang said, you rely too much on the power of game skills. For us, all skills are just a sequence of numbers. In stark contrast to Tunryuju's intense explosion, Yomemai Dang gathered strength with soft and flexible movements, continuing to explain, this sequence of numbers will limit the source of your power. To find true power, you must rely only on yourself. Don't get stuck in a fixed state. You need to adapt and feel the connection. And the balance between you and the game is like an earthen sword. Yomemai Dang poured all his concentration into the punch he was about to throw, saying, follow the laws of nature and find the power of the earthen sword. Power flashed in his eyes, and he said, better. Immediately after throwing a punch at the power meter, he continued, my friend. Yomemai Dang's punch only created gentle ripples like water. Tunryuju, Tease, and all the other players could only watch with wide-eyed amazement. Unlike Tunryuju's violent punch, Yomemai Dang's punch only produced a gentle breeze. The scoreboard quickly displayed the result. The result notification sound echoed. Player has achieved a perfect score of 100 points. Yomemai Dang said, if you understood what I said, anyone can do it on a machine with a 100-point limit. Tunryuju seemed to not fully understand his words and asked back, anyone, Yomemai Dang continued. But in terms of the ability to comprehend, the difference between you and me is the difference in skill between a genius and a talented individual. Upon seeing the scoreboard results, the mage players immediately began to whisper. A perfect score of 100 points. Not only did Palji Yomemai Dang reclaim first place, but he also achieved the game's highest score. Tunryuju thought to himself, not just 100 points, it was merely the limit of the machine. I didn't see it properly when he threw that punch just now. The player perfectly combined with the skill. This is the difference between him and me. Yomemai Dang said in a scornful, mocking tone towards Tunryuju. You want to reach a realm like mine? A talented individual who only knows effort like you won't succeed, he continued. You're still naive, little friend of Jangyung. Ignoring Tunryuju's surging anger, Yomemai Dang continued, you want to surpass a genius like me? You're still lacking, just be content as an ordinary warrior. Tunryuju gritted his teeth, anger and a sense of powerlessness against Yomemai Dang's strength gripping him. Lak also complained that was too much to say. Palji Yomemai Dang, Tease, unable to maintain her composure, rushed at Yomemai Dang and shouted, what's a genius and what's a talented individual? Just listening to it gives me a headache. Despite Tease initiating the attack, her attack was easily blocked by Yomemai Dang without any difficulty. Preparing to counterattack, Yomemai Dang said, attacking me without any reason, even if I kill you now, it will be considered self-defense, and I won't face any punishment. Tease began to realize Yomemai Dang's power, and she thought to herself, his speed is too fast. Someone's gun barrel began to point at Yomemai Dang. That person was Hyugu. He continuously rained bullets down on Yomemai Dang with two guns. After putting up a shield to block the hail of bullets, Yomemai Dang said, Jangyung, you people are truly rude. Tease, with quick judgment, retreated in time to avoid getting caught in the hail of bullets. The mage players who witnessed the skirmish immediately began to chatter. It's a fight, quickly recorded. Jangyung's expert and Qianchu have clashed, standing firm behind the shield he created. Yomemai Dang said, knowing your own skill is inferior to mine, yet you step forward for that little friend? He continued, only relying on your teammates, you truly are an ordinary warrior. Tunryuju's face became calmer after those words. As if he had realized something, Tease said, don't talk nonsense, I just want to fight you. Lak stopped Tease, saying, don't get agitated. The current situation isn't suitable for us to surround and attack him. Lak loudly addressed both parties in the fight. Everyone stop, we shouldn't let a conflict between two guilds explode. Yomemai Dang said, what? I'm interested right now. Lak said, I don't think your guildmaster would want you to be so interested. Suddenly a voice echoed, attracting everyone's attention. Please accept my challenge. The person who just spoke was Tunryuju. A system notification also appeared. Challenge sent. Yomemai-dang asked, are you sure? As a warrior, Tunryuju thought to himself. Gathering all his courage, he loudly said, I am sure. Tunryuju and Yomemai-dang stepped onto the arena together to begin their duel. The duel between Zhengyang's Tunryuju and Qianchu's Palji Yomemai-dang was about to begin. T, still feeling the fight wasn't enough, said, what duel? We should just defeat him together. Lak replied, Palji Yomemai-dang is not an easy opponent. Lak continued. I don't think he's really looking down on Tunryuju, rather he's trying to provoke him. He wants to teach Tunryuju something. Back in the arena, Yomemai-dang said to Tunryuju, hey little friend, do you want to use your giant form to fight me? I can even give you some more time to prepare. Tunryuju replied in a booming voice, I have my own way. The truth behind Yomemai-dang's provocation remained a mystery, but he continued, is that so? I'm just worried you're too weak and will fall before you even start. Tunryuju, equipped with his shield, thought to himself, I must not let my opponent affect my emotions. Brother Langsak taught me that I must have my own way of fighting. Immediately after, Tunryuju lunged forward first and began his attack. He slammed his shield hard into the ground. Next, he activated his shield diffusion skill. Immediately, 3 other shields appeared and charged towards Yomemai-dang. Yomemai-dang also concentrated power into his fist. His fist immediately blocked the 3 shields. While Yomemai-dang was still busy, Tunryuju quickly changed his attack direction, and he thought to himself, I must not let my opponent know my next move. Utilizing his current physical advantage to attack at the fastest speed, Tunryuju threw a punch at Yomemai-dang's back. But before Tunryuju could reach Yomemai-dang, he was counterattacked by Yomemai-dang. Fortunately, Tunryuju managed to raise his shield in time to block. After being pushed back quite a distance, Tunryuju heard Yomemai-dang's voice. I told you rely too much on your skills, he continued. Because of that, you can't focus on intuition and reaction. You still don't understand this and want to compete with me in speed? Tunryuju thought to himself, intuition and reaction. Tunryuju didn't seem fully convinced by Yomemai-dang's words just now. He used another skill called Shield Spin, but unfortunately its power was not a threat to Yomemai-dang. Even though Tunryuju changed his attack tactics from one direction to multiple directions, Yomemai-dang stood firm within his shield and said, do you really think increasing the frequency of skill usage can win? It will only deplete your energy. Tunryuju suddenly recalled his conversation with Langsak. Langsak once said, Tunryuju, when you encounter an opponent stronger than yourself, you shouldn't think you can win by only relying on skills. You need to think carefully and feel to find the key to victory. After recalling Langsak's advice, Tunryuju thought, Brother Langsak also taught me something similar. It's as if he was implying that long-range attack skills wouldn't work on me. Reactivating his shield diffusion skill and charging forward to attack, Tunryuju said, then what about my close-range attack? Though slightly surprised, Yomemai-dang still maintained the upper hand. Yomemai-dang said, trying to hide your purpose of close combat with a previous skill, trying to win by catching me off guard, but are you confident you can break through my shield? Tunryuju replied, when focusing on frontal defense it's not perfect. A gap appears behind you. I found it. Hearing that, Yomemai-dang immediately counterattacked with a punch, saying, interesting. Then let's see who can attack faster. After noticing the changes happening to Tunryuju, Yomemai-dang thought, this little friend is feeling it. Tunryuju was unusually calm at this moment. The attacks Yomemai-dang launched at Tunryuju gradually lost their accuracy. Tunryuju said, I saw it clearly this time, your attack speed. Yomemai-dang thought to himself, he's improved. Still maintaining the upper hand, Yomemai-dang slightly increased his attack speed and said, but it's still not enough. Yomemai-dang's counterattack just now made it impossible for Tunryuju to dodge. He was hit by Yomemai-dang's punch and sent flying quite a distance out of the arena. Players stared at Tunryuju flying far away, and a mage player exclaimed, that kid got sent flying. Yomemai-dang said, he got sent quite far. Yomemai-dang continued, but this little friend isn't bad either. He quickly comprehended the earthen sword in a short amount of time. Despite taking a rather heavy blow, Tunryuju's consciousness had not faded, and he thought to himself, his punch speed is too fast. Suddenly a cloaked figure appeared behind Tunryuju where the duel was taking place. Find Tunryuju and bring him here. Lak agreed, but then suddenly realized something and understood Tisa's intentions. He said, oh no, what are those two trying to do? Tis and Hugo had rushed into the arena ready to fight. Tis said, of course we have to save face. Without hesitation, the two rushed forward together, and Tis said, hey red-haired guy, it's my turn to challenge you now. Yomemai-dang replied, but I'm no longer interested right now. Just let it go. Tis, angered, shouted, what, you're running away after winning? Suddenly a voice echoed, attracting everyone's attention. Tis let it go. That person was Langsak, who had appeared above Yomemai-dang's head without anyone noticing. Yomemai-dang looked up at him, thinking, when did he appear there? Langsak landed right next to Yomemai-dang and said, are you Qianchu's first shield? Yomemai-dang replied, who are you? Seeing Langsak appear, Lak looked around for his two friends and said, Master is here. Tis, Hugo and Tunryuju were brought back by Langsak, and he said, I cleanly lost this match. He continued, thank you for stepping in for me. I've brought shame upon Zhengyang. I'm truly sorry. Tis felt both annoyance and surprise. Hugo also didn't back down, saying, GG, good game. I was ready to attack him. Yomemai Dang turned his gaze to the person standing next to him and said, "Are you Jengyun Guildmaster, the rogue Langsak?" Upon hearing that, Langsak remained very calm, showing no emotion. The mage players exclaimed, "Is that the Jengyun Guildmaster, the incredibly popular new guildmaster from the forums?" Yomemai Dang said in a trembling voice, "You're not here to blame me, are you?" Guildmaster Fate Weaver said that the relationship between the major guilds has been very sensitive recently. "He told me not to cause trouble and I don't want to clash with you." Langsak thought to himself, "He's really honest." Langsak calmly replied, "I came here to thank you." Yomemai Dang was very surprised by Langsak's attitude and reply. Langsak continued, "I just watched the match between you and Tunryuju. You quickly guided Tunryuju to comprehend the basic stages of the Earthen Sword." Yomemai Dang's mind was now at ease and he said, "So that's what it was." "It's nothing, a small matter," Yomemai Dang said. "After visiting the Jengyun Guildmaster, we felt you were very interesting, so we wanted to know more about you." He then turned his gaze towards Tunryuju and continued, "Coincidentally, we met today, and this little friend can be considered a talented individual with potential, but as a core member of a guild, he's still too weak. A genius like me couldn't just stand by and watch, so I taught him a few basic things." Yomemai Dang's words just now completely flew over Tisa's head. "This redhead talks too much," she said. Tunryuju replied, "It's okay, Tis." Yomemai Dang even said he had quite a fun time today. Langsak spoke up, "I have a question. Are you sure you fully understand Tunryuju's strength?" Yomemai Dang answered, "Oh, why, you mean he hasn't shown all his power yet?" Tunryuju was lost in his thoughts. A few minutes later he said, "I'm sorry, brother Langsak. I lost this challenge." Langsak said, "No need to blame yourself, Tunryuju. How long have we known each other?" Tunryuju replied, "Over a year." Langsak began to encourage Tunryuju. "The crying kid from before now dares to challenge the first shield," Tunryuju replied. "Oh, brother Langsak, you were there then too. Why didn't you show yourself?" Langsak explained. "Because I wanted to watch your transformation up close." Tunryuju. Langsak continued, "You've really grown a lot." Tunryuju's disappointment in himself lessened a little at that moment. Tunryuju clenched his fist and said, "But I'm still far from the true masters out there." Langsak replied, "No." Langsak continued, "In my eyes, you're much more amazing than you think. You have to believe in yourself." Hope began to well up in Tunryuju's eyes. Langsak said, "The courage you showed today will be a stepping stone on your path to growth." Langsak continued, "Even if you fail, you must remember this indomitable spirit. Don't you want to surpass Palji Yomemai Dang?" After gaining immense mental strength, Tunryuju said with tears in his eyes and without hesitation, "I want to." Langsak sent a resolute gaze towards Yomemai Dang and said, "Tunryuju is the most talented tank I've ever seen. In the future, he will be the strongest tank in Choning. No one will be able to surpass him." 1 week later, Lak and the mage players still didn't understand the situation. Langsak declared war on Tunryuju's behalf. "Tunryuju will challenge you again." Tis and Hyugu's hearts were eagerly anticipating this event. Langsak continued, "You, Palji Yomemai Dang, wouldn't dare refuse, would you?" Tunryuju's face was filled with determination at this moment. Yomemai Dang curled the corner of his mouth and said, "Only 1 week? Interesting." Yomemai Dang immediately jumped down from the arena. Landing right next to where Tunryuju was standing, Yomemai Dang said, "Little friend, only 1 week, are you sure you won't disappoint me?" Tunryuju replied, "I don't know, but my goal is to surpass you." With the same provocative attitude as before, Yomemai Dang said, "Surpass a genius like me? How arrogant, my interest is piqued again." Yomemai Dang slowly walked away, saying loudly, "Then I'll see you in a week." The crowd began to murmur. He accepted. This match is going to be exciting. Lak suddenly remembered something and said, "Yomemai Dang, you need to explain this challenge properly to your guildmaster so that it doesn't cause conflict between our two guilds." Yomemai Dang replied, "Oh right, I need to report it. Let's decide the challenge location later." Langsak was standing next to his friends at this moment. Lak said, "Master, there's only 1 week. Time is too tight. No matter how you look at it, his strength and equipment are no match for Yomemai Dang's. After all, the opponent has the resources of the #1 guild." Langsak replied, "Equipment difference is not a problem within a week. Our guild can make enough preparations. Equipment is secondary." Tis, with an even more fiery momentum than Tunryuju, said, "The most important thing is high-intensity training. Tunryuju, this week I'll mobilize guild resources to train you. We'll definitely blow away that arrogant redhead who calls himself a genius." Langsak thought to himself, "This is what's most important for Tunryuju." He said, "Tunryuju, is there a mission you haven't completed yet because you don't have a clue?" Tunryuju replied, "That's right. How did you know, brother Langsak? I tried that mission once before, but it was a place that didn't exist on the map." Tunryuju continued, "It's called some courageous sacred mountain. I'll go look for it." Langsak thought, "The courageous sacred mountain, huh? Now is the time for Tunryuju, who was called the sacred mountain in my previous life, to shine." At this moment, Tunryuju was looking for the mission he hadn't completed yet. The following words appeared on the screen in sequence: "A fearless heart like a high mountain reaching for the heavens." A system notification appeared, introducing the Blessing of Courage mission from the courageous sacred mountain. The mission objective is to find the sacred mountain and discover courage. Once a weak human, find the courage that belongs to you and reach the summit. A map image appeared on the screen along with the notification, "Information unavailable." Tunryuju said, "Only these words? There are no clues on the map at all?" Lak said, "This mission is really strange." Meanwhile, Tis wondered, What kind of strange rewards will come from this weird mission? You might as well come with me to the guild for training. Langsak thought to himself, in my previous life I saw an interview article about Tunryuju's special mission in the forums, and I think he said he found clues in this place. Langsak's team arrived at the library. All 5 of them went inside and T said, looking for clues in a mountain library again, is that really possible? Langsak replied, books are a treasure trove of knowledge. Countless clues and game information are found here. Langsak's team entered the library, and Tunryuju was amazed by the space inside. He said, there are so many books, is this really where I can find clues for my mission? Perhaps she was working too hard. As the librarian was a little surprised, the librarian turned around and said, hello adventurer, you've come to the library again today. Tunryuju said, this NPC seems very familiar with Brother Langsak. Langsak explained, that's right. I come here often. Last time during the Roaring King dungeon I came here to get information. The librarian said, what information are you looking for this time? Langsak replied, information about blessings. It's one of a player's random attributes that helps grant special abilities. T said, many players have been talking about blessings recently. Langsak replied, that's right, as the game develops there seem to be many more players with special attributes. Thinking about the discussions about the Blessed Ones, Langsak said, especially after the class change, many players have awakened special abilities, and now there's even a blessing-related discussion board on the Chaoning forum. Langsak continued, but it seems that abilities and attributes are also divided into grades. Tunryuju's attribute is very special. Tunryuju replied, oh really? Then my giant transformation is very special. Langsak replied, that's right, he thought to himself. Tunryuju's special attribute even has a separate mission, T said. Anyway, I don't have any special attributes yet. I think Tunryuju probably also has a small giant transformation ability. Tunryuju replied, where did that come from? A moment later the librarian said, information about blessings is over here. Lak exclaimed, overwhelmed by the vast bookshelves. My goodness, there's so much. Langsak said, Chaoning was originally called an infinitely developing game. There will be even more information data in the future. Langsak continued, player map information is very limited. Most of it only records maps that have already been explored. Our mission is to find clues for Tunryuju's special mission by looking for maps that no one has set foot on yet, or maps that only exist in rumors. Let's begin. 3 hours later, Langsak, Tunryuju and Tease were still engrossed in finding clues. Meanwhile, Lak was dozing on a pile of books and Hugo was staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. Seeing Hugo and Lak, Tunryuju angrily shouted, Hugo, stop spacing out. Lak, wake up, wake up. Tease said, the amount of information data is beyond imagination. If we can find the clue, Langsak thought to himself, the location isn't wrong, but where are the clues? Most of the information is about the history of blessings, and I can't find any records about Tunryuju's mission. Feeling the quiet atmosphere inside the library, Langsak said loudly, everyone snap out of it. Tunryuju and Lak replied simultaneously, understood. Meanwhile, Tease was still diligently searching and Hugo was reading a book while enjoying the scenery. 6 hours later, Tunryuju's eyes grew increasingly tired and sleepy. Lak, too exhausted, sighed and closed his book saying, I can't do it anymore. Tunryuju couldn't bear it any longer and lay down on the floor. He said, my eyes are going blind. Meanwhile, Tease was yawning repeatedly. Hugo, who had been standing for a long time, was now sitting at a desk reading a book. Tunryuju admired, Brother Hugo still has amazing patience. Langsak spoke up. Everyone rest first. Since we haven't found any clues yet, we can't proceed further. Langsak continued to flip through pages without showing any signs of fatigue. He thought to himself, is looking for clues in books the wrong approach? I need to rethink carefully. Tunryuju isn't someone who patiently reads books to find information. Even the Tunryuju of my previous life wouldn't have been much different in personality. Seeing Tunryuju working in a tired state, Langsak thought, then where did he find the clues back then? For a long time no one closed their eyes to rest. Tunryuju looked out the window and said, the sun is about to set. Tease was still excited and said, it's been a long time since I read books for so long. I studied harder than I did in school. Lak said, the sunset below the mountain outside the window is so beautiful. No wonder Hugo stared out the window all day. Hearing Lak's words, Langsak thought, below the mountain. Langsak rushed forward thinking, could it be? He ran to the librarian and asked, excuse me librarian, was this place originally a mountain? He replied, oh that question. The librarian continued, yes, a long time ago this place was a high mountain. Langsak thought, the clue wasn't about blessing information but the geographical location of this place. Langsak said to Tunryuju, concentrate and feel. Langsak continued, use your courage to become stronger. Tunryuju immediately followed. He began to circulate his internal energy. Tunryuju suddenly felt something. He thought, that mark is responding to my call. As the sacred mountain suddenly rose, the 2 bookshelves in front suddenly parted, as if revealing a long hidden secret. A door appeared behind the 2 bookshelves, and Tunryuju exclaimed, this is, he continued, my exclusive mission. Hugo said, exclusive mission, good game. Tunryuju looked back at each of them as if seeking help. He said, everyone? Tease replied, Tunryuju, we can't go in with you. Langsak placed a hand on Tunryuju's shoulder and said, are you ready? Accept your own challenge. Tunryuju replied, I don't know what difficulties await inside. Brother Langsak taught me. Tunryuju reached out his hand towards the door and said, no matter what obstacles there are, I must face them bravely, he continued. I always remember this. I'm no longer the crying Tunryuju. Thank you for always helping and taking care of me. I'm ready. I will definitely come back stronger. Lak said, you must succeed and come back. Tunryuju agreed to do so. After that he immediately set off for his mission. Langsak stayed in the library with everyone, waiting for good news from Tunryuju. Langsak thought to himself, a challenge to find courage, and the encounter with Palji Yomemidang created this turning point. The growth process of Sacred Mountain Tunryuju has finally begun in this life too. Langsak returned to Jangyung Guild headquarters. A few days later, Palji Yomemidang informed Lak of the chosen challenge location. An unexpected event occurred. Qianchu Fortress Guildmaster Gowanson not only approved the match but also decided to attend in person, greatly surprising everyone. The coordinates of the challenge location were sent to Tunryuju, and now everything depended on whether he could complete his mission and return by the appointed time. 1 week passed. Most people had gathered at the Hangyap Arena, and Tunryuju's arrival was the only thing everyone was waiting for. As Gowanson stood in the spectator stands, Langsak approached and spoke to him. I didn't expect Guildmaster Gowanson to come and watch in person, Gowanson replied. Who said a key member of our guild would accept your challenge? Relations between guilds have been quite sensitive lately, so I couldn't not come, Gowanson continued. This challenge match will be held at an arena near our Qianchu guild. The purpose is to avoid attracting too many spectators. Regardless of who wins or loses, this challenge is ultimately a test of skill, and I hope it won't affect the relationship between our two guilds. Admiring this calculated approach, Langsak said, how considerate of you. In the arena area, Yomemidang was complaining about the long wait. He said, why isn't that kid here yet? Is he chickening out at the last minute? Truly disappointing. Tease, who had no fondness for Yomemidang to begin with, said, that redhead, what's with all the rushing, got a reincarnation to attend. Seeing this, Langsak said, but the atmosphere seems a bit tense. Lak said, we haven't heard from Tunryuju for a week now. I don't know if he'll make it on time. Tease, wanting to fight Yomemidang right away, said, if he doesn't make it on time, I'll fight instead. Meanwhile, Guillaume was showing her impatience. She said, oh dear, no one's coming even after all this waiting. Sonwoo said, we failed at the Roaring King dungeon before and I was hoping to gain some advantage through our relationship with Yomemidang this time. Is it ending before it even began? Seeing Tunryuju still hadn't appeared, Gowanson inwardly rejoiced and said, I'll consider Jangyung's player Tunryuju to have forfeited. Langsak replied, no, he'll be here soon. Suddenly a door appeared and Yomemidang said, oh, a teleportation gate. Qianna walked out from inside the door. Yomemidang said, Miss. Qianna said, fortunately, we arrived just in time. Immediately after, Tunryuju also walked out from the door. He said, thank you for bringing me, Sister Qianna. Surprised by Tunryuju's transformation, T shouted, who is that person? After a week of intense training, Tunryuju now had a much more robust physique, and his shirt was even ripped, revealing his firm abs. Langsak said, it's Tunryuju, he's here, he continued. Show them how much you've grown. A system notification appeared, sending equipment to Tunryuju. Wearing a completely new outfit, Tunryuju dashed into the arena. Without waiting for any signal, Tunryuju launched the first attack. He said, I really want to tell everyone what happened over the past week, he continued. But first I'll win this challenge. A system notification appeared, indicating that the opponent had accepted the challenge invitation. After taking a battle-ready stance, Yomemidang said, so it seems. Unlike the previous match where he maintained a defensive posture, Yomemidang charged directly into engagement. He said, let's see how much you've changed. A mysterious smile spread across Tunryuju's lips. Sensing the change in Tunryuju's attack style, Yomemidang began to heighten his vigilance. Tunryuju concentrated all his strength into a single blow. He thought, oh Earth, I've felt it. A week ago, after passing through the door to undertake his mission, Tunryuju was transported to a completely unfamiliar land. At this time he lay unconscious on a grassy field. After a moment, as Tunryuju slowly regained consciousness, he spoke. Where am I? Suddenly a deer approached him. Feeling afraid, Tunryuju couldn't react. As the deer in its incredibly giant form approached Tunryuju, he cried out in surprise, what is this? After biting Tunryuju with its mouth, he struggled and said, the deer is too big. The deer tossed Tunryuju onto its antlers. With no other choice, Tunryuju had to grip tightly onto its front antler. As the deer began to run, Tunryuju asked, where are you taking me? He focused on looking around and observing everything. Not far away there was a giant ancient tree, but its branches were completely bare of leaves. Tunryuju said, the ancient tree is too big. The deer and Tunryuju descended to the ground together. Looking at the ancient tree, Tunryuju wondered why everything here was so giant. After looking at the deer, he continued, why did you bring me here? To his surprise, the deer spoke, hey explorer, can you revive this ancient tree? A surprised Tunryuju said, you can talk too. The deer said, my responsibility is to guide you into this world and help you complete your mission. At this moment, numerous emotions were confusedly mixed in Tunryuju's mind. After pointing at the tree, Tunryuju said, my mission is to revive this tree? The deer replied, that's right. A bewildered Tunryuju said, this ancient tree died a long time ago. It's black and withered, giving it water won't help. The deer replied, The ancient tree isn't dead yet. Listen to its voice. Placing his ear against the tree trunk, Tunryuju said, "Listen, I don't hear anything." The angry deer shouted, "You must feel it with your heart." Tunryuju began to put himself into a calm state. He regulated his breathing and thoughts. An unfamiliar voice echoed, "Young friend." As a green light appeared, the voice continued, "You are the first to come to this mountain." As the ancient tree's spirit appeared, it said, "Can you inherit the heartbeat of my core?" The ancient tree's spirit continued, "Young friend, there is some of the land's natural power within your body, but it seems to be dormant. It is waiting for the power within you to burst forth." Still not fully comprehending the words just spoken, Tunryuju replied, what? As the ancient tree's spirit disappeared, Tunryuju shouted, It disappeared." As if unable to believe what he had just seen, Tunryuju said, "Was that just a hallucination?" At this moment, the giant deer transformed into the appearance of a girl, and she said, "The ancient tree is currently very weak. It needs sunlight and new nutrients," she continued, "and also a new blessing." Seeing the deer's new form, Tunryuju said, "You're that deer from before?" The deer replied, "I am the guardian of this place and your guide." After handing something to Tunryuju, said, "This is the seed of chaos bestowed upon this world by the supreme will. How it will ultimately blossom and bear fruit is still unknown. What blessing will you bring?" A flustered Tunryuju still couldn't reply. Tunryuju received the seed of chaos. Sensing something within Tunryuju, it said, "Courage." Tunryuju replied, "Courage?" The deer said, "With steadfast and unyielding courage stand tall between heaven and earth." As a surge of power was transmitted into Tunryuju's body, the deer continued, "It is time to depart, explorer." After completing part of the mission, Tunryuju left the place. The deer offered its final words of farewell to Tunryuju. "Tunryuju, from now on you must rely on yourself to endure an extremely difficult and harsh training process." It continued, "Are you ready for a true challenge?" Tunryuju replied, "Of course, that's why I came here." The deer said, "Good. Whether the dormant power within you awakens or not depends on yourself." Tunryuju moved to another area to begin his next mission. He landed in a place whose floor was covered with strange patterns. Tunryuju looked around, observing the situation. This place seemed like an arena. Seeing tall pillars erected around, Tunryuju wondered where this place was. After looking up at the sky, he thought, "Darkness covers the surroundings, but I can feel that the area above is incredibly vast." On the bulletin board, the words "Challenge Mission" were displayed. Trial of the Divine Mountain. Tunryuju thought, "The mission has been updated." Suddenly, a strange object appeared behind Tunryuju. As his vision widened, similar things began to appear not only on one side but also on the left and right, but he couldn't tell if they were people or monsters. A level 1 fallen immortal appeared, taking the form of a giant stone human. The fallen immortal prepared to attack Tunryuju. A system notification appeared. Defeat 3 immortals. The fallen immortal's skill is landslide gravity. It generated gravity, pulling Tunryuju towards it. Back at the Hangyap arena, Tunryuju slammed his fist into the ground, disrupting Yomemai-dang's attack capabilities. Yomemai-dang thought he pulled it in. Yomemai-dang switched to a defensive stance, thinking he hadn't used his strength carelessly. Yomemai-dang actively generated a defensive barrier to block the effects of Tunryuju's fist. He thought, "He transferred the power of my fist into the ground," after the first exchange just now. Overall, neither side managed to inflict damage on the other. Tunryuju had the chance to show the results of his week of intense training, which made Yomemai-dang even more cautious. Lak said admiringly, "Amazing." Meanwhile, Tease couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She said, "Is that really Tunryuju?" Yomemai-dang also offered praise to his opponent. He said, "It's surprising how much you've changed in less than a week." He continued, "Interesting." Gowanson was also quite impressed by Tunryuju's first appearance. "Oh, to ignite the fighting spirit in lazy Yomemai-dang," Langsak thought. Tunryuju's current power is not simple. Still maintaining a very confident attitude, Tunryuju thought, "All land has its own heartbeat." "I felt it." Yomemai-dang easily perceived Tunryuju's attack intention, and he said, "Are you trying to disperse my attacks into the ground?" After charging to counterattack, Yomemai-dang said, "Then can you disperse the second and third ones too?" Every step Yomemai-dang took as he charged at his opponent was filled with power. Preparing to throw a punch, Yomemai-dang said, "Learning only how to disperse isn't enough." At this moment, Tunryuju stood still for some reason, showing no attack or defensive movements. Worried, Chion-na immediately said, "Quickly dodge, Tunryuju." Yomemai-dang delivered 3 consecutive punch attacks to Tunryuju's body. This had sent him flying far away. Gowanson said, "Oh, that kid," Gowanson continued. Did he intentionally take Yomemai-dang's 3 punch attacks? Showing no signs of injury and still standing firm in the arena, Tunryuju said, "Is that all your attacks amount to, compared to last time when your single punch sent me flying?" He continued, "A week later, your 3 punch attacks feel like nothing." Tunryuju recalled the process of his mission eliminating fallen immortals. At that time, because he had to fight continuously, he couldn't avoid injuries. Painfully, Tunryuju eliminated the fallen immortals one by one. A system notification appeared. "You have defeated 15 level 33 fallen immortals. You have successfully completed the 33rd floor mission. The door to the 34th floor has opened." A system notification appeared. "Your pain has increased by 34 times. Gritting his teeth, Tunryuju clutched his shoulder and cried out, "Ah, it hurts so much," while enduring the pain. He thought, "Even a slight movement makes my wounds throb." He thought, "This pain makes me feel suffering very clearly. My pain has increased by 34 times, and as I go higher, not only do the monster's levels increase, but the pain also stacks on every floor. Walking slowly, he thought, is this my challenge? He arrived at the 34th floor but couldn't find any door. Tunryuju thought inwardly, there's no teleportation gate this time, surely I haven't completed the challenge? After going inside, Tunryuju thought, where on earth am I? Suddenly something caught his gaze and attention. The challenge progress was only 34, and many other floors remained for Tunryuju to conquer. As soon as he entered the 34th floor, Tunryuju was hit by an unexpected attack. 34th floor, pain increased by 34 times. The attack just now was from a level 34 fallen immortal. Tunryuju barely stood up. Pain is the most direct and true sensation for humans. Even a 10-fold increase would be enough to kill a person. Tunryuju continued to ascend to higher floors, and the tormenting pain engulfed his body like a colossal tsunami. After tireless efforts, Tunryuju reached the 60th floor and the pain intensified 60-fold. He continued to climb to the 85th floor and the pain became 85 times worse. He allowed the pain to torment him, defeating the immortals one after another. And finally, Tunryuju reached the 90th floor and the pain was 90 times greater. Tunryuju's cries grew fainter and fainter. He became numb to the sensations brought by the pain. In fact, most might think Tunryuju was exhausted. However, he drew strength not only from his muscles but also from his will and perseverance. At this point, he reached the 99th floor and the pain became 99 times worse. Tunryuju persistently continued until the mission was complete. Returning to the challenge match, after the counterattack just now, Yomemai said, I didn't expect you to endure my attack. I'm starting to wonder what happened to you over the past week, even the change in your appearance. Tunryuju said nothing, perhaps wanting to focus 100 on the match. Lak also wanted to know about Tunryuju's transformation. He said, I also wonder what Tunryuju went through. He's really grown a lot now. Chian-na said, Tunryuju must have gone through a very difficult trial. She continued, I waited for him to return at the library. When I saw him I was very surprised. I couldn't recognize Tunryuju, and his tattered equipment clearly showed he had undergone a very big trial. As Lak responded, her words made people speculate even more. Langsak recalled the past. Langsak thought that compared to the difficulty of the class change mission he had to complete, Tunryuju's trial seemed even more cruel and severe. Tunryuju, ignoring the chatter around him, charged forward to attack. Tunryuju used his Heart Force Gravity Sphere skill. Yomemai also began to switch to a battle stance. He also counterattacked. Yomemai skill was called Crushing Punch. The two men's fists flew straight at each other. The clash caused a large explosion in the middle of the arena. It was clearly visible even from afar. Witnessing the large explosion at close range, Lak became vigilant. Hyugu also protected Gyomei with a large sword. Go-Onsen was very impressed by the clash just now. It was an incredibly terrifying confrontation. Yomemai said, well done, last time you couldn't even understand the punching technique I told you about, but this time you didn't disappoint me. Tunryuju replied, your power release ability is very remarkable. I truly couldn't handle it before, he continued. However, everyone's understanding of power is different, so I'm not sure I'll lose to you now. Yomemai said no, charging forward to attack Tunryuju, and then, my power release ability is the strongest. Tunryuju recalled the moment he was performing his mission on the last floor, the 100th floor. The pain was 100 times worse and he was fighting against a level 100 fallen immortal. Tunryuju thought this was his unique trial. He kept thinking he couldn't avoid it. Returning to the arena at this moment, Yomemai took the initiative, attacking Tunryuju from top to bottom. Tunryuju resisted from below. The two flows of power collided, and it was still unclear who was stronger. The flow of power spread, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Tunryuju and Yomemai poured more and more power into their fists. Perhaps both wanted this to be the decisive blow to determine the winner. Go-Onsen said, the two flows of power are rubbing against each other. Yomemai thought he truly hadn't expected Tunryuju's understanding of power to burst forth. Recalling Langsak, Yomemai inwardly speculated if it was thanks to that rogue lady. Yomemai said, interesting, preparing to throw another punch. After that, Yomemai punch doubled the pressure on Tunryuju. Hyugu said, Yomemai is really exerting his strength. Gyomei said he doubled his defense to amplify his power. Hyugu judged that this technique would decide the outcome. Tunryuju was increasingly pushed back, but his expression showed no sign of wavering. Chian-na worriedly said, Tunryuju is in a disadvantageous situation. Tis also acknowledged Yomemai strength. She said, that redhead is really strong too. Yomemai said, how about it, can you block my power? Tunryuju's composure couldn't help but surprise Yomemai. Tunryuju said, you taught me not to rely too much on skills. Yomemai observed Tunryuju and thought, he is sensing it. Tunryuju thought that the land had its own heartbeat. Langsak was surprised by Tunryuju's rapid progress. Tunryuju kept thinking that no matter how strong the power was, it would eventually return to the earth. Tunryuju's power gradually regained the upper hand, overwhelming Yomemai. Yomemai thought his power was being absorbed. Langsak said, Tunryuju, the skill Tunryuju used was called Heart Force, Source Force Return. and his power was becoming more and more overwhelming, seeming to want to devour Yomemai Dang. Langsak thought he was converting Yomemai Dang's power into the ground. Clash between Yomemai Dang and Tunryu-ju caused vibrations that spread quite far. At the mage players' homes, the potion bottles in their hands almost fell. The female mage player fearfully said, "Such vibrations, is it an earthquake?" Other players stood still, sensing the situation, saying, "Are there earthquakes in games too, or is it a new event? Wow, the vibration is too intense." A player pointed at a distant pillar of light and said it was towards the Hongyap Arena. At the Hongyap Arena, the power struggle between Tunryu-ju and Yomemai Dang had just exploded the arena, creating a large pit. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Guillaume exclaimed, "The power is truly immense," Hyugu said. "That blonde boy used his power to pull Yomemai Dang's strength and transfer it all to the ground. It's a capability beyond imagination." Guillaume replied, "Is he that amazing?" Hyugu spoke of his past encounter with Yomemai Dang. He said, "I've fought Yomemai Dang before. I know very well how terrifying his true power is. To be able to easily transfer his power to the ground is truly remarkable," T said. "Are the two of them going to destroy this entire area?" Goanson warned. "If you destroy the game too much, you'll be punished," Goanson continued. "Isn't that right, Guildmaster Langsak?" Langsak did not reply because he understood Goanson's sarcastic remark just now. In the arena, Yomemai Dang was still unharmed after Tunryu-ju's counterattack. He laughed loudly and said, "Converting even my power to the ground? This place won't be able to withstand our power." Tunryu-ju replied, "You alone won't be able to withstand your power either." Yomemai Dang increasingly respected his opponent. He said, "Next time my power will be much stronger. Are you ready?" Tunryu-ju replied, "I will make your power my own." Yomemai Dang began to concentrate all his strength into his fist. He said, "You've excited me. Now let's see how much you can fight me." Tunryu-ju also prepared to confront him, saying, "I'm ready to fight to the end." Hyugu saw the match getting increasingly tense, and he said, "Is Yomemai Dang not thinking straight? Is he really planning to destroy this place?" Suddenly a voice was heard from behind Hyugu. Hyugu went to resolve the situation. From somewhere many cards were thrown at Yomemai Dang. Yomemai Dang also sensed the signal to end the match. He said, "Don't interrupt me. My fist has already gathered enough energy." To avoid wasting time, he delivered his first attack to Tunryu-ju. Immediately the second attack followed. Yomemai Dang's skill was called Swift Fist Step. Suddenly Langsak's giant sword was thrown into the arena. He cast the river opening skill on the giant sword. Tunryu-ju noticed this and was somewhat surprised by the action. Langsak's giant sword blocked Yomemai Dang's attack. After that, an explosion occurred. The cards that were thrown earlier encircled Yomemai Dang. The cards combined into a cage, trapping Yomemai Dang. This skill was called Divine Four-Way Formation. Hyugu appeared behind Yomemai Dang. He grabbed Yomemai Dang with a large sword and said, "Yomemai Dang, that's enough?" Yomemai Dang struggled to break free, saying, "Hyugu, let me go quickly." Hyugu tried to explain, "The Guildmaster doesn't want there to be a conflict with Jengyang. It's best to end this challenge match here." Yomemai Dang howled like a wolf whose prey had been snatched away. "I don't care, I hate being interrupted the most, Guildmaster Goanson," said Yomemai Dang. Goanson continued, "It's better not to make a mess of this for others' sake." Yomemai Dang had no choice. He lowered his voice and said, "All right." The arena was in ruins. Langsak jumped down to assess the situation. Langsak's giant sword was chipped by Yomemai Dang's attack. Langsak thought that his giant sword had become like this with just one hit. Langsak admired Yomemai Dang's power. He wondered if this was the power of the first shield when he fought seriously. A familiar voice interrupted Langsak's train of thought. "Brother Langsak." Tunryu-ju ran over and said, "Thank you for blocking my attack." Langsak replied, "At this point we can end the challenge match." Although the match still had no clear result, Tunryu-ju, with a humble attitude of wanting to learn, said, "That punch attack just now was really powerful. If Brother Langsak hadn't blocked it, I would have wanted to see the extent of the power difference between him and me." Langsak saw Tunryu-ju say these words and thought that Tunryu-ju had truly grown. Yomemai Dang still seemed full of fighting spirit, and he shouted loudly, "Guildmaster, please let me go quickly." T said, "It might be better to just keep him locked up." Lak congratulated Tunryu-ju. He said, "Tunryu-ju." Guildmaster Goanson said, "Yomemai Dang, have you calmed down?" Yomemai Dang finally gave up, saying, all right. Hyugu was also trapped with Yomemai Dang, and he said, "Why am I trapped too?" Goanson began to retract his skill. The sealed cards disappeared one by one from their places, and at the same time the cage also slowly vanished. All the sealed cards were retracted by Goanson. Langsak observed Goanson intently. He thought this was the first time he had seen Goanson's skill. In his previous life, very few people knew information about him, and he seemed very cautious, as if he intended to protect himself. Despite being the guild master of the #1 guild, he was extremely humble in the game. His power remained a mystery. As soon as Yomemai Dang was released from the cage, he said, "Seriously, why do you keep bothering me like this? I rarely get this excited." Guildmaster Goanson immediately scolded, "There you go again with your ignorant excitement, your chronic problem. Look around," Goanson continued. "This is an area near our guild, and we have to waste guild resources again." Yomemai Dang awkwardly replied, Sorry. After that, Yomemai Dang turned his gaze towards Tunryu-ju and said, "This blonde kid." Yomemai Dang continued, "In just 1 week you've made me change my perception of you. Now you have my recognition. What's your name?" Tunryu-ju confidently replied, "My name is Tunryu-ju." Yomemai-dang smiled faintly and said, I remember, you and I didn't decide a winner. Guildmaster Gowanson put his hand on Yomemai-dang's shoulder and said, no, Yomemai-dang. Gowanson continued, as far as I'm concerned you lost, and you disappointed me greatly. These words completely wiped the positive expression from Yomemai-dang's face. Langsak said, Tunryuju, you won. Tunryuju was bewildered and didn't understand the situation. Tunryuju said, Brother Langsak, I won, but the last attack was from you and Guildmaster Chianchu. Langsak said, sometimes victory and defeat aren't determined solely by the outcome. Guildmaster Gowanson summarized the reason as follows. Even though he used almost his full power, that was the result. As a core member of the number 1 guild, Chianchu Fortress, he was utterly defeated. Yomemai-dang had no words to justify these convincing reasons. Yomemai-dang very calmly accepted the truth. Suddenly, Yomemai-dang knelt before Guildmaster Gowanson and said, Guildmaster, please don't punish me. Gowanson replied, here we go again. Hyugu and Gyomei began to tease Yomemai-dang. Gyomei said, Yomemai-dang, are you admitting your mistake in an instant again? Gowanson turned his gaze towards Gyomei and Hyugu and said, the two of you don't just stand there watching others' business. The Roaring King dungeon, I haven't settled with the two of you yet. Hearing that, Gyomei and Hyugu couldn't say anything more. Guildmaster Gowanson continued to scold. In the Roaring King dungeon and this power struggle, the three of you performed too poorly. Gyomei and Hyugu should also join Yomemai-dang. All three replied, sorry. Gowanson glanced at Langsak and said, I really dislike losing. Despite being on the winning side, Langsak showed no particular attitude and remained silent. A voice came from behind Tunryuju. Big sister almost didn't recognize you after just 1 week. That person was Tease. She stroked Tunryuju's head and continued. You've grown as tall as me, Tunryuju. Lak praised him. He said, you not only blocked Yomemai-dang's attack but even counterattacked him. Those two techniques were truly amazing. Langsak silently enjoyed the victory, quietly observing his companions. Tease said, so what happened over the past week? Tunryuju said, it's a long story, and then I passed the trial and received some rewards and gained some insights. Perhaps Tunryuju wanted to keep it to himself, he said. It's a long story. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard. Guildmaster Langsak. That person was Guildmaster Gowanson, he said. The power struggle is over, so we'll be leaving first. Gowanson continued. It was enjoyable today. I had a chance to see the strength of your guild members. The Jengyang Guild received high praise from everyone after changing its name, and it truly lived up to its reputation. I hope today's small friction won't affect the relationship between our two guilds, Langsak replied. Of course. Guildmaster Gowanson turned his back and said, then that's settled. Yomemai-dang shouted, hey, Tunryuju, let's have a rematch next time without any interruptions. Tunryuju happily responded, okay, next time we'll definitely have a proper fight. Langsak turned his gaze towards Gyomei and Hyugu and said, hey, you two standing behind still looking for hearts, I'm planning to get another one, want to come along? Gyomei and Hyugu were startled by Langsak's words. Langsak continued, what happened in the dungeon last time? I haven't settled with you two yet. Gyomei, pressing close to Langsak, said, big sister won't allow you to hold a grudge. Langsak's face suddenly flushed. He said, stop with this tempting prank. Guildmaster Gowanson said, I believe Guildmaster Langsak is not someone who weighs pros and cons. Gowanson continued, it seems we've caused your guild some minor issues recently. I hope you don't misunderstand us. Gowanson left with his companion saying, we have plenty of time to get to know each other. Guildmaster Langsak, see you next time. T said, that guy named Gowanson or whatever, why is his attitude so annoying even after losing? Perhaps only Langsak could understand every word Gowanson said. In his heart, Gowanson was not only a rival but also a master from whom he could learn a lot in terms of actions and combat style. Langsak's team then moved to another location. Danya was clinging to Langsak at this moment. Langsak said, little lady. Tease looked at Danya and said, she doesn't seem like a pet at all. Danya, scared, hugged Langsak tightly. She said she was a pet. I'm Daddy's daughter, Lak said. This little one is the girl Guildmaster Langsak brought out last time, right? Tease expressed dissatisfaction with Danja's attitude, she said. She talks back, Tease continued. So we've added 2 new members to our team, Tunryuju replied. 2, am I included too? Danya seemed not to recognize Tunryuju. She stared at Tunryuju and said, puppy. To explain, of course, since your appearance has changed, you should be included too. Lak asked, little Tunryuju, can you still transform into a giant? Tunryuju replied very confidently. Of course, Lak responded. I'm really looking forward to it. Hyugu was silent for a long time before speaking. Langsak, what should we do now? Langsak replied, wait patiently. Hyugu still didn't understand the meaning and asked, wait for what? Tease said. Wait for what? We came to help you get the last heart, didn't we? I refused so many training requests, Langsak replied. Thank you all, but please wait a little longer. The time has come, Langsak continued. It's here. Tease wondered, what are you talking about? Lak explained. Adventurers are invading the village. That's right, we're going to find the Village Invasion Adventurer Challenge. Langsak analyzed and presented his plan, he said. I asked Qian Na to collect and filter Village Invasion Adventurer challenges that feature demon wild bosses. We've finally confirmed a nearby village area. We need to find a Lord-grade wild demon boss. Since wild bosses appear randomly, it's very difficult to accurately find the monster we want. Lak said, in previous Village Invasion Adventurer challenges we only encountered an elite-grade giant steel bear. Its attack power wasn't strong but its health was immense. A group of players surrounded and attacked it for a long time before finally taking it down. Langsak checked the system and said, don't worry, Qian Na has already compiled statistics. The probability of demon monsters appearing in this area is the highest. Let's split up and search. Go. Lak was observing the situation from atop a tree. He said, the boss appeared in the southeast, but it's not a demon. Hyugu observed and reported the situation. The boss in the north isn't a demon either. Langsak was with Tunryuju and Danya. Langsak said, the southwest isn't either. Danya looked at the giant flames and said, cotton candy giant. Langsak issued orders to his companions. It seems we're not lucky, everyone, please continue to wait here. Suddenly Tisa's voice was heard. Langsak, there's a demon at my location. Langsak's voice was heard from Lak's location. Good, Lak, Hyugu, come here quickly. Lak wondered. Where on the map? Tis replied. South. I've shared the map coordinates. Hyugu set off immediately upon hearing that. Langsak was also heading towards Tisa's location with Tunryuju and Danya. Tis reported the situation, but this boss is a bit strange, Langsak replied. Strange? Tis explained. The boss didn't appear in place, it flew down from the sky. Langsak replied. Flew down. Tis continued to update the information. She said it seems to be looking for something. Langsak sensed something. He asked Tis for the boss's name. Langsak suddenly stopped. Tunryuju saw this and asked, what's wrong, brother Langsak? Langsak looked at the notification board and was greatly surprised. He said, Dragon Scale Demon. Langsak's team members except for Tis were gathered in the forest. Danya was playing around. When Langsak explained the whole situation, Lak exclaimed, what? Danya was a Dragon Scale Demon's child? Langsak replied, that's how it happened. Langsak continued, if it's really that Dragon Scale Demon, its target will be Chapsaltuk and I'll be its biggest enemy. Hyugu said, so the Dragon Scale Demon has been wandering the underworld for the past few days looking for its daughter? Yes. Lak disagreed with this view. He said, how can that be? It's just a game setting. Langsak seemed to agree with Lak's point of view. He said, it's highly probable. Langsak thought to himself, a special character like Chapsaltuk should never know this fact. Lak said, so what do we do now? It might be a bit difficult for just a few of us to confront it. Langsak replied, let's first observe how Tis tracks the Dragon Scale Demon. System notification, urgent message received. Langsak said, Jisoo. Langsak focused on observing and updating the situation on the notification board. At Tis's location, the demon continued to destroy the residential area. Tis maintained a safe distance from the demon. She said, it's too enormous. Could Langsak snatch the deed from this terrifying monster? Tis continued. Disappearance. Does it look like Chapsaltuk's mother? The person attacking the demon desperately fled, causing immense chaos. The demon prepared to unleash a devastating blow, putting many people in inescapable danger. Suddenly, someone rushed over with a shield. This person successfully blocked the demon's devastating attack. It was So-chun Hakwu of Chianchu. He said, this dragon-scale demon is really strong. So-chun Hakwu continued, taking down this high-level boss will yield immense rewards. It will be worth Chianchu's long journey from afar to the underworld. Suddenly, someone generated sword energy. The sword energy successfully destroyed the demon's attack, and then a voice was heard, you're not the only Chianchu aiming for this boss. So-chun Hakwu said, is that Chian-Wall, the vice guild master of Jongrak? Indeed, Jongrak was the one who blocked the demon's devastating attack. Jongrak immediately left the spot, saying, you should thank me for saving you from danger. So-chun Hakwu of Chianchu. A low-level player reported, team leader So-chun, look over there, a spatial gate has appeared. Another player continued, it's Sonwoo of Chianchu. Sonwoo walked out of the spatial gate and said, so annoying, I have to do another mission. So-chun Hakwu said, is even Chianchu targeting the Dragon Scale Demon? 3 large guilds are after it. Jongrak replied, it's more than that. Too many people are vying for it. The Jengyang Guild also appeared immediately after. Langsak said, Jisoo, you gathered the information well. All the other guilds are also targeting the Dragon Scale Demon. Langsak observed the monster, thinking, it really is that one. The Dragon Scale Demon, even more terrifying than last time. Jisoo said, Langsak, what's next? In the current situation, it's very difficult to get the first kill record from the hands of the 3 large guilds for safety's sake. How about we give up on this demon's heart for now? After a long pause, Langsak said, no, I must kill this demon with my own hands. Langsak continued, I must put an end to this matter completely. Langsak began to modify 2 missions. He said, I have a plan. Everyone follow my instructions. Jisoo, did you bring enough holy potions? Jisoo replied, they're all ready. I can give them to you right away. Langsak continued, everyone, share them. No need to give them to me. I won't participate in the first phase of combat. I'll leave the task of chipping away at the Dragon Scale Demon's health to everyone. Jisoo felt both surprise and a slight bewilderment at Langsak's plan. Langsak said, this time I'm going to kill with a borrowed knife. Jongrak attacked the demon, the Dragon Scale Demon. Someone's attack caused the Dragon Scale Demon pain. Jongrak said, quite powerful. The Jengyang archer Hyugu was the one who just caused the Dragon Scale Demon pain. Hyugu chose a very ideal position to attack. So-chun Hakwu also rushed to attack the Dragon Scale Demon. He said, the reward will be ours, Chianchu's. Suddenly, someone joined the battle saying, oh really, but I don't think so. It was Tis. After delivering a blow to the Dragon Scale Demon, she continued, you can only talk after winning. Lak and Sonwoo were also participating in the battle. Sonwoo said, Lak, is Jengyang also here to steal the boss? Lak replied, this boss was originally our Jengyang's target. How can you say we're stealing it? Sonwoo was impressed by Lak Lak. He said, now you say our Jengyang every time you open your mouth. It's really surprising. You refused countless invitations from our #1 guild before. Lak Lak explained, I came to Choning to enjoy myself, not to get involved in your Qianchu's affairs. The dragon-scale demon attacked relentlessly, and Sonwoo and Lak Lak barely dodged. Lak Lak said, Jengyang has a very interesting person named Guildmaster Langsak. Let's stop talking about this now. Sonwoo didn't give up on persuading Lak Lak. He said, if you want to join Qianchu later, just tell us. A fighter player commanded, focus fire, we have more numbers, let's suppress it. The dragon-scale demon was receiving 2 powerful attacks at this time, and gradually became unable to resist. The dragon-scale demon roared in pain, my child, from underground. Instructions and encouragements continued. Attack from behind. The dragon-scale demon's resistance vanished, leaving only the cry of my child. The cries of attack were heard incessantly. Another voice was heard, the dragon-scale demon's health has dropped, kill it quickly. Despite its pain, the dragon-scale demon continuously cried out only 2 words, my child. Langsak was looking for an opportunity. He thought, the time has come. Langsak shouted loudly. Dragon-scale demon, Langsak's companions sensed something and were happy, but conversely Jongrek, Sonwoo and Sochun Hokwoo's faces were filled with sadness and disappointment. At this moment Langsak miraculously got his hands on the demon's heart. The dragon-scale demon's eyes glared at Langsak. The dragon-scale demon roared in anger. The dragon-scale demon shouted, damn thief, some people complained, who is Langsak to take all the aggro. The dragon-scale demon's pursuit began towards Langsak, unleashing continuous devastating attacks. After hooking a rope to a tree branch and jumping into the forest to hide, Langsak heard the dragon-scale demon's voice. Human who kidnapped my child. As soon as Langsak landed on the ground, the distance between him and the dragon-scale demon was only 50 to 100 meters. The dragon-scale demon shouted, thief. Believing the distance was close enough, the dragon-scale demon unleashed a blow with the intention of finishing off Langsak. Unfortunately, Langsak dodged this attack. The enraged dragon-scale demon said, damn it, Langsak thought to himself. It's almost overwhelming power, even more terrifying than last time. His thoughts continued. This deep hatred is understandable. From afar, the huge explosion caused by the dragon-scale demon's attack continued to be witnessed. With a displeased attitude, Sochun's friend said, we can't let Langsak take the dragon-scale demon, quickly chase him. Another voice was heard. The small fry can go. That person was Tis. She attacked Sochun's friend and continued, but you have to stay with me. While chasing Langsak, Jongrek thought, Langsak, you still managed to surprise people. It was truly a huge loss when the guild missed out on you. Jongrek began to sense the presence of a threat. Immediately, many bullets flew towards Jongrek. He blocked all attacks with his excellent swordsmanship and said, I knew you were targeting me. The person who fired the bullets was Hugo. He replied in a cold voice, good game. At Lak Lak and Sonwoo's location, their conversation began with Sonwoo's words. What kind of scheme is Langsak cooking up this time, making us do his bidding? Lak Lak replied. I told you Guildmaster Langsak is a very interesting person. Lak Lak continued. Only the master can do such things. In Lak Lak's mind, Langsak's instructions before the mission resurfaced. Langsak said, this time we're going to borrow the strength of the 3 large guilds to chip away at the dragon-scale demon's health. That way we can minimize our health and resource consumption. So everyone needs to keep an eye on their main forces. Don't let the dragon-scale demon die at the hands of those 3, Langsak continued. In the end, I'll be the one to finish off the dragon-scale demon. With a puzzled expression, Sonwoo asked, so you're going to stop me? Lak Lak replied, yes, I don't want to step in either. After holding his sword and pointing it towards Sonwoo, Lak Lak continued, but for Guildmaster Langsak I have no choice at this moment. Langsak struggled against the dragon-scale demon's onslaught, thinking, its attack power is truly immense now that its hatred has exploded. Langsak's face bore many injuries at this moment, and his thoughts continued, my health was halved even after blocking that just now. The damage is incredibly high. Hatred not only increased the dragon-scale demon's attack power but also changed its appearance. After wiping the blood from his mouth, Langsak spoke, fortunately, I still have another trick up my sleeve. Langsak said to the dragon-scale demon, this place is an arena specially prepared for you. While attacking Langsak madly, the dragon-scale demon cried out, where is my child? Tunryuju's shield was raised just in time, blocking the dragon-scale demon's attack. Tunryuju said, brother Langsak, I've been waiting for a long time. Langsak began the process of healing his wounds and recovering his health. Jisoo spoke, it seems everything is going according to your plan. Langsak replied, thank you Jisoo. After realizing it couldn't defeat its enemy yet, the dragon-scale demon furiously cried out, damn human. Tunryuju said, brother Langsak, please let me handle it. Langsak warned him with a worried expression, the dragon-scale demon is enraged right now and attacking very ferociously. Tunryuju replied, don't worry, I'll definitely block its attacks. Tunryuju continued, I want to apply the insights and power I gained from my trial. Langsak, realizing the extent of Tunryuju's resolve, immediately agreed, and right after that, Langsak also left to carry out other tasks. Tunryuju charged forward without hesitation and engaged the dragon-scale demon. Tunryuju blocked with his shield. He used his skills to gradually absorb the dragon-scale demon's attacks. And Tunryuju landed a direct hit on the dragon-scale demon's face. He said, perfect timing. Tunryuju continued, I'll test the power of the Earth's heartbeat I inherited. Tunryuju's memories flashed back to his training a week ago. That time, he was in an unfamiliar dimensional space, and a giant black dog-like creature was before his eyes. A system notification appeared. Final trial. Purify the forest, purify the last corruption. Tunryuju reached out his hand towards the black dog-like creature. With all his courage and boldness, Tunryuju resolved to complete the mission no matter the cost. Surprisingly, contact with the black dog-like creature caused Tunryuju pain, making him scream. Due to the situation just now, Tunryuju lost all his armor and was suspended in the air. A voice echoed, "Thank you for your courage." It was the deer's voice, and it continued, "No one before could endure this trial. The suffering you endured throughout this process was a test not only of courage but also of will and determination. You are fully worthy of inheriting my blessing of courage. You have purified all the corruption in this tower. The ancient tree will live again and the land will be revived." At this moment, Tunryuju landed in the forest. A low voice echoed from behind Tunryuju. "Within that small body lies immense courage and an indomitable spirit." The speaker was the ancient tree, and it continued, "If you are not strong enough, you cannot save this place. You are worthy of inheriting my heartbeat, the heartbeat of the earth." Immediately after, all the power was absorbed into Tunryuju's body. A system notification appeared. "Blessing awakening. Congratulations, the power of your blessing has awakened. Your blessing and courage have evolved. You can feel the immortal heartbeat of the earth and share infinite power with the earth. The earth is you and you are the earth." Another system notification appeared. "You have received an additional reward, divine indestructible body." Returning to the present, Langsak observed Tunryuju fighting and thought, "Sacred mountain Tunryuju of this life has finally appeared." With urgent footsteps, a voice echoed, "Hurry up, we can't let Jengyung's guildmaster steal the boss." They were a group of low-level mage and fighter players. While running, an argument broke out among them. "Hey Singit guild members, you're too slow. Move quickly. Make way. Qianchu, just because you're the #1 guild, why should we make way for you?" One player realized something and immediately spoke, "Look at the light over there." Another player confirmed, "It's definitely over there, let's go quickly." Danya began to feel something very familiar. Tis, who was tasked with taking care of Danya, seemed uninterested in the situation. She said, "What is this? I came with Jisoo," she thought to herself. "Langsak wants me to babysit here. Will Jisoo be okay without me, even though this kid is the dragon-scaled demon's daughter?" Then Tis's gaze fell upon Danya and she realized something was wrong. Before Tis could act, Danya flew past her face. Tis shouted after her, "Hey kid, where are you going?" Tis seemed to understand the problem and thought to herself, "Damn it, this is big trouble." From afar, the aftermath of the battle between Tunryuju and the dragon-scale demon was still clearly visible. At this moment, Tunryuju had transformed into a giant and was attacking the dragon-scale demon using his giant sacred mountain gravity earth skill. After that attack, the dragon-scale demon could no longer withstand it and fell backward. Jisoo opened his mouth in admiration. "Amazing," Jisoo continued. "Is this Tunryuju's new giant transformation form?" Langsak sensed that danger was returning. The dragon-scale demon still seemed heavily affected even after Tunryuju's attack. It stood up and counterattacked. Langsak warned, "Tunryuju, be careful." Tunryuju remained unfazed and countered with his gravity immortal devour skill. Once again, the dragon-scale demon's attack was successfully blocked by Tunryuju. Jisoo said, "The dragon-scale demon's power was absorbed. Tunryuju's new skill is truly amazing," Langsak replied. "It's natural for you to be surprised, as you didn't see his PvP match with Yomemai Dang. The recent defense consumed a significant amount of Tunryuju's health," and he thought, "Dragon-scale demon is truly powerful. Even in giant devour form I can't absorb all the damage," he continued. "Then I'll have to change direction." While struggling to change the dragon-scale demon's attack direction, Tunryuju said, "Your damage." After casting the Gravity Immortal Return command skill, Tunryuju continued, "I'll give it back to you." The dragon-scale demon's roar echoed, "My child, give me back my child." With the damage reflected just now, the dragon-scale demon was pushed back quite a distance. Langsak thought, "Tunryuju in this life is much stronger than I imagined. It seems I won't need to help him. That's a relief." A colossal energy appearing much more intense than last time erupted from the dragon-scale demon. With extreme fury, the dragon-scale demon said, "You despicable human." The dragon-scale demon's energy continued to surge higher and higher, looking like a massive whirlwind ready to sweep everything away from a distance. Langsak spoke, "Jisoo, quickly give me a potion." Jisoo had a very surprised expression. Langsak continued, "This is its last struggle." In extreme fury, the dragon-scale demon cried out, "Everything will turn to ashes." As the transcendental dark heat concentration skill was used, the dragon-scale demon immediately forced Tunryuju into a defensive stance, sensing the increasing danger. When the dragon-scale demon attacked Tunryuju, he clearly felt the attack intensity increase many times over. Tunryuju thought, "I can't withstand this. This power is too immense for this level. The boss shouldn't be this strong." Tunryuju had to use all his abilities to withstand it. A voice echoed, "That is the power of hatred, the body of chaos." That person was Langsak, and he appeared right next to Tunryuju and continued, "Tunryuju, I've come to help you." Tunryuju replied, "Brother Langsak." Thanks to Langsak's help, they gradually regained the initiative. After that, the dragon-scale demon was sent flying far away, spewing blood from its mouth. After the river opening skill was used, a giant sword formed and flew straight towards the dragon-scale demon. Langsak said, "I'm sorry, but let's end everything here." The giant sword flew towards the dragon-scale demon at a very high speed. Realizing this, the dragon-scale demon could only remain helpless. It had expended too much power and no longer had the ability to defend. Danjia's voice echoed, "Daddy?" As Danyao stood in front of the dragon-scale demon's colossal body, Langsak realized the situation and immediately had to adjust the flight path of the giant sword. Langsak thought, "Chapsaltuk," the dragon-scale demon spoke. "Little one, are you my child?" Danyao also recognized this familiar voice. The dragon-scale demon continued, "You are my child, I smell my child on you," Danyao replied. "Mommy," Langsak said. "Yes, this is your mother." Langsak thought to himself, "I've always predicted this situation would arise and prepared myself mentally, but now I don't know how to deal with Chapsaltuk. That kid is originally a pet and an NPC. Perhaps ever since that kid started calling me daddy, I haven't been able to treat her like a normal NPC or pet." Langsak continued, "I'm sorry, Chapsaltuk, I've hidden it from you for a long time, but I'm actually the one who stole you from your mother's hands." With uncontrollable rage, the dragon-scale demon immediately spoke. "Thief," Danyao spoke to reassure her mother. "Mommy, don't cry, Chapsaltuk is living very well." Tears welled up in the dragon-scale demon's eyes as she looked at her daughter. Danyao continued, "Daddy gave me a name." Upon hearing that, a gentle emotion suddenly welled up in Langsak's heart. Chapsaltuk seemed to really like this name. Langsak recalled when he first met Danyao and said, "Your name is Chapsaltuk." Upon hearing that, Danyao was immediately overjoyed. Langsak thought, "Chapsaltuk." After turning her gaze towards Langsak, Danyao said, "Actually, I knew everything from the moment I was born." She continued, "My foolish daddy." Langsak's childhood memories suddenly surfaced. It was triggered by what Danyao had just said. The image of a young Langsak wandering the streets alone on a snowy winter night came to mind. It was in stark contrast to the sight of couples walking hand in hand and children his age receiving love from their parents. Sweet voices echoed around Langsak. "It's so cold." "Yes, Daddy, I'm hungry." "Yes, I'll cook you something delicious when we get home." At that moment, deep loneliness and sadness clouded Langsak's eyes. A warm and loving family was what Langsak desperately longed for back then. And his thoughts began, "Family. I've always been alone since I came of age." To others, that wish might be perfectly ordinary, but to Langsak at that time it was an immense luxury. Langsak continued to think, "That's why I couldn't understand the feeling of having a family, of being a father." Danyao seemed to be waiting for some signal from Langsak. The silence was broken by the dragon-scale demon's voice. "Our dragon-scale demon tribe is born with our bloodline, so we know our origins from birth." The dragon-scale demon continued, "That's why I always thought my child hadn't been born yet. If she had been born, she would surely have killed you and returned to my side." There was a slight change in the dragon-scale demon's attitude. "I never imagined that child would accept a father like you." Langsak pondered deeply. "The reason Chapsaltuk didn't harm me is probably because I gave that kid human blood," Danyao said. "Daddy treated me very well. Daddy fed me lots of delicious food, put me to sleep, gave me a name, and took me to Daddy's house in another world. That world was a very mysterious world, completely different from this one," the kid continued. "There's also a grandpa." Danyao suddenly remembered the time she spent with the old man in Langsak and the food the old man cooked. The kid said, "Grandpa is a really good cook. Even though I didn't eat much this time, it felt very warm." Chapsaltuk felt great happiness. The dragon-scale demon spoke, "Those are things you couldn't obtain as a dragon-scale demon." With unreserved emotion, Danyao stammered, "So Mommy, please forgive Daddy." "Chapsaltuk doesn't want to see the two of you fight," the dragon-scale demon said. "My child's name is Chapsaltuk." The dragon-scale demon's gaze turned toward Langsak and she spoke. "Thief." Her hand was pointed directly at Langsak and her words continued to echo. "To have your human blood flow in my child's body, you have defiled our dragon-scale demon bloodline." Jisoo cried out worriedly. Langsak Danyao felt similarly to Jisoo. The kid said, "Mommy?" The dragon-scale demon's hand stopped mere inches from Langsak's face and she spoke. "But I lost to a human like you. My child chose you, so be it," she repeated. "Come on, lay your hand on me. I know you want something from me. Consider this the atonement of a mother who failed her duty." Langsak thought, "What's going on? Has a special quest been activated? Her emotions are too genuine. How can I lay a hand on her?" As a group of mage and fighter players arrived at the Jengyeon Guild's location, they looked at Tunryu-ju and spoke, "Who's that giant?" He was a member of Jengyeon. "Never mind him," quickly claimed the dragon-scale demon. "It has little health left." Tunryu-ju, realizing the crowd's intent, immediately launched a series of attacks to disrupt their objective. He said, "You won't dare stop me from witnessing this." Jisoo, sensing the urgency of the situation, immediately spoke up. "Langsak, hurry, time is running out. Other guild members will rush in soon. If it's taken, all our efforts will be in vain. You must defeat it yourself." Langsak, at this moment a conflict was raging within Langsak and he replied, "Understood." Then Langsak's weapon was summoned. Danyao, realizing Langsak's intention, quickly cried out, "Daddy, no!" Langsak, holding a spear, approached his daughter. Langsak said, "Chapsaltuk, trust Daddy. Daddy won't disappoint you." Langsak, with the spear in hand, charged at the dragon-scale demon, who relaxed her body, ready to accept the attack. She said, "Come on." Langsak pierced the dragon-scale demon's body and held her heart in his hand. Danyao screamed, "Mommy!" A system notification appeared, confirming the acquisition of the dragon-scale demon's heart. Another system notification provided information about Wind King's lightning strike. This weapon has the ability to capture the unresentful souls of dead creatures, and if enough energy is absorbed, the captured souls can be revived. The dragon-scale demon's power was gradually fading. Langsak muttered, "Fortunately, the dragon-scale demon's resentment towards me has disappeared. Finally, I have a chance to use Wind King's lightning strike." A system notification appeared, announcing the dragon-scale demon had been defeated. Tunryuju spoke, Brother Langsak, you succeeded. A fighter player spoke, we were a step too late. The mage player, held by Tunryuju, struggled and said, let me go quickly. As the dragon-scale demon's soul and body gradually dispersed, Danya flew over and called out, Mommy? The dragon-scale demon's soul soared high. Langsak said, Chapsaltuck, your mother's soul is very weak right now. She needs the dragon-scale demon's energy. A search result appeared on Langsak's control panel, stating that a new medium catalyst was needed to revive the soul. Langsak said, a medium? Danya was injecting her energy into her mother's soul. Tunryuju, having completed his mission and returned, spoke, Brother Langsak, I chased away all the other guild members. Langsak replied, well done. Tunryuju's gaze turned to Danya and he asked, what is Chapsaltuck doing? Langsak explained, that little one is using her own energy to sustain her mother's soul. Jisoo, do you know what a medium is? Jisoo spoke. I'm very surprised by what just happened. Chapsaltuck and the dragon-scale demon are supposed to be hostile in terms of game settings, but what happened today is completely incomprehensible with my knowledge of this game, Jisoo continued. Langsak, amazing things always happen around you. You seem to be the source of all this, so only you would know what a medium is. Langsak replied, the source? He thought of himself and suddenly remembered the bottle the witch had given him. Langsak muttered, I have to do it. Langsak called Chapsaltuck. He poured the liquid from the bottle onto the dragon-scale demon's soul, continuing, if that little one can be my daughter, then it's not strange for the dragon-scale demon to be on our side. Langsak said, let's use my blood as the medium. As soon as Langsak finished his action, new energy immediately regenerated from the dragon-scale demon's soul. Danya felt boundless joy and she thought, Mommy. Meanwhile, Tunryuju and Jisoo both watched this bizarre phenomenon with wide eyes. At this moment, a strong hope surged in Langsak's heart that the dragon-scale demon would be revived. After the recent reaction, the dragon-scale demon's body began to reappear. Danya joyfully cried out, Mommy? Langsak was walking on the grass. His gaze was directed into the distance, and a thought came to his mind. I've returned to this cliff again. Memories of past events then flooded Langsak's mind, and he thought, I stumbled upon this place by chance while fleeing from the dragon-scale demon before. Dragon-scale demon. At this moment, the dragon-scale demon, appearing in the form of a small monster, spoke in an enraged voice, Thief, what have you done to me? Langsak said, You're alive again. Danya still seemed not to comprehend the one who gave birth to her. She called her mother. Jisoo spoke, making an assessment. Perhaps she lacks enough energy in her soul to maintain her form. Tunryuju said with a very surprised expression, that giant demon from before has turned into a small form? Langsak said, it's fortunate enough that she's alive again. The dragon-scale demon still seemed very weak. He coughed once and said, the one who took my heart. Danya opened her arms to hug her mother, saying, Mommy, Chapsaltuck will take care of you. A system notification appeared, stating that the dragon-scale demon could now be summoned and requested a name for her. Langsak said, let's summon Chapsaltuck's mother and name her. He continued, she should also be given a name similar to a human's. Inside a space completely imbued with red, a temple stood in the center and a woman's voice echoed. Then let's call her Kai. This woman was wearing red glasses. She spoke, those with duties must not approach the altar. Langsak slowly approached and spoke, I'm here. You still remember me, right? That person was none other than the guardian of the altar of the dead, a level 90 monster. She said, offer the hearts you've collected. Langsak then placed the dragon-scale demon's heart on the altar. A notification sounded. The notification that all offerings had been gathered rang once more. Congratulations, human rogue. You have offered the sacrifices within the appointed time, so present your weapon and begin the upgrade process. After the notification, Langsak threw his dagger into the forge. At this moment, Langsak's heart was filled with hope, and he thought, my first mythic-grade weapon. The weapon upgrade process was underway. A moment later, the notification rang again. I bestow upon you the elite demonic blade. For thousands of years this dagger has been steeped in countless deaths. It contains hundreds of thousands of specters, so I believe it is the most suitable dagger for you. A system notification appeared, introducing the demonic blade, a mythic-grade dagger. The information described it as an ancient lethal dagger, and according to folklore it was originally crafted from white rock. However, after being stained with countless killings and blood, its color changed from white to red and eventually to an indelible deep crimson. Langsak received a powerful pair of daggers, weapons that had just been upgraded to a new grade. A system notification appeared, introducing weapon skill 1, soul engraving. When delivering the final blow, you can snatch the opponent's soul and turn them into a soul follower. Accumulate 60 soul follower engravings to use the soul specter skill. Another system notification appeared, introducing weapon skill 2, soul strike. Once soul specters are accumulated to a certain level, you can directly use soul strike on any creature. This skill inflicts direct damage to the opponent's soul, ignoring all magic and physical resistance, and can only be weakened or blocked by mental power. Another system notification appeared. It introduced the weapon passive skill, Demon Cloak. When using this dagger, you can don a shadow cloak to conceal yourself and erase your movement traces. This skill can be activated twice, and the Demon Cloak conceals your appearance and all information, hiding you in a shadow state. The Demon Cloak was activated, and Langsak was testing the new item he had just received. Darkness enveloped half of his body. Langsak said, what a magnificent feeling. In a desolate area between levels 72 and 80, small skirmishes were occurring between groups of monsters and players. A horde of monsters launched an attack. A swordsman quickly dodged. A subordinate player reported, "Captain, this is the last one," the swordsman replied. "The last one? That can't be. This area should originally have many monsters. The guidebook even said this was a great place for monster hunting and leveling up. Why have they all disappeared?" Other players also began to voice their suspicions. "Look over there, our area is completely empty. Where have all the monsters gone?" A mage player reported. There, Captain, all the monsters have been taken." The monsters were being eliminated extremely quickly, and the culprit left no trace. That person was Langsack, who, using his demon cloak, appeared as a seemingly black shadow. Players who discovered this were very puzzled. "What's that black shadow?" Langsack muttered. "The demon cloak is really useful. With this I don't need to use stealth skills." Langsack continued to eliminate monsters, thinking, if the monster's level isn't higher than mine, I can conceal my traces without consuming energy. The players felt uneasy, thinking, it disappeared again. Is that a player? It can't be. Who would hunt monsters alone here? The swordsman player, angered, shouted, let's go meet him." The subordinate player, feeling afraid, immediately pleaded, "Captain, that black shadow is definitely not a simple entity." If the opponent was a member of another large guild, the subordinate player's words were cut off by the swordsman player before he could finish. "You fool, we are the monsters, likely a guild subgroup name under Qianchu, the #1 guild. Moreover, there are 4 of us. Who should we be afraid of? Who told him to steal our monsters? He's concealing all information. Let's defeat him and take his equipment." The subordinate player, putting on a brave face, replied, "Captain, you're right. We won't even need to go find young Master So Tuck." Langsack immediately removed his demon cloak. Langsack drew his dagger and began to prepare. He used his Thunder Slash skill, and the attack inflicted immense power and damage on the monster. Langsack muttered, "To be able to kill a high-level monster in one hit, this weapon's damage is truly formidable. It has elevated my skills to a new level." He powerfully stomped the monster, knocking it down. At this moment, Langsack stood proudly atop the monster's corpse. Afterward, he used his dagger to absorb its soul. A system notification appeared, stating it had been converted into a soul follower engraving, and the progress was 58 out of 60. Langsack muttered, "Just 2 more souls needed." Langsack quickly pinpointed the location of what he was looking for. The 2 remaining monsters appeared before Langsack, trembling in fear, but he wore a meaningful smile. Without hesitation, Langsack attacked both monsters, and as if the outcome was already determined, Langsack was collecting the souls of the 2 monsters. A system notification appeared, confirming it had been converted into a soul follower engraving. 60/60 completed. Langsack immediately wanted to test the Soul Spectre skill, and he thought, I need to find a target to test the power of this skill. When Langsack looked around, he only saw empty ground, and he thought, but I've already cleared out all the nearby monsters. Langsack was slightly annoyed, thinking waiting for new monsters to appear is really bothersome. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Langsack. "Hey, you there." It was the swordsman player and his subordinates. He spoke again. "You've taken all the monsters in this area. You're really annoying me. Go to your grave peacefully and leave all your equipment behind." Langsack showed a surprised expression, then a meaningful smile. Langsack, activating his skill, said, "You came just in time." The swordsman player began to feel a sense of unease in his heart. Without hesitation, Langsack swiftly like lightning extracted the swordsman player's soul. The opponent froze in place, unable to do anything but scream in pain. The subordinate player's body stiffened. Shouts erupted. He was defeated in one hit. A system notification rang out. Soul Strike skill activated, consuming 30 Soul Follower engravings. Each Soul Follower engraving increases the dagger's damage and enhancement effects. Remaining skill charges 30/60/30. Langsack quickly calculated in his head. He thought that the Soul Follower engravings increased the dagger's damage, and combined with Soul Strike he could instantly defeat a level 70 player. This weapon was truly formidable. A victorious smile spread across Langsack's lips. Langsack turned behind the subordinate players and said, "Still 1 Soul Strike left. Whose turn is it now?" The subordinate players turned around, their faces pale. At this moment all resistance was futile, and the outcome was clear. The screams of the subordinate players echoed far away. A message appeared on Tunryuju's screen, and he said, "It's Brother Langsack." Tunryuju replied, "Understood." Tang was showering when a message notification rang, and the name Langsack flashed through his mind. Afterwards, Tease exited the shower room. Yugu was hunting monsters with a sniper rifle. Immediately after, he also received a message from Langsack. While Van Craft was diligently working, a subordinate employee entered and delivered news. "Mr. Van Craft, a message has arrived from Mr. Langsack." Van Craft stopped what she was doing and went to read the message. She blurted out, "My boss, Lack Lack, was pleased to receive Langsack's message." Lack Lack said, "Understood, Master. I suppose things will be boring from now on." Xian Na reported, "Vice Guildmaster Langsack just sent a message." And Jisoo replied, "I received one too." Tease said, "We've only just collected all 3 hearts and already a new objective. Our new Guildmaster is truly unpredictable." Jisoo took a sip of tea and said, "That's why I like Langsack," he continued. "Langsack always surprises people and knows his goals clearly. Everyone get ready." Qian Na was excited. Tease was also thrilled. Jisoo instructed them to use guild resources, cooperating with the guildmaster. "Our goal is the level rankings. Everyone level up with all your might." The level rankings were the most important leaderboard in any game. Essentially, it was a platform to boost the recognition of guilds and teams and showcase the skills of famous players. Climbing the rankings was not only an honor but also proof of all abilities, including combat prowess and economic power. and became a topic of discussion in the player community. Therefore, it was considered the most effective promotion method. Guilds and teams that topped the rankings leveraged their names to continuously recruit talent. To maximize this effect, they often dispatched members specializing in climbing the rankings. Everyone knew that those who reached the top of the rankings were experts or those with powerful backing. Langsack thought that large guilds were now paying attention to the Shadow Team. He felt he no longer needed to humbly hide, and with mythic-grade weapons in hand it was time to claim a spot on the level rankings. He continued to think, I need to officially reveal my level and claim the top spot to elevate the Shadow Team's status. Time flew by quickly, and it had been almost a year since he was revived in this strange yet familiar world. He vowed not to repeat the miserable life of his previous existence. Now, everything was different and he was no longer broke. Danya, the dragon-scale demon, and the brilliant knight appeared behind Langsack. Danya called out to Daddy. The brilliant knight also said, Master. Langsack smiled faintly. He drew his dagger, thinking of his goal to be the first to reach level 100 in Chowning. Langsack's gaze was cold and resolute. He vowed that this life would be his. In the Qianchu Fortress Guild headquarters, Chiano's voice echoed. Guildmaster Gowanson. Chiano manipulated the screen and read the level rankings. Langsack rank 50, Langsack level 83. Chiano assessed, in a short period, Guildmaster Langsack of the Shadow Team has appeared on the level rankings. He continued, Guildmaster, you previously told me to keep an eye on Langsack, but there haven't been any movements recently. Unexpectedly, he's been diligently climbing the level rankings, Gowanson replied. Level rankings, contrary to Chiano's worries. Gowanson calmly drew and manipulated cards. He said, he's interested in these rankings. Is he planning to build his reputation? Chiano said, he's almost caught up to our ranks. After level 80, the amount of experience needed to level up is enormous, to gain 3 levels in just 1 week. That speed is beyond imagination. Gowanson did not reply immediately. Focusing on the cards in his hand, he flipped over one card and concluded, no need. After level 85, the amount of experience needed to level up increases exponentially, and it will take a lot of time. Gowanson remained unfazed by the unexpected news and made immediate plans. There were more important matters, so he shouldn't get too caught up in this. Moreover, given the current situation, no one would be able to block Langsack's path for a while. A month passed. The level rankings fluctuated, and Langsack climbed from 50th to 40th place. Based on the advantage of his mythic-grade demonic blade, Langsack fought numerous battles for a long time with Chapsaltuck and the Brilliant Knight. He monopolized experience, continuously climbing the level rankings by himself. 3 months later, Langsack reached level 90, rank 12. As the level increased, the gap widened and 90 of players gave up. Now, the competition was only among veteran players who had long dominated the top ranks. However, Langsack's appearance on the rankings disrupted that balance and shook the continent of Chowning. He cleared dungeons alone, hunted monsters, and monopolized experience rewards. Langsack completed all existing dungeons and the leveling content from 2 new updates. Spring passed, summer came, autumn went, and winter arrived. A year passed. Langsack still relentlessly hunted monsters to conquer the rankings. He said, I've accumulated enough experience from the last quest. Langsack began the leveling process. He thought he had finally achieved his goal. He reached level 100. Chapter 202. After Langsack reached level 100, the number of guild application players surged. He grumbled, damn it Langsack, no message reply again. He's been focused solely on leveling up for an entire year, and now that he's reached level 100, who knows where he's vanished to. He knew that the guild's current size had doubled. Qian Na, responsible for training new guild members, called out, this way. After receiving the applications afterwards, Dura said, follow me to register for the ability test. Basic training and selection work were completed. Qian Na said, since the guildmaster reached level 100, the number of people joining the guild has suddenly increased recently. Dura, you've worked hard during this period. Dura replied, not at all. Dura was revealed to be level 85. She continued, thanks to Sister Qian Na's recommendation over the past year, I had the opportunity to take on the role of guild team manager. Sister Qian Na, just tell me your requirements and I'll handle the rest. Qian Na inwardly confirmed that a year had passed so quickly. The Shadow Team's current scale was no less than that of the number 1 guild, Qianchu Fortress, and their headquarters had also greatly expanded. All of this bore his mark. Recalling the past with Langsack, Qian Na thought to herself, it's already been 2 years since we met. Time truly flies. Langsack once again recalled the time he spent with the old man, who took good care of him. The old man called Langsack, it's noon, wake up quickly, you've been skipping classes and just sleeping for days, are you sick? Then as he turned off the alarm clock with his hand, Langsack replied, don't worry Grandpa, I'm fine. Returning to the present after playing the game without rest, Langsack thought to himself that for the past year he had repeated the tedious routine of hunting monsters and clearing dungeons with almost no breaks. Now that he had reached level 100 he naturally wanted a proper rest. Langsack landed in a nearby empty space and even before leaving, he sensed something was coming. Langsack's fan players appeared from somewhere and quickly surrounded him. They shouted, it's him, Guildmaster Langsack of the Shadow Team. As more and more people gathered, Langsack thought it was truly bothersome that the price of reaching level 100 was being recognized everywhere. He recalled the past. In my previous life, when I first started the game, someone had already reached max level. Back then, the system gave experience bonuses, making leveling up much easier than it is now. so he thought it wasn't strange for people to be making a fuss today. Langsak pushed through the crowd. He thought he didn't like this situation at all. The best strategy was to flee. He activated his demon cloak. Langsak quietly passed through the street without anyone noticing. He assessed the demon cloak as truly useful. At his current level, almost no one recognized him unless they got close. Langsak looked at Choning Tower and believed that going in this direction would be much more convenient. Finally, Langsak arrived at the tower entrance, and as he placed his hand on the scanner, the announcement echoed, ID verification in progress, special identity verification system initiating. Langsak felt puzzled by the phrase special identity. System verification. Player Langsak confirmed. Congratulations, you are the first player to reach level 100 in Choning. You will receive a unique reward and the gates of Choning Tower will open. Langsak thought. Indeed, he remembered that all players received rewards upon reaching level 100. However, when he read posts by experts in the forums in his previous life, it was said that only the first person to reach level 100 received a special reward given to only one individual, and in his previous life the first person to reach level 100 was Buldong Amian. As he entered the tower, Langsak thought the system would give rewards based on individual data and records. He looked around. Numerous small squares forming a giant sphere caught Langsak's gaze. The announcement echoed. Congratulations. As the first player to reach level 100 in the continent of Choning, you will receive a unique reward. This is your special reward. An object made of iron appeared before Langsak's eyes. The system announced, congratulations. You have received a special reward, Bloodline Awakening. Langsak received the scroll-like reward and thought of Bloodline Awakening. The system continued to announce Bloodline Awakening. You can choose a desired bloodline to gain its corresponding attributes and abilities. At the same time, you will also acquire the special skills of that bloodline. The announcement continued to remind him of the awakening method. Collect the essence of the chosen race. Caution. Your appearance will change according to that bloodline. Langsak was startled, thought, my goodness, a second bloodline awakening, does that mean I'll gain more attributes of a second race? Flashed through his mind. He thought he would be like Chapsaltuk, possessing the power of two systems, and the reward was beyond imagination. The announcement continued, this is an exclusive reward just for you. And Langsak was even more surprised. A message echoed along with it. Please remember where you came from. She said, please remember where you came from. Langsak found it difficult to understand. He asked himself its meaning, however he realized there was a more urgent matter and set the question aside for a moment. With Bloodline Awakening in hand, he needed to carefully consider how to use it. Afterwards, Langsak activated his demon cloak and exited the tower. Langsak speculated that the reward could only be used once and could not be changed. Moreover, the announcement also said his appearance would change slightly. He slowly descended the stairs and then Tika came running from somewhere and Langsak couldn't help but catch her a few steps away. He asked, "Are you Tika?" Tika replied, flustered. Why? Tika's attitude suddenly turned cold, and she continued, "Someone else." An explosion echoed from Langsak's location, catching the attention of nearby players. The recent explosion was Tika's attack aimed at Langsak. She said, "You're the one who provoked us. You're a brilliant certification candidate and you used to hang out with Buldong Amian," Tika replied without backing down. "If you hadn't suddenly appeared in front of me for no reason, I wouldn't have provoked you." Langsak thought that Ritika's temper had resurfaced. He said, "I didn't expect to meet you here. Then is your master Buldong Amian here too? I've been asking about him for the past year but heard nothing. It's as if he evaporated. What is he doing now?" When Buldong Amian was mentioned, Tika froze as if struck by lightning. She said, "Oh right, I almost forgot," Tika continued. "It's been a very long time since I last saw my master. He seems busy every day. I don't know what he's doing, but he gave me a mission." Tika turned and walked away saying, "Right now I don't have time to fight you." That answer didn't satisfy Langsak and he shouted loudly. Langsak noticed that Tika had become as gentle as a soft pungat. The remaining brilliant certification candidates, he believed they would soon have a fair showdown. As Langsak was climbing the stairs, an inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. Tika stopped, turned and said, "Oh right, I almost forgot. My master told me to tell you that if I met you, he wanted to meet you in the real world." Chapter 203. Now. Langsak sat in an old movie theater, dark and elegantly minimalist. He was dressed in casual clothes and the thought that this was probably a date crossed his mind. A first movie date with someone of the opposite sex. Recalling his previous conversation with Tika, he asked, meet me in the real world?" His dubious expression had not yet faded, and he mumbled again, "Isn't it your master who wants to meet me?" Tika blushed in embarrassment and replied, "It's true, but my master told me to meet you first." Tika bowed her head and pleaded, Please agree to meet me in the real world. This is a mission my master gave me. Please." The plea made Langsak flustered and awkward. Tika continued, "Please give me your phone number. I'll contact you later." While waiting for Tika, he still wondered why she had chosen this old movie theater as their meeting place. This theater was built in the 1900s, had almost no customers, and such theaters were hard to find even in the slums. One detail on the exterior caught his gaze. When he arrived at the theater with Danya told him, "Daddy, there are too many pictures here. I want to see the Samba birthday cake." He replied soothingly, "Children can't watch that movie." Danya cried and stubbornly pestered him. She still mumbled, no, I want to watch this movie, it looks delicious. Having no other choice, he lowered his voice and bargained, no, but I'll buy you popcorn. Upon hearing that, she became lively again and asked curiously, what's popcorn, Daddy? He thought to himself that Danielle was clinging tightly and wouldn't leave no matter how much he tried to shoo her away. A person holding a popcorn box approached quickly and immediately said, I'm sorry, I'm late. It turned out to be Tika. She approached the father and daughter and continued, I bought popcorn. Langsack stood there, dazed. He suddenly realized she looked no different from how she did in the game. Tika handed popcorn to Danya and Langsack. The movie's about to start, let's go in. Inside the screening room, the three sat in their seats, quietly watching the movie. In the silent atmosphere, only the screams from the film echoed. Help me! Horrifying scenes flashed continuously on the TV screen, and Langsack thought, is this a horror movie? He was startled, goosebumps rising all over his body. Glancing at Tika, he was surprised that she didn't look like someone who enjoyed horror movies. He opened his mouth and asked, Tika, did Buldong Amian really not have anything to say or give me? Tika stammered in embarrassment. Oh no, Master just told me to meet him in the real world. He didn't say where to meet or what to do afterwards. Langsack inwardly fumed. Is Buldong Amian trying to mess with me? A man in a t-shirt sitting in the back row let out a long yawn and said, this movie is truly terrible. He continued to grumble about the old theater, criticizing the movie for lacking virtual reality or special effects. What era are we in that a theater is still showing old horror movies like this? There are no virtual spaces or special effects at all. The man sitting next to him chimed in. Yeah, if it wasn't for the free ticket event, who would watch such an outdated movie? This theater should just close down. Langsack and Tika were clearly displeased by those words. A couple sitting far away reacted, saying, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Don't shout and be rude. Those two men are gangsters, don't provoke them. The man in the t-shirt heard that and shouted irritably. Hey, I can still hear everything you're whispering. He flexed his arm menacingly and continued. Who said I'm a gangster? I'm an awakened. The couple shrieked in surprise. An awakened. They scrambled to escape, whispering to each other as they looked back. Don't say anything, let's go quickly. The man in the t-shirt sneered and boasted. They all scurry away like mice. Danya hid behind her chair and whispered, Daddy, should I teach that bad man a lesson? Langsack restrained her, saying, don't cause trouble. Just when he thought everything would calm down, the man in the t-shirt became even more excessive. He growled, the movie today is so boring, I'm in a really bad mood. I'm going to smash this old cinema to pieces in 1 minute. That provocation pushed Tika's patience to its limit, and she immediately shot up from her seat. Langsack turned around in surprise but didn't yet understand the situation. Then a subordinate shouted after seeing something, Captain, the man in the t-shirt was annoyed. What? In the blink of an eye, Tika was standing right in front of him, kicking him in the face. Outside the theater, the glass windows exploded under some pressure, startling passers-by. The man in the t-shirt rolled to the floor, completely losing the ability to resist. His subordinate weakly called out, Captain. As soon as he faced Tika, he said in a trembling voice, and unawakened. Tika coldly spat, trash. Seeing this, Langsack stammered in surprise. Tika, Danya, standing next to him, watched with wide-eyed admiration. The subordinate, still trembling, murmured, she's a stronger awakened than us. Cracking her knuckles menacingly, Tika said coldly, trash like you don't deserve the title of awakened. You don't respect others, you don't respect movies, an unforgivable sin. Immediately after, only the subordinate's painful screams echoed. The three people left the theater and took a walk in the park. Langsack suddenly realized that Tika also had another personality in the real world. Tika apologized in a soft voice. I'm sorry, did I startle you just now? I still can't properly control my second personality. Langsack thought, yes, she's well aware of her multiple personalities. He reassured her, it's all right, it's not the first time I've seen your second personality. Tika sat down on a nearby bench and opened her mouth. Actually, I've had a hidden personality since I was little, Langsack asked back. Since you were little, taking the opportunity, Danya ran nearby and said beforehand, Daddy, I'm going to walk around here for a bit. Tika began to talk about her past. I lived alone since I was little and was often bullied. Later, I gradually realized that there was a completely different personality inside me. Unlike my timid self, that child always protected me at crucial moments. Langsack grew more curious about that story. He interjected and asked about her parents. She immediately replied, I had no parents since birth, nor relatives, she murmured like a sigh. It was a miracle I didn't starve to death back then. Hearing that, Langsack felt even more empathy. Her situation was strikingly similar to his. Tika added, perhaps that child appeared just now to protect me, because that old cinema is a very important place to me, as it's where I was abandoned when I was born. In fact, that child's existence is always like an older sister who protects me. I'm really grateful to her. Langsack inwardly thought they were both orphans, and softly called out Tika's name. Tika hesitated for a moment, not expecting Langsack's reaction. He smiled and suggested, how about we pretend this never happened? Let's go watch a movie together again next time. Those words exceeded Tika's expectations. Her eyes shone with hope, and with a gentle smile she replied, yes. Just then, a man's voice interrupted, echoing precisely at the awkward moment. Oh dear, I think I've interrupted something. Langsack and Tika both froze in surprise. Langsack immediately recognized the familiar voice inwardly. The man rolled up his sleeves and tidied his clothes before approaching the two. Langsack realized it was Buldong Amian. Chapter 204. As soon as Buldong Amian was mentioned, Tika cried out in surprise, "Master, master, where have you been?" Buldong Amian replied half seriously, half jokingly, "How many times have I told you, Tika, in the game you call me master, but in the real world call me foster father?" He finished talking about the appellation and added, "Never mind, call me whatever you want. Daddy's been investigating something recently." Tika politely replied, "Yes, master." Langsak was surprised by their relationship. He blurted out, "My goodness, Buldong Amian." Buldong Amian glanced at him and smiled. "Mr. Langsak, why are you so surprised?" Langsak briefly replied, "It's awkward." Buldong Amian explained from beginning to end. "A dozen years ago I wasn't an old man. Back then I encountered a theater organization and adopted that little girl." He smiled, recalling the moment he held Tika as a baby. Tika complained affectionately, "But ever since I was little, master, you've always been out and about. You were rarely home." Buldong Amian admitted his fault. "Oh really, it's my fault for not taking good care of you." A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. And he continued, "I'm sorry. To your second personality too, I'm sorry, Tika." Tika shook her head, her gratitude evident. "No, master, you provided food and lodging, clothes, shelter, and even took care of my studies." Langsak tilted his head and got straight to the point. "So was her becoming a brilliant certification candidate also part of your plan?" Buldong Amian gave a hollow laugh and waved his hand. "Mr. Langsak, you're getting ahead of yourself. I don't have that ability. Tika's becoming a brilliant certification candidate was completely coincidental." He reviewed what he knew from the past, but he had never heard any talk of Buldong Amian having a disciple or adopted daughter in his previous life. Unexpectedly, Buldong Amian threw a punch at him. Despite the surprise attack, Langsak swiftly dodged, growling, "Buldong Amian, what are you trying to do?" Tika shrieked in surprise. "Master," Buldong Amian immediately calmed her. "Don't worry, Tika." And he clearly stated his purpose. "I just had a few things to confirm." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward and attacked with immense speed. Langsak chose to evade rather than counterattack, maintaining a defensive posture while observing. After that, he activated Soul Shred and enveloped himself in the demonic cloak. Buldong Amian had been observing Langsak's changes and he murmured, "Stealth?" Above Buldong Amian's head, a black energy mass formed, and Langsak immediately activated his shadow ambush skill, pulling his opponent into a shadow space, reducing the enemy's defense by 30. Even in the dark and dense space, Buldong Amian remained calm. He admired and praised the skill. "It can even reduce defense. This skill is quite good." Langsak carefully calculated the position for the decisive blow. He thought inwardly, "Shadow ambush allows me to hide in the shadows, and with the demonic cloak I can almost completely erase my traces." He still didn't know his opponent's intention, but the fight didn't intimidate him. At least it wouldn't be as miserable as the first clash. Back then he was defenseless, but this time he moved close behind his opponent, muttering, "This time I need to save face." Buldong Amian gripped his sword hilt. Perhaps he had pinpointed Langsak's location. He swung his sword at the precise moment. Simultaneously, Langsak also delivered a blow and the two forces collided, creating a dazzling light. The shadow space shattered, and Langsak slowly revealed himself, thinking the shadow space was destroyed. Buldong Amian frowned and acknowledged, "Unexpected in just 1 year. You've become such an elusive entity." He switched to a counterattack and simultaneously posed a question. More importantly, "Does a 100 awakening probability really exist?" Langsak replied, "Yes." Just then another murderous aura intervened, cutting off the engagement. Danja's eyes widened and she shouted, "Don't bully Daddy." The girl's next blow created an explosion in the air and Buldong Amian laughed, saying, "Truly interesting." The people around were startled by the strange explosion and shrieked, "Fire! Call 911 quickly." Suddenly realizing he had drawn attention to himself, Buldong Amian was flustered. "Damn it, I've drawn too much attention." He quickly found an escape route and hastily fled, wanting to know the situation in detail. Langsak growled, "Hey Buldong Amian, explain everything clearly." Buldong Amian promised to explain, calming him, "Don't worry, I'll explain once we get to a quiet place." He led the group to an abandoned residential area, and Langsak climbed onto a building rooftop with him to talk privately. Buldong Amian slowly opened his mouth. "I always thought players like us couldn't achieve a perfect 100 awakening probability." He continued to share the results of years of self-experimentation. "Throughout that time I repeated countless experiments, but my awakening probability still only reached 99. Langsak frowned and confirmed again. 99, Buldong Amian explained in more detail. "With just 1 remaining I couldn't achieve it no matter what. I'm truly curious, how did you become a perfect awakened?" Since the appearance of Choning Continent, humanity has entered an era of re-evolution, and this immense power is a product created by major powers cooperating, using scientific technology to achieve what humans cannot. I originally thought it was impossible, but with your appearance the limits have been broken more clearly than ever." Langsak said honestly, "I don't understand what you mean." With patience, Buldong Amian explained, "Simply put, from what I've sensed and confirmed, a 99 awakening probability is the maximum achievable. I believe 99 is the highest confirmed state that the system can support." Langsak inwardly acknowledged that his opponent could also use weapons in the real world and immediately asked, "Are you talking about 100 awakening probability?" Buldong Amian replied, "Expressed in terms of probability, the remainder of what is confirmed becomes unconfirmed. Just 1 is enough to break the balance." He added about the limit. 99 is actually the highest and most rational awakening probability. This is because several limits exist, but a part of you has broken those limits, making possibilities infinite. Langsak inwardly repeated the two words, infinite possibilities. Buldong Amyeon changed the subject. Have you ever wondered why the major powers cooperated to create a device that could re-evolve humanity? What is their purpose? He didn't hide his suspicion and continued about the military. With that ability, you would definitely be a key candidate for the military. I don't trust them. The military always hides the truth and doesn't inform people. Awakened individuals have very special abilities, so why is the military pushing for humanity's re-evolution, risking uncontrollable dangers? As an insider, he had long tried to find answers, and a fleeting darkness passed through his eyes as he scrutinized Langsak. Langsak inwardly pondered the answer. Buldong Amyeon murmured, but today I've had a new thought. The strange things happening to you. He pointed at Danya, concluding, perhaps the answer I couldn't find, no matter how hard I searched, is right beside you. The two of them looked down together at where Danya was standing below, and familiar name echoed in Langsak's mind. Danya, Chapter 205. As soon as Buldong Amyeon mentioned Danya, Langsak immediately reacted. Danya, he quickly asked in an urgent tone. What do you mean? Buldong Amyeon kept his eyes on the girl below and replied, if I'm not mistaken, this child. He slowly concluded his assessment. She's a game character, but she can appear in the real world. Mr. Langsak, do you understand the deeper meaning hidden within? He looked deeply at the two girls below, emphasizing that despite being an entity that didn't originally belong there, the girl was happily running around like a real child. Images of Danya flashed through his mind. A being with her own consciousness, emotions, judgment, and even affection. Buldong Amyeon solemnly concluded about the current phenomenon. The appearance of that girl proves that the boundary between the game and the real world is gradually blurring. Langsak repeated as if asking himself, the boundary between the game and the real world. He remembered the people Danya had met, the stories they had shared, and he suddenly recalled Jisu's words, Mr. Langsak, amazing things always happen around you. He wondered if strange things kept happening because of him, and he also remembered the message he received before leaving Choning Tower. Please remember where you came from. Buldong Amyeon lowered his voice, changing the topic to the core issue. So your one is, he continued, as if proposing a bold hypothesis. Perhaps it's the final power that breaks that boundary, Langsak replied, not hiding his doubt. Are you sure? Buldong Amyeon exhaled, honestly admitting his ignorance. I don't know. But because I don't know, I've always studied Choning. The continent of Choning isn't just a recreational game. Many unrevealed secrets are hidden behind it. He frowned and added another layer of mystery. As he turned to leave, he made another judgment. Perhaps only the military knows the truth of this secret. As information poured in like a student rushing through a one-hour class, Langsak could only manage to repeat a few key words. Military, secrets, Buldong Amyeon added. Like the principle of power, everyone has their own secrets, all the more so for the great forces of this world. Langsak admitted to himself that the biggest secret of his life was having been reincarnated, and he must never tell anyone, even if it meant death. After finishing the conversation, Buldong Amyeon called out to Tika, Hey Tika, let's get ready to go home now. Langsak, wanting to ask more, stopped him. Wait, are you leaving? We haven't settled the score yet. Buldong Amyeon smiled. Another time, I'll see you next time. I got the information I wanted from this meeting. He turned to prepare to leave. Soaring up, he said, Don't worry, we'll meet again soon. Langsak corrected his area of interest. That wasn't the issue. Tika saw her master had gone far and turned to say goodbye to Danya. Oh Danya, big sister has to go. As that shadow disappeared, Langsak's voice echoed. With a resolution I've built up for a long time, I've always thought you were the strongest person in Choning, he added to solidify his resolve. Next time I'll have a serious match with you and become the true number one in Choning. From afar, Buldong Amyeon replied as if probing his thoughts. Is being the number one in Choning that important? He hinted at another meeting. Hey Langsak, Tika, the brilliant certification candidate is still waiting to fight you. The two of you are promised a duel next time. Upon hearing this, Tika's face flushed, and she was speechless for a while. Buldong Amyeon's voice gradually faded into the wind. See you next time, Langsak muttered as if recalling the key word of the meeting. Next time, Danya barely made it onto the rooftop to say goodbye to the two of them, but it seemed too late. He thought for a moment that Buldong Amyeon was truly an unpredictable person. Danya happily expressed her affection. I like her. He then recalled Buldong Amyeon's assessments of Danya. Danya hugged her cookies and candies, her eyes sparkling. Big sister gave me so much candy. Langsak held the girl and looked into the distance, muttering to himself, the world is entering a complicated path. He gently coaxed her. Let's go, Danya, let's go home. At the Jengyang Guild headquarters, in the Vice Guildmaster's office, Jisoo assessed the situation while processing work. Recently, relations between guilds have become increasingly volatile. He continued. He recalled the changes during the time Langsak was climbing the rankings. During the period Langsak was competing in the ranking battles, the guild's power completely shifted. Lak interjected, wanting to know who had caused trouble this time. Which guild caused trouble this time? Jisoo replied concisely. Shinrung. Lak clicked his tongue, immediately bringing up the familiar name and the still unresolved grudge. It must be the guild master of Langa Guild who was defeated by Langsak. Ever since he carelessly messed around with giant armor and got crushed by Jengyang, he's always held a grudge. Furthermore, they merged with Singek to become the current Shinring Guild. They've been constantly causing us trouble. For the past year he had struggled against them so Langsak could concentrate on leveling up, without complaint or resentment. Jisoo replied calmly, I merely took advantage of an opportunity, because Shinring threatened Qianchu, the #1 guild's position after the merger. Guildmaster Go Wonson agreed to team up with our Zhengyang to keep Shinring in check, preventing them from having a significant impact for now, he continued. He pointed to the variable maintaining the current balance of power. The key to the current balance of power rests with Qianwal. After cutting ties with Langa Guild, Qianwal Guild, which had maintained a neutral stance, instantly became a force that each side wanted to attract. Lak asked back as if predicting the strategic direction. So you mean we should also draw Qianwal to our side? Jisoo shook his head. No, he explained why they were confident enough. Our guildmaster has returned and become the first player to reach level 100. Langsak's reputation in the Choning continent is now comparable to Go Wonson's, as long as we have Langsak. As he brushed aside the tree branches outside the window, he confidently declared, I believe a completely new phase will open, and the era of large guilds will enter a new climax. Just then, Tunryuju's voice, full of injustice, echoed throughout Qianna's office. Sister Qianna, please stop me, he grumbled, defending his position. Clearly I inflicted almost all the damage, so why can't I roll the dice? Are you bullying me? Lak was no less assertive. He immediately claimed his contribution. I also had the highest damage. Besides, with just this item I can collect all the dolls of hatred. Can't you concede to me? Qianna stepped in to mediate, feeling somewhat awkward due to the lack of clear grounds. Is this your report? I don't know how to mediate. Besides the question, what's a doll of hatred, crossed her mind, and she searched the system. An ultra-limited special edition shaped like a white music rabbit adorned with somewhat bizarre patterns. She proposed a compromise. Then how about this? Tunryuju, you concede to Lak. In return, when warrior equipment comes out later, you can choose first. How does that sound? Joy spread across Lak's face. Upon agreeing, Tunryuju also immediately softened. Yes, all right. Qianna sighed, complaining lightly. You two really are still like children. However, she acknowledged to herself that over the past year both had worked tirelessly, and Tunryuju and Lak had both entered the top 6 in the profession rankings. Tunryuju was one of the 6 sacred shields and Lak was one of the 6 warriors. She added that Vice Guildmaster Jisoo and Lak were even more outstanding. They had already entered the top 1 in the rankings. Jisoo was one of the 4 divine priests and Lak was one of the 6 archers. Suddenly Dura rushed into Qianna's room, urgently delivering news. Sister Qianna, have you checked the latest profession rankings? Qianna asked back. Why? Dura excitedly informed her. Zhengyang teams Hugu and Tease have also entered the top 6 in the profession rankings. Hugu is one of the 6 snipers and Tease is one of the 5 tactical mages. Qianna immediately opened the system to check, admiring as she saw it. Tease was always busy with guild matters, and Hugu seemed uninterested in anything, yet they could enter the top 6 so quickly. It's amazing. She briefly wondered why they had climbed so quickly, asking herself. She inwardly speculated, it must be because of Langsak. As she stepped out onto the balcony to get some air, she looked into the distance, muttering to herself, all the Zhengyang members have found their own place in Choning, but what about me? With eyes full of sadness, she quietly said, I feel like I haven't made any progress. I'm not as outstanding as them, nor do I have the ability to contend with other forces like the Vice Guildmaster, nor can I dig up information like an informant. An informant suddenly came to mind, and she said to herself as if joking, I almost forgot about myself. Qianna continued, looking back at my old dreams, my small ambition from 2 years ago still seems too naive now. Am I perhaps a burden to Zhengyang? Dura quickly comforted her, mentioning the amount of work she silently handled every day. Sister Qianna, don't say that. You manage an enormous amount of work every day helping the guildmaster. That's not an easy task. Qianna quietly replied, I still have hope. It's just, she stammered, hoping she could do more. And Dura looked at her with complete empathy. Sister Qianna, the message notification sound interrupted her thoughts. Qianna smiled slightly. Ah, it's a message from Langsak. She opened the message, and the meeting place was the Yaowing Commercial District, built in a Western architectural style. A man was slowly walking down the street. Langsak was dressed in a sophisticated suit. He wondered how Van Craft had managed to build the Yaowing brand so successfully amidst the fierce competition in Choning. Flags and flowers were hung everywhere, and there was an announcement that the Yaowing Commercial District had officially opened. He thought Van Craft must have bought and developed the entire street. A message popped up on Langsak's screen. Qianna asked Langsak, where are you? He replied concisely, right behind the plaza. A girl's voice called out to him. Langsak, he turned and greeted Qianna with a smile. Qianna, dressed in a white dress, high heels, and a wide-brimmed hat, exuded the elegance of a refined lady. Looking at him, she remarked, Langsak, your outfit is quite formal too, he replied as if explaining why he had to wear the clothes. Since Van Craft sent the clothes anyway, I just wore them. Qianna nodded, immediately realizing how important the event was. Van Craft takes this opening very seriously. She looked around, then asked again, where are the others? Langsak replied that he had chosen a quiet time so no one would recognize him. I don't know, maybe they haven't arrived yet. Right now not many people recognize me, so I came early during a quiet time. It's just the 2 of us now. I'll contact Van Craft first. Chian-na's face flushed slightly at the two words, the two of us. At the same time Van Craft was getting ready. Solom excitedly reported on the business performance. Boss, the special holy potion you researched and launched last month is incredibly popular among underworld players. Just as you expected, boss. The price is high, but there's still an enormous number of consumers. Van Craft decided to expand the market and diversify the product line. Now it's time to expand the market and release the special holy potion in 2 versions. A premium version and a standard version. The prices will be reduced by 1/3 and 1/2 respectively. Solom took the opportunity to praise her boss, extolling how the potion's efficacy had increased thanks to the special effects of the blessing, and after recounting the journey of expanding into the entire commercial district, concluded with praise. Van Craft seemed somewhat surprised by all these flattering words, looked towards the screen and quietly exclaimed, "It's Boss Langsack, he's here." Perhaps she had just read the request as she paused for a moment. Solom asked worriedly, Boss, what's wrong?" Van Craft explained concisely. Boss Langsack said he needed to avoid the crowd and would be uncomfortable attending the opening cutting ceremony, so he asked me to find a place where he could watch from afar. Solom was inwardly surprised. "There's someone even Van Craft calls boss." "Yes," Van Craft immediately instructed. "Solom, help me out, we can't be late." "Yes," Solom replied, thinking to herself, just who could he be? The observation point was quickly prepared. Langsack and Chian-na stood on the second-floor balcony of the building, looking down. He nodded. "This position isn't bad." Chian-na turned, her voice slowing. "Langsack, I should thank you," he asked back. "What's wrong?" She plucked up her courage and confessed her thoughts. "I was thinking." As Langsack watched her carefully, she revealed her long-held inferiority complex and continued, "Am I perhaps the most useless person in the Zhengyang team? I can't help any of you at all, and instead I always have to ask Langsack for help, even though I'm supposed to be the older sister." Before she could even finish her sentence, he firmly denied that thought, cutting her off. "Don't say such things, Sister Chian-na. You are a very important member of Zhengyang. Not just me, but Jisoo and everyone else thinks so. If you hadn't given me a chance at first and recruited me into the guild, I wouldn't have been able to take on the guild master position like this. I'm the one who should be grateful." He specifically added his gratitude. "You not only recommended me, but you also quietly supported me and the guild all along. Without you, Zhengyang wouldn't be what it is today." These words moistened Chian-na's eyes. She quietly whispered, "Langsack." She looked straight at him and continued, "Truly. Thank you for your support." Langsack recalled Dura's message, which was both a request and full of faith. He quietly said, "Actually, there are many people who worry and care about you." Perhaps missing his words unintentionally, Chian-na looked down at the crowd and pointed. "Isn't that Tease? Lak is there too." Lak was wearing a suit and tie. He looked at Tease, wondering why she was also wearing a shirt. Tease slyly replied, "No, I like it." Langsack burst into laughter at their formal attire. "You're so formally dressed I almost didn't recognize you." Chian-na admired. "Tease looks really cool in a shirt." She waved her hand and called out loudly, "Tease, Lak, over here." Lak waved back, not forgetting to flatter his master. "Master Langsack." He admired Langsack's sophisticated appearance and added, "Master, you look really cool in that suit." Tease glanced at the roof of the adjacent building, showing everyone. "Oh, the one sitting on the roof is indeed a person was already standing on that roof from early on, Hugo." He was still in the same attire. Langsack immediately recognized the familiar style. He must have come early, always standing there observing. Chian-na nodded. "That's truly Hugo's style." Lak called Hugo to complain. "Hey Hugo, Van Craft gave you clothes, why didn't you change?" Hugo replied calmly. "Do I have to change?" Langsack, Chian-na and Lak teased him together. "Yes, you have to change. In the end, if heaven doesn't yield to earth, earth yields to heaven." Hugo put on a shirt, suit pants and a coat. Lak admired. "Hugo actually looks good in it." Langsack quietly observed below. The crowd surrounded the stage and murmuring could be heard. "It's starting. There's an elevator on the stage." Without making the audience wait long, Van Craft appeared and greeted them. "Thank you all for participating in the Yaowing Commercial District opening cutting ceremony. Today all potions in the Yaowing Commercial District will be 12 off." The crowd cheered. "Yaowing, you're the best. Yaowing. Van Craft, level 81. Van Craft, owner of the Yaowing Commercial District, solemnly declared. Van Craft, I officially declare the Yaowing Commercial District open." The crowd cheered even more fervently. Lion. Chian-na, observing for a moment, admired Van Craft's leveling speed. She had already reached level 81, although Van Craft had previously refused Tunryuju's offer to help her level up. Chian-na hadn't expected her skills to improve so quickly. Langsack reminded her of the source of her special blessing's power, replying, "That is Van Craft's special blessing." Memories of his past life flashed through his mind. As she leveled up, Van Craft could directly choose blessing effects that influence potions. Sometimes she could strangely add explosive effects to her normal attacks, or emit extremely unpleasant poison gas when moving. He wondered if she had reached that stage yet. Chian-na, as if suddenly remembering, asked, "Oh right, why hasn't Tunryuju arrived yet?" Among the crowd, someone holding a bouquet shouted, "Excuse me, pardon me," and squeezed through. Van Craft, holding the bouquet, joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, it's Tunryuju." Tunryuju sincerely presented the flowers. "These flowers are for the grand opening." Langsack, seeing him, couldn't hide his surprise. "Why has Tunryuju turned into a child?" Van Craft picked up the bouquet, smiling brightly, and said, "Thank you, Tunryuju." Tunryuju greeted her. Van Craft, it's been a long time, from below. Lak, equally curious as Langsak shouted loudly. Hey Tunryuju, why did you turn into a child? Tunryuju explained. Oh that, he proudly elaborated on his new skill. Over the past year I awakened a new skill that allows me to change my appearance. Van Craft, expressing her preference, said, I find Tunryuju more charming in his adult form. Tunryuju smiled brightly and said, Really? Lak admired the ability to take various forms, multiple forms. Tunryuju, that's really cool. Immediately, Tunryuju transformed into his adult form. Then I should change into my other form. His mature appearance deeply impressed Van Craft. Oh, now that I see it, you look much more handsome. Solom rushed over, reporting, Boss Van Craft, the Jengyang Vice Guild Master has sent a congratulatory video message. On the screen, Jisoo and Lak appeared together. Jisoo began, Hello, on behalf of the Jengyang Guild, I congratulate the Yaoing Commercial District on its successful grand opening. In the future, the Jengyang Guild will closely cooperate with the Yaoing Commercial District. The crowd murmured, some speculating about management authority, others excited at the thought of moving to Jengyang. Chian Na quietly asked Langsak, Is this your plan? He replied that it was a natural win-win for both sides, no need to be surprised. Van Craft has already agreed. Jengyang gains additional resources from Yaoing, and the Yaoing Commercial District receives the guild's protection, so it's a beneficial outcome for both parties. Chian Na inwardly admired his meticulous plan, thinking just like Langsak. Jisoo reappeared on the screen, quickly reporting, Langsak, Van Craft and I just signed the contract. He thanked them for their hard work, replying, Well done. Jisoo added new information. However, there's someone on my end who wishes to meet the guildmaster. Langsak asked, surprised, with whom below. Lak, Hugu, Tunryuju, Van Craft and Tees were gathered again after a year. Jisoo named the powerful party. A long-established conglomerate family called DLRO. As the square became less crowded, the atmosphere settled and Langsak needed time to talk with Jisoo. He asked, Jisoo, where did the DLRO family ask to meet us? Jisoo replied concisely. Their message didn't specify a meeting place. He muttered in surprise. No mention. Jisoo added, They said their representative would contact us. He muttered incredulously. A representative? Just then a figure strode towards him from a distance. Langsak recognized him but remained calm, not adopting a defensive posture. Lak appeared and offered to lead the way. Master Langsak, I'll guide you. He then introduced his role as the representative of the DLRO family, a year ago when Langsak was not yet the guildmaster at the Jengyang Guild headquarters. The guildmaster position was still Jisoo's. He entered his office and asked, Guildmaster, I'm curious why you sought me out. Jisoo directly stated the reason for the meeting. Speaking of his colleague, it's about your colleague, DLRO Lak. He then asked if he knew, Are you aware of his true identity? Langsak, seemingly still not understanding, looked bewildered. Why, he's one of the brilliant certification candidates, but I defeated him. Jisoo looked at him, speaking as if revealing confidential information. It seems you don't know yet. Fortunately, my family also holds a minor position in the business world, so we know some information that common people aren't aware of. Langsak, as far as you know, how many major corporations and conglomerate families are there in the real world? He recalled the names he knew and replied, I've heard a few names occasionally. He continued to list them, counting on his fingers. Xiaoguang Group, a pharmaceutical research specialist. The Pecarer family, a giant in the steel industry. Artem Group, #1 in the transportation industry. These are famous names in the real world, all dominant in their respective fields. Jisoo nodded, revealing the hidden side of the power structure. That's right, but behind all these public forces they are sponsored by a family called DLRO. Langsak repeated the name he had just heard. The DLRO family, Jisoo emphasized their influence, correcting more precisely. No, more accurately, they control them. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the DLRO family controls the entire economic network of the real world. He paused for a moment, then spoke his thoughts aloud. DLRO Lak. That is none other than, Jisoo reminded him, as if warning of potential problems. I just wanted to let you know that if you continue to be involved with Lak, you might get caught up in unnecessary trouble. Langsak thought deeply for a while. After a moment he firmly stated the team's decision. It's all right, as long as he has chosen to be a member of our shadow team we will remain colleagues. Currently Lak guided Langsak to the DLRO family mansion. It was also his residence. In front of the great hall Lak said, We've arrived. Father, a tall slender figure with their back turned, spoke in a calm and composed voice. Jengyang Guildmaster Langsak, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lak's father was in the form of a woman. She introduced herself as the regional administrator. I am Tiger, the DLRO family's Choning administrator. Langsak stopped in surprise, asking involuntarily, Lak's father? Lak explained, implying that another account was being used. This is one of my father's accounts. It seems my father didn't want to meet in their original form. Tiger expressed her displeasure at such a joking attitude, sternly admonishing her son, Lak, I don't like your careless attitude. Remember your position. Lak also clearly reacted with an uncomfortable expression. Langsak politely moved to the main topic of conversation. Miss Tiger, may I ask the reason you wish to meet me? Tiger nodded, proposing they get straight to the point without circumlocution. I won't waste any time, Guildmaster Langsack, let's get straight to business, she firmly stated the negotiation's objective. The DLRO family plans to invest in the Jengyang Guild. Based on Jengyang's current value, we will offer you a very attractive sum. She then promised not to affect his position and reputation. Rest assured, you will remain Jengyang's guildmaster and your reputation will also be enhanced. And she presented the key binding condition. However, you must ensure that the DLRO family is the largest shareholder. She connected the situation, emphasizing the sensitive timing for both parties. Whether for the newly opened Yaowing commercial district or for you, this is a very crucial time, both in the real world and in the game. If you wish to reach the top in the future, you must not miss out on our family's help. I believe the conditions I've presented will benefit you, and both sides will get what they want. Langsack pondered deeply. He inwardly acknowledged his opponent's swift moves. As soon as the news of cooperation between Jengyang and Yaowing was announced, they quickly seized the opportunity. He thought that if he hadn't possessed memories of his past life and foreseen certain things, it would have been difficult to match their observational and calculating abilities. They sought to control both Jengyang and Yaowing, which was typical of capitalists. He opened his mouth, as if probing his opponent's reaction. Then what happens if I refuse? Tiger raised an eyebrow, asking back as if in disbelief. Refuse, she then spoke, blocking any path of retreat. Do you think there's a better option within the game in the current situation? She began to use both pressure and temptation, speaking in a calm and chilling voice. It seems you're not yet familiar with our DLRO family. Are you aware that countless people yearn for our attention? Whether in the real world or in the game, you will receive top-tier support, of course. If you don't value this favor, her gaze was as sharp as a blade, and as soon as she finished speaking, you will become an enemy facing the entire world. Lack intervened, confirming the realistic control of resources, sweat beading on his forehead. Master, my father's words are not wrong. Most of Choning Continent's resources have already been absorbed. She even mentioned the top powers. Even the #1 guild is merely their carefully cultivated representative in the Choning Continent game sector. Tiger spoke in a confident voice as if to dispel all doubts. I am certain that in Choning Continent right now, no force will want to be hostile to us. You are a wise person, so you will clearly know how to decide. Langsack replied with a short but clear meaning. Yes, I know how to choose. In his heart, his resolve for this life quietly solidified. He then spoke clearly and without reservation. I wish to be the first person to refuse your family president. His thoughts flashed like lightning. His goal was to become the #1 in Choning. Lack briefly admired Langsack's composed attitude and way of handling the situation, softly calling out, Master. Tiger was startled. Her eyes blazed with fury, glaring at him. This is, Langsack replied with a resolute gaze. No further words were needed. Tiger spoke, emphasizing each word, defining the nature of the meeting. Is this your declaration of war? Returning to the Jengyang Guild headquarters, Jisoo, furious at the perilous choice, slammed his desk. Langsack, did you truly refuse them like that? Although our current strength is not weak, if the DLRO family tries to crush us, they will surely use their immense financial power to bribe various guilds and cooperate with Qianchu to pressure us from all sides. He then spoke, regretting the diplomatic achievements of the past year. The amicable relationship we've maintained with Qianchu for the past year will come to nothing, Langsack replied calmly, dismissing it as unavoidable. This was unavoidable. We couldn't just let the DLRO family manage Jengyang and Yaowing, could we? Some things we cannot avoid. Jisoo, worried about the internal situation, pressed. Langsack, what about Lack now? He clearly stated his colleague's position. After the negotiations between Langsack and Tiger broke down, Tiger, preparing to leave, commanded in a resolute voice, Lack, you've played enough. It's time to leave Jengyang and return to Qianchu. Come, let's leave this place together. Don't forget your position. Langsack somewhat understood Lack's awkward position. Lack raised his head, defying the command, and replied in a clear voice, No, father. That reply startled Langsack. Lack then expressed his determination to stick with his bet. This time I will stick to my investment game until the end. I believe in Master Langsack. I believe in my judgment, and I will persevere until the last moment. Isn't this what the family taught me from a young age? I dislike the family controlling my life. It's rare to meet such an interesting person, and I want to walk the path I've chosen and decided. I believe Master Langsack will win this bet. Langsack asked Jisoo to show trust. Please trust Lack. He is a member of our shadow team. After speaking, he turned and left. Jisoo, curious about his next move, followed and asked, Langsack, where are you going? He replied concisely but meaningfully. To find the person we need. Langsack's first ally was Dokbo-changen, guild master of the Qianjul Guild. As soon as he heard Langsack's words, he exclaimed in surprise, What? Langsack, Jengyang is? Qianjul and Shinring had formed an alliance. Former Lenga Guild Master Soi had previously lost his guild master position due to carelessness, but thanks to his influence and skill he still maintained a high position in Shinring. Since Shinring's establishment, their scale had grown unprecedentedly. In the flower garden of the Qianjul Guild headquarters, Dokbo-changen couldn't hide his hesitation at the sudden proposal, frowning as he asked, On what grounds? Langsack, meeting after such a long time and suddenly making such a proposal, it's really perplexing. He then mentioned the tempting efforts from various parties. As you know, many people have tried to tempt Qianjul recently, but I refused them all. However, if it's Langsack, I would very much welcome joining hands with Jengyang. But are you suggesting Jengyang, Qianjul and Singak cooperate together? You still remember that I made an enemy of Soi a year ago, don't you? How could he agree to that? Langsak explained, pointing out the change in the opponent's key personnel. That is because Soi is not currently the guild master of the guild. Although it was called a merger, it was effectively the Langa guild being absorbed into the Singek guild. Soi's past blunders are still a major hurdle, but I have a plan to resolve this issue. Dokbochungen remained skeptical, demanding further proof. Oh, but on what grounds should I trust you? Although I hold you in very high regard, this is too risky for Qianzhou. We gain nothing from it. Langsak persistently persuaded him, pointing out the joint pressure from the #1 guild. I presume Gwansan of Qianchu has already sought you out. Qianzhou hasn't responded yet because you don't want to be controlled by Qianchu, do you? However, over the past year, Qianchu has recruited many small but promising guilds from various places, making their current strength far greater than a year ago. I believe Guildmaster Dokbochungen also feels this immense pressure. Dokbochungen still hesitated. Even so, Langsak cut him off and presented the specific advantages of Yaowing. Yaowing. I believe Guildmaster Dokbochungen is aware that we've partnered with Qianlong's largest commercial organization. If Qianzhou simply joins hands with us, Yaowing will become your steadfast sponsor. He turned around, promising trust and stating they were on the same front. Trust me, Guildmaster Dokbochungen. Our Zhengyang is also threatened by the DLRO family, who are behind Qianchu. We are currently on the same front. If we don't want to be taken over, we must fight together. At the Shinring Guild headquarters, a heated debate was taking place. Wit was furious, recalling the numerous challenge letters that had flooded the forums over the past year. How can this be? All the challenge letters Brother Soi sent to Zhengyang over the past year were leaked on the Chowning forum. He added the betting conditions Soi had specified for the provocation. Brother Soi's betting conditions were also clearly stated there. It demanded Langsak confront him at Singak's headquarters. If Langsak lost, he would have to kneel and lick his shoes, and if Brother Soi lost, he would agree to anything. Soi scratched his head, admitting he had impulsively written such posts. I guess I sent those provocative words out of anger back then. Wit, currently a level 91 rogue and Singak's assassin commander, suspected a conspiracy to leak information. Zhengyang must have leaked the message to the forum. What exactly are they trying to pull? The armor giant Soi, Singak's vice guildmaster and a level 99 tank warrior, shrugged, dismissing it as nothing. What does it matter? Langsak won't come anyway. Over the past year I've sent countless challenge letters, but that Jisoo fellow always found ways to avoid them. He swallowed his frustration that the guildmaster didn't want a direct confrontation. If the guildmaster hadn't wanted a direct confrontation with Zhengyang, I would have already conquered Zhengyang and had my revenge. Wit remained vigilant. No, I don't think this is that simple. Langsak is full of schemes. The public release of this message surely indicates some kind of plot. Should we go consult our guildmaster? Soi growled, deciding not to report it to his superiors for fear of being ridiculed. No, we can't let our guildmaster laugh at us now. We must uphold the Langa family's pride. Wit flinched and immediately replied, yes, Soi sneered, targeting his opponent. Moreover, if that foolish Langsak truly comes here to seek his own death, I will crush him. He calculated the advantages. If I can defeat someone equivalent to Gwansan, the #1 guild's diviner who was the first to reach level 100, I can rise as Qianlong's new superstar and reclaim my guild master position. His intentions were clear. Excitement grew. Soi immediately ordered a public counterattack, attempting to lure Langsak to his headquarters. If he doesn't come, insult him. If he does, overwhelm him with numbers. Wit couldn't sit still amidst the momentum. Soi grew increasingly arrogant, scoffing at Zhengyang's scheme. Zhengyang is truly foolish. Do they think we'll be scared if they release information like that? This time I'll pay them back in kind. Wit cautiously warned about the difference in individual skill. But brother, Langsak is by no means simple. Although our guild has many members, few can stand against him. I am afraid. So he reprimanded his subordinate, reminding him of his position as assassin commander, and revealed the trump card he had hired over the past year. What are you afraid of, Wit? Have you forgotten you're the assassin commander? Over the past year I've spent an enormous amount of money to hire a very powerful assassination squad. Wit still didn't understand the meaning and asked again. Brother, you mean? Soi explained directly, precisely stating the target to be hired at any cost. Summon the #1 assassin name, Wolf Dr. CAS, and make him follow my orders. Even if others call it evil, I don't care. The rule of this game, no, of this world, is that the winner is king and the loser is a traitor. At that moment, Langsak and Jisoo were quietly observing Soi and Wit's conversation. Langsak smiled, saying it was as expected. Just as I predicted, that foolish Soi has fallen into the trap. Jisoo asked Langsak again. Are you truly confident, Langsak, that you can infiltrate Shinrung alone, or should I tell the Zhengyang team to prepare? Langsak shook his head, dismissing the idea of mobilizing the team. No need. He continued to explain his reasons and assess the situation. I've analyzed Shinring Guild's current map. This is a personal grudge between me and Soi. I deduce that Shinring's guild master and the high-ranking officials of Wanshingek will not intervene. Therefore, the enemies I have to face are only the defeated generals of the Langa Guild. Jisoo's still worried about the risk of it escalating into a guild war. How can you be sure it won't spark a war between guilds? Langsak explained clearly and in detail, pointing out that the #1 force was seeking an opening. Shinring won't be so foolish as to engage in a mutually destructive fight with Zhengyang. If we simply remove the thorn that is Soi, opportunities for cooperation with Shinring will increase. After concluding that this was the optimal strategy against Qianchu, he ordered a slogan to be created for this operation. This is the best way I've devised to counter Qianchu, the #1 guild. Jisoo, think of a cool slogan for this infiltration operation into Shinring. I need to make the entire Choning continent pay attention to this event. Jisoo immediately replied, understood. On the outskirts of the Shinring Guild branch, which was the old headquarters of the Langa Guild, red tokens were scattered everywhere. The warning for lone demon surprise attack was resounding. A mage and a guard were chatting at the outpost. The guard was skeptical. Will Jingyung's guildmaster Langsak really infiltrate our headquarters alone? The mage replied in a lethargic voice. I don't know when. The warning sign has been up all week. Several groups of guards are already exhausted from the continuous raid alerts, the mage continued. Look, those guards have been on shifts day and night. They're completely worn out, the guard sighed, seemingly complaining on behalf of his superior. It can't be helped. Vice Guildmaster Soi takes this matter very seriously. He's convinced Jingyung's guildmaster will launch an infiltration attack. Great pressure was being put on the guild members. He said Langsak must be crushed this time. While no one was paying attention, a warning light flickered. A shadow passed through the defenses. It was none other than Langsak. The mage and the guard were still engrossed in their chat. The guard shook his head. I heard there are crowds of spectators outside, but they're held back by the reinforced fence. He wondered how the opponent could have infiltrated. The mage nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think everyone's exaggerating too much. Langsak had already infiltrated and was heading towards Soi's location. He secretly chuckled, recalling the secret codename Jisoo had given this operation. Truly a Three Kingdoms fan, he easily passed through the guards, thinking to himself, thanks to the demon cloak, infiltration was incredibly easy. Some guards were so exhausted that they became lax in their vigilance. Langsak slipped past like a shadow, thinking to himself, the exhaustion from a week of constant tension is the golden opportunity for deep infiltration. He quickened his pace, searching for Soi's trail, determined to infiltrate the stronghold directly. As the game began, a guard came out of the outpost, annoyed by the shift change. Another shift change, this is killing me. Is anyone even going to infiltrate? From behind, Langsak's cold, low voice brushed past his ear. I'm here. Before the guard could even pinpoint the source of the sound, he was cleanly and silently subdued. High-ranking NPC escorts heightened their vigilance with sharp eyes. Langsak reactivated his demon cloak. From inside the outpost he observed, noting that his opponents had spent money to hire high-ranking NPC escorts. If I'm discovered now, it will be quite troublesome. Suddenly he discovered an important passage. He thought to himself, this path seems promising, according to previous reconnaissance. The old castle of the Langa Guild was divided into 3 rings, the outer perimeter, the ramparts, and the inner castle. Langsak used his main skills, Elemental Transformation, Thunderbody, and Backstab, to swiftly and tracelessly eliminate the guards along the path. The soldiers on the ramparts were also quickly removed from the game. From a high vantage point he surveyed the battlefield, then turned his gaze in one direction. That was the location of the outpost closest to the headquarters. He gauged the distance he could jump. He continued to move, activating his demon cloak and subduing each outpost along the path. After several lightning-fast clashes, he thought to himself, with a mythic-grade weapon in hand, low-level players are truly not worth bothering with. Finally he reached his planned destination. From here a single jump would take him to Soi's stronghold. He threw a grappling hook, but a strange man in a corner had already spotted him and was preparing his shadow blades. As soon as the grappling hook flew out, blades surged forward to block it. The intrusion alert flashed red and the demon cloak was revealed. Langsak immediately shouted, Who is it? The most powerful escorts are rushing towards the ramparts. Intruder. He thought to himself, someone was predicting my movements. Langsak took a breath and prepared for battle. The slogan for this battle echoed in his mind. Next up, the true lone demon duel. Chapter 209. A girl and a small robot appeared outside the castle. The alarm startled her slightly. Then she tilted her head to assess the situation. The girl said, Is that really a surprise attack alert? She stood still, observing, then pointed in one direction high up. She said, That direction, towards the ramparts. It seems to be a Choning Forum reporter. Sensing the changing situation, she immediately assigned a task to her companion robot. She said, Robot live broadcast, quickly go over there. Around the castle, players murmured. Red warning signs filled the walls. Everyone believed the rumors had come true. Jingyung's guildmaster infiltrating the base alone. A female player shouted, urging the entire group to open the live broadcast channel and follow. The female player said, Everyone, quickly open the forum. The Lone Demon Duel live broadcast has begun. Immediately after, she froze at the screen that appeared. She said, this scene. On the screen, bodies of guards were scattered along the path and the robot was live streaming the battle between Langsak and the escorts. Screams erupted one after another and all souls were snatched away. Black power surged from Langsak's body like an underground waterway. All souls that left the corpses were absorbed by him. In the live chat, comments appeared. Is that a demon? The soul follower engravings were full at 60-60. Langsak calmly ended the chaotic battle and spoke. Langsak said, Thank you for truly sacrificing your lives. From now on things will be much easier. Outside, spectators expressed surprise and admiration. To take down so many people alone, truly worthy of his reputation. On the robot's live broadcast, voices exclaimed, Truly amazing. Only then did Langsak glance at the camera lens following him. He thought to himself, the broadcast started earlier than expected, but no problem. Suddenly, sharp iron needles surged from somewhere. They accurately targeted his position, but Langsack swiftly dodged. From a high vantage point, only his shadow remained alone on the ramparts. Corpses were strewn around. Langsack tilted his head towards the dark, dim space and shouted. Annoyed by his opponent's constant hiding, Langsack said, "If you have the guts, show yourself. What's the fun in just hiding?" The assassin's voice echoed coldly from the air. The assassin said, "You are the renowned Langsack. You took down half the guild members alone. How dare I show myself?" He continued to display confidence in his own skill. The assassin continued, "Whether in the rogue community or the player community, everyone knows your reputation, but I am completely confident in my assassination abilities. I believe there's no one superior to me in this field." Attacks poured down again. Currently, Langsack hadn't found the optimal countermeasure, so he chose to dodge and buy time. He concentrated all his senses but couldn't discern his opponent's next move. Even in a disadvantageous situation, Langsack blocked several attacks. This made the game more interesting in his eyes. Following the trajectory of the projectiles, he had no choice but to narrow down the range of his judgment. The attack angle was between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m., the most likely position. He scanned his surroundings and his eyes stopped at something strange at a nearby outpost. He suddenly stopped, stomped his foot hard and surged towards the suspicious tower top. Before he could even get close, a swift side attack stopped him. Langsack paused slightly but was completely unshaken. Suddenly, a Sayun counterattack skill like a whirlwind enveloped him and pushed him off the tower. A system notification appeared. When Sayun counterattack is activated, evasion ability increases by 100. For the next 6 seconds, all physical attacks have no effect. If evasion is successful, you can choose whether to counterattack. Slipping backward, he was momentarily annoyed at having missed. Immediately, a murderous aura enveloped him, and a giant green fist flew straight at him. Danya unexpectedly sprang out and blocked the attack. Just now, the familiar name Danya had flashed through Langsack's mind. Zoe appeared on top of the outpost, and as his attack was easily blocked, he asked sarcastically. Zoe said, "Who's that kid?" Langsack too possessed strange abilities. Langsack immediately realized that the opponent who had just appeared was Zoe, who had been ambushing him. Beside Danya was also the Brilliant Knight. Langsack growled, giving orders. Langsack said, "Brilliant Knight, Danya, stop them." He intended to force the one hiding in the shadows to reveal themselves. The assassin reappeared. Langsack quickly dodged, and his heart ached for a moment at the thought of yet another nuisance. He scanned his surroundings, decided to attack in the 7 o'clock direction this time, and immediately sent the coordinates to his ally. On top of a tower, a giant arrow was notched on a bowstring ready to be fired. The assassin sensed the approaching threat, and a few seconds later the arrow came roaring across the air. He quickly activated an ultra-long-range flash to block it. The one who intervened was Changlun, and he provided support while concealing his identity. Changlun said, "Because of identity issues, Langsack, this is all the help I can provide." As the disguise vanished, the assassin's name, Krurus, was revealed. He paused for a moment, surprised by the precise ambush from such a long distance. Wondering inwardly who had attacked with such a decisive skill, the spectators around the arena gasped, recognizing the identity of the hired individual. The observing players exclaimed, That's Krurus, the #1 assassin, Wolf Dr. Krurus. I didn't know Shinring invited such an assassination master. Shinring is really going too far." As his identity was revealed, Krurus spoke in an annoyed and firm voice. Krurus said, "Didn't you say you were alone? You have an assistant too." Langsack approached in an instant like a shadow. Langsack said, "You hired an assassin too." Krurus's eyes widened and he said, "Too fast." Langsack grabbed his face, giving him no time to react, then uttered a single phrase to balance the scales between them. Langsack said, "Let's consider both sides even." Immediately after, he inflicted Soul Shred, and Krurus's health was significantly reduced. The observers' eyes widened and they gasped in astonishment. The observing players exclaimed that Krurus had been brought to his knees by a single blow. Krurus gasped, admitting that he had expected his opponent's strength but was still surprised. Krurus said, "I already knew you weren't ordinary, but I didn't expect you to be this strong." With little health left and unable to resist, he surrendered. Krurus said, "I lost." He raised his head and uttered his final words as a failed assassin. Krurus continued, "An assassin who fails has no reason to live. Finish me off." Just then, a loud explosion echoed from afar, interrupting the flow of battle. Langsack looked in the direction of the explosion, feeling a moment of doubt but immediately corrected himself. Langsack said, "Danya, no, that's the dragon-scaled demon. It seems to be in a pursuit battle in another castle area. An engagement has also occurred. It was a fight between Wit and the Brilliant Knight." Wit said, "This annoying summoned creature again." The Brilliant Knight replied like a declaration. The Brilliant Knight replied, "I will not let them disturb my master." In the adjacent area, Danya was confronting Zoe. Zoe squinted, despising the small opponent before him, and threatened her in an arrogant voice. Zoe said, "Hey kid, I'm going to crush you like a bug." Danya gathered her strength, compressed her energy, and then launched a direct attack at Zoe's face. Zoe endured the attack, relying on his massive body and defensive barrier, but he had to admit that the power of the skill emanating from that small body was far stronger than expected. Immediately, another danger approached. A giant green fist descended over Danja's head, and the dragon-scale demon's sharp and overwhelming voice echoed. The dragon-scale demon said, "Don't you dare harm my daughter." A large explosion occurred at the point of engagement between Zoe and Danya. The dragon scale demon had flown directly to block the attack. Zoe's eyes widened at the new variable, and he growled. Zoe said, "What kind of monster is this now?" The dragon scale demon gnashed her teeth in fury, pouring out her hatred for humans. The dragon scale demon said, "Damn humans." She activated heat concentration to furiously attack Zoe. After dealing with Kurus, Langsak immediately turned towards the dragon scale demon. A moment later, he noticed that her energy had recovered. Seeing the ruin she had created, he closed his eyes and calculated the immense damage. The startled players fled, screaming in fear. They exclaimed, "So scary. Is it a monster?" A guard was startled as if realizing something familiar. The guard said, "I've seen this skill before," he continued. "It reminds me of a battle I hunted in with the team leader before." The guard also said, "Last time when I followed team leader So Chun to conquer a Lord grade boss, that boss had the exact same skill." The player next to him squinted and quickly asked. The player next to him said, "A Lord grade boss?" The guard nodded but was still confused by the distinctly different appearance. The guard replied, "I think her name was Dragon Scale Demon, but why is her appearance completely different from last time?" Seeing the castle grow increasingly chaotic, Zoe growled and gave orders. Zoe said, "If we leave it like this, the base will collapse." Zoe said, "Boss or not, it doesn't matter. If she keeps attacking indiscriminately like this, my base will collapse." "Charge!" Below the castle wall, someone replied in a desperate voice. A player shouted, "Vice Guildmaster, we can't defeat her." Zoe, overwhelmed by powerlessness, briefly wondered how Langsak had acquired these summoned creatures. With no other choice, Zoe charged directly at the dragon scale demon. Zoe said, "I don't care who you are." He reinforced his armor and concentrated his defense. Zoe continued, "You won't be able to break through my defense." The dragon scale demon glared and growled, protecting her daughter. The dragon scale demon replied, "This giant wants to harm my daughter?" She threw a punch at him and uttered a cold remark. The dragon scale demon said, "Die." The two clashed with all their might and the balance tipped towards the dragon scale demon. After a bout of engagement, Zoe's attack was completely nullified. He was sent flying far away, and Zoe paused, left only with the sensation of this power. Immediately after, he had to endure another series of powerful attacks. From afar, Langsak inwardly commented, "Indeed true to the dragon scale demon's reputation." Langsak said, "Truly amazing, as expected of the dragon scale demon," Wit urgently shouted. Wit exclaimed, "Brother Zoe." Zoe had already lost more than half of his health from the continuous attacks he had just received. Changlun shouted, immediately proposing a way to end the situation. Changlun said, "Langsak, take advantage of Zoe being heavily injured and finish him off. Then this matter will be over." But Langsak had another plan, and his gaze turned towards Wit, who was confronting the brilliant knight. With his path blocked, Wit growled. Wit said, "Don't block my way." Langsak smiled and replied lightly as if setting a trap. Langsak said, "I have a more interesting plan." Wit struggled to break free from the brilliant knight's restraint, annoyed by the colossal opponent. Wit said, "This giant is really annoying." As soon as he turned his back, Langsak was already close behind him. One of the team members sounded an alarm and shouted. Someone warned, "Team leader Wit, watch your back." Wit growled as he turned around. Wit replied, "Trying to ambush me?" Immediately a shadow surged up, activating Shadow Ambush, and the system announced it as a target locking skill. It isolates the enemy and pulls them into a shadow space. In this space, the user's stealth ability doubles, and the enemy's defense is reduced by 30. Wit remained unfazed, drew his weapon, concentrated his attack, and continued speaking. Wit said, "Isolating me in a shadow space?" He continued to swing his attack, provoking. Wit said, "Good, I'll take care of you." Langsak maintained a calm voice. Langsak replied, "I've come to offer you a proposal. You are no match for me right now." Wit was enraged by these words. Wit said, "Damn it." Despite using all his strength, Wit couldn't even touch his opponent. Langsak shook his head, adding another warning. Langsak said, "Do you still not understand?" He then clearly mentioned the distance that had opened up between the two. Langsak continued, "We are no longer on the same level. I don't even need to use Soil Slash to deal with you." Wit's weapon was flung from his hand with a short explosive sound. Langsak took a step closer and extended a proposal. Langsak said, "Cooperate with me, Wit." Wit frowned and repeated the same word. Wit doubted. "Cooperation?" Langsak immediately explained his plan and the necessary connection. Langsak explained, "I want to join hands with Shinrung to fight against Qianchu, but your brother Zoe is not a cautious person. I need a connection." He then precisely pointed out the chosen person. Langsak continued, "That is you." At this moment, Wit's will to fight visibly diminished. The dragon scale demon, who had maintained her power for a long time, began to tire, and she reverted to her small form. The dragon scale demon said, "I've run out of energy, damn it." Danya hastily supported her and chided her. Danya said, "Mommy, you shouldn't use your energy recklessly." Realizing the danger had passed, Zoe seized the opportunity to summon and attempt to surround the opposing group. Zoe said, "Everyone obey my command, surround them." Suddenly another voice intervened, cooling the fervor of the command with a single word. A voice echoed, "No need to shout anymore, look." Zoe paused and replied to him. However, only an abnormal silence remained. He looked around, searching for his troops, and stammered, "Where did everyone else go? Where's Wit?" Langsak unfurled his demon cloak from the shadows and spoke in a low voice like a judgment. Langsak said, "Right now, you are." He closed in tightly behind Zoe and hammered out the rest of the sentence. Langsak relentlessly rained down a series of attacks on Zoe. His speed was incredibly fast, and at this moment Zoe looked like a flailing straw doll. Langsak said, "You should be grateful the dragon scale demon injured you." Soi's health had dropped to approximately 20. Langsak said, I've cut short the time it would take to finish you off. To still withstand a series of mythic-grade weapon attacks, you truly live up to your reputation as the colossal Soi, boasting Qianlong's best defense. Soi braced himself with his arm on the ground, stood up and growled in defiance. Soi said, don't underestimate the hatred I've harbored for you over the past year. Langsak activated defensive stance shift and spread destruction, and a whirlwind surged from the center of the castle. Qianlong, observing from afar, couldn't help but be astonished by the surging power. Qianlong said, what immense power. Qianlong continued, Langsak, don't be too reckless. Soi is still the former guild master of Langa. Soi's attack was destructive over a wide area, and he growled from within the smoke, deliberately provoking. Soi said, meeting after a year and you're still hiding like a sewer rat? Do you not even have the courage to face me head-on? Soi continued, I won't hesitate to flatten my base to catch you. Langsak quietly moved behind his opponent and calmly assessed him. Langsak said, I admit your power has noticeably strengthened over the past year, but it's only at your level. Langsak continued, your mind still hasn't evolved. Have you forgotten why you lost last time? Past battles that demonstrated the weakness of conservative combat styles simultaneously flashed through both their minds. Langsak said, a warrior famous for his defense throughout Qianlong, switching from defense to offense? So I can use this opportunity to infiltrate my skill into your body, Langsak continued. Just like how I defeated you last time, making your boasted absolute defense reveal its weakness. He fixed his gaze with unwavering resolve, and Soi's eyes, filled with fear, wavered for a moment. Langsak cast Soul Shred, and his footsteps were as firm as rock. Now only bricks and dust remained. Soi propped himself up faintly and urgently asked. Soi said, Langsak, tell me, Wit, did he betray me? Langsak dismissed the tension in his eyes and recounted what had just happened. At that time, Wit was covered in wounds and gasping on the verge of collapsing. Langsak said, don't struggle anymore. You are no match for me. Langsak continued, you know well which choice is best, Wit. Wit replied in a low, firm voice as if carved from stone. Wit said, I will not betray brother Soi. In the past he taught me and helped me, an ordinary player, reach where I am today. Step by step. I will never forget this kindness, Langsak said. Then are you going to idly watch brother Soi merge Langa like that just for revenge? You yourself know whether Soi is a good leader or not. This time, to prevent me from achieving my objective during this infiltration, he shamelessly exploited his team members' time, forcing them to adhere to an unreasonable state of alert. This goes against the principle of most players enjoying the game. Others within the base have already expressed their dissatisfaction. As a team leader, you couldn't possibly not know. An untalented person should not sit in a high position. Wit's eyes narrowed, and hesitation was clearly etched in the wrinkles around them. Langsak gently placed a hand on his shoulder and continued speaking. Langsak continued, or shall we start from the very beginning? Wit, choose the path of maintaining your own flow and saving others. After finishing almost all the talk, he replied to Soi. Langsak said, no, to avoid betraying you. Wit chose to die by my hand. Your other subordinates were simply afraid of me and harbored many grievances against you, not wanting to be driven to their deaths. Soi stood blankly, and a few seconds later tears welled up in his colossal face. Soi said, it seems I wasn't a good leader after all. He recalled when he first met Wit, who was as passionate as a newly ignited flame. Soi said, Wit, let's create our guild. At that time, Wit shone brightly like a boy dreaming a big dream for the first time, and he shouted. Wit said, really? Brother Soi, what should we name the guild? Soi replied, no need to think long, the name is Langa. Returning to the present, after a moment of silent contemplation, Soi sighed and honestly surrendered. Soi said, Langsak, I lost. It's annoying, but I'll grant your request. The dragon-scale demon, recalling her daughter, gnashed her teeth and said in a rage, human, if you ever put my daughter in danger again, I will tear you to shreds. Langsak replied concisely, no room for debate. Langsak said, understood. Have Min film the conclusion of the duel for the live broadcast. The Qianlong forum reporter updated the breaking news to confirm the result, and the crowd cheered and erupted upon hearing the news. The crowd's cheers are truly immense. Jisoo looked at the situation where everything had proceeded as expected with a satisfied smile. Jisoo said, Langsak had once again completed the plan perfectly. Jisoo continued, the influence of this live broadcast will surely elevate our Zhengyang's status to a new level. However, Qianchu might notice something. I think the struggle between the guilds will soon enter an extremely tense state. Qianlong was also delighted that everything was going according to plan. Qianlong said, he really did it. Everything seems to be going as planned. Qianlong's gaze suddenly stopped. So Chun Hok-woo, who was standing not far away, turned around, but Qianlong quickly vanished. The thought, it's not simple at all. Langsak needs to report to the guildmaster. I hope no twisted ideas take root, flashed through Qianlong's mind. Soi's message lit up and he wrote clearly and firmly about his withdrawal. Soi sent a message. Langsak, Wit told me your intentions. I admit defeat and will not interfere with your plan to recruit Shinrong. Moreover, this is no longer a matter for me to manage. I have arranged for you to meet the guildmaster at our headquarters. This is the last thing I can do as vice guildmaster. Langsak walked on, concluding inwardly, the information matches. Soi had resigned from his vice guildmaster position, and this defeat would surely affect Shinrong's reputation. Shifting all responsibility to Zoe was also a wise strategy to avoid further losses. The former Singak Guildmaster was the Shinring Guildmaster, and currently both belonged to the 5 major guilds. Waso Ya, who always prioritized stealth, was by no means a simple individual. A shadow approached and apologized for being late. That person said, "I'm sorry I'm late." That person was Shinring Guildmaster, level 99, Waganya. She was slightly flustered when she first spoke. Waganya continued, "I'm sorry. Made a bad impression on our first meeting. Please forgive me." Langsak's eyes widened, and he saw that the former Singak Guildmaster appeared surprisingly lovely. Waganya averted her gaze, her mind in a whirl. Why is he staring like that? Is there something on my face? And she repeated to herself, "Yes, I'm the one he has an appointment with." "Calm down," Waganya said. "It's late, but Guildmaster Langsak, if you stare at me like that, it makes me very uncomfortable." Embarrassed by her attitude and words, Langsak hurriedly explained. Langsak said, "That's not what I meant. I just didn't expect Guildmaster Waganya's appearance to be so charming." At the word charming, Waganya's thoughts drifted far. Praising means having feelings, liking, having a crush, confessing, wanting to marry. Her romantic fantasy grew. Waganya stammered with a playful complaint. You're really bold. It's only our first meeting and already I have high standards." Langsak scratched his head, not understanding what she was talking about. Langsak replied, "What did you say?" "High standards? Keep focusing on work," Langsak said. "Zoe has admitted defeat and agreed to the proposal I presented this time. Surely Guildmaster Waganya doesn't think I'm not qualified enough." Waganya's thoughts were a mix of embarrassment and joy. So straightforward, he's already thinking about marriage. Waganya turned her face away, her ears bright red. Waganya said, "It's not that you're not qualified enough, but isn't it too soon?" Langsak, maintaining his strategic thinking, answered without hesitation. Langsak replied, "It's not too soon. The situation is very urgent right now." Langsak continued, "Trust me, we must form an alliance. With our combined strength we have nothing to fear, not even the #1 guild." The 3 words "form an alliance" resonated in Waganya's mind like a fateful calling. A tall man approached the guard gate and requested a meeting. That person said, "I wish to meet your guildmaster." The guard turned around and asked. The guard replied, "Are you Zoe the giant? He is currently in the flower garden of the Qianzhou headquarters." Returning to the conversation between Langsak and Waganya, she stammered, thinking, "Alliance? Things are progressing too quickly." She thought to herself, "To keep me by his side despite the opposition of the #1 guild, he's still firm. This man is truly brave." Waganya said, "If you say so, how can I refuse?" Langsak nodded slightly to confirm the next step. Langsak continued, "You agree?" He praised inwardly. Guildmaster Waganya isn't afraid of Qianchu at all. The alliance agreement appeared and Langsak input all the information. He checked and confirmed. Langsak said, "Signature complete." Everyone's faces brightened. Langsak said, "Guildmaster Waganya, please check again." In Waganya's mind, the alliance agreement suddenly became equivalent to proof of relationship. She imagined an engagement from a novel saying, "I will be yours." A system notification rang. Shinring and Zhengyang have officially formed an alliance. A subordinate player of Shinring uttered in bewilderment. A subordinate player exclaimed, "We've allied with Zhengyang?" So Chun Hakwu frowned. "I'm still negotiating with Qianchu, and they've already signed the contract so quickly." The guildmaster's old problem has flared up again. The news of the agreement caused waves of controversy everywhere. Changlun said, "I didn't expect the agreement with Shinring to happen so quickly. Langsak is truly a talented individual." Zoe interjected from a different perspective, recalling when he had gone to propose cooperation. Zoe said, "I don't think it's just because of Langsak's talent." He recalled when Waganya mistook cooperation for marriage and she was touched by his crush on her and said she would embrace and care for the Langa Guild. Zoe could only say, "What in the world is this?" He concisely summarized his assessment of the girl in one sentence. Zoe continued, "That girl always acts according to her emotions. It's just that her methods are a bit peculiar." Changlun squinted. Changlun replied, "Then what about you? You didn't come here to reconcile with me this time, did you?" Zoe shook his head. Abandoning his previous title, Zoe said, "Now that Zhengyang, Shinring and Qianzhou have allied, I have something to ask for your help with." Changlun immediately asked. Changlun was puzzled. "Are you asking me to use this alliance to help you reclaim the Shinring Vice Guild Master position?" Zoe spoke clearly. "No," Zoe continued, "I'm no longer interested in that." Changlun nodded. Changlun continued, In that case, Zoe clearly stated his intentions. Zoe explained, "Wit, I hope you recommend Wit to Guildmaster Waganya as my successor for the Vice Guild Master position. I don't want my Langa brothers to be cannon fodder in this battle among the old Langa members. Only Wit possesses this ability. Currently he needs more external help. I want to maintain my standing within the Langa family's upper echelons." Changlun did not nod hastily. Changlun said, "Zoe, give me one reason why I should help you." Zoe did not hesitate and immediately outlined the opponent. Zoe replied, "As you know, our opponent this time is Qianchu, the #1 guild that controls most of Qianlong's resources. For a year, Gwansan has continuously merged famous and mid-sized guilds into Qianchu. When Langa merged with Singak, its strength was indeed comparable to Qianchu. But according to my statistics, Qianchu is currently 3 times stronger," Zoe continued. "Dokbo Changlun, do you truly believe Langsak's plan will win this guild war? You must be well aware of the power of the capital behind Qianchu." not just in the game but in the real world as well. Our alliance will probably lose and the guilds we painstakingly built will also be swallowed. We need to prepare a retreat for ourselves." Meanwhile, in the Qianchu Guildmaster's office, Goanson was holding an emergency meeting with his high-ranking members. Goanson said, "Truly surprising, I didn't expect Langsak to ally with Shinring so quickly. This caught our negotiation team off guard. That fellow Langsak has once again derailed my plans." A high-ranking member reassured him. A high-ranking member said, "It's all right, Guildmaster Goanson. With Qianchu's current strength, no matter how many guilds cooperate, they are no match for us." Goanson shook his head. Only one person made him uneasy. Goanson said, "No, all other matters are under my control." He continued, "Only Langsak makes me hesitate." The high-ranking member removed his hood. It was Madara, the former Black History Assassin Guildmaster and third-ranked assassin. Madara said, "For the past year, news praising that fellow Langsak has continuously come out. I originally thought it was just a trick to attract attention. I didn't expect even Guildmaster Goanson to regard him so highly," Madara continued. "I really want to know how talented he is, whether he can survive my assassination techniques or not." Goanson nodded. "With a binding condition," Goanson said, "you may try, but you must do so separately, in the name of the Qianchu Guild. Currently I have no intention of officially starting a war with them, but no matter what," he finished, looking into the distance as if predicting a storm. Goanson continued, "The struggle between the major guilds will erupt soon." The alliance news caused a noisy reaction at Zhengyang. A member said, "What? The Shinring Guildmaster agreed so easily?" Langsak replied, "Yes." Jisoo said, "I didn't expect Singak's Guildmaster Waganya to be so generous. I never had a chance to meet her when I was Guildmaster before. I'm really surprised. This Guildmaster is alright. She's not afraid of Qianchu's pressure at all." Langsak recalled his conversation with Waganya and the conversation made everything progress in an instant. Langsak said, "I didn't expect the Guildmaster to agree so quickly. From now on our two guilds will be one family." Waganya unconsciously pushed further. Waganya replied, "One family." He turned towards Jisoo, still surprised by the speed. Langsak said, "Yes, I was really surprised too." He pulled out a card with a heart shape engraved on it. Langsak said, "And she also wants to hold a banquet and asked me to invite many acquaintances." Jisoo looked at the card and felt something was wrong. Jisoo said, "This card design is a bit strange." Qianna guessed playfully. Langsak once again focused on the bigger picture, preparing for the confrontation with Qianchu. Fortunately, he didn't need to waste too much time negotiating with Shinring. He ordered the entire guild to be on alert, and Jisoo and Lak Lak immediately responded. Jisoo and Lak Lak both replied clearly at the same time. Langsak then said to Qianna, "Qianna, please proceed with the Shadow Team's plan as before. You can handle everything. I still have some matters to attend to." Qianna replied, "Understood." At the banquet venue, Langsak was surprised by the two who stubbornly followed him. Langsak asked, "Why do you two want to follow?" Tunryuju, as usual, replied nonchalantly, "I have nothing to do. Sister Qianna assigned tasks to others. Besides, this is Zhengyang and Shinring's alliance banquet. I should go and congratulate them too." Langsak continued to ask, "Then what about Tease? Does the guild group have nothing to do?" Tease replied, "I've handed over all the work to others to prepare for this guild war." They stepped inside and people cheered and congratulated them from both sides. Praises erupted like fireworks. Tunryuju said, "There are so many people." The doorman bowed to guide them. The doorman said, "Masters, the banquet is about to begin. Please come in quickly." At the word "Masters," the three stepped inside and Langsak looked around. Langsak said, "The Shinrung Guild is really enthusiastic." The interior space was grandly decorated like a wedding hall. T said, "It's really grandly decorated." Cheers continued to echo. "The groom has arrived. Congratulations." T stopped, seeing the pieces fall into place. T said, "The atmosphere is really strange." T gradually realized it was the sound of high heels. A girl appeared, walking gracefully, and it was Waganya in a black wedding dress. Waganya said, "Langsak, you've arrived." Exclamations erupted. "So beautiful. The guildmaster looks so beautiful in a wedding dress." Langsak was still bewildered. He didn't understand the situation before his eyes. Langsak said, "Why is she wearing a wedding dress? It's an alliance banquet, isn't it?" Tease rushed over and in a low voice directly enlightened him. Tease continued, "Langsak, you're really stupid. Don't you know?" Tease said, "This is a wedding and you're the groom." Langsak was flustered. Langsak replied, "A wedding? Why?" Waganya moved closer, smiling awkwardly but confidently. Waganya said, "Langsak, my fiancé, have been waiting for a long time." Langsak tried to explain clearly as if to set everything straight. Langsak said, "Fiancé, there must be a misunderstanding." Just then an assassin emerged from the crowd. The assassin said, "Are you Langsak?" He immediately activated his psychic power to fixate. "That's Madara." Madara said, "I'm sorry, but I object to this marriage." Langsak's body suddenly stiffened and he muttered inwardly, "I can't move." Not only Langsak but also the surrounding guards were paralyzed, unable to move and filled with fear. Tunryuju was powerful, but he was helpless against the invisible confinement. His body felt as heavy as lead, making it impossible to move. Tease was in a similar situation, feeling trapped as if by invisible iron bars. A feeling of being confined. Notification. A psychic confinement skill has been activated in the system. Activating the psychic ability requires a conductor, and the effect lasts for 10 seconds. Madara seized the opportunity to rush at Langsak, attacking him and revealing the traps he had secretly set up in the hall. The entire hall is controlled by the ribbon conductors I set up beforehand. No one can escape the psychic power. "Stay still and die," as someone tried to detonate a magic circle. A cold shout like a blade was heard. No, an explosion rocked the ballroom floor. Madara barely fended off the attack, and Langsak also took the opportunity to break free from his restraints. "You're ruining my wedding." Waganya was the one who had just attacked, and Madara immediately grew suspicious upon seeing that she was unharmed despite his psychic power. "Why isn't she affected by my psychic power?" Waganya's gaze was fixed directly on Madara, her rage burning fiercely. A name flashed through Langsak's mind. "Waganya." Madara threw a smoke bomb and retreated, shouting through the blurry smoke, "Don't block my way. Get out quickly." Langsak immediately gave chase and organized a pursuit team. "Tunryu Jutis, don't let that guy get away." Waganya also quickly gave chase, calling out to Langsak, and not forgetting what she considered most important at that moment, reminded him, "What about our wedding?" Langsak just wanted to escape the awkward situation. Thinking that fleeing was the safest strategy, he quickly turned and clearly stated his current priority to Waganya. "Right now our two guilds have more important matters to resolve," but her mind took his words and spun them into a different fantasy. The more important matters transformed into the goal of building a stable life together. Just then, So-chun Hakwoo rushed over with his subordinates. "Where did that assassin go? Guildmaster, are you all right?" Waganya became even more excited upon hearing this, imagining a future vision. "Is he working hard for our future? What a responsible man. I'll wait with you until we finish the wedding. Langsak is my destiny." So-chun Hakwoo could only sigh and watch the past situation repeat itself. "It's happening again. Will it be alright?" Just on emotion. To stake everything on him. A short while later, Langsak returned to the Jengyang headquarters, and as soon as he entered, a report immediately came in. "Did that assassin escape?" Langsak nodded, summarizing the recent pursuit. "Well, that guy was pretty tough. Even with the three of us chasing him, we lost him." Jisoo prioritized confirming the guildmaster's safety and reassured him. "It's all right as long as the guildmaster is safe." Langsak closed his eyes for a moment, organizing the next steps in his mind. "I'm thinking." A thought flashed through his mind as if he intended to turn the crisis into an opportunity. Perhaps this could be an opportunity. Jisoo still didn't understand what he was implying. Langsak calmly stated his intentions directly. An opportunity to seize the initiative. He turned on the large screen in the center of the room, and showed Jisoo a series of data sent from the underworld. "Jisoo, you must be well aware of Qianchu's recent movements. This is information collected by the underworld." As the massive fortress appeared almost complete, Jisoo was startled by the insane speed of construction. "Is this its recent appearance? It was only a foundation before and now it's almost finished?" Langsak reminded his colleague to face reality. "Jisoo, you are underestimating the scale of the opponent's resources, the resources that Qianchu possesses. If we wait until the fortress prepared for this guild war is complete, we will be at a great disadvantage." Jisoo understood his intention and reassembled the overall picture. "So you're talking about a guild war?" Langsak confirmed without hesitation. "That's right," and immediately instructed the battle method. "In this guild war we need to choose the opening battle location. We need to declare war first." Jisoo questioned the legitimacy of the conquest. "This battle requires a legitimate reason for conquest. Only then can we fight in the name of justice." "What reason will we use to declare war?" Langsak's faint smile seemed to promise that he already had a plan. "Don't worry, I have a way." Kuros's memory flashed back to his confrontation with Langsak and his defeat. "Kill me. An assassin who fails an assassination has no reason to live," but Langsak had him choose a different ending. "No," he proposed, "a future debt and a contract. I want you to owe me your life. Later I want you to be my hired assassin. Of course I won't cut your pay." Returning to the present, Kuros had become Langsak's man and had just captured Madara. "Why you, former guildmaster, former assassin guildmaster?" Kuros immediately hurled accusations. "Madara, I heard you sold the guild to Qianchu for profit." Madara was speechless but still tried to argue. "So what? You're no longer the guildmaster of Black History. What does this have to do with you? On what grounds are you pursuing me?" Kuros's voice was as cold as ice and he pointed out a stark reality, concluding, "That's a fair point." But he delivered a finishing blow, speaking like a cruel verdict. "I'm just doing it for profit too." Urgent breaking news flooded the Chaoning forum. The assassin had named Qianchu as the mastermind behind the Jengyang Guildmaster. Langsak nodded, immediately commending his efforts. "Well done. You didn't forget the contract's budget just now, but the amount to be paid for this job was quite high." Kuros replied briefly as usual and hung up the phone. "This time I gave a discount. Don't forget to pay the rest, and if you want to use me again later, you'll have to pay extra. Goodbye." With the card of public opinion manipulation in his hand, Langsak felt the initiative had shifted to him. "With this, we've gained the initiative for the opening battle. All public opinion will be on our side." Jisoo's faith in him grew even stronger. Langsak summarized the next step and confirmed the stage. "All that's left is to choose a favorable location and officially declare war on Qianchu." He scanned all his troops, asking a short but powerful question. "The war is about to begin. Is everyone ready?" All the core members of Jengyang responded in unison. Of course, an emergency meeting was held at the Qianchu headquarters, and Qiano reported the breaking news, reading the server-wide large-scale operation regulations. "The Jengyang Guildmaster has allied with Qianzhou and Shinring and declared war on our Qianchu. According to the regulations for Choning players initiating large-scale operations, all Choning players must vote for or against within a set time. If the for votes exceed 50, the guild that received the declaration of war must accept the battle or admit defeat and receive the corresponding penalties. He then analyzed the background of how public opinion had turned due to the assassination incident. Due to the previous assassination incident, Zheng Yun's reputation currently has the upper hand. Despite our overwhelmingly large forces, we lost the initiative for the declaration of war against the entire server's players. The atmosphere fell silent at the question of whether to accept, given that the fortress was not yet complete. The fortress prepared for the guild war isn't complete, so should we accept the declaration of war? Goanson raised his head and asked about the minimum completion time. How long will it take to complete at the fastest? Chiano replied. We're mobilizing all current resources, but even at the fastest it will take a few more days. Goanson quickly reviewed Langsak's thorough counter-assassination strategy in his mind. He made a bold decision, formally stepping back to maintain the strong guild's prestige. Since they've seized this opportunity, let's consider it a concession from our Qianchu. Goanson then stated clearly. Tell me where to open the battle. Our Qianchu will accept their declaration of war. The three guilds, Zhengyang, Qianzhou and Shinrong, simultaneously marched to the designated meeting point. This place is the designated location for our three guilds, which can effectively guarantee our rear support operations. He added the geographical advantage of the neutral city backed by the sea. Moreover, this is a neutral city bordering the sea, which can largely restrict Qianchu from attacking from multiple directions. In this battle we will mainly confront them head-on. He checked the progress of the base construction that Qian Na was in charge of. I asked Qian Na to construct a base before. How is it now? Jisoo replied. Due to limited time, the base is still very small, he continued. However, basic supplies have all been transported. Tunryuju, Tees and Hugu are waiting at their respective positions awaiting orders. Lak Lak had not yet reported, and Langsak understood the reason for his hesitation. I understand too. After all, this opponent is a guild sponsored by his family guild. According to the reconnaissance report sent by the underworld, the opponent had only sent its vanguard so far. Langsak, my reconnaissance shows that Qianchu hastily accepted the declaration of war, so they've currently only sent one vanguard team. I confirmed it myself, and it is indeed Blood Serpent Qian. Oh, Jisoo volunteered to confront the vanguard, suggesting that the guildmaster remain at the command line. Blood Serpent Qiano, Lak Lak and I can confront them, so guildmaster please command the battle. But Langsak shook his head. He would never choose to sit back and give orders. No, I don't like to command from behind. I'll lead the first battle myself. As the gate of light opened, Shaolan walked out first, followed by a few shadows one after another. No one's here, everyone come out quickly. As soon as someone peeked out, they trembled, asking to avoid what was about to become a battle zone. Can we avoid the main battlefield? Shaolan immediately stopped him, not wanting to waste the levels he had accumulated over the past year. If you want to participate, go alone. The handsome face stammered a correction. That's not what I meant. Shaolan frowned, reminding them of the harsh truth about the team's slow progress. Originally, our leveling speed was too slow. In 1 year, old players who started at the same time as us have all reached level 70. But we're barely over level 60. Going with that team is no different from going to die. The invincible warrior was still worried about being branded by the guild, but if we run away like this, Qianchu will find out. Will it be alright? Our old guild just merged with Qianchu not long ago. Shaolan was furious, believing that his efforts in leveling up could not be sacrificed in vain. We barely leveled up. Do you want to be cannon fodder in this war and lose levels? The invincible warrior replied. Ah, I'm sorry. Suddenly a voice was heard, startling the entire team. Hey you squad, that person was Chiano. He approached and directly asked about their mission. What are you doing? Everyone's hearts almost stopped. THTH, that's team leader Chiano. Chiano scanned them and in a cold voice questioned their intention to desert the group. Are you trying to escape? Shaolan stammered an excuse. Ah, of course not. We were just instructed to patrol this area. Chiano did not dismiss his suspicion and replied, Really? Shaolan took the opportunity to escape the interrogation and turned the subject to him. Of course. Then why are you here, team leader Chiano? Weren't you commanding the vanguard's main force? At the mention of the main force, Chiano immediately lowered his voice and revealed his plan to divert attention. The vanguard's main force is just guild new members hastily gathered. Their combat ability is limited, so they mainly serve to divert attention. The goal is to detect the enemy's troop deployment plan. Besides, it was not easy to command many unfamiliar people. I don't know most of the players, so how can I command them? Shaolan smiled with satisfaction, as if he had accurately grasped the intention from above. See, I told you I have such far-sighted eyes, the handsome face replied. You're the best. An emergency notification suddenly sounded, and the opponent brought out their trump card from the first round. Team leader Chiano, something big has happened. It seems the opponent's first player is Zhengyang's guildmaster Langsak. A Qianchu player rushed over, shouting in a panic, It's too scary. We can't win at all. Why is Zhengyang bringing out their trump card in the first round? Langsak immediately pursued the fleeing targets. It was the first battle, so he didn't want to miss a single one. This is really too much. Don't come. As the finishing blow struck, screams erupted. One more hit. If you ask who to blame, you should blame yourselves for choosing to join Qianchu and become cannon fodder. An unexpected attack erupted from behind Langsak. missing its target but revealing the stealth of his demon cloak. He quickly turned around, and the one who had just attacked was none other than Chiano. The greatsword in his hand drew a line of killing intent with a sharp momentum. "You've revealed yourself." Numerous elemental attacks inflicting magic damage poured down. But Chiano's attack speed could not keep up with the opponent's movements. He pressured the opponent with close-range attacks, but his direct sword attacks were, "To think I'd encounter you, Langsak." Chiano continued, "Today let's settle the score from the battle we missed a year ago." Chiano activated his Dao's opening will ignition skill, which prevents the target from escaping. This is a target-locking skill. You can never escape. The attack that had just flown out did not disappear but continued to pursue. Langsak curled his lips and called the brilliant knight. The knight appeared and immediately took the attack for his master. Langsak completely evaded the pursuit path. Chiano frowned slightly, using a summoned creature to change the target. Annoying. Langsak turned his attack direction and rushed straight towards the long-range attackers behind him. "You long-range attackers are really annoying." Suddenly he discovered 4 familiar people: Shaolan, handsome face, invincible warrior, and solitary engraver. Are those the 4 idiots? Without even elemental transformation, lava swept through the unfamiliar people, and he looked back at the familiar team asking, "Why are you here? Did you join Qianchu?" The invincible warrior suddenly warned, "Brother Langsak, watch your back." Chiano growled, seeing his allies turn against him. "How dare a defeated soldier like you help the enemy?" The invincible warrior was intimidated by the overwhelming killing intent. A blade flew straight towards the invincible warrior, but someone threw himself in front to block it. Chiano transformed into his blood serpent form and his killing intent surged. Langsak was worried about the 4 idiots' team. The one who took the attack was handsome face, and he groaned slightly as red blood stained his clothes. Quickly recover. I can't hold on any longer." Shaolan immediately cast a heal. "Got it." Invincible warrior, still trembling as if having just escaped the Reaper's scythe, expressed his gratitude, while solitary engraver maintained a defensive stance, continuously scanning their surroundings. "Thank you, everyone." Langsak complimented inwardly. "Over the past year, these 4 have made remarkable progress." Chiano continued to attack fiercely. Langsak, not missing a beat, judged that while the blood serpent form made him ferocious, his skill speed still had limits. He activated elemental transformation and thunder slash counterattack, and Chiano resolutely shouted, "My swordsmanship cannot be easily defeated by a normal attack." Langsak assessed his swordsmanship, noting that it neutralized both physical and magical damage, thinking he truly is a genius swordsman. However, he never had the habit of giving up without trying. "How will I know if I don't try?" Both sides continuously exchanged skills and the battle remained fierce. "I won't rely on your sword energy anymore. I'll defeat you." Chiano scoffed and provoked. "How laughable. You want to break my protective swordsmanship? Dream on." Langsak concentrated his strength for a decisive blow while simultaneously pointing out the fatal weakness hidden in his opponent's swordsmanship. "This is your weakness, Chiano. You rely too much on your skills, and the blood serpent form has obscured your originally fluid swordsmanship with ferocity. Moreover, to only use swordsmanship for defense, isn't this contrary to the concept of sword and spirit unity that a swordsmanship genius like you has always believed in?" Chiano was startled. He understands that much? How did he know? Seeing an opening, Langsak quickly spun around and attacked. "I'll defeat your swordsmanship with speed." Memories from the past flashed through Chiano's mind. At that time he was still the young son of a swordsmanship dojo master. His sister said to their father, "Master, Chiano has never lost a swordsmanship competition." Many people call the young master a swordsmanship prodigy. Even the military wants to recruit the young master from a young age, and if that happens, our dojo will receive considerable support. Chiano's father lightly waved his hand and said, "Let's go inside and talk. Let's go inside and talk." He paused for a moment, then resolutely stated his will. "I don't want Chiano to join the military." His sister was surprised and asked again, "Why? If he enlists, Chiano will get the best resources. His talent will surely be fully realized." His father simply replied, "No." His father's eyes were deep. He clearly stated what he believed. Chiano is not a genius, and he should not practice the sword under the title of a genius. He then continued in a strict but insightful voice, "That will only make him more arrogant and conceited, and it will be the biggest obstacle on his path to reaching a higher realm. Someday he will be miserably defeated because of it." Returning to the present, the battle was still fierce. Chiano hastily adopted a defensive stance, but it was too late. Langsak's direct blow landed, his armor cracked with each hit, and in his subconscious the warning, "Arrogance and conceit will bring disaster," echoed. Langsak seemed unwilling to prolong the fight and pulled out his mythic-grade weapon. Blood spurted from Chiano's mouth, and this blow was likely the last. In his fading consciousness, his memory returned to a time after his confrontation with Langsak when he was meditating by the river. His sister reported the situation to their old master, and the two looked down at Chiano from the room. "Master, since escaping the game, young Master Chiano has been meditating non-stop. Usually young master practices swordsmanship." His father watched with relief. "It's all right, don't worry, it seems." He then lightly expressed his satisfaction as a father. He finally met someone who defeated him. From now on he won't blindly draw his sword but will train his swordsmanship and his mind. At that time, Chiano inwardly vowed, "In our next confrontation I will show you the true realm of swordsmanship." At the Qianchu Guild headquarters, Gwanson heard the unexpected news and shouted, "What? he then continued, unable to hide his dissatisfaction. Chiano is offline. Guillaume explained the situation, his voice tinged with suspicion and anxiety. Brother Chiano is offline and there's no reply to his messages. Who puts a king on the board right from the start? It's truly unexpected. Gowanson lowered his voice, unable to contain his anger. Because of that unexpected move, we lost a general like Chiano in the first battle. The thought, is it a psychological attack? Did they try to break Chiano's will to fight? How could they? Flashed through his mind. He glanced at the 4 idiots team and asked, tell me what happened then. How did only you return alive? Handsome Face stammered, barely uttering a few words. That was, Xiaolan interjected. I'll tell you. She described the brutal situation in detail. We didn't expect the opposing guild's guildmaster to confront our vanguard. The skill gap was too wide and we were ruthlessly slaughtered by the opposing guildmaster. Like a demon, team leader Chiano couldn't bear to see us die at the hands of that demonic guildmaster. He fought the demonic guildmaster alone while covering our retreat. But unfortunately, while protecting us, team leader Chiano's attention was divided and he was ambushed by the demonic guildmaster and eventually brutally slaughtered, tortured, and lost his equipment. He was severely traumatized. She then added an aspect of sacrifice. But team leader Chian-O still desperately detected the opponent's tactical information and passed it on to us. Originally we wanted to die with him, but our mission was to return alive and report to the guildmaster. Guillaume frowned, saying in disbelief, really? That doesn't sound like Chiano's usual behavior. The actual situation was completely different from Xiaolan's account. After defeating Chiano, Xiaolan embraced Langsak and pleaded earnestly, brother, you don't want us to be Qianchu's cannon fodder, do you? Langsak replied coldly and decisively, who told you to get involved in this? Xiaolan pleaded, her voice a mix of helplessness and desperation. We don't want to get involved in this guild war either, but we had no choice. Handsome Face explained the root of the problem. Qianchu merged countless large and small guilds over the past year. Our original guild was also merged, Solitary Engraver continued, lamenting the difficulty of forced membership. Members like us who were forced to join have to show loyalty. We couldn't refuse to participate in this battle, she then continued. She concluded her explanation of external constraints. Qianchu is also connected to real-world capital forces. We're just ordinary players with no talent. How dare we defy them? Qianan's resources are also linked to our daily lives. Langsak acknowledged that he understood their reasons and explained the background of why he planned with them. Of course I understand this, which is why I planned with you. There must be many players in Qianchu who think like you, right? Invincible Warrior enthusiastically confirmed, not forgetting to express his respect. Of course a game talent like Brother Langsak is rare. I've always looked up to you as a role model. Langsak concluded his remarks with a specific proposal. Then I have a good idea and I need your help. He then instructed a plan to mislead the enemy and predict their next move. You need to report false information to Qianchu so they misinterpret our strategy. Xiaolan immediately objected, wanting to be completely out of it. Don't joke, we don't want to get involved in this war. We won't return to Qianchu using the excuse of being killed by you this time. We'll leave the guild after the war. She then pointed out her practical core, saying, as long as we're guaranteed not to lose levels or equipment. Langsak resolutely cut her off. No, he drew his weapon and lowered his voice but did not give in. If you don't listen to me, I will really kill you here. Death was still something that intimidated all 4 of them. Langsak gave an order offering a route to return alive. Go back to Qianchu and report my information as survivors. The 4 were shocked by the mission and Langsak appeased them with a fair promise. Don't worry, I'll reward you later. Returning to Qianchu's office, Gowanson received information about Langsak from the 4 idiots team. He frowned and asked, are you sure this is the information Chiano told you to convey? The 4 simultaneously gave a reassuring signal, and Handsome Face added, yes, even if we had 100 lives we wouldn't dare deceive the guildmaster. A scout rushed in and reported, Guildmaster Gowanson, I report, Zhang Yun has been detected moving large forces from the vanguard position that team leader Chiano commanded. Gowanson urgently asked, in what direction are they moving their forces? The scout replied. Only faint traces are still being detected. Zhang Yun used stealth magic to cover their tracks. The scout could only find traces that they were moving forces but could not determine the direction. Guillaume gasped, piecing the fragments together. No wonder Langsak went into the first battle. Why are the forces guarding each point now moving rapidly? Gowanson analyzed the plan to turn the tide of battle with Chiano's defeat at its core. It's because Chiano was defeated, according to Langsak's judgment. Chiano is an important figure in our faction. Chiano's defeat gave Zhang Yun confidence to switch from defense to offense. He was further convinced that Zhang Yun was concentrating its combat power in one place. They're switching from defense to offense, intending to confront us head-on, Guillaume concluded by pinpointing a vulnerability. Then a weak point must have been exposed in their other defensive lines. Gowanson immediately reminded them of the alliance variable. Did you forget? Qianzhou and Shinrang's forces are still there. Langsak knew well that Qianzhou and Shinrang would not commit their full strength to Zhang Yun until victory or defeat was decided. So he would entrust the defense to the 2 guilds. It's best for Zhang Yun's main force to take the offense. He then proposed a reasonable breakthrough. The best way for us to deal with this is to break through Qianzhou and Shinrang's defenses before they are fully established. This is also the information Chiano conveyed. It seems I must act myself. The 4 idiots team below was slightly flustered. Go-onsen chose Nakokwan at the same time. Langsak's voice calmly echoed from Jisu's location. Jisu, are you sure Qianchu's scouts will detect the traces of troop movements I fabricated? Jisu replied, trusting the trap that had already been set. I'm sure no one will imagine that your reason for going into the first battle was simply your whim. He then looked straight at the trap and said, the way you used reverse psychology this week to divert Qianchu's attention is truly admirable, Langsak. Langsak moved to another position, waving his hand and saying, don't tease me anymore, I had no choice. Qianzhou and Shinrang's attitude wasn't resolute enough and their troop movement speed was too slow. Zhang Yun's forces alone. It would be too difficult to contend with Qianchu. I had no choice but to use schemes to strengthen our forces. He then continued to plant his thoughts in his opponent's mind to predict their next move. If I were Go-onsen after my troop movements were diverted and I received Qiano's final information, the best choice would be the weakest defensive line in our faction, Nakokwan. I believe Go-onsen will use his trump card, and we are already prepared. Langsak's friend's status notification flickered on his screen. He paused for a moment. He didn't know what Lak had been doing in the past few days. Immediately after, another line appeared in the system. Friend Lak has left the Zhengyun Guild. Seeing Lak's status, Langsak urgently sent a message. Lak, why did you leave the guild? Reply to my message. Lak replied coldly. You want to know why? Langsak confirmed without hesitation. Of course. Lak sent coordinates and a short message. I sent the coordinates. Come here. I'll tell you the reason myself. Langsak quickly ran along a desert road with harsh sandstorms towards the meeting place and a system notification appeared. Desert Whirlwind. The server has detected that you have entered the outdoor dungeon Desert Whirlwind area. You have automatically entered the dungeon. He frowned. Automatically entered? What is Lak up to? Langsak entered Sector 1 where monster corpses were scattered everywhere and the traces were cleanly cleared. Did Lak come first? A hint of doubt flashed through his mind and he immediately tried to escape the dungeon but the system blocked him. You cannot use any kind of teleportation spell before clearing the dungeon. The first thought that came to mind was a trap. A voice slowly echoed nearby as if it had been waiting. You can't use teleportation spells here. Stay here. No one will disturb us. Langsak turned around to see Lak in knight armor standing before him. He greeted him. Hello, Langsak. A question flashed through Langsak's mind. Lak, he remembered the warning Jisu had emphasized before he left. No, Langsak, you can't leave at such a crucial moment. Qianchu is already caught in the trap, according to information. They are already gathering forces and moving towards Nakokwan. He still insisted on his decision. I can't abandon Lak. He's too different from his usual self. He then cited the argument between Lak and Tiger as evidence of an anomaly. Something must have happened. Jisu, don't worry. I'll take a high-grade teleportation spell. If anything urgent comes up, contact me immediately. I'll be right back. Jisu and Tunryu-ju could only quietly listen to their guildmaster's instructions. Langsak finished his preparations before leaving the command position. I've reinforced Nakokwan's defensive line with Tunryu-ju, Tis and Yu and Lak. We can handle Qianchu in the initial stages. Just give me a little time. Lak is also a very important comrade to us. His gaze became resolute. I've decided. I'll bring him back. Immediately after, Lak charged wildly. His once bright eyes now coldly fixed on Langsak as if he were an enemy. Langsak had to move desperately to evade the torrent of attacks. He inwardly blamed himself for being lured to a place where teleportation was nullified at a time when Qianchu was launching an all-out attack. A scheme to lure the tiger out of the mountain. One question sharply arose. Lak, did you really betray us? Lak replied calmly, shifting the argument towards his family. Qianchu Fortress was originally a guild sponsored by our family. As a member of the family, I've decided to side with them. Isn't that a reasonable explanation? Langsak temporarily balanced the fight, lightly neutralizing the opponent's attacks as if blocking with one hand and then the other. When Langsak activated his water elemental transformation, water pillars surged up, firmly trapping Lak. Lak scoffed, activating his Thunder Slash skill. Trying to trap me with a water prison, Lak used his release skill to destroy the water prison and water overflowed, sweeping over Langsak. Lak narrowed his eyes and whispered meaningfully. Water conducts electricity. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Langsak immediately switched to electric elemental transformation, but there was something strange about Lak's actions. As soon as he escaped, he went behind his opponent and as if playing a prank said, Lak, I have a gift for you. He pulled out a rabbit doll and a system notification for Cursed Rabbit Doll flashed by, a famous model item with a very low drop rate in choning. Langsak threw the doll at his opponent and Lak frowned. What's this, a hidden weapon? It's not a threat. He was momentarily bewildered. Langsak nodded slightly. As expected, it wasn't Lak after all. Who are you? Why are you using Lak's ID? The controller replied in a calm voice as if praising his opponent. Oh, the voice and skills are identical. How did you figure it out? Langsak remembered Qian Na mentioning cursed dolls several times as something Lak liked to collect. At that moment, Qian Na had asked and he had replied, Lak's favorite collection item is cursed dolls, but you didn't know that at all. He went a step further and asked directly, who exactly are you? Where is Lak now? The opponent scoffed and stated a condition. If you defeat me, I'll tell you. Langsak's lips curled into a smile. Oh really? I just needed to confirm that you're not Lak. He approached with incredible speed in the blink of an eye and whispered, then there's no need to hold back anymore. The controller was horrified at how fast he was. It was completely different from before, and he couldn't withstand the direct attack. Langsak's eyes blazed and he shouted, hammering out each word, "Give Lak Lak back now!" At the front line, Dura was deploying troops. Qianchu is moving in this direction one by one. Everyone get into defensive formation. Ranged attackers and melee attackers, perform your respective roles. A message arrived for Jisoo. Jisoo, some of our units have started engaging Qianchu. What should we do now? Jisoo pondered deeply, making sure not to ruin the perfect plan until Langsak's instructions arrived. He began giving clear commands. Gaka, lead the ranged attack team and flank to the north. Avoid engaging Qianchu while they haven't noticed our plan yet. For now, set up an ambush and wait. Lak Lak immediately replied. Understood. Jisoo continued to reroute other units. Tunryu-ju, you're responsible for fighting Qianchu head-on, but don't overdo it. Focus mainly on luring them to the planned location. Tunryu-ju replied concisely and firmly. Understood. Jisoo turned to Tease, maintaining the flow of command. Tease, you're to disperse the enemy's forces and help Tunryu-ju lure Qianchu's main force. He muttered to himself, I need to buy more time. Langsak, come back quickly. At this moment, Langsak continued to press Lak Lak's controller for information. He threw sharp, needle-like words. I don't know why you're using Lak Lak's ID, but it won't do you any good even if you use all of Lak Lak's power. Lak Lak's health dropped sharply. Langsak continued in a low, firm voice. Because deep down you know very well that Lak Lak is no match for himself. The controller scoffed, piercing the weakest part of his opponent's heart. But you won't kill me, because this body belongs to young Master Lak Lak, right? Langsak, he continued, forcing Langsak into a cruel choice. If you don't personally eliminate this Lak Lak, you'll never get Lak Lak back from the electronic neural control system. Langsak briefly thought about the neural control system he was facing. Lak Lak's controller propped himself up and said, Although I've occupied young Master Lak Lak's body in the game, I can't use all of his power yet. The method of affecting brainwaves to seize control still has many flaws, Langsak thought quietly. Affecting brainwaves to seize control? I think I heard about this in my previous life. I can't believe it actually exists. In fact, it was an advanced hacking technology used to steal one's game ID. It forcibly linked brainwaves with another person, bypassing Qianung's identity verification process and deceiving the system. However, the technology was still incomplete. Even while controlling Lak Lak's body, he couldn't fully utilize the skills Lak Lak possessed during his brilliant certification candidate days. Lak Lak was not that weak. Lak Lak's controller burst into laughter and uttered, How about it? Are you going to kill me and drop young Master Lak Lak's account and lose his equipment? I'll occupy his ID too. A thought briefly flashed through Langsak's mind. This person always calls him young Master Lak Lak. From that, Langsak connected the pieces of information and realized that the mastermind behind this was Lak Lak's DLRO family, to cruelly exploit even their own child. In the current situation, even if Lak Lak recovered his ID and returned to assist, his combat power would be greatly weakened after losing levels and equipment. Not only would this stop him, but it would also diminish his own strength. Such a malicious strategy, killing two birds with one stone, could only be conceived by capitalists. Lak Lak's controller continued. Everyone in Choning knows your reputation and power, Langsak. Now that I've met you, indeed your reputation precedes you. You are by no means an opponent to be taken lightly. You are worth DLRO's evaluation. Before Lak Lak's controller could finish speaking, he was struck by Langsak's decisive blow. Langsak said in a cold voice, You talk too much. It's better to just die. Langsak's eyes blazed with fury. In any case, you'll have to help Lak Lak recover his ID in the real world. I won't forget this grudge. Langsak, looking for a way back to his comrade, suddenly paused. Jisoo wasn't answering his phone. Suddenly, Chianna called, and she asked, Langsak, are you back? Langsak immediately replied, No, I'm still in the dungeon. Jisoo isn't answering my calls. What's the battle situation with Qianchu like now? Chianna reported urgently. Vice Guild Master Jisoo is commanding on the front lines. I don't know the exact battle situation right now, but we've received reports that a large amount of healing supplies is needed on the front lines. We're preparing to send them now. It seems some teams engaged with Qianchu and there are not a few casualties. A system notification rang. He was in the Desert Whirlwind dungeon, and because he hadn't cleared the dungeon, all teleportation spells were locked and unusable. Langsak gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, Damn it, I can't even use teleportation spells. Chianna asked in a worried voice, Langsak, when are you coming back? Langsak replied decisively, It seems I'll have to defeat the monsters and clear the dungeon first. Help me, brilliant knight. Danya, come lend a hand too. In DLRO family's secret laboratory, a mysterious doctor spoke in a low voice. He was subdued by Langsak. It seems we underestimated his strength too much, the female secretary immediately reported. The chairman called to report the situation. According to Qianchu's request, simply keeping Langsak tied down successfully is considered a successful completion of this mission. The mysterious doctor replied concisely. Oh really, young Master Lak Lak's account was killed? The female secretary continued to report. The chairman said it was a punishment for young Master Lak Lak, the doctor muttered, thought for a moment, then concluded, So currently Lak Lak is trapped in this test tube. Then the doctor spoke again, saying he could release young Master Lak Lak. In Qianchu Fortress's temporary operation headquarters, Goanson's voice was filled with surprise. What? He continued, his face darkening. We're surrounded, the communication officer reported in a hurry. Yes. The vanguard was lured into the canyon by Zheng Yang and is now surrounded by the enemy. Go-onsen urgently asked how many enemy players there were. The communication officer immediately replied, "Initial estimates are not more than our team, but not a small number either." Go-onsen gritted his teeth, punching the wooden wall. "Damn it, I was fooled." A guess flashed through his mind like lightning. Perhaps those 4 people were bait thrown by Langsak. The troop movements were just a feint. "They're trying to lure our main force into a trap for a head-on confrontation." The communication officer nervously waited for orders and said, "Guildmaster, time is very urgent. Should we send other teams to support?" Go-onsen waved his hand. "Wait," he then asked in a cold voice, "do you know who their commander is right now?" The communication officer replied, "According to information, it's Zheng Yang's vice guildmaster Jisoo." Go-onsen thought for a moment. "Jisoo?" Then he immediately gave clear orders. "Since the number of our vanguard players is large enough, they should be able to hold on for a while. For now, there's no need to send other units to support. The left flank unit should speed up their march and attack Zheng Yang's vanguard from behind. Also, immediately dispatch a teleportation-capable team from headquarters to attack Zheng Yang's weakest stronghold to turn the tide of the situation." A message arrived for Go-onsen from the DLRO family. It said that his request to tie down Langsak had been completed. According to their assessment, it would still take quite a while for Langsak to appear on the battlefield. Go-onsen was inwardly pleased that DLRO had warned him early. If only Langsak was gone, no one would be able to contend with him. Go-onsen commanded decisively, "Immediately relay the orders I just gave." On the battlefield, the clash between the two sides had left a wide area in ruins. Rocks rumbled and fell overhead as players engaged. Lak, standing in the archer ranks, commanded his team and shouted firmly, "Fire arrows!" A rain of arrows immediately poured down on Qianchu Guild's army. Lak rolled his eyes, calculated, and continued giving instructions. "First team, replenish mana. Second team, keep firing." Sensing danger approaching, Lak became extremely vigilant. One of Qianchu's main generals was charging directly towards the archer defense line commanded by Lak himself. As the defense line gradually crumbled, Lak shouted to the entire team, "It's breaking, fall back." The one who had just broken through Zheng Yang's defense line was none other than the former guild master of the Giant Stone Guild, Terra, level 94. Tunryuju rushed in to interfere and Terra said flatly, "You seem to be quite a strong opponent." Terra immediately turned and powerfully counterattacked Tunryuju. Tunryuju, respecting his opponent, said clearly, "Then I'll engage you." From the command post, Vice Guildmaster Jisoo gave operational orders to Tease. "Tease, according to information, a team is trying to ambush our main force from behind. Go protect that unit." Tease immediately led her team and departed, replying clearly, "Understood." Suddenly, Tease sensed hidden weapons flying towards her. She quickly activated flame armor to defend herself. As soon as her comrades were hit by the hidden weapons, they fell into illusions, praising the enchanting fragrance and muttering. Most of Tease's team members collapsed from the attack, but Xiaomei didn't forget to mutter words of praise, "Quite skilled. To detect my enchanting fragrance so quickly." Tease's gaze was coldly fixed on the target, and Xiaomei continued, "Longsak's comrade, you melee mage. Shall we play together?" In Zheng Yang's other defensive stronghold, Hugu's gunshots echoed majestically. As soon as Qianchu's soldiers poked their heads out, they were immediately brought down by Hugu. He held a heavy sniper rifle, taking control of the situation step by step, muttering to himself, "Another one dealt with." Suddenly Rose, the former guildmaster of the awakened troll, appeared behind Hugu and spoke in a provocative voice. "Listen to me." The awakened troll launched a lightning-fast kick, scoffing, "Are you telling us not to walk out through the teleportation gate?" Hugu lightly tilted his body, dodging the attack. She continued to provoke, her lips curling threateningly. "Little girl, this older sister is going to tear your body apart." In the Desert Whirlwind dungeon, the Desert Storm Scorpion King appeared majestically. Langsak took a battle stance and shouted short and decisively, "Charge, let's finish this quickly." On the battlefield, the confrontation between Tunryuju and Terra intensified, but the difference in skill was not yet clearly apparent. Terra directly activated his giant stone rupture skill on Tunryuju, who blocked the attack with his shield, but the impact force was so great that his body was sent flying towards the hillside. The arrogant Terra glanced at Tunryuju, saying in a disdainful voice, "Small." He continued to maintain a contemptuous attitude as he spoke. "And weak too." Then Tunryuju immediately transformed into a giant and counterattacked fiercely. Terra was caught off guard. "How about now?" Terra was sent flying like a baseball, smashing through several rocky mountains. At this moment, Tunryuju's power was like a lion unleashed from its cage. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm much bigger." Terra quickly got up. Despite receiving an unexpected attack, Tunryuju's recent attack had not inflicted noticeable damage. He narrowed his eyes and assessed giant transformation, then immediately. Terra re-entered the battle, saying in a delighted voice, "Interesting." The two sides continued to clash, with Terra currently in a defensive stance, probing his opponent. Tunryuju switched to Earth Giant mode and warned in a low voice beforehand, "From now on I'm getting serious." Terra flinched momentarily at the change. Suddenly fire attacks poured down from somewhere. Huge meteors crashed down from the sky with a thud. Tunryuju, who was fiercely fighting Terra, was hit directly in the back by a meteor. Terra turned his eyes, searching for the attacker. Players recognized the newly appeared figure and shouted. Qianchu Guildmaster, Diviner Go-onsen appeared and ordered to continue the attack. In Go-onsen's mind the assessment flashed. Tunryu-ju is Zhengyang's ace, possessing immense power and the ability to transform into a giant to subdue him. I must use fire attacks. Qianchu's army's morale surged with the appearance of their guildmaster, and shouts echoed loudly. Guildmaster, Lak-Lak, seeing the tide of battle turn unfavorably, sighed inwardly. I can't believe he would personally appear in such a dangerous place. Qianchu's fierce morale suddenly ignited as expected of Gowanson. To the earth-shaking cheers, Gowanson shouted, "Regroup and don't fall into disarray, quickly reform your ranks." The entire army responded in unison, "Yes, Guildmaster." Gowanson immediately presented a frontline support plan and envisioned the battle situation again in his mind. Chao Mei's side had another trump card. A fire element battle mage whose aggressive and decisive attacks needed to be countered with water element attacks. In the confrontation with Chao Mei, Tease strongly pressured Chao Mei, putting her under immense strain. Tease provoked, "Are you just going to keep evading using only clones?" Chao Mei realized with embarrassment that she was completely outmatched. Even as a battle mage, she was still a mage, so why were all her skills close-range attacks? And why did her enchanting fragrance have no effect at all? A suspicion began to grow in Chao Mei's mind that Tease was her natural enemy. Tease called out her name and pressed, "Come out, don't hide, I'll send you to the other world." Chao Mei still gritted her teeth, trying to harass her. Damn it, she cast a magic restraint to block Tease's approach. In the end, Chao Mei was still using the same tactics. Realizing this, Tease did not raise her guard as she hadn't discovered any new variables. Tease created a whirlwind of fire by erecting pillars of fire. Suddenly, numerous streams of water poured down fiercely on Tease from multiple directions. Tease flinched for a moment, thinking inwardly, "Water element magic?" Qianchu's support team surged out, and one mage from the team said, "Team leader Chao Mei, we are the water element magic specialized support team sent by the guildmaster." The advantage completely shifted to Chao Mei, and she rejoiced inwardly. The guildmaster has finally arrived. At the engagement point between Hugu and Chao Hao, Hugu's sniping ability pressured Chao Hao, preventing him from approaching, forcing Chao Hao to maintain a long distance. One of Qianchu's members sighed, "We can't get close to that sniper, he shoots too accurately." Hugu continuously fired at the Qianchu army. But suddenly Hugu's vision narrowed. He instantly calculated, "Fog, are they trying to reduce my accuracy?" The Qianchu army gradually regained the initiative, cheering. The guildmaster sending the fog barrier was truly timely. Guildmaster Gowanson is amazing. He has a strategy to deal with Zhengyang. Chao Hao took the opportunity to secretly approach Hugu from behind, taunting, "How about it, little brother, can you still see well?" Hugu immediately turned and counterattacked while Chao Hao simultaneously used a sharp rose skill. Hugu responded with a super-fast pistol. Chao Hao disappeared back into the fog, leaving behind a faint laugh. "Can you hit us?" At the command post, Lak-Lak reported the frontline situation fiercely. Vice Guildmaster Jisoo, Tunryu-ju is surrounded by Gowanson's large-scale fire mage team. The Qianchu army is counterattacking, and the pressure on the frontline team is immense. If we lose, the rear teams will also have no choice but to retreat. Other reports also continued to pour into Jisoo. Vice Guildmaster Tease is also surrounded and attacked by Qianchu's water element magic specialized support team, and currently cannot support our main force. Another warning sounded. Vice Guildmaster Jisoo, the northern defense point, is in critical condition. Hugu is bogged down in the fog, engaging with Qianchu members. Moreover, our forces are too weak, and the Qianchu army has already invaded and is preparing to attack this area. It's on the verge of falling. Jisoo realized that Gowanson's counterattack plan was exceedingly skillful and fell silent for a moment. If they continued to drag out the time with Qianchu's powerful forces just then. Jisoo was startled by the strange video on the screen. Chao Hao took advantage of Hugu being trapped in the dense fog to launch fierce attacks, gritting his teeth. "I'll slowly tear you to shreds." Hugu exerted 200 concentration to evade the lightning-fast attacks. Just then, a gigantic arrow from somewhere precisely pierced Chao Hao, leaving her no time to defend. At the engagement point between Chao Mei and Tease, Chao Mei immediately leveraged the advantage of the water element attack specialized support team, shouting, "Drown that woman!" Tease desperately reinforced her defenses, stalling for time and awaiting unexpected support. From another direction, a fierce attack suddenly poured down on Chao Mei's support team, inflicting significant damage. Tunryu-ju in his gigantic form was being hit by fire attacks from all directions. The pressuring shouts of "Don't worry about mana potions, keep up the firepower and take him down" echoed. Tunryu-ju, gritting his teeth and enduring the hot flames, muttered inwardly, "I'm burning to death." Suddenly, the fire attacks pouring down on Tunryu-ju were nullified. From nearby, encouraging voices echoed, "Zhengyang, hold on, we're here." Just before the battle began at Nakokwan, Gowanson first sent a message to Chang'an. Gowanson clearly revealed his intention to draw him in, saying, "Guildmaster Chang'an, please trust the sincerity of my message. It's not too late to withdraw from this guild war even now. Given your real-world status, I believe you clearly understand the gains and losses of this war." Dokbo Chang'an replied with surprise and a probing attitude. He said, "Oh, that's strange. Guildmaster Gowanson himself came to talk to me. So can I assume that Qianchu is currently on the defensive?" A carriage raced across the forest path. Inside the compartment, the two continued their conversation. Gowanson calmly presented his perspective and the path he had chosen. He said, "On the defensive, this is just the beginning. I will defeat Zhengyang, but I don't want to fight Qianzhou. I believe Guildmaster Chang'an also doesn't want to retreat alone. I'm also negotiating with Shinring, and I believe they will cooperate with me soon. This is your last chance, Guildmaster Chang'an, to make a decision. Please carefully consider the best choice. Dokbo Chang'an concisely stated his intentions. He said, I will consider it. The two inside the carriage were, surprisingly, Jingaluk and Chang'an. After relaying the entire conversation with Gwansan, Chang'an asked his comrade, Jingaluk, what do you think? Jingaluk made a realistic assessment based on the information and the opponent's skill. He said, judging by Gwansan's skill, I don't think he's bluffing. According to information, Qianchu is currently in a disadvantageous situation. For now, we are on the right side. However, Jingaluk was still worried, assessing the alliance's strength. He continued, can Langsak and Zhengyang maintain their advantage? I believe Gwansan must have prepared a scheme. Such an important decision can only be made by you, brother Chang'an. Whatever the outcome, I will always support you. Chang'an nodded in agreement with the assessment he had just heard. While also expressing his disgust for Qianchu's methods, he said, indeed, it seems Qianchu played a trick on Langsak. As expected of Qianchu, they always prefer to use despicable tactics. This is what I dislike most about Qianchu. Just then, a private message notification from Langsak popped up in Chang'an's inbox, and he immediately made up his mind. He said to Jingaluk, Jingaluk, let's embark on an adventure together. Without hesitation, he presented their course of action and current goal. He continued, let's stick to our choice and hurry to the battlefield. The decision was immediately proven in battle. The decisive blow that took down Cao Hao was none other than Chang'an's. On Hugu's side, a player recognized the support team and shouted, it's the Qianzhou Guildmaster. Reinforcements have arrived. On the other hand, thanks to the newly arrived reinforcements, the water element attack encirclement that had bound them was broken. A mocking voice echoed from the newcomer. The voice was, to think I had to come and help you. Tis was momentarily surprised and asked, is that Wit? The man with twin daggers replied, decisively introducing himself. He said, my name is Wit. Wit turned to Chao Mei and casually reported the outcome of dealing with the support team. He said, I've cleanly dealt with all your water element mages. Chao Mei recognized the opponent and mentioned his previously known identity. She replied, if I recall correctly, you were a team leader on Shinrang's side, weren't you? Hugu immediately corrected the information and stated his new stance. He said, no, I'm no longer a Shinrang team leader. Currently I'm not representing Shinrang but the Langa family, and I declare war on Qianchu. Tunryu Ju, who had escaped the fire attack encirclement thanks to a mysterious support skill, returned to his normal appearance and felt a warmth in his heart as he sensed the protective shield around him. He thought inwardly, this protection magic is really warm. A shield whose thrower was unclear flew from afar and embedded itself in front of Terra and the Qianchu team. The Shinrang team entered, and the one who threw the shield was So Chun Hakwu. He came with Guildmaster Waganya. On Zhengyang's side, Waganya cast an area of effect heal, and the recovery amount immediately surged. One Zhengyang team member exclaimed upon seeing their health bar refilling, my health is refilling. Jisoo arrived on the battlefield and personally thanked Waganya for leading the reinforcements. He said, thank you Guildmaster Waganya for personally leading the team here. Waganya, once again lost in her own romantic fantasy, smiled and replied, Langsak and I are one family, so this matter concerns me too. Just don't feel burdened. In her mind, her own belief that Langsak's family was Zhengyang and therefore she was also his family flashed by. So Chun Hakwu, witnessing this scene, could only sigh powerlessly. He said, it's starting again. Jisoo replied lightly. Oh really? And said nothing further. Meanwhile, Lak Lok was very pleased to see both Jisoo and the reinforcements arrive. She said, Vice Guildmaster Jisoo has arrived and so have the reinforcements, she continued. Then there's no need to fear Gwansan. Gwansan realized that the battle situation was increasingly turning against him and frowned for a moment. One step too late, Qianzhou and Shinring appeared simultaneously. He was caught by the thought that Qianzhou and Shinring had chosen to help Zhengyang, or more precisely Langsak, even though they knew about the real enemy behind him. Tunryu Ju, in front of Terra and the Qianchu team, pulled out the shield embedded in the hillside again, regrouped into a battle stance and stared directly at Terra. He said, now we can have a proper fight. The clash between Tunryu Ju and Terra exploded with flames and columns of smoke. From the command post, Gwansan personally ordered all mage legions. He shouted, fire element mages, attack! So Chun Hakwu raised his shield in a defensive stance and encouraged the entire team to maintain their ranks and counterattack in time. He said, Zhengyang frontline, hold on, I'll block them at the forefront, leave it to me. Immediately after, Qianchu's fire attacks were unexpectedly reflected by Waganya's magic reflection shield skill. She said, I'll bury you all. On Qianchu's side, a mage exclaimed in horror upon seeing his attack reflected, our fire element magic has been reflected. Startled by the counterattack, all of Qianchu's mage teams paused, unable to react when Blood Serpent Hua swept through, taking down numerous enemies. Gwansan had no choice but to activate his shield to avoid the rain of magic. Just then, battle reports poured into Gwansan. The messenger shouted, Guildmaster, with Wit's support, Tis has turned the tide and is pressuring Chao Mei. Tis urged the target to stop pointlessly evading and come out, shouting, stop running. Chao Mei had no choice but to escape in the extreme situation, complaining as she fled. Are two people ganging up on me? Another bad news reached Gwansan's location, further increasing his anxiety. The messenger called the Guildmaster again. On the other hand, Hugu was sweeping through Qianchu's formations in cooperation with Chang'an, and a fleeing soldier quickly turned to report to the Guildmaster, we can no longer hold on. Gowanson asked his elite troops, "Where is Chow Hao?" The soldier reported the result in confusion. They cooperated early on and defeated him. Under continuous pressure, a thought flashed through Gowanson's mind. His three-pronged attack plan had failed. Just then, Tunryuju activated his divine mountain form and delivered a fierce punch directly to Terra, giving Terra no time to counterattack. He said to Terra, "I'm still stronger, aren't I?" At the climax, a whirlwind suddenly cut through their engagement. Tunryuju paused for a moment, looking up at the whirlwind. He wondered, what kind of magic is that? From the rear, Jisoo, just in time, warned about the source of the whirlwind. He said, "Tunryuju, be careful. That's Gowanson's magic." Gowanson continued to create whirlwinds and sent them towards the Jingin alliance. The Shinring Guildmaster, confident that she alone could turn the tide, said, "I can turn the situation around by myself." So Chun Hokwu and his comrades gritted their teeth and endured, blocking with shields but unable to hide their surprise at the storm-like pressure. He said, "The magic is too strong. Is this really a player's skill?" At the command post, Jisoo immediately adjusted the plan, assessed the opponent's long-standing power, and made a temporary decision. He said, "This is the power that Gowanson has long been known for." Guildmaster Waganya, "I think we need to retreat for a while." Waganya frowned, rebutting based on her combat intuition. She asked, "Gowanson alone is forcing both our guilds to retreat?" Jisoo emphasized the objective of preserving their forces. "The person who can confront him directly has not yet arrived," he explained. "We cannot sacrifice our forces in vain. The person to engage him has not yet come." Just as the retreat order was being prepared to relieve pressure, a system message echoed across the entire battlefield, startling everyone. System notification, server-wide alert. Someone has successfully unlocked a glorious achievement. The biggest shock hit Gowanson. And then another notification appeared, confirming the identity and achievement. System notification. Player Langsak has achieved the first solo clear of the outdoor dungeon Desert Whirlwind. The thought "he alone" flashed through Gowanson's mind instantly. On the server-wide screen, the glorious solo dungeon clear achievement appeared, along with an animation of a desert monster being split in two by Langsak's weapon. The Lord icon had a red warning sign marked with an X, confirming the boss was defeated. And fragments continued to surface in his mind. Not only that, an unlocked icon also appeared. The system notification also unlocked, and a completion signal burst forth. Gowanson continually asked himself, how is this possible with just one person's strength? Images of Chonglun, then Wit, and finally Waganya flashed through his mind. Simultaneously, his consciousness reached the sight of Langsak standing tall in the middle of the desert and the monsters strewn at his feet. Gowanson's face hardened as he concluded that his opponent was unfathomable, and even his fate was difficult to predict. An exclamation burst forth. Too dangerous. He immediately drew a King of Spades card, and cast a skill that parasitized the storm, and a green whirlwind raged, engulfing the battlefield. The whirlwind swept over Ricker, blowing away many people. A team member shrieked in surprise. His skill is too terrifying. Seeing his ally in danger, Jisoo, shield in hand, warned, and simultaneously rushed to save him. "Brother, be careful, Ricker." He quickly set up his shield, cast a blessing, blocked a large flying log, and then pulled Ricker back to a safe position, telling him, "Ricker, step back. This time, stand behind me." Amidst the tearing sound of the wind, Jisoo defended and quickly recounted his long-prepared analysis. He said, "Gowanson always hid his skills, but for this battle I made an effort to collect information on him." Simultaneously, images of his opponent's card-type skills flashed through Jisoo's mind. The power of the magic was proportional to the number drawn, and the larger the number, the stronger the destructive power, making it unpredictable for outsiders. The green energy surging around Gowanson and the dangerous whirlwind further solidified this conclusion. The Qianchu Guildmaster was an unpredictable individual. Tunryuju appeared, preparing to confront the storm. He said, "The whirlwind is that big, I'll help you." He activated gravity reversal, embedding dark purple energy into the center of the whirlwind and simultaneously shouting the skill command. He shouted, "Send it to the ground." The whirlwind gradually subsided and dispersed, but the moment Tunryuju was still activating his skill, Gowanson had already moved behind him and launched a surprise attack. Waganya quickly intervened with her garland magic shield reflection, blocking the killing intent, but her opponent appeared behind her again. Jisoo hastily pressed the seal of holy protection, saving Waganya from the brink of death. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank goodness Vice Guildmaster Jisoo blocked it in time. Even though we're both mages, Gowanson's speed is beyond common sense." As green flames rained down from the sky, Jisoo had to constantly change positions to avoid tracking damage. Seeing Jisoo in a tight spot, Ricker drew her bow and shot furiously, warding off the threat. She shouted, "Don't harm Jisoo." The volley of arrows flew straight at the target, but Gowanson still swiftly dodged. Ricker's eyes widened at her opponent's agility, which defied common sense. Gowanson raised his hand, flipped over an 8 of Hearts card, and activated the scattering skill. The sky brightened, and a rain of yellow energy like a meteor shower poured down on Jisoo's team, forcing everyone to activate their skills to block it. Jisoo, barely holding on, gasped for breath and admitted the overwhelming power difference. He said, "Too strong. If this continues, we won't be able to defeat him even if we all work together." At that moment, his thoughts stopped at one name, Langsak. Under the shade of a tree, Midong looked down at Gowanson, giving his all on the battlefield, unable to hide his interest. He said, "It's truly a rare sight," he continued. It's been a long time since I last saw Guildmaster Gowonson give his all like this. Midong briefly wondered whether he should immediately report the news he had just witnessed. Inside, Jisu's team was continuously subjected to fireballs and meteor showers. He inwardly assessed, the magic range is too wide. It's difficult to find a frontal solution. His opponent's agility, firepower, and damage were all abnormally high, like a system error. Ricker changed her shooting stance and fiercely unleashed a rapid-fire volley. Drawing her bowstring and provoking, she said, I can't possibly miss you. Gowonson dodged the volley of arrows, then immediately appeared before her and uttered an indifferent but cold remark. He said, annoying. Sensing danger, Jisu hastily called out his comrade's name. He shouted, Ricker. Purple-black energy suddenly streaked past, startling Gowonson, who had to turn and block it. As the purple energy disappeared, Langsak's weapon was embedded in the ground. Ricker immediately recognized the familiar symbol. She shouted, right behind Gowonson. Langsak appeared and exploded his attack with purple energy. Ricker's joyful shout also echoed with this attack. She shouted, Langsak. Time seemed to stop and space suddenly became quiet. Only the rustling of fallen leaves could be heard. Gowonson stood still, his face hardened. A wound appeared on his cheek. Gowonson was shocked as Langsak's voice echoed, I'm back. Langsak stood tall, gripping his weapon tightly and smiling confidently. Gowonson, he looked up at him with a cold and provocative tone. You had your fun while I was gone, didn't you? Now it's time for me to kill you at Nakgokwan. Sochun Hokwu cried out in surprise. Kill Gowonson? Waganya's eyes shone enchantingly. She said, my prince on a white horse always appears when I'm in danger. Jisu stared blankly at Langsak. Jisu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, thinking inwardly, Langsak is finally back, Ricker said in a voice mixed with anticipation and concern. If he truly succeeds, it will surely become a legend in Qianlong's history, but his opponent is Gowonson, the Qianchu Guildmaster. Gowonson touched the wound on his face, and as the wound gradually healed, he glanced at Langsak and thought with displeasure, why does he always derail everything? He inwardly called out the name of the rogue, Langsak, as he looked at his opponent who was emitting purple-black energy. Langsak activated his Demon Cloak revelation skill, and his entire body was immediately covered in a red and black cloak. He leaped backward and attacked with lightning speed, startling even Gowonson. Purple-black energy collided with the green whirlwind, scattering wind and dust everywhere. Gowonson raised his hand to summon a card, but only a 3 of spades card was drawn. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Only a 3? Gowonson used the 3 of spades tracking missile skill and fired it straight at Langsak, but he nullified the attack in midair. Langsak laughed and said, was I mistaken? The skill's power is mediocre. The purple energy exploded, quickly pushing Gowonson back, and Langsak slipped behind him again, activating elemental transformation. Thunder Body Silence Backstab. Seeing this, Gowonson immediately activated his Fate skill, but this time the card drawn was only a 4 of hearts. He flinched at the number 4. The green energy pillar erupted from the ground. Gowonson evaded with the 4 of hearts Vine Hunt, but he swiftly nullified that skill. Langsak quickly approached, attacking his evading opponent and saying, no matter how fast you are, you're just a mage. He delivered a critical blow and laughed, his expression eerie. Everyone is just prey beneath a rogue's blade. The decisive blow came, giving Gowonson no time to react. A hand with red energy suddenly struck and a massive explosion occurred. Langsak paused for a moment, surprised. Midong intervened between him and Gowonson and said, I apologize, Guildmaster Langsak. As a warrior, I cannot allow a rogue like you to touch even a single hair on our captain's head. Seeing the newcomer, the name Bajio Midong flashed through Langsak's mind. From above, a black hole suddenly opened, and a shout of Brother Langsak, get out of the way, echoed from it. Black masses poured down, forcing the 3 to scatter and evade. The smoke gradually cleared and Langsak's team appeared. Tunryuju shouted from the front, Bajio Midong, I'll deal with you, so don't bother Brother Langsak. Langsak looked at the scene and chuckled lightly. Gowonson frowned at Midong, who was leaning against a tree, and said, Midong, just the 2 of us can overwhelm them. Hearing this, he scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Guildmaster, I have a few things to say, but I'm not sure if now is the right time. Gowonson frowned and urged him. Speak quickly. Midong approached and whispered a few words. Hearing the story, Gowonson's eyes widened and he shouted, what a rebellion at headquarters? His voice pierced the silence. Midong replied clearly, yes, because we were at a disadvantage in the early stages, it affected their morale. Many newly joined players don't want to lose their lives in this guild war because of us. As soon as Gowonson heard the report, he hastily asked, what's the current situation? He replied, I've suppressed it, but according to the investigation, it seems a group of 4 people spread bad rumors, further aggravating the rebellion after you went to the battlefield. Gowonson seemed to realize something, and murmured, a group of 4, could it be? Midong continued, perhaps that's Zhang Ying's scheme. Gowonson immediately thought of the squad of 4 idiots. They were right. Seeing their opponents engrossed in conversation and not attacking, Tunryuju asked, why did they stop? Langsak, having already grasped their intention, said, I think they're retreating. Jisu still said doubtfully, retreating that easily? Why do you think so? Langsak smiled and replied, because my scheme seems to have succeeded. He remembered what Janjium had once said. Over the past year, Qianchu has taken over countless large and small guilds, and their original guild was no exception. Langsak revealed his plan to exploit the internal chaos of Qianchu to cause more trouble. He again remembered his conversation with Ikumbak. He asked, I naturally understand this, which is why I planned with you. There must be many players in Qianchu who think like you, right? He asserted. Of course, game talents like Brother Langsak are rare. Looking at his opponent, Gwanson gritted his teeth and said with displeasure, "It must be their scheme, damn it," Midong added to the report. "Furthermore, the DLRO family also seems very dissatisfied with our situation. They are demanding that we temporarily withdraw and wait for an opportunity." Gwanson flinched momentarily at the order. He turned his back and quietly asked himself, "Withdraw?" Midong patted his shoulder and said gently, "Guildmaster, we must remain calm. The guild war is only just beginning. We must not act emotionally. Although we failed this time, overall our Qianchu's strength is still leading. Currently you cannot use your trump card." Gwanson used his fate skill again, but this time the card drawn was only a 3 of spades. He looked at the card table gloomily and thought only a 3. "Since he appeared, I've only been drawing small numbers." His gaze stopped at the imaginary majestic figure of Langsak. A glimpse of the King of Hearts card seemed to hint at his unpredictability. Gwanson asked himself what fate was trying to tell him. Ricker heard the lament and warned, "A lament? Are they going to attack from a high vantage point?" Midong and Gwanson boarded a cart supported by a green magic circle, causing a distinct vibration. Sitting in the cart, Gwanson silently thought that the rogue Langsak had won this time. Then he gave an order, "Qianchu army, retreat." Langsak's team stared blankly as they left. Tunryuju asked Langsak, "Should we pursue them?" He replied with a proverb. "A cornered dog doesn't retreat and a fleeing enemy isn't pursued." Tunryuju still added impatiently, "But this is the best time to finish off Gwanson brother Langsak." Langsak said, thinking of some people who had just cleared the dungeon and were still sleeping. "No, that was just to scare them. All my skills were used to clear the dungeon. Right now I lack the skills to deal with him." Hearing this, Tunryuju was momentarily bewildered. Langsak narrowed his eyes and thought in a low voice about his next encounter with Gwanson. It would be a battle to decide whether Qianchu or Zhengyang was the top guild in Chaoning. After the battle, the Chaoning Forum initiated a server-wide vote to decide on a temporary suspension of Stage 1 between Qianchu and Zhengyang. Result was 72 in favor and 28 against. The overwhelming majority of 4 votes led to the final temporary suspension of Stage 1. On the city wall, one person's voice echoed, "Has this battle been decided to be suspended?" Qian Na replied to Dura's question. "There's no other way. According to the guild challenge rules, either side can request a suspension, and it can be decided by a vote of all players." Dura still didn't understand and said, "But looking at the forum's public opinion, there should have been more opposition to the suspension. But now the result is a majority in favor." As soon as she saw the system window, Qian Na immediately explained, "This is the result of manipulation by the capital forces behind Qianchu." Dura exclaimed in surprise. "They do things like that too." Hearing this, she reassured her and said, "It's all right, that way our Zhengyang will also gain time to recover. Although the damage to the Zhengyang team is minimal compared to Qianchu." Dura nodded in agreement. "Sister Qian Na is right. This time, our team eliminated many of Qianchu's teams." Qian Na still analyzed clearly. "But our guild players are not as strong as Qianchu's. The players who sacrificed this time lost levels and equipment, so they won't be able to participate in battle for a while. Although Qianchu suffered heavy losses, most of them were newly joined players from absorbed guilds, and it didn't greatly affect their core strength." Dura lightly joked, concerned. "Don't think too much, Sister Qian Na. You've worked tirelessly day and night building the base these past few days. We've secured the usage rights to this area, haven't we? That's also a major achievement of the guild war." On the wide city wall, only 2 people stood talking. Qian Na emphasized the importance, saying, "Our capture of this area is tantamount to blocking Qianchu's most critical route for deploying troops." The map showed the strongholds of Shinring, Zhengyang, Qianchu and Qianzhou, as well as the occupied territory between Qianchu and Qianzhou. She continued, "In the next stage of the Great War, we won't have to worry about Qianchu's troop movements." Concluding the conversation, Qian Na softly stated, "That's precisely why. The stronghold we are currently defending is extremely important." Dura sighed playfully. "Langsak must be really happy to have such a capable half-sister like you, Sister Qian Na." Qian Na flustered, quickly explaining, "What are you talking about? I'm just doing my job." Dura laughed, saying, "Just kidding." Qian Na, with a slight blush, looked at the announcement board and inadvertently exclaimed, "Oh!" The 4 people Langsak had embedded within Qianchu were hiding behind bushes, scanning their surroundings. There was no one in the sky, no one on the left, and no one on the right. Xiaolan waved her hand and called out to Qian Na, come here, we are currently wanted players by Qianchu, so we must be careful in everything we do." Qian Na found their cautious demeanor a little strange. She extended a large money pouch and stated clearly, "This is the reward Langsak is giving you all." Seeing the money pouch, the team members were delighted, especially Xiaolan, who cheered in succession. "As expected, he didn't trick us. The reward is truly generous. Hard work really pays off. Now I can buy many things in the real world. Boss Langsak is truly magnanimous." Qian Na added, "Langsak asked me to tell you that you are wanted by Qianchu because of him. If you join Zhengyang, we will protect you." Xiaolan hugged the money pouch, turned her head and refused. "I won't join. I barely escaped the fight between the 2 guilds. I don't want to get involved again." Invincible Warrior happily held the money and said, "Now I can take my family to get treatment." Qian Zhan asked him, "Invincible Warrior, do you have enough money? If not, I'll share more with you." He immediately replied, "Enough, enough." Xiaolan, representing the team, smiled at Qian Na and said, "We've decided." After receiving this money, we'll temporarily leave Chowning and go into hiding. For ordinary players like us, this game is just a small part of our lives. We were really happy just to be able to earn money through the game. We'll go first. Please tell Langsak we said thank you. Qian Na smiled gently as she watched them walk away quickly. She thought to herself, perhaps it's also a good thing to put aside the ambitions that arise in the game for a while and enjoy the game with such a light heart. Langsak called Changnan to express his gratitude. Thank you for your help. Zhengyang will not forget this kindness. He listened and laughed, replying, no need to be humble. We're allies, but more importantly, we're friends. Besides, the message Langsak sent was very well analyzed. First, Qianchu hastily accepted the guild war, but their internal stability was lacking. Zhengyang, on the other hand, was very united internally, possessing the human factor Renhe. Second, Zhengyang chose this battlefield. This was the geographical advantage to Li. Third, Gowanson was confused by Langsak's stratagem. This can be called the strategic advantage Renmo. I followed the right person, Langsak humbly said. The guild war has only just begun. I hope Guildmaster Changman will continue to help us as much as possible. He immediately replied, don't worry, I've put everything on you. Langsak, tell me any requests you have. He said, thank you, I'll contact you again later. After the call, Jisoo said from behind, puzzled. At that time I kept sending messages to Qianjul to hurry, but they kept hesitating. But with just one message from you, the hesitant Qianjul immediately sent people. Langsak explained, I merely emphasized Zhengyang's strengths in this battle to solidify Qianjul's trust in us. If Dokbo Chang'an had intended to side with Qianchu, he wouldn't have accepted our cooperation offer in the first place. As a guildmaster, he also has many things to consider, and I understand that. He turned his head and continued, as for Kuras, both he and Giant Soi were willing to rebuild Longa. I simply offered the condition that I would help them later. Now Kuras has succeeded Soi as Shinrang's vice guildmaster. It happened as they wished. He recalled the moment wit crumbled. Jisoo looked at him with a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, Langsak is increasingly taking on the demeanor of a guildmaster. He also asked curiously, I'm quite curious about Shinrang's guildmaster Wasoya. What conditions did you offer her? Langsak recalled Waganya's charming appearance and her words. Prince Langsak, don't worry, Zhengyang's matters are my matters too, she continued, thinking he understood her feelings. I definitely understand your feelings, and I will surely stop Shinrang's dissenting members. I'm going to the battlefield right now. He was slightly flustered. He wasn't sure if she had misunderstood his intentions. Then he blushed and replied to Jisoo, it's a secret. Langsak turned and brought up an important matter again. Now that Qianchu has called a truce, we must prepare in all aspects. Jisoo asked again. Is there still no news from Lak Lak? He replied. I knew the DLRO family's influence and capabilities were extraordinary, but I didn't expect them to be able to penetrate and control someone's brain. Langsak thought deeply and continued. This is my biggest headache. There's no way to contact Lak Lak at all. The technology to control another person's character is definitely currently prohibited. After all, it's a dark technology that forcibly invades the nervous system and causes harm. I'm really worried about Lak Lak's condition. He frowned and added, displeased, to use even their own child as a tool purely for family profit. Is this how they accumulate wealth? The Choning continent has become a second society, and all property is protected by law. He thought of Tai Chi and continued, but the DLRO family still dominates and controls many laws. It's really difficult to rescue Lak Lak in the real world. Jisoo frowned and warned Langsak, I'm also really worried about Lak Lak, but considering the DLRO family's influence and the issue of gains and losses in the real world, I hope you refrain from intervening in this matter. In the real world, the DLRO family can cover the sky with one hand. You can't even imagine it. He turned and looked at him, saying briefly, Jisoo. Langsak looked at him and asserted, trust me, Jisoo. He recalled his past life. He was a lonely person, but in this life he suddenly realized he had many friends by his side. He straightened his shoulders and spoke with firm resolve, I will definitely bring Lak Lak back. In his heart, the words he is one of Zhengyang's important members echoed again. Jisoo looked at him, closed his eyes and said resignedly, all right, I have a way to investigate information about Lak Lak. Langsak listened and looked at him in surprise. Jisoo promised, Langsak, let's meet in the real world. In the real world, Langsak appeared with Danya. He asked, puzzled, why are you here? The girl happily replied, there are so many fun things in this world, he said sternly. Today Dad has important work to do. This isn't for playing around. Danya pouted and replied, no, I want to follow Dad. A blue car opened its door to greet them. Hearing Danya insist on following, Langsak sighed, saying helplessly, do as you wish. A person got out of the blue car and called out to Langsak. The person who opened the door quietly reminded the young lady, Miss, please be careful. Langsak's eyes widened. He blurted out, sister, and called Qian Na's name. She smiled and said, Langsak, your appearance is really similar to your in-game self. He blushed slightly and replied, ah yes, only my hairstyle is a little different. He realized inwardly that Qian Na's real-world appearance was even calmer and more mature than her in-game appearance. Qian Na continued, Jisoo is still in a meeting, so he asked me to pick you up. Langsak asked, are you and Jisoo colleagues, sister? Qian Na laughed brightly and replied, oh no, I work at my father's company. It's just that I often have work-related contact with Jisoo. So we've known each other for a long time. Langsak inwardly pictured Jisoo busily working, wondering if he was an office worker. A building with ancient architectural style appeared. "Qian-na, let's not waste time. Jisoo will be off work soon, so let's hurry to him." Looking up at the luxurious high-rise building, Langsak admired. "Is this Jisoo's workplace? It's really upscale." She replied yes. He asked again, "Is it all right to look for him now? He's still working." Qian-na checked her computer and said, "Jisoo isn't here. We agreed to meet at his company. According to the shared location, he's nearby." Hearing that this was Jisoo's company, Langsak asked again, surprised and confirming, "His company?" A voice came from a black car. "Is that Langsak?" Qian-na quietly said, "He's here." Jisoo walked out of a Rolls-Royce, and upon seeing him, Langsak blurted out, "Jisoo!" In front of an antique restaurant with red lanterns, Jisoo's Rolls-Royce stood out among the ordinary cars, immediately attracting curious glances from passers-by. People murmured, "Oh, it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Why is such an expensive car parked in front of an ordinary restaurant?" Inside the restaurant, Langsak's group of 4 were already seated at a table. He spoke first, maintaining an honest voice. "I thought we were going to your company," Jisoo replied nonchalantly, mentioning the location. "Our conversation isn't convenient at the company. Besides, this hot pot place is really delicious. I wanted to bring you all here to try it." Langsak didn't turn back and clearly stated his purpose. "I didn't meet you for a meal, brother." Listening, Jisoo smiled and reassured him. "Don't be impatient. You can't do anything when you're hungry." A steaming hot pot was placed, and the short voice of the waiter echoed, "Food is served." Everyone looked down at the bubbling hot pot. He nodded and praised the aroma. "It smells good too." Danja's eyes sparkled and she exclaimed, "It looks delicious." Jisoo smiled and gestured, "Let's talk while we eat." Langsak from across the table still kept the conversation focused, asking, "Jisoo, is it true that you can help me find Lak-Lak?" Jisoo put down his chopsticks and slowly released the information. "It's true that I can use real-world resources to investigate, but it will take some time." Langsak asked the key question, "How long will it take?" Qian-na quietly enjoyed the delicious food. She didn't interrupt. Jisoo continued speaking, still in a calm and cautious voice. "Langsak, don't be too impatient. Very few people know the exact location of the DLRO family. After all, the DLRO family members have lived away from the world's hustle and bustle for a long time. My father was fortunate enough to be invited to the DLRO family headquarters." Langsak didn't miss that detail and immediately asked, "Then you should be able to pinpoint their location, right?" Jisoo explained in more detail, revealing the hidden aspects of the security system. "But as far as I know, the DLRO family members have to personally pick you up and you have to be blindfolded the entire way. They use special private jets for transportation and security is absolute. You can imagine how difficult it is to pinpoint their exact location." He sighed softly, admitting the difficulty of the situation. "I see, it's even more difficult than I imagined." Langsak was silent for a moment. He thought deeply. He was already prepared, but the complexity of the problem exceeded his expectations. Jisoo immediately broke the deadlock and suggested a new direction. "But I've found another direction for investigation. The key clue is the company that sells electro-neural control equipment. Currently, companies selling such equipment belong to an irregular field and are not yet recognized, so there are few of them on the market. This will make the investigation more convenient," he added his approach. "Besides, my company also has cooperation projects with companies in this field, so I can find an access point." That news brightened Langsak's eyes, and he quickly urged progress. "That's great, then we can investigate the buyers of the equipment to pinpoint the location. What should we do next? Let's start acting now." Jisoo was still at ease, picking up a piece of hot pot, half-jokingly saying, "I'm not strong enough, so this work isn't suitable for me. It's really delicious." Langsak couldn't help but avert his gaze upon seeing him, but Jisoo had already made preparations. In a clear, calculating voice he said, "Don't worry, Ricker went to handle it for me." The scene shifted to the rooftop of a high-rise building. In the swimming pool, people were leisurely swimming and chatting. Suddenly, a pair of white legs entered the screen. Ricker, wearing a red bikini, immediately attracted many glances. A man whispered, "So beautiful, who is that woman? She must be a guest with an appointment with the boss." Wasn't it a male guest? The boss agreed to meet with her instead as a female guest. She took off her sunglasses, her lips slightly curled, and handed a business card to the staff. She clearly stated her identity. "This is Chairman Jisoo's proxy. I'm here to meet your boss on behalf of the chairman." The staff immediately bowed and guided her. "Please come in." The door opened, and inside, the intermittent moans of a rabbit-eared girl with purple hair could be heard. "Boss, don't squeeze too hard," the man playfully coaxed. "If you keep being obedient, I'll give you a raise," Professor Lee flirtatiously commented. "I prefer peachy butts over breasts." The girl blushed and softly warned, "Someone's here." The waiter awkwardly reported, "Boss, a guest has arrived." Professor Lee grumbled roughly, "Can't you see I'm busy?" He turned and saw Ricker standing there, his eyes widening, and he blurted out, "A beauty." Ricker handed over her business card and said firmly, "Hello, Professor Lee, you are one of the 4 great figures of the underworld. I think we should discuss the cooperation matter somewhere private." Professor Lee, as if hypnotized, waved his hand and ordered, "Get out, everyone, get out. Don't disturb me without my permission." The girl and the waiter both replied, "Yes." He gentlemanly offered a wine glass. "Here, have some water." Sitting on the chair and taking the glass, she immediately got to the point. "Thank you. First, I think we need to review the details of the secret data related to the cooperation project between our company and yours," Professor Lee replied, trying to save face for the security system. "All secret data is stored in a special vault. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, so it would be complicated to check it now. His eyes were filled with lust, and the obedient image of Jisoo flashed through his mind. Ricker leaned her shoulder and said in a tempting tone, "Then what should we do? My company told me to handle the business quickly and then have a personal chat with you, Mr. Lee." He suddenly stood up and said eagerly, "All right." Professor Lee led her to an area full of high-tech equipment. He touched a metal doorknob and said, "Wait for me here. Inside are all our company's product samples, so outsiders are not allowed." As a strange scene was revealed in a corner of the room, Ricker involuntarily exclaimed, "Oh my!" Her gaze swept over a corpse immersed in liquid, its skin peeled off leaving only muscle and bone. The thought flashed through her mind, this must be the module for stealing Lac-Lac's ID. Without hesitation she drew her bow and an arrow left the string, piercing Professor Lee's neck in the blink of an eye. As he fell, she immediately slid inside and rushed to the system panel. Tying her hair neatly, she urged herself to save every second. A line of light flickered. Shipping address search successful. She cheered softly, found it. Then what appeared on the screen made her freeze and exclaim, "What?" The scene changed. Langsak was calling Chian Na. She saw where he was and immediately answered, asking Langsak, "Where are you going so early in the morning? There should be news from Jisoo's side today." He replied concisely, "I have to go find someone." She asked who. He stated his purpose clearly. "Oh right." Tease, a short-haired girl in sportswear, appeared in the real-world landscape. The two walked side by side along the road, and Langsak spoke sincerely, "Thank you for agreeing to help me save Lac-Lac this time." She waved her hand lightly as if it were nothing. Tease recalled a scene from the game and said frankly, "That green-haired guy is annoying, but he's still a member of our shadow team, isn't he? Even if he's annoying, we have to bring him back. Besides, you only came to me for help now. Aren't you being too polite?" Langsak heard this, and the words "our shadow team" echoed in his mind. He explained why he chose this timing. "Because I was worried about disturbing your work, sister. Besides, we haven't confirmed Lac-Lac's location yet." She paused for a beat and asked again, "Haven't confirmed it yet? Then what are we doing today?" He replied casually, "We have to go find additional reinforcements." Tease exclaimed in surprise. "Reinforcements? You don't mean Hyugu and Tunryuju?" Langsak smiled, confirming, "Yes, those two will be joining this operation." Looking around the deserted square, he asked, half doubtful and half teasing, "Did we come to the wrong place?" "This is a fashion show," Langsak replied, looking at the backstage. "Probably not. Hyugu said he works here." He added the clue he heard. "He said he's a model," Tease said briefly. "A model below." Fans suddenly cheered, "Ah, he's out so handsome." A thought flashed through Langsak's mind, Hyugu, as he strode onto the stage. His cold expression drew cheers. Some girls whispered again, "Is that the male model you always follow? What's his name? He's really handsome." "I want to know too. He's so mysterious. They only call him Hyugu as a stage name." Tease nodded slightly, offering her own comparison. "His appearance isn't much different from his in-game self." Langsak looked up at the stage, momentarily thinking, Hyugu is really popular in the real world. Outside the door, a young voice pleaded. "Let me in," the guard said sternly. "Middle school students are not allowed." The boy tried to insist. "I have an appointment with my game friends. Please let me in." Langsak glanced, thinking middle school student. He carefully observed the blonde boy in sportswear, momentarily wondering, is this child the real-world Tunryuju? The phone rang. Langsak looked at the screen and the name Jisoo flashed. From the other end of the line he reported briefly but urgently. Langsak Ricker got the DLRO family shipping address data file. After a short pause, Jisoo continued, his voice slightly hesitant. "But it's a military-grade security file, so we can't open the content." In the quiet office, the phone screen lit up. The owner of the chair answered the phone, slightly surprised, and said, "Langsak, it's rare for you to call me directly on this number. Is there something urgent?" Langsak put a hand on his forehead, regaining his composure. "Hello, General, it's been a long time." Ricker, standing next to Jisoo, whispered slightly, unable to hide her surprise. "A military man?" Jisoo also muttered in surprise at the connection. "Langsak is connected to the military." From the other end of the phone he immediately asked directly upon hearing the proposal, "What? You want me to unlock a military security file?" Generally, files handled with military security would be data related to specific forces. "What forces are related to the file you want to open?" Langsak replied, a bit awkward because the name was too sensitive. "It's the DLRO family." The general of the Third Army, who was listening to the call, stood up abruptly and said in a shocked voice, "DLRO?" He couldn't hide his vigilance and exclaimed, "You dare to stand against a powerful force like the DLRO family? Do you know what you're doing?" Langsak quickly explained. His mind settled. "I need to save a friend." The thought, with this reaction he'll refuse, flashed through his mind. However, the general's voice rang out decisively. "No, I can help you unlock it." Langsak asked again. "Really?" In the office he replied with a consistent voice operating. "Of course, soldiers don't joke around. Fortunately, you came to me. Using military security for commercial shipping information." He carefully examined the data, pondered the results, and then continued, "It proves that the DLRO force has infiltrated a part of the military." "Langsak, I have one request for you regarding this operation." Langsak immediately asked, ready to remember, "What is your request? Please tell me." The general instructed carefully, word by word clearly, "Do not reveal your identity. If you reveal your identity this time, given your connection to military forces, our previous cooperation might also be investigated. I don't want to get involved in trouble. Do you understand, Langsak? And don't forget what you owed me before." Old memories flashed through his mind. That moment when he first met the general, received help, and became indebted. Langsak nodded slightly, replying concisely, Understood, good, then I'll hang up first. Chian-na looked up and asked worriedly, how is it, Langsak? He smiled as if reassuring everyone, it's resolved. We'll soon know the location information where the DLRO uses that equipment. Tunryuju said excitedly, great, Brother Langsak even knows people in the military in the real world just like in the game, really amazing. When are we leaving? Langsak scratched his head, honestly stating the degree of danger. This operation will be very dangerous. It probably isn't suitable for you to participate, after all, you're still a middle school student. Tunryuju stood up abruptly, objecting and speaking spiritedly, is Brother Langsak looking down on me too? He raised his voice and swore briefly, no matter what. Energy surged around the boy's body, followed by confident words, although I'm young, I'm also an awakened one, and I can protect myself. Langsak clearly saw that he could also use the special power of the diviner in the real world and unconsciously smiled. It seems I underestimated you, I'm sorry, we all really need you. Tunryuju raised his hand and immediately replied, yes, understood. Tease glanced at Hyugu, speaking with genuine surprise, but what surprised me most was that Hyugu agreed to participate in this operation. As everyone knows, you don't like getting involved in trouble. She referred to his past record again. Over the past year, you haven't participated in any operations with us in the real world. Hyugu replied casually in his usual indifferent tone. Really? I just didn't feel the need, he frowned, adding a remark as if strongly swinging a blade in the air, but saving people this time is different. I can't abandon my comrade. Tunryuju looked at him and like a true fan exclaimed, Brother Hyugu's words are cool too, just like a model. From behind, Ricker asked this important question. Langsak, aren't you going to clearly explain your relationship with the military? That file was locked with military security. Jisoo quickly interrupted to calm the atmosphere. Ricker, Langsak reassured her, speaking with conviction about someone he trusted. Don't worry, that general is a very trustworthy person. I cooperated with him a year ago. He looked at Ricker and added a detailed explanation. He helped me a lot in a rescue mission before. His expression grew serious as he assessed the enemy ahead. Moreover, what he just said revealed that the DLRO family is indeed connected to some military forces. The enemy we have to face this time, he concluded, not hiding the extent of the danger, is more complicated than expected. He thought of Jisoo's team, Chian-na's team, Ricker's team, and Tisa's team, Hyugu's team, Tunryuju's team, and warned everyone. We must be careful. If we are careless, we might all become enemies of the world. The phone rang. Data was transferred. Langsak quickly reported, the data information has arrived. I'll send the coordinates to everyone. Chian-na saw the location on the map and immediately realized, I know this place. It's a privately owned island surrounded by the sea. According to the latest news, this island was recently acquired by a mysterious conglomerate. So it was the DLRO family. She then continued, pointing to the terrain marked on the satellite image. The photo showed the island's location completely surrounded by sea. The terrain was quite unique. Langsak asked worriedly about the method of travel. An island surrounded by the sea. Then how do we get there? Ricker replied casually, as if she already had a plan. Don't worry, we just need to confirm the destination, she added with a reassuring smile. Jisoo and I will handle the transportation. The sound of helicopter propellers cutting through the wind was heard, and a helicopter landed on the rooftop of a building. Langsak looked on, unable to hide his surprise, and asked, is that your private jet, Brother Jisoo? Jisoo and Tunryuju fixed their gaze on the aircraft and exclaimed softly, cool. Jisoo casually introduced it as if he were talking about a prototype. This is the latest personal aircraft model produced by our company and our partners, not yet released to the market. He then clearly explained its security advantage. You can consider it currently only used by us, so there's no need to worry about our information being tracked. And I've also prepared the equipment for this operation, so change into it shortly. Langsak looked at his friend with relief. As expected of Jisoo, just like in the game, he's truly reliable. Another building appeared on the control screen. Jisoo decided on the departure time and urged, change into your equipment, we'll depart in an hour. In the changing room, Langsak zipped up his super combat suit, praising its stretchy and comfortable material. The design clearly showcased excellent high-tech capabilities. And the question, what exactly is Jisoo's company's business, flashed through his mind. A voice lightly joked, pulling him back to reality. Does Jisoo's company have a special hobby or something? Langsak blushed. The three girls had already changed, and Ricker glanced at him, defending, don't criticize Jisoo. This suit integrates many high-tech designs to enhance physical abilities. Tease looked down and commented, such a fashion sense. Jisoo came in, checked the equipment, and finished speaking, looks like everyone's ready. Let's go. We need to reach our destination before it gets dark. The moment Langsak stepped onto the aircraft stairs, a new message arrived on his phone right on time. From the cockpit, Jisoo's voice came through the internal system. It'll take about 2 hours. Langsak glanced at the notification on the screen and his expression suddenly changed. In another surveillance room, a staff member reported, Team Leader, a flying object has appeared. The team leader ordered in a cold voice, this is a no-fly zone, shoot it down. Another staff member cautiously reminded him of a special circumstance. Team leader analysis shows it's likely a civilian aircraft. It might have lost its way by mistake. the team leader shouted loudly, brooking no hesitation. Did you not hear me? Shoot it down. Langsak's team's aircraft flew directly towards the island. Anti-aircraft guns emerged, and after a shell flew through the air, a huge explosion erupted in the sky. The aircraft exploded, leaving a fiery trail and crashing to the ground. Langsak's shadow team was actually safely on another boat. Watching the decoy aircraft explode, everyone flinched slightly at the DLRO family's anti-aircraft firepower deployed on the island. The salty sea breeze swept across the boat, and they looked at each other in admiration. DLRO's defense facilities are indeed equipped with special weapons, Ricker spoke. Fortunately, Langsak knew beforehand. Otherwise, we would all have been blown to pieces. 2 hours earlier, the memory of Langsak receiving the news was still vivid in everyone's minds. The general sent an urgent message. A warning from the general's intelligence sources rang like an alarm bell, he said. The general's side, through investigation, has relayed news that the island has defensive weapons. Continuing to fly would put you in danger upon reaching the island's airspace. Tunryu-ju asked worriedly, then what should we do? Should we turn back? Jisoo cut off the hesitation and answered firmly. No, he smiled, suggesting a way to divert attention. We can ditch this plane. Recalling the moment they abandoned the decoy plane and descended in a submarine, Tease muttered about the way rich people casually burn through money. Let's deploy mini-submarines from the plane's underside and use the plane as a decoy for a diversionary operation. Cheon-na could only smile wryly. Cheon-na looked up at the sky and was suddenly filled with surprise. She continued, it seems Langsak has succeeded. Langsak galloped like lightning across the wet sand on his warhorse. He announced via the communication channel, I've destroyed all the surrounding reconnaissance aircraft. Everyone disembarked safely. The group disembarked one after another. Tease frowned, curious about another reason. She asked, why are you the only one who can easily use summons in the real world? Our summons and mounts kept failing to materialize. Langsak replied concisely without further explanation. Perhaps my awakening rate is a bit special. He glanced at Jisoo, asking about something that was still bothering him. Jisoo, is the plane all right? Jisoo dismissed it as a minor matter, as if it were nothing. It's fine. It's just a means of transport. Langsak ruminated on his words, thinking that the way rich people spoke was truly different. As soon as they disembarked, the group hastily discussed their course of action and one person suggested what to do. We've landed. What should we do next? Langsak immediately presented the objective via a new message and a map. He said, the general has sent a new message and a map of this island. The DLRO mansion is in the central area. That is our target. As if suddenly remembering, he added a warning he had just received. He continued, however, there's one piece of news, whether good or bad, I'm not sure. Everyone fell silent, waiting for his next words. Langsak, with a serious voice, informed them of the night's situation. He said, according to information, a party is scheduled to be held at the DLRO mansion tonight. Ricker deliberated, the risk of their identities being exposed. A party? This is disadvantageous for me, Cheon-na and Jisoo. I'm worried that some guest might recognize us. If that happens, the infiltration plan would be ruined. Langsak agreed, revoking the original plan and replying, that's right, we need to re-evaluate the plan. A new notification appeared on Langsak's device, and he quickly scanned the title and read it aloud. He said, another security document has arrived. Is it an identity document? Langsak paused for a moment, clicking his tongue at the unexpected development. He muttered, this is... The massive DLRO mansion came into view. In the distance, planes carrying guests sequentially descended towards the temporary runway. The control tower granted permission. A command rang out, aircraft with DLRO's signal are guests, permission to land granted. On the ground, the technical team briefly replied, understood. A neatly dressed crowd converged at the main entrance. Service staff lined up to greet the guests, offering special salutations. The voice of a reception staff member rang out. Welcome, Mayor of X City. Another voice followed, still in a polite tone. Welcome, Chairman of Commerce. Suddenly, a reception staff member paused and exclaimed, oh, wait a minute. She observed the disguised group and directly asked their identity. She asked, are you Langsak? Langsak calmly introduced the night's mission. He said, we are the band performing tonight. The female staff member extended her hand and requested verification. She said, please confirm your invitation code. Just before, Langsak had been staring blankly, reading new instructions. He said, what? The general wants us to infiltrate the party tonight as a band? The summer band commissioned to perform tonight is already prepared, so we can use their identities. He then carefully asked his comrades again, does anyone know how to play an instrument? The invitation code was approved. The female staff member changed her attitude and greeted them. She said, verification passed. Welcome. Turning away, she secretly compared, why are the summer band members so handsome tonight? The group was guided to a lavishly decorated waiting room. Instructions immediately followed. Please wait in the room for a moment. We will notify you again before the performance begins. The staff member added, we will all be outside the door, so please tell us if you need anything. As the door closed, the air in the room filled with vigilance. Hugo spoke, we're being watched. Performing artists like us aren't treated like the other esteemed guests. Langsak took off his hat, composed himself like someone accustomed to infiltration, and calmly replied, the guests invited to DLRO are wealthy or powerful individuals. This kind of surveillance is only natural. Langsak placed his hand on the doorknob and concisely instructed before leaving. He said, everyone wait here and inform Jisoo of the situation. I'll infiltrate the mansion and find Lak Lak's location. Tease immediately asked worriedly, "Are you sure you're okay going alone?" Langsak smiled, activating his specialty, and said, "Don't worry. I'm very confident in this field." After leaving the room through the window, he donned his cloak of darkness and slid down the white wall. Guards were densely stationed throughout the mansion. He marked his path with his eyes, inwardly marveling at how much money DLRO had spent constructing the massive complex. In his opinion, Lak Lak was likely imprisoned in the main building. He had to cross the mansion, pass through the flower garden, and ascend to higher floors. Time could not be wasted. The guards were lined up, and their demeanor clearly indicated that most of them were awakened ones, so a reckless charge was out of the question. He scanned his surroundings, then reinforced his stealth and activated a skill, Overlord Stealth. Langsak increased his stealth and quickly entered the main building like a dark shadow. In the first room of the East Wing, an artist group was rehearsing. He assumed they were also performing guests. The next room was the kitchen, where people were busily preparing food. He quickly passed through and headed to the second floor. As the door opened, a girl changing clothes was revealed. He was surprised and recoiled, confirming this was a VIP room. Looking down from the rooftop, the lower floors were all villa-style rooms, and to go deeper, he had no choice but to look up at the most heavily guarded area. There were significantly more guards at higher levels, and their alertness was very high. A butler appeared and announced loudly before the start of the banquet. He said, "The party is about to begin. Everyone please prepare." The guards replied in unison, "Yes, Butler Shasi." Butler Shasi emphasized the absolute requirement for tonight in a firm voice. He said, "The chairman will also be attending the party tonight, so please ensure strict security." At the mention of the chairman, Langsak paused for a moment. Could it be Lak Lak's father? As Shasi raised his head, his gaze swept past where Langsak was standing and his vigilance was triggered. Someone hastily asked, "What's wrong?" Shasi, in a low voice, immediately ordered an inspection. "Check the guest list for all non-VIPs and conduct inspections." A group of guards knocked on the waiting room door and announced security procedures. They said, "Excuse me, but for security reasons we need to confirm the number of personnel. It seems one of you is missing." The three people inside the room all looked towards the door. Footsteps were heard on the stairs, and Langsak, dressed in performance attire, was holding an electric guitar. He said, "I'm here. I just came back from checking the instruments." Butler Shasi changed his attitude and spoke in an irrefutable tone. He said, "It's good that you're here. Your performance has been moved to the opening act of the party." He gestured the way with a sinister smile. "Please come with me to the stage now." Under the bright lights, as if it were daytime, the group walked onto the stage, and their presence swept through the guest seating. Cheers erupted. People below applauded enthusiastically. A spectator loudly shouted to his friend, "It's starting, it's starting." The person next to him recognized them with enthusiasm. "It's the summer band, right?" A girl let out a short gasp of admiration. "They're more handsome than I expected." Hundreds of hands were raised in response to the group's opening greeting. Langsak gripped the microphone, gazing with a sharp look and a cool smile. He shouted, "Let the party begin, everyone have fun." Tease held the microphone, smiling as she looked down at the crowd. Hyugu held the electric guitar with one hand in his pocket, and Tunryu-ju sat at the drum kit, continuously twirling his drumsticks. Music exploded and dazzling lights poured brightly across the space. Before this, as soon as the artist team received their mission, Langsak had directly asked, "Does anyone know how to play an instrument?" Chianna replied awkwardly, matching her skill level. "I can play a little piano." Tunryu-ju frowned and honestly said he didn't know. From behind, Hyugu shrugged as if giving up. Tease, true to her technologist nature, was excited. "It's not an instrument, but I can sing a few songs." Langsak frowned, questioning the band disguise mission. He said, "Then if we go in as a band, won't we be immediately exposed?" He muttered inwardly, "The general is completely unreliable." Just then, Jisoo adjusted his glasses and approached with a confident smile as if already having the answer. He said, "There's no need to fear. There's a magical power hidden in these clothes we're wearing." Langsak, surprised, asked again. "Magical power?" Jisoo pointed to his wrist and said, "Everyone check the module." He continued, "You'll be able to see the equipment on your wrist." Ricker opened the interface first, and everyone followed. Langsak also opened his equipment and couldn't hide his surprise at the function menu. He asked, "You can set the situation with the equipment," Jisoo calmly explained with his extensive knowledge. He said, "This suit uses equipment equipped with the latest high-performance nano-smart chips to simulate professional situations. It far surpasses similar products. Inside are hundreds of professional skill simulation options," he continued. When activated, it simulates the body becoming accustomed to the skills of the chosen profession in a short time. If you wish, anyone can become an artist capable of playing any instrument, Langsak exclaimed excitedly. "Amazing, amazing," T squinted and asked teasingly, "Jisoo, are you a scientist?" Jisoo adjusted his glasses and proudly showcased the results of the collaboration. "This is also just the latest product our company produced with a partner. Due to identity issues, I, Ricker, and Chianna are not suitable for this mission. This mission is up to you." Tunryu-ju cheered, imagining himself as the main drummer. He said, "I'll play the drums. I'll create drum beats that shake the ground." Tease was also excited. "Will simulation also improve my singing skills?" Langsak firmed his resolve to save Lak Lak. He said, "With this precious treasure, there's nothing more to fear. Let's go to the mansion and rescue Lak Lak." Returning to the present, Tease led the audience's cheers to an enthusiastic rhythm. Suddenly dense white smoke billowed out, engulfing the edge of the stage, and excited shouts erupted. A spectator shouted, "The stage effects are really cool." In the hazy smoke, T signaled Langsack to retreat from the stage. She said, "Langsack, go quickly. We'll handle the rest." Her bright smile flashed through the smoke. She continued, "Go rescue that annoying friend." As soon as he returned to the room, Langsack was bombarded with questions. "Someone asked you're back, Langsack. Any clues about Lack Lack?" He replied, "Yes, he clearly stated tonight's infiltration direction. He's on the highest floor of the mansion. We're taking action tonight." Immediately after, with 2 blades, he quickly and cleanly dealt with the guards around the main building and went straight into a large room. A metal needle pierced the energy compartment. He had reached the target. The design was still crude, but the essence was not significantly different. The machine before him was the neural control device that had manipulated Lack Lack. Langsack put on his mask, recalling an article that had described something similar in his previous life as a science knight. He typed on the keyboard and Lack Lack's information and image appeared on the screen. He marveled inwardly, confirming that it perfectly matched the ID he had encountered when meeting the fake Lack Lack. Scanning the last record, there was a message. Transfer moved Lack Lack to another location hidden. A man's voice from the door startled him. The voice greeted him coldly. "Hello, you seem very interested in our young master." As the shadow fully entered the room, his voice was pleasant but threatening. He said, "I didn't expect you could easily deal with my awakened guards. It seems you're no ordinary person." But Butler Chassis glanced at Langsack and stated firmly, "This is the territory of the DLRO family. You should not be so presumptuous, intruder." A huge gust of wind swept through and the wall crumbled. Langsack leaped sideways, narrowly avoiding the preemptive strike as the crumbling debris passed him. Seeing the broken wall, he gripped his sword hilt. His opponent was an awakened one. 2 blades gleamed and his body moved diagonally, charging towards the target. He cast Elemental Transformation Thunder Body. Chassis swung his arm back, blocking the attack, and flames enveloped his arm. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Langsack followed up by casting Elemental Transformation Flame Body. Chassis placed his hand on the wall, smashing the stone wall and deflecting the flame attack. Langsack's shadow suddenly appeared behind him, his blade targeting him with a backstab. Chassis covered his face with his hand and hastily retreated. His teeth were clenched, and the thought, "Too strong, it must be Langsack," flashed through his mind. Langsack leapt up, raised his blade, and hurled heavy words at his opponent. "Tell me where Lack Lack is." Chassis did not yield. As he took out the device and held it high, he warned triumphantly, "Intruder, if I press this button, the entire mansion will go into absolute lockdown. You and your companions will all be exposed." In the wide hall of the mansion, the butler confronted Langsack. He slowly warned, holding the object in his hand close to Langsack's face, "You have considerable skill, intruder, to dare infiltrate the DLRO family mansion alone. Although I may not be your match as the butler of the DLRO family mansion, I cannot allow you to run wild." Butler Chassis clenched the device and continued to threaten in a cold voice, "I am sure you did not act alone. If I just press the device in my hand, even if you can escape from me." He lowered his arm and continued with a triumphant smile, "Your companions will also be surrounded by the mansion's awakened guards. What choice will you make now?" Langsack listened with a hardened face to the sound ringing in his ears. The choices presented to them were to escape or surrender with their comrades. He raised his head and responded with unwavering sharp eyes, "I will act before you even press that device." Langsack suddenly charged towards Butler Chassis, shouting loudly in midair, "I will take you down." He curled his lips and smiled slyly. "How interesting." Langsack's kick landed heavily on the floor. He leaped high into the air and activated backstab. Butler Chassis twisted his body, neatly dodging, and said casually, "I've already seen through it." He raised the device and pressed it, then casually advised, "You shouldn't underestimate this old man." "Young man," a hint of surprise flashed in Langsack's eyes and a bewildered expression spread across his face. Butler Chassis quickly glanced at him and concluded, "You're too agitated." Just then a questioning voice echoed from the device in his hand. He replied concisely with his back to Langsack, "Butler Chassis, do you have any requests?" He calmly turned and answered serenely, "Bring a lavish dinner to my room." At those words, Langsack froze in surprise, as if to himself. He widened his eyes and blurted out, "Dinner." Butler Chassis smiled gently and replied as if announcing a result, "You have passed my test, Master Langsack, the game master of young Master Lack Lack." In the stage area, his subordinates approached Hyugu, Tease, and Tunryu Ju with instructions. "You all worked hard on the performance just now. Orders have come from above. Please follow us." Hyugu and Tease looked at the newly arrived people with wary eyes. The figure of Tease became clearer through a window in a room. As the door opened, a richly set banquet table was inside. As she just walked in, a loud voice called out her name. "Langsack." The group entered. Tease slammed her hand on the table, shouting angrily and immediately, "How dare you sit here, eating and drinking to your heart's content?" "HMPH, it's infuriating." Tease spoke with increasing vehemence, with a hint of anger. "We worked so hard performing to cover for you, and you promised to save Lack Lack." Behind her, Tunryu Ju stared blankly at the elegantly dining butler. Langsack, flustered, pointed at him and said hesitantly, trying to calm her, "He's..." Butler Chassis wiped his mouth with a napkin and casually remarked, "Everyone must be tired after the performance. Please sit down and have some dinner." Tease turned to him and asked in a wary voice, "Are you that old butler?" He glanced at her, then spoke in a rare, sorrowful voice. Watching your performance just now reminded me of how much young Master Lack used to love music. Tease and Hugu's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't help but ask, young Master Lack used to? Butler Shasi replied as if recounting the past. I am the one who watched young Master Lack grow up. He bowed slightly and calmly explained the circumstances of young Master Lack being controlled. I am truly troubled, he continued, adding the family's background. The other young ladies and masters all agreed to live according to the master's will, but young Master Lack was a bit rebellious from a young age. The master punished young Master Lack's rebellion, which led to the current situation. Hearing this, Langsack looked at him and immediately asked the core question. You didn't tell us where Lack was before everything was ready, did you? Can you tell us now? Butler Shasi nodded gently and said firmly, I just didn't want Master Langsack to act recklessly alone. Langsack's face flushed for a moment. As he continued to speak, his assessment reached Langsack's ears. Young Master Lack always said that you, Master, are exceptional, intelligent, and see much further than ordinary people. But sometimes you are too confident in your own strength and get easily agitated. The other three nodded in agreement, praising his words. Tease replied with satisfaction. That's exactly right. Lack described you accurately. Tunryuju also awkwardly agreed. Langsack, flustered, managed to say, Is that so? Butler Shasi continued with a hardened face as if destiny had been decided. The lives of DLRO family members are all predetermined. Young Master Lack was always conflicted between rebellion and obedience, and before he met all of you in the game, he felt no joy at all within the family, he continued, unfolding the scene of their encounters. Every time I met the young master in the game, he would excitedly share interesting stories about all of you with me. The group listened attentively, and his voice remained calm. There was a light in his eyes that I had never seen before. He truly liked all of you. Finally, he pleaded earnestly. An urgent voice echoed, So I implore you all, no matter how great the danger, you must take young Master Lack out. Langsack looked directly at him and concisely asked the core question. Take him out? Where exactly is Lack? The grand and opulent scenery of where they stood seemed to cast a shadow on his question. Butler Shasi stared at him with sharp eyes and answered without reservation. He is in the secret underground base of this mansion. Tease clenched her fist and shouted resolutely. It doesn't matter what kind of base it is, we just need to act. He immediately whispered a warning. It won't be as simple as you think. I don't know how you got onto the island, but you must have realized, he continued, pointing out the dangers surrounding the island. There are military defense weapons on this island. Langsack, grasping the core point, immediately asked. He clearly questioned, Does that mean the secret underground base is related to the military? As soon as the question was asked, the other three looked at him in surprise. Butler Shasi closed his eyes and replied cautiously, I can only say this much. After all, I am the butler of the mansion. Tease glanced at him and immediately asked the core question. Then is that directly related to saving Lack? He looked at her with sharp eyes and explained, The family and the military are researching some kind of weapon in the underground base. I don't know what it is, but that weapon is protecting the base. Finally, he added a concluding remark. Young Master Lack is imprisoned beneath the base. Langsack, having heard everything, put his hand on the table, stood up straight and said, Now all the plans are clear. To save Lack, we will have to fight against military weapons. This is why you didn't want me to act alone. He continued to deduce aloud, connecting possible scenarios. We are your tools to save Lack. Of course, the more people, the higher the chance of success. The DLRO family and the military are behind this. Both sides are extremely dangerous forces. Butler Shasi, having his intentions accurately grasped, did not deny it. He put his hand on his chest and said honestly, Please understand my position. Turning a blind eye to your infiltration and providing this information is indeed an act of betrayal against the DLRO family. Testing you was also for the same reason. This matter requires extreme caution. Langsack, hearing this, uttered only one firm statement. You are worrying too much. He put both hands in his pockets, looked at him and clearly said, If you truly want to save Lack, we are all in the same boat. We will gladly be your tools. The other three followed Langsack's will with satisfied expressions. He immediately urged, Tell me the entrance to the secret underground base. We will smash those damned weapons that are holding Lack captive. Without hesitation, Butler Shasi opened a secret door and briefly introduced it. This is one of the entrances to the secret underground base. They entered one by one, and Tunryuju widened his eyes and blurted out, It's really deep. Leading the way, Butler Shasi explained the route. This is one of the passages without an elevator, leading directly to the secret underground base. It's rarely used, so this path will be relatively safe. At the very back, Tease stopped and asked Langsack, Does Jisoo know that we've come down here? Langsack replied concisely, I've already reported it. I told them everything clearly, and we've sent our location tracking to them. Tease raised her head and asked again, pointing out her biggest concern, What about those military weapons? Do you have any countermeasures? Langsack glanced at her, then said calmly and resolutely, We'll just act according to the situation. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The general's agreement to help this time must also be because of those weapons. As Butler Shasi led the way, a subordinate saw him and urgently greeted him. Butler Shasi, why have you come down here? he approached casually and replied nonchalantly. There was a commotion upstairs. I came down to check if anything special happened. Another person asked in surprise. Commotion, is there an intruder? Butler Shasi replied calmly but with a hint of wariness. It's not certain yet. That's why I came down to check the surveillance cameras. I'm worried about young Master Lack-Lack's room. A subordinate explained the protective mechanism with a confident smile. Please rest assured, there's nothing unusual in our area. Young Master Lack-Lack's room can only be entered via the elevator. Without a pass, the elevator cannot be used, and moreover, there are weapons we manufactured guarding outside the room. Before he could finish speaking, a gigantic elevator began to descend. 4 immediately moved. Langsak shouted briefly, urging, quickly. They lowered their bodies and moved closer to the target room. Langsak's eyes widened and he blurted out in surprise twice. Kneeling and guarding the entrance to Lack-Lack's room was a winged figure. Langsak looked closely at the figure-like entity and muttered to himself, Is that a person? The door to the secret underground base closed. Butler Shasi entered the surveillance room and commanded concisely and firmly, There's a commotion in Sector A, so personnel must be mobilized. I will guard the security cameras in your stead. The subordinates all exclaimed in surprise. Butler Shasi, he clasped his hands behind his back and showed impatience. Don't delay any longer. The master is entertaining guests in Sector A, and there is a shortage of personnel. Go quickly. They opened the door and ran out. All in obedient voices. Yes, Butler Shasi quickly moved to the control panel and typed on the keyboard. He thought about erasing all traces of Langsak's group from the video records. Then a different thought occurred to him. What else should I do? A warning popped up on the screen and the system spoke in a dry voice. Security surveillance smart card verification requested. He held up his pass and thought to himself, I should check this opportunity too. Staring at the screen, he couldn't hide his curiosity. What kind of weapon did the family and the military create in cooperation? Outside, Langsak's group hid in a corner observing the object guarding Lack-Lack's room door. Tunryuju widened his eyes and blurted out, What is that? Tis immediately commented on what she saw from afar. From a distance it looks like a girl, but her body structure isn't human. Langsak stared at the bizarre thing, slightly disturbed in his heart. In his previous life, I've never seen such a person. He then raised the possibility to himself again. Is that a person? Having finished his thoughts, Langsak signaled with hand gestures, clearly instructing his companions. That woman seems to be asleep, so don't make any noise. Let's go. The other three gave a thumbs up, indicating they understood well. Upon reaching the control panel, Langsak was slightly bewildered, asking himself, How do I open this door? Butler Shasi's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, clearly audible to him. Master Langsak, that door requires a password. Please wait a moment, I will decrypt the password for you. Tis, standing behind, asked in surprise, I still don't understand. How is he still watching us? A camera installed above rotated, and his voice came from there, briefly explaining, through the surveillance cameras. In front of a large screen, Butler Shasi continued to provide advance information. My pass won't work, so it will take some time to decrypt the password. It will take approximately 15 minutes. His eyes suddenly widened as he discovered something strange. He pointed behind Langsak and warned, shouting just behind them, a robot awakened. Its glowing red eyes swept over the group. It swung its arm, attacking straight at their position. The group narrowly dodged the first attack. T screamed in panic, in a voice choked with fear. What is this? That woman, she can use it. The surprise spread to Langsak and Hugo as well. Tis continued in a cracking voice. The power of an awakened one? The giant robot brought its two arms together, seemingly gathering strength for a major attack. Tunryuju raised his head and said loudly amidst the roar, Is this the real world? How is that woman any different from a game boss? Langsak observed silently, thinking to himself, On the surface it's a giant humanoid robot, but it possesses the power of an awakened one. Why is game power appearing in a real-world robot? Butler Shasi also gaped in surprise, blurting out, Truly it's so bizarre. A doubt suddenly arose in his mind. Is this the new world weapon they speak of? The robot continuously attacked fiercely and Langsak dodged, shouting to his companions to remain calm. Don't let your guard down, we're in the real world now. We can't respawn like in the game. Tis quickly swung her weapon, blocking a lightning strike from the steel arm. Tunryuju rolled his body, evading another deadly attack. Fleeing, he shouted in the confusion. It's like a monster from the game, but we can't use our full power in the real world. Immediately, she brandished her blade and unleashed a flame charge. The black shadow only left a small scratch on the robot's arm. There was no significant damage, she exclaimed. It's tough, that armored skin is really tough. Suddenly, a bullet struck the robot's arm, shattering its armor and sending fragments flying. From a distance, Hugo gripped his gun tightly, and in front, Tunryuju punched forward, charging. The robot brought its two arms together to block the direct attack. Part of its arm was scorched, forcing the robot to step back. T seized the opportunity to launch an additional attack. She immediately cast Flame Slash, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy's back. The parts of the robot's body that were hit shattered in succession. In front of the monitor, Butler Shasi shouted with joy, Langsak, you succeeded. A device slowly popped out from Langsak's arm. The door to Lack-Lack's room began to open. Langsak turned his foot to gain momentum. He leapt up, shouting loudly, The door's open. Langsak charged straight at the robot, fighting and shouting, Get our comrades inside, you guys go in quickly, he firmly added to cover their rear. I'll hold her back. Immediately, Langsack cast Shadow Ambush, and purple smoke tightly entwined the robot. A purple sphere completely enveloped the robot, blocking all escape routes. Shadow Ambush is a skill that isolates the enemy and draws them into a dark space, reducing the opponent's defense by 30. The room door closed completely, and the team safely entered. Tunryuju pulled down his mask and panted with exhaustion, muttering, "That was close." Tease wiped her sweat and sighed. "It's really hard to fight a monster like that from the game in the real world." Tunryuju continued, his doubt clear in every word. "What exactly is that robot girl? Wasn't it only people who played on Chaoning Continent who got the chance to become awakened in the real world? Now even robots can be?" The more he thought, the paler his face became, and he stammered as if lost in a sci-fi movie. "A sci-fi movie? Oh, am I dreaming now? Or is it just because I'm a middle school student and don't know enough?" Langsack, having no time to argue, clearly stated the immediate goal. "It doesn't matter. My skill duration in the real world has significantly decreased. I can't hold her for long. Currently, we still don't know much about this robot, so we can't waste time." He firmly re-emphasized the core point. "Rescuing Lak Lak is our primary objective." In front of the monitor, Butler Chassis admired inwardly and praised aloud. Amazing to escape from a military weapon so easily. He smiled and he began to understand them more. These are young Master Lak Lak's comrades. I'm starting to understand why young Master Lak Lak likes them so much. Butler Chassis stopped thinking and immediately led the way, telling them to pass through the last section to the room where young Master Lak Lak was confined. The team followed the instructions and sprinted in front of a gigantic iron door. Langsack looked up, certain. This is where Lak Lak is imprisoned. He watched silently, whispering softly in his heart, "We've come to save you, Lak Lak." Meanwhile, Lak Lak lay comfortably in a wide bed wearing soft pajamas. Four put their heads together and, seeing him sleeping soundly, shouted in anger, "This guy sleeps really well." Tunryuju also chimed in. "He doesn't look imprisoned at all." Tease put her hands on her hips and openly scolded, "You idiot, wake up quickly." Through the device, Butler Chassis clearly stated, "I only said that young Master was exiled, not imprisoned. But everyone, look at the device in young Master's hand." Hearing this, Langsack reached out and removed something from Lak Lak's hand. Butler Chassis immediately continued to explain, clearly stating the nature of the object. "It's a deep sleep device." Langsack, looking at the object in his hand, exclaimed in surprise, "A deep sleep device? What do you mean?" He immediately replied, "Forbidden toxic restraint. There is no antidote to wake young Master." Hearing this, Tease flinched, shouting in rage, "So they intend to make him sleep forever? Is the DLRO family this cruel to their family members?" Suddenly, Langsack's entire body trembled slightly, and the room also began to shake. Tease shouted loudly, asking in panic, "An earthquake?" Langsack hastily replied, pointing out the approaching threat. "No, it's that robot. She's caught up to us," Hugo muttered in an exhausted voice. "Do we have to fight her again?" Just then, something on Langsack's wrist glowed, catching his attention. The screen lit up and Langsack immediately recognized it, saying, "It's Jisu's team." Seeing the map displayed on the screen, he continued, "Judging from the location, it seems to be under the water zone of the underground base." After opening the map, Langsack immediately informed everyone, "Jisu sent the location of the water zone. He wants us to rendezvous with them there." Hearing this, Tease asked in surprise, "How did they get information about this underground base? Were they not idle while we were acting?" Langsack glanced at the device in his hand and leaned towards Butler Chassis, asking, "Can you guide us using these coordinates?" Butler Chassis immediately replied with a firm voice, "I will plan the route." He then looked at the screen and added a tense warning, "However, this underground base is divided into many sections like a maze, making it very difficult to find your way. Fortunately, before you left, I asked your comrades to create a diversion in Sector A. That way, I have a reason to move the guards from this sector to Sector A." While Jisu's team was still monitoring the situation, Butler Chassis unknowingly revealed his pressure, saying, "The guard forces on the escape route from here will be significantly reduced." But thinking of the gigantic robot, he continued, his gaze fixed on the camera screen's image. "According to the surveillance cameras, that robot is chasing you. The current problem is how to safely evacuate young Master Lak Lak." Tease, looking at Lak Lak sleeping soundly in the bed, muttered with a worried expression, "If we keep fighting that robot, we really can't guarantee the safety of this sleeping idiot." Langsack carried Lak Lak on his back and reassured everyone, "I've thought of a way." He pulled the blanket to cover both of them and briefly urged, "Cover me and Lak Lak with this blanket." Tease frowned, asking in surprise, "What are you doing?" Langsack said concisely, as if about to test it right there. "Just try it." After speaking, he gathered his strength and activated his demon cloak. Immediately, the two disappeared and Tease shouted in surprise. "They're gone?" She continued to shout loudly, pointing out what had just happened. "Lak Lak is gone too." From the darkness, Langsack's confident voice said, "Indeed, the demon cloak skill works. This way I can safely take Lak Lak to the rendezvous point." Turning back, he clearly instructed his comrades, "And that robot, you guys distract her." The room door began to shake violently from attacks coming from outside. Immediately, the door shattered. The gigantic robot slowly walked in, casting a menacing shadow over the room. Tease's team immediately scattered and acted according to the plan they had already understood. Hugo approached the robot closely, continuously firing at its arm, while Tease charged forward, luring the target and shouting loudly. In the monitoring room, Butler Chassis continuously tapped on the keyboard, quickly reviewing the map as if redrawing it. In his mind, he reviewed the plan, repeating to himself, "To open a safe path for young Master to the elevator, I need to lure the target in a different direction." Butler Chassis pressed a command key, muttering softly as if taking responsibility. "I'll handle all the entrances and exits." The indicator light on the room door turned green. The gigantic robot raised both arms high and brought them down towards Hugo and Tease. She immediately shouted, adjusting the rhythm of the chase as she ran. "Come on, follow us." After speaking, the two dodged to either side and the robot's heavy attack struck empty space. Tease bent down and muttered in surprise, "Such power." Her sharp eyes quickly scanned ahead, assessing the situation. One door turned red and at the same time thick smoke billowed out. Tease shouted a warning. "It's activated." And then, recognizing the smoke, she muttered to herself, "Fire suppression smoke." The thick smoke enveloped the robot, blocking its vision. Just then, Butler Chassis also calculated the danger and toxic gas through the communication channel, warning, "Quickly get out while the fire suppression smoke obscures her vision. You cannot withstand the high concentration of carbon." As the signal dropped, the door opened, and they quickly exited. In the monitoring room, Butler Chassis concluded silently, hoping to block the target for a while. It should be able to hold that robot for a while. Just then, Langsak's voice was heard again and he turned around in surprise. "We're back." He recognized the person he needed to meet and shouted, "Young Master Lack Lack," behind him. Langsak was still carrying Lack Lack on his back with Tunryuju close beside him. Butler Chassis ran over in delight, unable to hide his joy, shouting, "That's great, it seems young Master Lack Lack hasn't lost any weight from hunger during this time." Langsak replied lightly, briefly mentioning his friend's appearance. "I think he's sleeping very soundly." Suddenly he heard a series of loud noises and blurted out a warning. "I hear footsteps," he immediately replied, estimating the source of the sound. "It's probably the patrol guards." Immediately a shadow burst out of the room, and the guards shouted in surprise, "Intruder?" Tunryuju charged with all his might and they shouted in surprise, "Are there intruders in Sector D2? Unexpectedly, Langsak used his cloak to appear behind them, replying concisely, "That's right." The two pressed from both sides, quickly subduing the patrol unit. In the corner, Butler Chassis, with a smile of faith on his lips, inwardly placed his hopes on them. Immediately, he shouted loudly, taking on the role of opening the way, "I will open the doors for you. You must successfully take young Master Lack Lack out of here." Langsak turned around, smiled, and reassured him, "Don't worry, sir. He is an important comrade of ours." Outside the water zone, a boat was already waiting, ready to pick up people. Chian Na stood on the deck of the large boat, shouting anxiously, "They're still not here. Did Langsak's team encounter an obstacle?" She looked up at the sky, speculating about unusual signs. Chian Na's eyes suddenly widened. She was surprised by the unexpected sight. A huge explosion rang out, sending smoke, dust, and stones flying. Immediately, Langsak's team appeared. He was still carrying Lack Lack on his back, and Chian Na shouted in joy, "They're here." Elsewhere, subordinates looked up and shouted in unison, giving chase. "The intruder is nearby. Quickly shoot arrows to find them." Ricker drew her bow, warning about the enemy's situation. "Their forces are increasing. Our position will be discovered soon." Jisoo looked at the screen and commanded firmly. "Retreat." He added that he had already estimated the progress of his friend's team. Langsak's team must have left that place too. Just then a drone flew past above Ricker and she shouted in surprise, "That's an unmanned reconnaissance drone." Jisoo also looked up and hastily urged, "We'll be discovered soon. We need to retreat quickly." Suddenly the water violently swirled and she asked in surprise, "Jisoo, what's out at sea?" A submarine immediately burst out and Ricker shouted, "It's a military submarine." Shells continuously fired from the submarine, aimed at the two of them. Jisoo grabbed Ricker's hand and pulled her, shouting briefly, "Ricker, run quickly." An attack cutting through the wind came down from the sky, and immediately an explosion tore through the sky. Jisoo and Ricker both looked up in surprise. The Brilliant Knight appeared riding a horse, and they shouted in joy, "It's the Brilliant Knight." A reassuring announcement came from the plane speaker, reminding everyone to board the evacuation method in an orderly fashion. "Passengers, please do not panic. Please board the evacuation plane in an orderly manner." Planes full of passengers took off one after another and departed. In a villa, a plane had landed in the yard, and a mysterious man, surrounded by subordinates, was preparing to board the plane. A subordinate bent down and hastily urged, "Chairman, please hurry. General, this commotion is completely unexpected. To avoid inconvenience, please come with me." He then bent down again, making way and urging, "Please board the plane quickly." Before stepping onto the stairs, the man looked back at the villa. His gaze stopped at the building as if bidding a silent farewell. Below, the crowd stirred, whispering at the strange object. "What's that? Is it an awakened skill? Is it a summoned creature? It's the first time I've seen a summoning skill appear in the real world." The Brilliant Knight drew his sword, preparing to attack. With his sword energy, he struck directly at the submarine out at sea. On the boat, the crew immediately took up battle positions, and one person shouted a command, "Defense, activate electric shields." The Brilliant Knight's sword energy could not penetrate the shield, and the human side retaliated with firepower. Anti-aircraft guns fiercely poured out shells. Then a cheer erupted from the operation system. "Target hit." Unexpectedly, a warning alarm blared fiercely in the cockpit, and the crew shouted in panic, "Alarm! The ship was attacked. Didn't we hit the target?" Immediately, the ship exploded loudly, and an internal broadcast immediately spread throughout the ship. "The submarine engine is severely damaged. That explosion was caused by the Brilliant Knight." Inside the ship, people's voices offered a fear-filled assessment. "That summoned creature is no different from a monster from the game." In the Jengyun Guild Hall, everyone was looking up at the battle monitoring screen. Tunryuju was overly aggressive. The Brilliant Knight's power was identical to its in-game counterpart. Tease, however, thought that ordinary players could only exert symbolic power when using skills in the real world. But a year ago, when he saved his sister, Langsak had summoned the Brilliant Knight with its full capabilities in the real world. She couldn't help but admire Langsak's complete awakening. Jang Young's ship approached Jisoo and Ricker's location. Langsak shouted loudly, calling them to the deck. Jisoo, Ricker, quickly get on board. Jisoo was already standing on the ship. He reached out and pulled Ricker, who quickly jumped on board, breathlessly asking, Langsak, how were you able to summon the Brilliant Knight in its full physical form? Langsak replied briefly, postponing the explanation. We'll talk about that later, both of you. Quickly get on board. Jisoo pressed again. I'm still worried about our comrade. How's Lak? Did you bring him out? Langsak pointed inside, clearly stating he was there. He added one sentence describing his current state. He's sleeping very soundly. Jisoo frowned. Dissatisfied with Langsak's indifferent calm, he muttered, he can sleep even in this situation. Tunryuju interjected, speculating on the cause. It seems Lak was affected by the deep sleep device. They say he can only wake up with an antidote. Tease hesitated, mentioning a name she had heard before, and asked, is he under the Sleeping Beauty's curse? Tunryuju and Langsak simultaneously repeated the name, asking as if to confirm. Sleeping Beauty's curse? Tease, flustered, quickly clarified her meaning. Ah no, it's just that the deep sleep device I heard about before had that name. Jisoo added, recalling his company's cooperation. When I collaborated with some companies, I think I also heard the name of this device. Tease raised a question about the name, suddenly recalling an old tale. Sleeping Beauty's curse, really? Could it be related to the Sleeping Beauty story? Does that mean only Lak's prince can wake him up? Tease continued, as if something had just dawned on her. In that case it's… Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned to Langsak, as if posing a silent question to the Brilliant Knight's master. Langsak still didn't understand what she meant. Tease, flustered, blurted out, what on earth are you talking about? A group of guards spotted Jang Young's ship and shouted a warning. That ship over there is clearly the intruder's ship. Jang Young's ship immediately dove deep and retreated, leaving only helpless shouts on the shore. Damn it, it's a submarine, it's submerged, another soldier shouted, frantically searching for his equipment. Where's our submarine? Not far from the shore was a submarine split in two. The surviving crew members swam to shore and the guards could only sigh helplessly as they watched. Jang Young's ship smoothly left the area without further interference. The Brilliant Knight suddenly appeared beside the ship and called its master. Langsak replied, you sent a signal to instruct me. Brilliant Knight, be careful not to cause any casualties. The Brilliant Knight, showing restraint, reassured him. Master, rest assured. I have restrained my power, so there will be no casualties. Langsak continued, adding a reconnaissance mission. Well done. Scout for enemy submarines in the vicinity. The Brilliant Knight received the order. Yes, master. Langsak, proud of his special comrade, sincerely praised him. The Brilliant Knight is truly amazing, to be able to fight even underwater. He's different from us. The Brilliant Knight could operate underwater. This was because he no longer needed to breathe. Tunryuju commented on their increasingly skillful coordination. Brother Langsak and the Brilliant Knight seemed to be working together better and better, like old friends and comrades. Langsak replied briefly, really? After completing a round of reconnaissance, the Brilliant Knight returned to the side of the ship and reported, Master, I have thoroughly checked. The enemy has not sent any new submarines to pursue us. As soon as Langsak received the news, he immediately dismissed the Brilliant Knight. Understood, Brilliant Knight. Return for now. Jang Young's ship surfaced, and from the deck, they could see the DLRO mansion illuminating its surroundings with searchlights looking for people. Tunryuju evaluated the situation, comparing it to a tangled thread. The situation at the mansion seems complicated. Langsak continued, clearly stating that their intrusion had ruined the festive atmosphere. It seems our intrusion has indeed ruined their festive atmosphere. A plane circled above the mansion. Looking down from above, there were hardly any people on the ground. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from inside the mansion, as if shaking the entire sea. Lak. Everyone on the guild ship flinched. Tease asked, puzzled, what was that sound? Ricker trembled, barely managing to utter, the presence is too strong. Lak remained in a deep sleep, showing no signs of waking. A plane carrying a mysterious male passenger was slowly gliding away. Seated inside, he made a call and pressed for answers. Shasi, why are you so late answering the phone? Over the phone, the butler's voice sounded urgent. Chairman, I was attacked by intruders. The young master was taken, Butler Shasi continued, raising suspicion about the culprit. I think this act was carried out by a rival family. The mysterious man's voice rang out coldly, just leave Lak alone. He then emphasized what was most important. What's important is the weapon we created. In Butler Shasi's workshop, subordinates were struggling to contain a gigantic monster. Before hanging up, the man said one last thing, don't let her be revealed earlier than expected. Dawn approached, casting light over the large and small islands. As Jang Young's ship docked at an island, Jisoo clearly stated the current situation. The mini-submarine's engine won't be able to get us back, he continued, suggesting a temporary solution. I think we'll have to have someone send a plane for us. At this moment, Langsak was on the phone with someone. He informed them he had sent the news and received confirmation. The information has been sent, understood. A fleeting look of worry crossed his face. Langsak answered the phone gloomily. Really, General, don't you have a way either? Understood, I'll hang up now. Tease asked anxiously, wanting to know if there were any clues about an antidote. So, does the General's side have a way to deactivate the deep sleep device? Langsak replied, emphasizing the device's locking mechanism. No, the antidote for this device is already determined during the device's creation process. We must find the corresponding antidote method. Cheon Na added, mentioning the opponent's level of secrecy. The DLRO family's technology is always highly secretive. It will be very difficult for us to find information about the device's creation. Jisoo suggested returning and using his business connections to investigate. We'll find a way soon. For now, should we go back and use my business connections to investigate? Langsak, more anxious than the others, asserted that there was still another person he could ask. I still have one more person I can ask. Tease, surprised, quickly stopped him. Langsak, where are you going? Langsak summoned his celestial horse, preparing to leave and asking them to look after Lak Lok, clearly stated that he would go search for someone who constantly researched and explored the boundary between the game world and the real world. Perhaps he will have a way. In Langsak's mind, a familiar name, Immortal Shadow, came to mind. Langsak rode his celestial horse, sweeping past high-rise buildings while a mother and daughter walked nearby. The child tugged on her mother's hand and said, "Mom, the celestial horse appeared again." The mother quickly pulled the child away, saying in a voice mixed with annoyance and urgency, "Don't talk nonsense like it's New Year again, really, let's go home quickly. I need to make dinner before your father gets back." The celestial horse landed on a rooftop and then disappeared from sight. Langsak stood still on the rooftop waiting as if for an appointment. Someone opened the door and immediately complained, "This is really annoying. Why did you ask to meet on the rooftop?" Langsak turned around, and Immortal Shadow appeared, complaining again. "It was really hard climbing up to such a tall building." Langsak replied, "You're here, Immortal Shadow." The sun was setting. Immortal Shadow sat on a nearby electrical box and said, "I shouldn't have given you my contact information in the first place." He then slowly continued, "Now you can find me anytime." Langsak spoke directly. "I came to you this time for something very important." Immortal Shadow immediately understood and asked, "Is it related to the DLRO family?" Langsak paused for a moment at his accuracy. Immortal Shadow said, "Don't underestimate my information-gathering abilities in the real world. The commotion you just caused has already sent shockwaves. Nobles to think you'd stir up trouble in the district of a prominent noble family. It seems you weren't a good boy in the real world either, Langsak." Langsak replied briefly, "If you already know, I'll get straight to the point. My friend was affected by a deep sleep device created by the DLRO family. He's still sleeping." Immortal Shadow, as if seeing through all clues, suggested, "The person you're talking about is that family's son, right?" He recalled saying, "When I had contact with the DLRO family before, I still remember that arrogant child's face." Hearing this, Langsak's emotions surged. He blurted out, "What? Then you." Immortal Shadow cut him off and calmly appeased him. He chuckled lightly and continued, "That's a thing of the past. Later I had a slight disagreement with the DLRO family, so I didn't contact them anymore." He concluded, summarizing his recollection. "From what I know about the DLRO family, sacrificing relatives for family profit perfectly aligns with their methods. However, using only a deep sleep device on their own child proves that they still haven't acted too cruelly." Langsak asked directly, "Then do you have a way?" Immortal Shadow turned the conversation and asked, "Langsak, did you discover anything else special at the DLRO family mansion this time?" Langsak suddenly recalled something. He muttered, "Special, you say?" A thought flashed through Langsak's mind. "That robot, you mean?" He recalled a phone call he had received earlier. Over the phone, someone earnestly urged Langsak, "The information about the robot you discovered must not be disclosed to anyone without my permission. This is the price for our military not investigating this intrusion." Langsak replied briefly, "Understood." Returning to the present, hearing Immortal Shadow's question, Langsak said, "I can't tell you. I have a personal reason." Immortal Shadow nodded. "Understood. I understand, but your actions this time will cause many problems," he added a warning. "Langsak, I hope you've prepared yourselves. Any decision or action you take now will change many things." Langsak frowned. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Immortal Shadow waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just a senior's advice." He then continued, "Next, if you want to save your friend, you must do as I say." Langsak asked, "Yes, what should I do?" Immortal Shadow instructed briefly. "Return to the game." Immediately after, Langsak was in the high-difficulty Gyeong dungeon. The opponent before him was Gyeong's boss, a gigantic herbivore named Chungmuk. He took a ready stance and muttered with a sigh, "I have to clear the Gyeong dungeon again, how troublesome." Immortal Shadow's words echoed in his memory. He had said earlier, "I have a personal reason too. When you complete it, I'll tell you the method." Langsak secretly complained, "Don't even think about tricking me." As the boss charged and attacked, the name Immortal Shadow flashed through Langsak's mind. Soon after, a notification rang. Boss defeated. Langsak recalled having to clear this gateway more than 10 times with a squad in his previous life, always being careful, and as the notification quickly received the boss's reward appeared, he searched for rewards from the boss's corpse. In this life it felt surprisingly easy even alone. The acquired rewards were not what he needed. Suddenly he noticed something and muttered softly, "Found it." Behind the soil and rocks, a single blade of grass appeared. System notification, "Congratulations, you have acquired the Gyudochu grass item. The Gyeong story quest has been activated." Langsak picked up the Gyudochu grass, realizing that Immortal Shadow's words were not wrong. At the highest difficulty, the dungeon unlocked a new storyline, and despite running the dungeon countless times in his previous life, he had missed this item. The summary information for Gyudochu grass appeared on the screen. a plant that grows in one's hometown imbued with memories and emotions. It feels warm when held. Give it to those who are lost so that the warmth of the past may guide them once more. Langsak wondered if all of this was related to Lak Lak. A hospital-like building appeared. From a room, Langsak knocked on the door from outside. A voice echoed from inside. "Come in." Immortal Shadow was there. He was wearing a white lab coat and looking into a microscope. Langsak asked, "Is this your home?" Immortal Shadow replied, "No, this is a friend's laboratory." He took off his glasses, turned and asked, "So did you do as I asked?" Langsak showed him his screen, which displayed the Gyeong dungeon clear achievement and records as well as the Gyudochu grass. He asked, puzzled, "What is you asking me to clear the dungeon have to do with waking Lak Lak up?" Immortal Shadow told him to look. As an object gradually appeared, Langsak was astonished. Immortal Shadow summoned it into his palm. As a small vial appeared, Langsak shouted, "An in-game potion?" "Yes," Immortal Shadow suggested. "You didn't expect it, did you? Bringing an in-game item into the real world?" Langsak hesitated and replied, but according to the Awakened One's ability restrictions, in-game items can't be brought into the real world, can they?" Immortal Shadow explained. "That's just game information. For players with a high awakening rate like us, that restriction can be broken. This is the result of my experiments." Langsak stammered in surprise. "Is this for real? But that restriction?" Immortal Shadow cut him off but continued holding up the vial. "This vial disappears every time I try to drink it. Indeed, when Manga tried to drink it, the vial vanished," he explained. "That's because my awakening rate is only 99, he then emphasized. "But Langsak, you're a 100 awakened one." Immortal Shadow tossed the vial to Langsak. Langsak quickly caught it, and Immortal Shadow instructed, "Drink this, it's a potion I made. It can boost your concentration in a short time. After all, bringing game items into the real world isn't easy. I succeeded only after failing over 100 experiments. This potion will help you reduce the failure rate." A moment of unease flashed through Langsak's mind and he asked, "Do you know what this means?" Immortal Shadow. Immortal Shadow calmly replied, "Are you perhaps saying you don't want to save your friend?" Langsak no longer hesitated and swallowed the vial, and a surge of energy enveloped him. Immortal Shadow reminded him, "This is different from how awakened ones use their power. You have to concentrate intensely on the item you want to materialize and truly believe it's real." He watched the changes in Langsak's body, thinking, will he be able to adapt? This is even harder than using an awakened one's power. Langsak. Surprise was clearly etched on Immortal Shadow's face. Langsak was already holding the Gyudochu grass in his hand and said, "It's not as difficult as you said, big brother." The thought he succeeded in just one try flashed through Immortal Shadow's mind. Chapter 232. Chian Na escorted the doctor to the door and the doctor paused, saying awkwardly, "It's truly a difficult situation. The patient's body is completely normal. Please continue to monitor the situation." Chian Na replied, "Thank you, doctor." She closed the door and quietly called Lak Lak's name. Her worry was heavy. The question lingered in her mind all day whether Langsak, with no news, could find a way to save Lak Lak. Jisoo, standing by the bed, said, "As expected, ordinary treatments don't work on Lak Lak." Seeing Chian Na enter, Ricker immediately asked, "Still no news from Langsak?" Chian Na replied, "Not yet." Ricker frowned. "What on earth is he doing?" Jisoo reiterated the doctor's words. "As the doctor just said, Lak Lak's body is completely healthy. He's just in a deep sleep, so there won't be any problems for a short while," he continued. "But if he keeps sleeping like this, he'll be no different from being in a vegetative state." Suddenly a shadow fell outside the room door. Chian Na reflexively asked, "Who's there?" A man slowly walked in and the three of them looked at him together. Chian Na recognized him and said, "You're back, Langsak." Langsak returned, looked at the vial in his hand and said, "I've brought the antidote to save Lak Lak." He tilted the vial and began to feed the medicine to Lak Lak. Jisoo asked, puzzled, "Langsak, where did you get this medicine?" Langsak, seemingly unwilling to elaborate, replied briefly, "From the game." Jisoo still didn't understand and asked again, "From the game? What do you mean?" Langsak replied, "It's a long story. I'll explain everything in detail to you all when the time is right." Ricker made a displeased expression. "What? You're going to act so mysterious? Are you really saying you brought it from Choning? Don't feed Lak Lak medicine you got from some quack." Lak Lak suddenly started coughing repeatedly and gradually regained consciousness. Ricker exclaimed, "He's awake." Everyone in the room was delighted. Langsak said, "It really works," Jisoo shouted happily. "Lak Lak," Ricker's eyes widened and she immediately came to her senses. "How did the medicine really work?" Langsak, "How were you able to unlock the device?" Langsak replied, still seemingly unprepared to share the secret. "I don't know either," he concluded. "But it's good that Lak Lak is awake now." Lak Lak, waking from a long sleep, was still groggy and asked blankly, "Is that Master Langsak? Why is everyone gathered here? Am I dreaming?" Langsak mumbled. "It seems he doesn't remember." Jisoo asked Lak Lak, "Don't you remember being controlled?" Lak Lak paused, murmuring. "Controlled?" he recalled. "I remember receiving Master Langsak's Guild War summon signal and logging in immediately to respond," he continued. "But I was ambushed by someone after that. I don't remember anything. This was all my father's doing. He used me to go against all of you. This is exactly how my father has always operated." Langsak's heart ached for a moment. "Lak Lak," Chian Na said in a gentle voice, "don't think about it anymore. Lak Lak, we brought you out of there. You're with us now, so you'll be fine." With the same thought, Jisoo said, "Chian Na's right, you can stay at my place from now on." Having regained his composure, Lak Lak looked around and recognized each person. Sister Chian Na in the real world, Vice Guildmaster Jisoo 2 and Ricker. You all don't look much different from your in-game selves, Jisoo explained. Yes, in the game there are many real-world collaborations, so it's more convenient to set our appearances similarly to our real selves. Looking up at Langsak, Lak said, "Our master Langsak is just as handsome as he is in the game." Langsak sighed, confirming, "It seems you're perfectly fine." Lak asked curiously, "Master, how did you manage to unlock the Sleeping Beauty's curse lock?" Everyone paused for a moment, and Langsak retorted, "How was it really called Sleeping Beauty's curse?" Cheon now recalled. "Then the information I read about that product wasn't wrong," Lak explained in detail. "It's a type of ancient incense that puts people into a deep sleep. Our family's research team modified it into a device that puts people to sleep. It was sold on the market a long time ago, but later it was recalled and used within the family as a lock to control others." He concluded about the antidote in one sentence, "The kiss of the most important person." At the two words kiss, everyone felt awkward. Langsak snapped, "What kind of ridiculous antidote is that? It's completely a fairy tale setting," Lak teased. "Theoretically, the kiss of the most important person would stimulate dopamine in the brain for a short time. That's the antidote." "Since I'm awake, Master, perhaps," Langsak stated clearly. "No, the atmosphere in the Jengyun Guild Hall gradually grew quiet," Jisoo suggested. "Then Lak, you can stay here for now," Lak said happily. "Yes, thank you, Vice Guildmaster Jisoo." Cheon now delivered the news. Hyugu and Tunryuju all said they'd come to see you after work and school, Lak. "How about a hearty dinner at Jisoo's place tonight?" Langsak said indifferently. "I'll decline, I still have some things to do, so I'll be leaving first," Ricker grumbled disappointedly. "Langsak, you're really no fun." In the laboratory, Immortal Shadow answered the phone. He spoke first. "Well, Langsak, did the medicine I made not work?" Langsak's voice came through the phone. "I called to thank you. Lak is awake." Immortal Shadow replied, "No need to thank me. That was all you're doing," he continued. "If you hadn't been able to bring game items into the real world, I wouldn't have been able to make that universal medicine either." He concluded that he had witnessed another miracle from Langsak this time. Langsak, feeling an unfamiliar sensation, said honestly, "This really feels unreal. Am I truly the only one who can do this?" Immortal Shadow analyzed. "According to the information I've researched so far, yes. You are unique. The thought, is it because I was reincarnated, crossed Langsak's mind. Immortal Shadow urged again, "But I must warn you. The ability to materialize game items is related to the boundary between the game world and the real world, so from now on you must be extremely cautious when using that ability. We don't yet know the meaning of this matter, or what meaning it will hold in the future, but you are the most special person," Langsak said. "I still have one more thing to ask you, big brother." Immortal Shadow replied. "Go ahead," Langsak asked directly. "How did you know that the Gyudochu grass could be used to create the universal medicine you mentioned?" Immortal Shadow explained. "You'll know as soon as you complete the Gyudochu grass quest. And perhaps then you'll understand your mission and the answers meant for you." Langsak re-equipped his gear and returned to the highest difficulty Gyeong dungeon, saying, "I'm back." He gripped his weapon tightly and continued to murmur, "I'll go there and get the quest item again." Soon after, the Gyudochu grass was in his hand once more. A notification appeared, "Special quest, path to the homeland received," and another notification, "Take the Gyudochu grass to your homeland." At that phrase, he fell into deep thought. Langsak asked himself, "My homeland? Where did I come from?" Countless memories flooded in, and for a moment he had to flash through too many fragments of his life. One scene paused. Young Langsak next to his mother. His mother asked softly, "Do you want to know the answer?" "Langsak," she continued, "you must continue your game. The answer you're looking for is there." Langsak looked at his mother, his eyes filled with sorrow. Another notification appeared, "Plant the seed that will guide your path." He bent down and planted the Gyudochu grass in the ground, and a notification confirmed that the quest path to the homeland was complete. Looking up at the sky, Langsak said, "This was the guiding item. I've reached level 101, he continued. "I wonder what Lak saw when he drank this and woke up," he conceded inwardly. "That person wasn't wrong. Perhaps the answer I seek lies within the game." He continued his game, and his next goal was to be the first player to reach the highest level. The dungeon corridor for receiving quests for players level 90 and above was already filled with qualified players. The atmosphere was lively and most were dressed in their finest attire. A level 99 fighter asked as soon as he saw someone enter, "Who is it?" A level 98 female mage glanced and identified him. That distinctive long black cloak. The X marks grew more numerous, and the conversation revolved around one name, the very person, the Jengyun Guildmaster who defeated Gwansan in the Guild War. The rogue Langsak looked around and the conversation was still scattered everywhere. He hadn't appeared for a long time since that Guild War. He maintained a calm expression and let out a soft sigh. "Being recognized is really bothersome, but I'll have to get used to it eventually." Approaching the fountain, he was slightly surprised that the high-level dungeon was now crowded, and thought, "It seems my leveling speed has slowed down a bit lately." Some curious players wondered why such a powerful player still wore plain clothes, assuming it must be a matter of preference. He ignored all the gossip and opened the search screen. He remembered the last update. After the Guild War, to prevent resources from accumulating in the high-level group and to balance experience, the leveling difficulty was lowered. Thinking about having reached level 100 in just 1 year, he felt a bit unfairly treated and thought about the exclusive reward given to the first person to reach level 100. Next, he thought about the reward for reaching the maximum level of 120. That reward would grant a unique title based on each individual's data. Memories flooded back. In his previous life, the title he received after reaching the highest level was taciturn and diligent. Perhaps because he had few friends and didn't enjoy socializing, only quietly leveling up. Images of players with various titles flashed through his mind. Each had a unique title and bonus attributes. The conversation around him also gradually subsided. Langsack remembered the long-ago joy of that day, one of the few good things that had come his way. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and he asked himself, what title and reward will I receive in this life? Just then, something happened that interrupted his thoughts. A purple-haired player was arguing fiercely with someone. He growled, "What kind of ridiculous setting is this? Because of that small difference we can't get the quest." He couldn't calm down. He continued to shout, "The dungeon requires an archer, but our team consists of warrior-type classes who use ranged weapons. Shouldn't that count as an archer? What on earth is this?" The other party was the dungeon guide, who calmly replied, "I will clearly state the rules. Your team's warrior-type classes who use ranged weapons belong to the warrior profession, not the archer profession, and therefore do not meet the dungeon requirements. Unfortunately, you cannot accept this quest. Please choose another suitable dungeon." Those words added fuel to the purple-haired man's anger, and he screamed, "Nonsense. Even if it's a warrior-type class, it's still a ranged attack. How popular are ranged attack warriors nowadays? Ranged attack means you can call it an archer. Our team needs the items from this dungeon. This damn NPC." A team member hastily rushed to stop him, quietly advising, "Captain, stop. It's better to just find an archer and party up. What's the point of talking so much with a brainless NPC? The purple-haired man stubbornly shook his head and growled, "No, all the ranged attack required dungeons we participated in before were fine. Why isn't this dungeon working?" The argument echoed throughout the hall, and he shouted again, "My ranged attack weapon perfectly fits the criteria." The crowd overheard the conversation and whispered amongst themselves, "That guy's arguing with an NPC. If it requires an archer class, then there's no choice. You have to find an archer to party up. And ranged warriors and archers have different concepts and play styles." One of his team members, noticing the attention on them, was flustered and quietly urged, "Captain, everyone's talking. Just stop." The purple-haired man was still stubborn. "HMPH, he snorted. "What do they know? The item I need only drops in this dungeon, and it's really important to me. I must get it quickly." Another player chimed in, sharing a similar experience. "Our team also had a similar situation before. Some dungeon required an explosive incense to get the quest. We spent a long time going through the designated dungeon and finally found a powerful explosive incense, but the guide NPC said it wasn't the designated item, so we still couldn't get the quest. The item effects were clearly the same, but I was so furious at the time. We wasted a lot of time searching for explosive incense." He shrugged, reluctantly offering his opinion. "After all, pre-programmed NPCs can't think and adapt like humans, can they? All the NPCs in the game are brainless, so getting angry at them is just a waste of time. It's better to just post about it on the forum." Langsack watched silently from beginning to end. He thought the topic of NPC intelligence had been well initiated. That way he could divert people's attention, slip away to a secluded spot, and plan his leveling strategy. Suddenly the shouts of people interrupted his thoughts. People pushed and yelled, "Hey!" The purple-haired man lost control, shoved the female guide to the ground and snarled, "You idiots are really annoying. Can't you understand what it means to be flexible, you fools?" The guide lay on the floor and he yelled irritably, "This is really frustrating." Players complained and objected, "That's going too far, taking your anger out on an NPC." Despite public opinion, he still shouted loudly, "What's it to you?" A female mage sensed something strange and whispered. The guide stood up, and a fierce power surged around her body. He tried to keep shouting, but before he could even sense the danger and turn around, a punitive blow struck him, giving him no time to react. The female guide showed no expression or spoke a word, and his comrade quickly helped him up, shouting in a hurry, "Captain!" Everyone around was bewildered by this incomprehensible action. "TCH, what the hell? Why is that NPC acting like that? He's a player, isn't he?" Even Langsack hadn't expected her to lay hands on a player like that. Flames surged on the purple-haired man's face and he snarled, "How dare an NPC be so presumptuous?" He summoned a giant sword, charged forward slashing, and continued to shout, "What rules or etiquette are there anyway?" The female guide easily tilted her body to dodge and immediately counterattacked. A massive seal shone brightly, firmly binding him. The purple-haired man gradually stiffened, then was completely subdued, and he shouted, "What are you doing? Release me quickly." The female guide replied in a cold voice, "Games have their rules and your world has its own rules." She continued as if reciting an unchangeable clause, "All the settings of Choning continent must be maintained and followed by us. In this world you have no authority to decide." A sharp glint flashed in her eyes, and she lowered her voice saying, "If you are not satisfied with the rules of this world, you may leave at any time." His arm immediately broke and he screamed, "My arm!" Many players witnessing the scene were horrified and terrified, and a female mage stammered, "Is it a bug? Is that NPC trying to kill a player?" His comrades rushed over, urgently calling for their captain. Langsack could no longer hold back and immediately charged forward. He attacked using his skills, but he couldn't easily subdue his opponent. The female guide counterattacked, suddenly displaying an unusual level of vigilance. Langsack cast Demon Cloak Stealth, and the purple-haired man's comrades knelt down, examining the injured area, and urgently called out, "Captain!" The purple-haired man sat on the floor, clutching his arm and groaning, My arm hurts so much. The female guide's shadow circled around Langsack, putting him on the defensive. He muttered inwardly, my skills aren't working. She approached him one step at a time without him noticing and uttered a calm remark, are you ready? Langsack attacked towards where the voice had just come from, but she had already vanished. A system notification appeared. The female dungeon guide has given you a special dungeon. The purple-haired player spoke in a trembling voice filled with pain and helplessness. My wife, he confessed, choked with emotion, my wife is sick and needs a huge amount for medical treatment. I don't have time to wait. If I just get one more item from this dungeon, I can craft the weapon the boss wants and earn money. His comrade next to him comforted and coaxed him. Captain, don't cry. I'll go find an archer who can take this dungeon quest right away, he added as if to instill hope and reassure him. It's not too late yet. Langsack looked at the two of them, feeling a momentary pang of sympathy. Things didn't have to escalate to this point. A female mage lineage reported, the bugged NPC disappeared. I've never seen anything like this before. Langsack rechecked the information displayed on the screen and muttered, it's a special dungeon but there's no data attached. He grew even more puzzled. Only a single set of coordinates had been transmitted. Based on his own deduction, he was certain that the NPC's actions just now were absolutely not pre-programmed. If it were a bug, it was too much like a real person, which was strange. It reminded him of a situation involving Danielle previously. Langsack decided to teleport to a nearby village to get to the bottom of it. In the middle of the forest, he found another strange symbol carved into a tree trunk, a piece of chain with wings on both ends pointing in opposite directions. He quietly thought that there was a symbol here too. His memory was jumbled. This symbol had appeared before on manhole covers, flags, and in canyon crevices. It was as if it was guiding the way. He followed the path he had taken. After looking around, he speculated that it was pointing the way to this village. He opened the search screen, but he felt even stranger. The village didn't exist on the map. Many NPCs came and went in the area he was exploring. As he walked and listened, he realized this was neither a new update nor an unexplored region. Gradually, a suspicion formed. Could there be no players here, only NPCs? Suddenly, the bells of a nearby church rang out. Birds fluttered their wings in surprise and scattered, and the NPCs also frantically rushed into their homes as if chased by an invisible threat. Windows of all the houses immediately slammed shut. Langsack stood still and watched as the last of the NPCs hurriedly disappeared indoors. Even knowing he was in danger, he remained calm. Within minutes of the bells ringing, the entire village was deserted, and only he remained. He walked along the stone path towards the church, momentarily questioning inwardly, are they welcoming me? He passed through the wooden door and stepped inside. The interior was surprisingly neat and a voice came from nearby. You're here? The female dungeon guide was looking up at the crucifix and she greeted him softly. Hello, player who cannot tolerate injustice. Her gaze followed Langsack's footsteps and she asked directly, are you ready to participate in this special quest? A system notification displayed a question. Do you accept the gamble? Langsack fell into thought. A gamble? The female guide spoke casually as if about to start a grand game. This will be a very interesting gamble that will make everyone in this world anticipate. He grew even more wary, acknowledging inwardly that the situation was becoming increasingly complex. What he was facing now was an NPC exactly like a living person. What secret could be hidden behind it? The inability to grasp the essence of this world made him momentarily helpless, and he nodded, accepting. He muttered inwardly, interesting. A system notification displayed a confirmation message. You have accepted the gamble. Immediately, the entire village faded and disappeared. The church beneath his feet also scattered into thin air. And as Langsack accepted the gamble, he was teleported to another place. He looked around. Where is this? Another dimension? System notifications poured in continuously. Inaccessible area, unknown region. He checked his location, but the map also displayed unknown. Suddenly a being appeared before him and greeted him. Welcome to the gamble of the God of Wisdom. It clearly called out Langsack's name and declared, this is a special dungeon just for you. And I am the commander of this dungeon. Langsack frowned and retorted, a dungeon just for me. And is this a unique dungeon? The dungeon commander calmly explained and clearly defined, not exactly. There are countless dungeons in Choning Continent and among them are unique dungeons. That is, if a player activates it, the dungeon disappears forever. But this dungeon has opened just for you. It is your own special dungeon. Langsack muttered, unbelievable. A dungeon just for me, he acknowledged inwardly. Despite being resurrected and constantly experiencing things beyond imagination, he had never heard of such a story, even he found it difficult to comprehend this time. There were no rumors of similar cases in his previous life. The dungeon commander lightly waved a hand, starting the first game. Now, the first game of the God of Wisdom's gamble begins. Please listen carefully to the dungeon rules. It continued, commanding him to wager his own level. You will wager your own level and proceed with the game. This is a level war. Langsack frowned. Levels? The being explained in detail as if reading out ruthless casino rules. The minimum bet is 1 level when betting. If you win, you will level up directly by the amount you bet. That is, if you bet 1 level and win, you gain 1 level, it continued, clarifying the gains. Similarly, if you bet 10 levels and win, you gain 10 levels directly. Of course, just as you can win, you can also lose. A wicked smile touched its lips. After you choose your bet, a random multiplier from 1 to 10 will appear. If you fail the bet, you will lose levels equal to your bet multiplied by the multiplier. It continued, presenting a risk scenario. If you bet 1 level and the random multiplier is 3, you will directly lose 3 levels if you fail. But if you bet 10 levels and the random multiplier is 10, you will directly lose 100 levels if you fail. Realizing the blatant unfairness, Langsack retorted, shouting, "These rules are too unreasonable. Can I refuse now?" The dungeon commander shook its head, flatly refusing. "I'm afraid not," it said cunningly, cutting off all avenues of retreat. "You cannot leave this space until you complete the betting game." Meanwhile, on the Jengyang Guild members' side, Tunryuju and Tease were raiding a dungeon. The two worked together to attack the boss. Tunryuju activated his earth skills, gradually proving himself a core member of the guild. He continuously used formations to inflict pain on the boss, Tease. Then she rained down fire artillery on the target. A large explosion occurred at the boss's location, Tease said. Success. With Tease and Tunryuju's recent combined attack, the boss fell. Tunryuju collected the loot and said, "Finally, we got the materials. So all the materials Sister Chiana asked for are gathered. Now we just need to clear this dungeon. If we had planned our joint attack more perfectly just now, it would have definitely been faster." Tease frowned, replying with disinterest, "I'm exhausted to death. If Chiana hadn't given us money, we wouldn't have run this dungeon so many times." Tunryuju replied disapprovingly, "Tease, what are you talking about? Master Langsack would surely have researched and found the fastest way to clear the dungeon." Tease openly scoffed, saying, "Then go find your Master Langsack, that is, assuming you can find him. Who knows where he's wandering off to again." Tunryuju no longer argued with Tease. Tease urged, "Let's go quickly. Let's hurry to the next location, clear the dungeon, and rest quickly." Tunryuju sighed unconsciously. Where is Master Langsack and what challenges is he facing? Returning to Langsack's special dungeon, the dungeon commander was finishing the pre-start procedures. It said, "You cannot leave this space until you complete the betting game. At the same time, if you leave this space after the betting game ends but before the dungeon is completed, you will be forcibly summoned back to this space within a set time. Leaving is merely temporary." Langsack thought the dungeon used a forced summoning method. A past image flashed through his mind. This feeling was identical to the level 100 quest. Worry was clearly etched on Langsack's face. He muttered inwardly, "Great gain always comes with great risk." The commander urged, "Now the first betting game has begun. Select the betting level for the first bet. Enter the level you wish to bet. The choice is from 1 level to 10 levels." Langsack deliberated carefully. He thought the penalty for mission failure was too severe, but if he won he would level up, and the maximum level was 120. Because he was originally a cautious person in all matters, he was not blinded by vain gains. Langsack kept thinking, "I can't act recklessly with such great risk. Safety is paramount." He made his choice and said, "I'll bet 1 level." He thought to himself, "Let's test what this betting game is all about." The dungeon commander replied, "All right, 1 level has been bet. Now I will roll the random multiplier. The multiplier is 6. Be warned, if you fail this bet, you will lose 6 levels." Sensing something strange, he softly said, "Oh." On the third slot, the last slot, a mountain symbol appeared. The commander calmly assessed, "Interesting." It continued without delay, and without further ado, the first betting game officially begins. System notification. Victory condition. Defeat the Phantom of Truth within 10 minutes. It left with a final remark. A 10-minute countdown begins. "I wish you success in completing the mission." Suddenly, a blurry shadow appeared behind Langsack. It was a phantom of Tunryuju. Langsack flinched, thinking, "Is that little Tunryuju?" Tunryuju's phantom used gravity to drop him. Langsack thought in surprise. It can even use gravity? It perfectly copied little Tunryuju's power. The phantom continued to dominate the abyss of delusion. Langsack used his skills to hide, causing the phantom to miss its target. He reasoned inwardly. If it really copied little Tunryuju's power, that would be very interesting. I also want an opportunity to face Divine Mountain Tunryuju. Langsack began his counterattack. He launched a backstab against Tunryuju's phantom. The phantom was not easy to deal with, continuously dodging Langsack's attacks. The phantom immediately counterattacked. Unfortunately, the phantom's attack pattern had already been seen through. "Are you going to use gravity against me again?" Langsack said, activating his water element elemental transformation to create a water prison, trapping the phantom. Langsack thought inwardly, "I've got it trapped." But the water prison was quickly destroyed. The phantom threw a gigantic meteorite, and Langsack couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You can even turn gigantic?" A dangerous sensation surged and the ground shook. Langsack thought, "Is that an earthquake?" The sight before him made him disbelieve, and he thought, "Is that little Tunryuju's skill?" The phantom used gravity again, this time dropping gravity while in its gigantic state. Its power explosively increased, and the gravity whirlwind swept away everything. Langsack used his speed to evade the whirlwind, and the phantom quickly realized this. Langsack slipped behind the phantom, thinking inwardly, "If it weren't for lightning-fast speed, I would have been sucked into that." He continued to move at super high speed, preventing the phantom from locking onto him. Seizing the opportunity, Langsack activated his lightning element elemental transformation, and a lightning arrow pierced the phantom's shoulder. The dungeon commander said calmly, "The gamble has only just begun." Langsack still didn't fully realize the danger. After the recent attack, he thought inwardly, "I'm sorry, little Tunryuju," he continued. "Even though you're just a clone." An unexpected notification popped up, and Langsack's expression hardened as a clear warning message appeared. Warning, all damage dealt to clones directly affects the original. Simultaneously, Tease and Tunryuju were pushing a dungeon boss. Tease said the boss's HP is low, reminding Tunryuju to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, something unimaginable happened before Tease's eyes. Tunryuju's shoulder was wounded and blood gushed out. She shouted, "Little Tunryuju!" Tunryuju's blood splattered, and she rushed to him crying out, "Little Tunryuju!" Tunryuju's phantom slowly disappeared after the recent attack, and Langsak achieved the victory condition. Langsak, bewildered, thought, all damage I deal to clones directly affects the original. He realized the problem, and his mind was filled with worry for his comrade, thinking, is the real little Tunryuju also getting hurt? He angrily questioned the dungeon commander. What is this? Why is there such a rule? The commander appeared and explained. The name of the game makes everything clear, he continued. True phantom, as the name suggests, all phantoms you face are real. Langsak was angry at the cold logic but could do nothing, he continued, saying in a cunning voice. Langsak, this game, he slyly said that it's not as simple as you think. Langsak reached level 10 at this point. The dungeon commander added, however, congratulations, you have passed stage 1 of the True Phantom Challenge. You received a 6-level upgrade in a total of 5 minutes and 45 seconds. He continued to announce, next stage 2 of True Phantom will begin soon. What is your betting level? Langsak thought, if he's not tricking me, this dungeon is truly not simple at all. Could it directly affect a player's real status? Is little Tunryuju alright now? He reflected. I'm being too passive. Langsak immediately tried to send a message asking about Tunryuju's condition, but a system notification appeared. The message system is currently unavailable. As the situation grew increasingly difficult, Langsak thought, there's no way to know the outside situation. These dungeon rules are vague, and I don't know what other hidden rules there might be. I need to be more cautious. Everything is under his control. He narrowed his eyes and urged himself. This is truly strange. I can't think of it as a normal dungeon. I must survive. Eventually he made his choice, and the dungeon commander scoffed derisively. Oh, still betting 1 level? You're too cautious. The multiplier on the dice machine changed, and he announced this time's multiplier was 5. A flame-shaped symbol additionally appeared, and he continued, welcome a new phantom. A phantom immediately appeared. Langsak thought, is it Tease this time? A notification rang. True Phantom Stage 2 begins. As soon as it finished speaking, Tease's phantom attacked first, and Langsak, having learned from his first experience, chose to evade instead of counterattack. Fire element attacks dealt area of effect damage, making Langsak's evasion even more difficult. The attack pressure grew increasingly intense, forcing him to evade. Langsak thought, I have no choice but to evade. Whether what the game rule guide says is true or false, I must not harm Tease. The guilt of having injured Tunryuju still remained, and he vowed inwardly, absolutely not. In Chian-na's office, she received an unexpected call from Tease. Chian-na asked, what's wrong, Tease? Tease's voice came through the screen. Chian-na, something terrible has happened, Tease continued. Little Tunryuju was suddenly attacked and died. Chian-na was surprised. How can this be? Is it because of the dungeon? Tease replied. That's ridiculous. This is a dungeon we've run countless times, she continued. Everyone needs to be careful. I have a bad feeling about this. For such a strange thing to happen, could it be because of Langsak? Langsak still couldn't find a solution other than evasion. The dungeon commander curled its lips and sneered. Not attacking? Are you trying to stall for time and concede defeat? He laughed slyly and continued. It's not that simple. The phantom continued to pressure him, giving Langsak no time to think. She intensified her attack skills, but still couldn't hit him. Langsak noticed the ground starting to crack. The phantom cast a flame earth skill, and lava surged from the ground, rushing towards Langsak's position. He created an earth dome around himself for defense. The phantom then used a flame transformation rock fortress, and lava completely covered the earth dome, blocking all escape routes. Langsak thought, Tease's current power is this strong. He recalled their first clash, noting that compared to a year ago, she was on a completely different level. A high-speed attack suddenly struck, shattering the earth dome. Langsak was surprised but not injured by it. He retreated to a safe distance and said, who's there? He froze at what appeared before his eyes. Hyugu's phantom was the one behind the recent attack. Langsak thought, Hyugu. He still didn't know the cause. Langsak thought, why are there already 2 phantoms of my comrades before my eyes now? Before Langsak even needed to guess, the dungeon commander immediately explained, oh, I forgot to tell you, in True Phantom Stage 2, the number of phantoms will gradually increase over time. Langsak's eyes widened and he retorted, how many more rules have you not told me about? This game is unfair, the commander said in a calm voice. Do not be angry. As I already told you, this is a dungeon just for you. Langsak, you must not think this is a simple game. He then emphasized and presented the ultimate goal. Above all, this is a test for you. Please enjoy the process of this game. After finishing his words, Langsak gritted his teeth. Damn it. Immediately, Tease's and Hyugu's phantoms simultaneously unleashed attacks on Langsak. He blocked while simultaneously trying to devise a countermeasure. Langsak thought, dealing with Tease and Hyugu simultaneously is a bit tricky. A notification rang again. Time overlap, phantom added. As soon as it finished speaking, Lak-Lak's phantom appeared before Langsak's eyes. On Jisu's side, he summarized the Jengyang guild members' situation and asked, how is little Tunryuju's situation? Chian-na's voice came through the communication channel. She reported that little Tunryuju is still waiting to respawn. Chian-na continued. I haven't been able to contact him yet, but I saw his level drop by 6 stages in the info window. Ricker couldn't hide her dissatisfaction, saying, why are such strange things happening? If it's a bug, the game company should issue an error check notice. After all, levels are a very important factor for players on Chonin continent. Jisoo asked Ricker if there was any news about Langsak. Ricker replied helplessly, "No, Lak still hasn't recovered enough to log in, so I haven't seen him since the Lak incident." Langsak said he would visit Lak in 2 days, but there's still no news. Cheon-na further updated the situation. She said guild members had seen Langsak. He appeared in the level 90 dungeon quest waiting area, where a bug occurred with an NPC attacking a player. Jisoo frowned in surprise. A bug where an NPC attacks a player, on Langsak's side. In addition to Lak's phantom, Jisoo's and Ricker's phantoms appeared immediately. Lisa's and Hyugu's phantoms were also present. The difficulty for Langsak suddenly surged. Almost all of Jangyun's core pillars appeared. Excluding Tunryuju, Langsak was pressured from all directions, and evasion was no longer as effective as before. Langsak thought, "They've all appeared." Suddenly a seal glowed beneath his feet and the skill name was Holy Prison. Langsak quickly leapt up, escaping the glowing area. He quickly scanned and confirmed that Jisoo specialized in control. The next attack was a super fast volley and arrows poured down on his position. Langsak used strength and speed to block it. He continued to sketch out the opponent's formation, and Ricker specialized in area of effect attacks. Lak's phantom seized the opportunity to launch a quick surprise attack, and Langsak barely managed to block it. In his mind, a short phrase, Lak's quick surprise attack, flashed by. Langsak scanned each phantom and concluded inwardly. Tis and Hyugu, 2 bursts of firepower, ceaseless attacks, almost perfect tactics, coordination identical to the originals. Furthermore, the thought that he couldn't even attack them instantly blurred his vision. If this continued, the scales of victory and defeat would slip from Langsak's hands. Langsak closed his mouth and calmed himself. He suppressed his emotions and focused solely on the problem of clearing the dungeon. But he thought inwardly, time is running out. If I just hold out until time runs out, I'll lose. Langsak charged forward. The game would end. He decided that no matter what skills the phantoms used, he would focus solely on speed, evading and evading. After solidifying his plan, his mind felt distinctly lighter. Langsak activated Demon Cloak Stealth, and darkness enveloped all the phantoms whose faces showed clear fear. The ground shook violently, and Langsak used his Earth Element elemental transformation, Geothermal Rupture. He burst out from underground, giving the 5 phantoms no time to detect his approach. Langsak said, "I'll trap all the phantoms," and then used Shadow Ambush. Each phantom gradually lost its orientation, and their formations scattered, unable to reconnect. System notification. Shadow Ambush, a skill that draws enemies into a dark space. Reduces opponent's defense by 30. True Phantom Stage 2 ticked towards its final seconds. With 24 seconds remaining, Langsak had everything under control. Langsak said, "This should do it." As the final moment approached, he sharply told the dungeon commander, "Time's up. Finish this damn game quickly." The dungeon commander calmly appeared and announced time expired. True Phantom Stage 2 ended. He continued in a calm voice, "I will now calculate your total level deduction based on your bet of 1 level and each phantom's multiplier. First phantom, T's multiplier is 5. Suddenly, the phantom attacked Langsak right in the chest. Langsak froze, unable to believe this was happening to his comrade again. His eyes darkened with rage. The dungeon commander concluded curtly, "Langsak, 5 level deduction." Cheon-na immediately gave orders to Jangyung members. He reminded Tis, "Return to the guild hall first. I've also informed Hyugu." Jisoo assessed the matter as very serious and said it should not be taken lightly. "This is not a simple game bug," Tis replied. "Understood." Tis tried to continue speaking, but Cheon-na mentioned little Tunryuju. Tis immediately stopped. Cheon-na sensed something strange and called out, "Tis, what's wrong?" A crack suddenly appeared on Tis's chest and blood gushed out. Returning to Langsak's side, Stage 2 had ended, and the rewards and penalties for him were processed. The dungeon commander asked coldly, "Answer me. Langsak, why didn't you attack those phantoms? Your comrades merely lost something due to the game's death penalty mechanism." At this point, Langsak had already dropped to level 84, and the dungeon commander added, "But you will lose many levels that you always pursued to become stronger." The dungeon commander calculated coldly. Langsak was level 23. "You clearly had the skill to defeat all the phantoms and reach the level you always desired." He then emphasized the ultimate goal, level 120. Langsak glared at his opponent, filled with rage. "Tell me," he continued, "what happened to them in the game?" In Cheon-na's office, her face was filled with worry and tension, and she stared at the screen. "How can this be? Little Tunryuju can't respawn anymore, and now T's Hyugu Jisoo," she then realized in surprise. Why did all the game information turn black? Returning to the conversation after the previous answer, the dungeon commander accused, "If you had known earlier, shouldn't you have dealt with them directly? At least you would have received the full level benefit." Langsak gritted his teeth. "What are you?" the dungeon commander replied coldly. "What I am is not important." Langsak immediately raised his vigilance to the highest level. The dungeon commander began to explain heavily, word by word. "What's important is that in this life you are different from others. Do you naively think that the NPCs you encountered by chance were merely coincidental?" Continued speaking, his words as sharp as blades. "Everything that has happened is because of you, and in the current Chonin continent you are no different from a system error." Langsak couldn't tell if it was the truth or a trap and seemed unprepared to accept it. The dungeon commander continued to lay out its logic. "This is an unfair game, do you understand, Langsak?" it continued in a cold voice. "But it doesn't matter if you don't understand now. You still have 84 levels left to wager, and there are many games waiting for you in this dungeon. True Phantom Stage 3. Are there still friends left inside? At the word friends, Langsak's heart sank. Qian Na was the only person currently untouched. Langsak exclaimed softly, "Don't toy with me," he continued. "I've made up my mind. I want to end everything. I want to challenge you." Suddenly, countless beams of light surged from the floor and something was summoned. All of Zhang Ying's core phantoms, excluding Qian Na, were summoned by the dungeon commander and were all in a bound state, it said teasingly. "Choice and abandonment, shall we play together?" Langsak scanned the battlefield. He recognized Tunryu Ju, Lak Lak, Jisoo, Ricker, Hugo and Tease in turn, and growled, "What more do you plan to do to them?" The dungeon commander replied. "I'm showing you an opportunity. Didn't you choose to save your friends? Langsak, I'll give you a chance to save them." It continued reading the game rules. "You just need to use the Thorn of Retribution on your body to hit the design representing the friend you want to save. If you succeed, you'll be considered victorious, gain your friend's level, and be exempt from the level loss penalty." Langsak asked again, "The thorns on my body?" The dungeon commander nodded lightly. Its voice was as firm as hammering a nail. "Of course, this game isn't as easy as simply shooting. The scene will shift and gigantic stones will become your biggest obstacle." It then announced the penalty level. "This game's level multiplier is 8, quite a good number. Next, if you just hit the mark, you can save a friend and gain 8 levels. Conversely, you'll lose 8 levels. For a fair wager, I must raise your betting amount for the retribution." Its voice drawled sinisterly. Simultaneously, Qian Na's image appeared. The dungeon commander said softly. "Your friends," Langsak shouted. "Qian Na?" the dungeon commander confirmed. "Starting the game, yes. If you fail, a new friend will suffer. Game start, 30-second countdown per round." Time immediately began to tick. It continued challenging him. "Let's see how you save your friends. This is the game you wanted to challenge me with." As soon as it finished speaking, a thorn immediately hit Jisoo's design and the opponent was frozen, too fast to react. The dungeon commander's eyes gleamed with fury at having been outmaneuvered. Langsak growled, "Enough talk. The game has begun, don't waste time," he continued. "Jisoo first. System notification, target hit in 3 seconds, total time remaining 27 seconds. Langsak briefly thought about the guild and how the vice guild master should be rescued first to avoid chaos. System notification, selected target rescued, 8 levels gained. At this point he had already reached level 92 and urged quickly, "Let's start the next round." The dungeon commander clicked its tongue, praising his quick understanding of the game's rules. "Truly remarkable, Langsak," it continued. "As you wish, let's proceed quickly with the second round." Round 2 began, and Langsak scanned the obstacles, calculating under his breath. "The stones are interfering with precise aiming, but I just need to time it right." His eyes gleaming, he swiftly moved to an ideal firing position. Langsak thought, "They won't be able to make it difficult for me." With an accurate throw towards Lak Lak, another member of Zhang Ying was rescued. He fell silent for a moment. "Lak Lak just woke up, so I shouldn't give him any more shocks." System notification. Target successfully hit in 18 seconds, 8 levels gained. Langsak scanned the remaining people and quickly concluded that 4 were left. System notification. Round 3 begins. At this point he had already reached level 100, and due to the limited time he didn't hesitate. He decided, "As long as my lightning elemental transformation is faster than the movement of the stones, I can definitely win this round too." The dungeon commander kept a close watch on all of Langsak's movements as if harboring some trick. Langsak easily overcame the obstacles, chose a favorable position, and immediately threw a thorn of retribution towards Ricker. Suddenly a stone block slid sideways, blocking the thorn's path. The movement was unexpected. Langsak blurted out, "Damn it," the thorn hit the stone, it didn't reach Ricker. Langsak quickly noticed that the stone's speed and trajectory had suddenly increased. The dungeon commander said as if pouring cold water on him, "Too bad, Langsak." It immediately looked at him, instantly understanding that it was the cause. The dungeon commander continued, giving an unnecessary warning, "Don't forget this game is a confrontation between me and you. The remaining time has been reduced to 12 seconds. Langsak immediately threw a thorn of retribution towards Tease, but again it was blocked by a stone block. Hugo was in the same situation. The thorn of retribution could not reach him. The final moments ticked away and a time over notification rang from the system. All sorts of negative emotions swirled in Langsak's mind. The dungeon commander said as if influencing Qian Na, "Langsak," it continued, "you lost this round." A beam of light shot across the sky. Qian Na's phantom was summoned in a bound state by the dungeon commander. Langsak suddenly thought, Qian Na. Qian Na's office was empty. System notification, "You lost 8 levels in this round." Langsak's current level is 92. The dungeon commander said sarcastically, its words like a whip to his face, "Too bad, I thought you could keep hitting the mark anyway. You chose to challenge me." It added in a cold voice, "I am not an easy opponent." It continued to coax him into the next round. "Who will you wager next? Your pharmacist friend Vankifer or the informant Zimagen? Will you wager Dura, your guild member and Qian Na's close friend?" The dungeon commander deliberately brought up another name, as if digging into a wound. "Let me think." It continued without giving him a chance to breathe. "Or would Lak Lak, your important comrade, be more suitable to keep wagering?" Suddenly, a momentary look of surprise appeared on the dungeon commander's face, clearly flustered. Langsak suddenly unleashed his extreme speed backstab skill and charged towards his opponent. Although surprised by the ambush, it easily blocked the attack. Immediately, Langsak engaged in close combat, and it didn't shy away from a direct confrontation after a fierce melee that decided no victor. The dungeon commander said in a low voice, "Don't get agitated, Langsak," it continued. "But outwardly I don't wish to confront you in this manner." And then casually planned a new challenge. "Have a little more patience. Let's finish this game." Langsak maintained a calm expression and didn't even think to reply. Perhaps he had no other viable option than to follow its plan. The dungeon commander emphasized as if coaxing him, "I believe you won't give up so easily. Let's continue with the next round," it continued, not forgetting to mention a disadvantage. "Unfortunately, all the thorns of retribution on your body have already been used." Langsak looked at his body again and confirmed it. He implicitly understood that a greater challenge lay ahead. The dungeon commander set conditions as if laying a trap. "If you want to keep saving your friends, you'll need more thorns of retribution." It proposed a fair trade with precious levels. To gain 1 thorn of retribution, Langsak must sacrifice 8 levels. Its face was filled with triumph and it posed a growling question. "What do you say? Will you continue or give up? If you concede defeat in our confrontation, I will gladly proceed with another game." Langsak considered it very quickly. The challenge before him surpassed his imagination. System notification. With your recent decision, you used 8 levels to acquire 1 thorn of retribution. Langsak held 1 thorn in his hand and his level dropped to 84. The dungeon commander saw his move and concluded, "It seems you wish to continue." Langsak immediately exchanged for more thorns of retribution and said firmly, "Not just that. System record. With the recent trade, you used 72 levels to acquire 9 thorns of retribution." At this point, Langsak's level dropped to 20, and holding 9 thorns in his hand, he declared that he would end this confrontation in 1 round. The dungeon commander raised an eyebrow at his reckless approach to the game. "Just 1 round? Are you that confident?" Langsak replied curtly. "Of course." The opponent declared the start of a new round. "A new round is about to begin. Prepare for timekeeping. Langsak has a total of 30 seconds. The dungeon commander shouted. "Begin!" Without wasting a beat, Langsak activated his lightning elemental transformation skill and immediately moved to the most advantageous position. The opponent seemed momentarily contemptuous. "Are you still challenging me in the same way?" It immediately manipulated the stone blocks to block his path and said, "It's no use." Langsak calculated inwardly. 9 chances, 5 people. He prepared to fire the thorns of retribution in quick succession. Immediately, 4 thorns flew. He softly shouted, "Go." The dungeon commander scoffed at the number. 4 at once? Are you trying to win by sheer numbers? 3 of the 4 thorns were nullified by it, and it hurled a contemptuous remark, "Too naive." It also nullified the 4th thorn and then grabbed the last one. The opponent suddenly sensed something strange and was startled. Immediately, Langsak threw another thorn from a different direction, changing the attack's trajectory. It swung its hand to block and said, "So the original plan was a feint, pretending to attack east to strike west." The brilliant knight suddenly appeared behind the dungeon commander. Immediately, it was subdued by the brilliant knight, and the situation was reversed. It quickly turned around, saw the summoned being, and blurted out, "A summon?" The dungeon commander's eyes clearly gleamed with fury at being outmaneuvered. Simultaneously, the last thorn of retribution reached Chion Na's position. Langsak opened his mouth. "To summarize the purpose of my previous attack, I only wanted to confirm one thing when I attacked you then," he continued. "To emphasize the core element, you are tangible, and capturing you with the brilliant knight was the most logical choice." Langsak's level soared to 28, and he was confident about this round. Langsak continued, "To clarify my intention, I have to resolve this in 1 round." The game clock ticked down to its final seconds. Langsak planned to rescue everyone. Simultaneously, his eyebrows furrowed. Only 7 seconds left. He formulated a plan in his mind. Utilizing the moment, the brilliant knight captured the opponent, and while the brilliant knight held it, he would already have clutched the thorns and would immediately rescue all 4. Langsak readied the remaining thorns, cast his lightning elemental transformation skill, and reminded himself, "I need to throw these faster." The lightning attribute enhanced the thorns of retribution, increasing their target penetration speed. Time dwindled to the last 3 seconds and Langsak immediately threw 4 thorns without hesitation. Only one command remained in his mind. With all his might, 4 thorns flew in 4 directions, guiding the way towards the Jengyun guild members. The dungeon commander cried out in a frozen voice, "Damn it!" The thorns reached Tunryuju's position one after another, and reached Tis. The clock dropped to 2 seconds, and the remaining 2 thorns also hit Ricker and Hugu. A time over notification rang from the system. Langsak had not yet eased the worry in his heart. Immediately, his level soared to 60, and as the tension momentarily eased, he inwardly cheered, "I succeeded." System notification. "Congratulations, you have hit all targets within the allotted time." 32 levels gained. The dungeon commander momentarily thought, denying the possibility of such a skill existing in the game. Such a skill cannot exist in the game, Langsak. Perhaps he himself hadn't yet realized that he had just unleashed a skill that transcended the boundaries of this world. It praised him, clearly acknowledging that was not originally the power and ability of an ordinary human. It continued to praise him honestly. "Very well done." Langsak didn't care for such pleasantries. Only the images of his 2 comrades remained in his mind, so he questioned their current status in the game. The dungeon commander replied in a cold, comforting voice, "Rest assured, Langsack, you have won this game. Friends will only have to endure a few basic death penalties from the game. Soon they'll be able to continue playing as usual." Langsack continued, wanting to know the opponent's true nature. "Who exactly are you? Why can you control everything in the game like this?" It explained that it was merely an auxiliary role in the dungeon. "To you, I am merely a dungeon guide NPC. In your eyes it may seem like I can control many aspects of the game," it continued, shifting the focus to Langsack. "In my eyes, you are the central figure in all of this." Langsack probably hadn't yet understood the implication of those words. The opponent admitted its misjudgment and highly praised his excellent handling ability. "I misjudged. I didn't expect you to use a summoned creature's skill to interfere with me." It added, "I recorded your scouting speed and countermeasure formulation ability in an extremely short time. To be able to scout and think of a countermeasure against me in such a short time, you are truly remarkable. I concede defeat in this confrontation, Langsack," but it raised its chin, signaling him to look at the level displayed above his head. "But look at the level displayed above your head." It mentioned the continuously plummeting number. "You dropped from level 101 to your current level of 60. In this leveling game, you suffered a very miserable defeat. It seems your comrades are very important to you. Perhaps that is the source of the hidden power within you." The brilliant knight suddenly sensed unease and immediately warned, "Master, be careful." It hastily rushed to protect Langsack and added, "I sensed ill intent from it." The dungeon commander quickly realized that the brilliant knight was the biggest threat and immediately moved to eliminate it. Not long after, the brilliant knight gradually faded from the dungeon. Langsack could only watch helplessly. As the brilliant knight completely disappeared, Langsack cried out, "Brilliant knight!" The opponent's cold voice left no room for him to interject. "Summons dare not interfere. I will no longer be disturbed by you." He suddenly thought of a new tactic and mentioned a summon. Mentioning the summon, he continued, "To expose someone's personal weakness, you have a daughter, don't you, Langsack?" He then changed the subject, declaring he was tired of wagering with his cohorts. "Your friends have had their fun and I've grown tired of them. From now on our stake will be—" An ominous premonition suddenly seized Langsack. Danja suddenly appeared behind him as if guided by the invisible hand of the game. Langsack cried out, "Danja, Danja," startled and not yet understanding what was happening, replied, "Dad, this is—" Langsack immediately rushed to save his daughter, but an invisible wall blocked his way. His fury exploded and his first thought was to somehow break through it, but all his efforts were futile. Apmaringren spoke urgently, adapting to the change. "Langsack, Danja, what's happening? I can feel it." Langsack replied, confirming the identity of the ally within his body. "Apmaringren? Yes." Apmaringren wanted to appear but then admitted helplessness. "I want to get out. My power is sealed. I can't use my strength." The dungeon commander, sensing an external influence, immediately sealed the arena. "I no longer want anyone to influence us," he added. "Distinguish this sacrifice from the previous ones. It's no longer a phantom. This sacrifice will be different from your comrades' previous sacrifices. Those were merely phantoms." Immediately after, he influenced Danja to prove to Langsack that this was her true form. The dungeon commander explained the girl's origin as a product of the game and declared the outcome. "She is a product created by the game, so she will be completely sacrificed and vanish." The two words "vanish" touched the last limit of Langsack's patience. Unable to bear it any longer, he charged towards the dungeon commander, shouting, "Damn it!" He erected a defensive wall to block his attack. Langsack could not break through the wall and was bounced back. The dungeon commander coldly mentioned their current level difference. "At your current level, you cannot contend with me. This is the price you pay for choosing to save your comrades." After dropping to level 60, Langsack's power was nearly halved. He spoke as if referencing a familiar custom again. "Hey, don't you really like games?" The dungeon commander wavered for a moment, appearing slightly concerned. Langsack then proposed a decisive solution. "Let's end this matter with one final game." The announcement for the final sacrifice rang out. 2 dice, 1 blue and 1 red appeared. The system again reminded them of the game rules. Throw the dice, compare scores. The higher score wins. Skills can be used during the throw to influence the score. The dungeon commander and Langsack were already in position. The system proceeded to announce a total of 5 rounds. The one who wins 3 out of 5 rounds becomes the final victor. With each lost round, Danja, the target of sacrifice, receives a penalty. The dungeon commander said in a detached voice, "This time the sacrifice is a product created by the game, so it will be much easier." The system added a warning about the consequences. "If the player loses, Danja will be completely sacrificed and vanish from the game." The dungeon commander continued, "Unlike your human friends, the game still has many restrictions, so I cannot take all of their data." Langsack could only sigh and remain silent. From above, Danja called out, "Dad, this is—" Langsack thought about his weakness at his current level. His power was greatly reduced, and a head-on confrontation would be a losing battle, especially since in the previous round he had calculated all his moves in advance. His past few challenges had made him even more cautious, and he shuddered slightly, thinking, "He knows my weaknesses too well." Images of his Jengyun Guild comrades flashed through his mind. He once again cherished the bonds he had formed in this life. He understood that at this moment he had no other choice. The only thought that came to mind was, the only way now is to defeat him at his own game. The dungeon commander spoke as if baiting him. "How about this game, Langsack?" he continued, as if enticing you to bet. "How much do you want to wager?" The system prompted him to select a betting level. Winning or losing would depend on the betting level. Langsack pondered deeply. The game rules were to compare dice scores, but external intervention was still allowed. The essence of this game was power, not luck. The problem was that he only had 60 levels left, and with all his stats lacking, the situation was too disadvantageous. Indeed, he was planning an uneven fight. For him, the betting number no longer mattered. Danja was already caught in this game. He had no other choice. His eyes sharpened, implying he would stake everything. The system confirmed, 60 levels have been bet. The dungeon commander laughed in surprise. "Oh, you're betting everything? That means if you lose, your level will directly return to 0. It seems you're going for all or nothing." "You'll be back to 0, Langsack replied. "Enough with the cruel jokes. I no longer want to participate in such meaningless and boring games." He firmed his resolve, looking straight at his opponent, and continued, "I will stake everything and defeat you." The dungeon commander rejoiced and burst into laughter. "Langsack, truly remarkable. This is the battle I've been waiting for." The system announced that the first round had begun, with a 30-second preparation time. 2 dice were thrown. The red one was Langsack's, the blue one the dungeon commander's. The red die hit the ground, rolling, preparing to show its score. Langsack immediately moved to an advantageous vantage point. Watching the die slowly come to a stop, he briefly guessed it was rotating towards a 3. Immediately after, he used his power to manipulate the outcome. Just before the die fell and flipped, he touched it. He decided to set the red die down, making it a 6. With 8 seconds left, he quickly thought, 6 is the highest score. The dungeon commander exclaimed, "Truly remarkable, Langsack, to grasp the way to play this game so quickly," he continued, revealing his own answer. "But my score is also a 6, Langsack flinched. This opponent had been his greatest obstacle so far. The dungeon commander said in a detached voice, "Then we're tied." Langsack was not satisfied with the result. With 3 seconds left, Langsack rushed towards his opponent's die, saying no. The dungeon commander immediately saw through his move. "Oh, you want to change my die." He reached maximum speed to turn the tide. In the meantime, his attack also flew towards Langsack's red die. He softly exclaimed in admiration, "Clever." Upon reaching an advantageous position, Langsack kicked the die with all his might. In his mind, only the command "I must W" and remained. The opponent's lips curled into a wicked smile, and the initiative already seemed to be in his hands. The system concluded that the first round was over and began tallying the scores. Despite his best efforts, Langsack failed to turn the tide in the first game. He frustratedly said, "Too late," and briefly thought, "If I were at level 100, I would have succeeded." Indeed, a drop in level pulls down all stats. The system said the blue team's score was 6. The system added that the red team's score in the first round was 3. The blue team won. Langsack felt a chill run down his spine. To think it would come to this, he asked himself in surprise. The score is 3. It was true. 3 white dots were visible on the face of his red die. It was then that he noticed the flaw. He had been too careless. It was because of the recent attack. Immediately, Danja's right arm disappeared. She screamed in pain. Langsack, panicked, cried out, "Danja!" The system announced that the second round would begin soon. The dungeon commander sighed playfully. "It's truly regrettable, Langsack. If your level had been higher, you would have had enough time to change my score. And then who knows who would have been luckier. You wouldn't have lost like this," he continued, twisting the knife. "Now that you're only level 60, how can you defeat me?" Langsack gritted his teeth. Damn it, the clock reset to 30 seconds again, and the 2 dice returned to their original hovering positions. The dungeon commander called Langsack. He smirked, showing off his control. "Do you still want to engage in a speed contest according to these rules? My speed in manipulating the die is far superior to yours." Suddenly, Langsack's red die dropped right in front of the opponent, briefly baffling him. He asked, half smiling and half incredulous, "What do you mean?" He continued. "Are you showing disdain giving me the die? Are you surrendering already?" Langsack approached the opponent's blue die. He set the blue die down and said, "If your die manipulation ability is inherently stronger than mine, then it's meaningless for me to keep throwing the die." Langsack continued, "Let's get straight to the point. Let's be direct." Immediately, he activated his special strike skill, and with a loud shout, engaged in a head-on confrontation using true game control techniques. The dungeon commander's ranged attacks poured towards the blue die from multiple directions, trying to seize the initiative. Langsack grasped the trajectory of those movements the moment special strike was activated. His explosive speed granted him the right to control the blue die first. With 12 seconds left, the struggle for control between the two was breathtaking. The dungeon commander seized the red die first, but only a few beats later, Langsack snatched it back into his hands. The opponent was truly impressed. A dry comparison of APM actions per minute flashed through his mind. The number of actions was not high, but avoiding all interventions on the die was another matter. He was secretly surprised by Langsack's ambition to control both dice simultaneously. Langsack's special strike was truly extraordinary, driving him to indescribable excitement. The dungeon commander uttered, "Yes, that's it, Langsack." The struggle for control continued. Langsack persistently chased every beat. With 3 seconds left, the red die was already in his hand. The opponent intensified his attack power but could not reach him, and Langsack immediately snatched control of the blue die as well. For a brief moment he bitterly thought, everything is flowing his way. Langsack rushed towards the red die, determining the desired outcome. The system announced that the round was over and began tallying the scores for this round. The announcement rang out. Red team 6 points next, blue team 2 points, red team wins. The system emphasized that each team had won one round, making it 1-1. The dungeon commander, though defeated, still maintained his pride. The system announced that the third round would begin soon, and his lips curled with excitement. The clock reset to 30 seconds again, and Langsack leapt onto the die as soon as the round began. He intended to win this round using special strike as well. He began to manipulate the red die, and when everything seemed too smooth, he suddenly became wary. He looked at his opponent, momentarily puzzled. Is he not attacking? The dungeon commander remained silent, seemingly plotting something. Suddenly he moved behind him, and a sense of unease overwhelmed him. He used a strange skill. Just as Langsack was still trying to manipulate the red die, an explosion occurred, and his body immediately became unstable. An invisible force gripped him tightly, sharply reducing his speed. His legs were gradually bound, unable to walk. His trap exceeded his expectations. The dungeon commander said in a cruel voice, "How will you counter if I bind your body?" He then continued, smooth as clockwork, "The more you move, the deeper your legs will sink. Can you use special strike now?" Less than 11 seconds remained. Langsack struggled in anger, shouting, "You scoundrel!" The opponent tightened the shackles even further. "The game rules do not originally prohibit restraining the opponent. I haven't violated any rules, so what makes me a scoundrel?" He continued his psychological warfare. "Don't struggle too much, Langsack, you'll just break your legs," he added, tempting coldly. "Just stand there and wait. This round will end soon enough." Langsack conceded that his movements were completely bound. His daughter's image flashed through his mind. He knew that if he continued like this, he would lose and Danja's body would vanish forever. Danja continued to cry out in distress. "Dad!" A sudden escape route flashed in his mind. With 6 seconds left, the red die showed a 1. The blue die showed a 6. The dungeon commander lazily concluded, "It seems you have no other recourse, Langsack." "I've definitely won this round," Langsack retorted. "I don't lose that easily," and simultaneously activated chaos form. He quickly thought, "If I transform with elemental transformation, I can break free from the bind." Transformed into chaos form, he could intervene with the die in the remaining short time. The 2 dice still fell, and both held their breath, waiting for the verdict. The system announced that the third round was over and began tallying the scores. The result was red team 6 points, blue team 4 points, red team wins. Dungeon commander conceded, "I truly must admire your quick wit. To think of a countermeasure in such a short time." Langsack walked with difficulty. He continued, hitting a sore spot. "But it's a real pity. Can you truly stand?" A cunning smile flashed across his lips. The system skipped the tally and announced the result of the fourth round. "Blue team 6 points, red team 1 point, blue team wins," he said in a mocking voice. "I told you so," the system announced. "Currently, the blue team and red team are tied at 2-2, and the fifth round will decide the victor." Langsack could no longer stand properly. The dungeon commander slowly pressed him, asking, "Langsack, can you really continue?" Danja gradually faded, as if disappearing. Because of her severe injuries, she no longer had the strength to make a sound. Only faint groans barely escaped. Overall, Danja's condition was miserable. All her limbs were gone and her torso was severely damaged. The dungeon commander said, "Langsack, what's wrong? You look like you can barely stand," he continued. "Don't blame me for being too cruel. With so many wounds all over my body, can I turn the tide, or will I be unable to do anything?" Watching his daughter disappear before his eyes, Langsack gritted his teeth and suppressed the body-wrenching pain. Though pain tormented his body, he forced himself to stand up. Langsack said, "There's still one more round." With resolute eyes, Langsack continued, "I will definitely win." System notification, 5th round, final round begins. Langsack was still suppressed at this point. The dungeon commander said, "Let him continue to suffer in my vortex." The final 30 seconds that would decide their fate began to tick. While the 2 dice rolled, Langsack struggled to break free from the opponent's suppression. He focused all his strength on his limbs and pain surged. The dungeon commander said, "I will destroy your body like in the previous rounds. I will not show mercy." Langsack, a gigantic shadow suddenly rose in the space. It was Langsack's shadow ambush, and the shadow immediately charged towards the dungeon commander. He put up a shield to block the shadow, and taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, Langsack immediately changed position. The dungeon commander said, "Even though I've beaten you black and blue and you're covered in wounds," the dungeon commander continued, "you can still react so agilely." At that very moment, Langsack had already approached and touched the dice to manipulate them. After the first approach, the pain surged again like a hammer blow. Langsack said, "I won't let you suppress me so easily this round." The dungeon commander replied, "I must commend your will, but I advise you not to overexert yourself. With your body's current strength, it's impossible to continue fighting to control both dice." The dungeon commander continued, "You cannot beat my speed without using special thorns." The ground beneath the dungeon commander's feet shook, indicating that something was about to be summoned. A gigantic sword shot up from below, but he reacted immediately and dodged it. The dungeon commander said, "It has finally appeared." The gigantic king manifested with a gigantic sword. The dungeon commander continued, "The gigantic king leaves an unforgettable impression on people." Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, Langsack quickly took control of both dice. He said, "As you said, this game allows the opponent to be restrained." Now, with eyes burning with fierce rage, Langsack continued, "The gigantic king will be your opponent." With 11 seconds remaining, the dungeon commander said, "You are truly a character, Langsack." The gigantic king swung his heaven-splitting sword directly down towards the opponent, but he was not flustered at all. Instead, he smirked slyly. At that very moment, he swapped places with Danja. The young girl was immediately placed before the gigantic king's descending sword. It was a move beyond Langsak's imagination. Langsak cried out anxiously, "Stop!" The sword's blade touched Danja. In that brief moment Danja thought, miracles don't happen. Danja bore the full brunt of the gigantic king's attack. He could only watch his daughter in silence. Langsak said, "Danja." The dungeon commander regained control of both dice and laughed loudly. The dungeon commander said, "This is my world." The space suddenly fell silent and he activated his alert mode, scanning all directions. At that very moment Langsak attacked, but his remaining strength could not make it difficult for him. Wounds accumulated and Langsak vomited blood. Danja, still faintly breathing after that terrible attack, weakly said, Langsak's speed is no longer an advantage." The dungeon commander turned and counterattacked, saying, "Human emotions are truly useful." Langsak took the full force of that attack. Perhaps he was too exhausted. With 4 seconds remaining, he manipulated the outcome as he wished, saying, "The game is about to end. It seems you no longer have the strength to resist." He continued, "The offering used as a sacrifice will disappear from the game." Seeing Langsak's haggard appearance, he said, "And you will drop to level 0 and Langsak will also be deleted from this game." Langsak remained motionless, devoid of emotion. The dungeon commander declared before time ran out. He said, "You lost." With 2 seconds remaining, memories of his comrades and Danja flooded his mind. The dungeon commander said, "If you're not the chosen one, then disappear from my world." With 1 second remaining, Langsak began to show a strange reaction, feeling that success was 99 certain. He said, "Disappear." A few beats later, he realized that nothing was going as expected. The 2 dice remained motionless, stopped, and the flow of time also paused at 1 second. Not only the dice, but all matter in space had stopped, frozen. The dungeon commander said, "The game timer has stopped." Langsak's voice now resonated. In a completely different, cold and majestic manner he said, "The world you always spoke of is now mine." In his extremely exhausted state, Langsak recalled the experiments his mother had conducted on him as a child. Someone had once tried to dissuade his mother, saying it was too dangerous, that it would kill him. Langsak's mother replied, "To me, that child is 100 perfect." Langsak shot up in an awakened state, his platinum hair gradually turning black, his wounds healing instantly, and his strength returning in full. His awakening index had reached 100. His outer garment had completely changed but still retained a black tone. All matter in space was now under Langsak's control. The transformation made the dungeon commander flinch. In a state of 100 synchronization with his awakened form, he said, "The world you always spoke of is," Langsak continued, "now mine." The 2 dice hung in the air motionless as if hypnotized. The dungeon commander's eyes darted, trying to detect any fluctuations in space. The dungeon commander thought, "The game timer still isn't working." Seeing Langsak's new form, he thought, "Interesting." He initiated an attack, saying, "Now it seems it's just a head-on confrontation between the 2 of us." But his attack deviated before reaching Langsak. He continued to change his encirclement angle, saying, "Then I'll have to change the direction of the encirclement." Not yet realizing the terror of the awakened ability, he continued, "I will crush you." Reality was completely different from his expectations. Langsak easily nullified all attacks and spoke, "Hey, is that all your power?" A hint of unease flickered in the dungeon commander's eyes for a moment, but that emotion quickly vanished and confidence returned to his face. He used a vortex to engulf Langsak. Unlike before, Langsak was now chillingly calm. Water vortices enveloped him from all sides. The dungeon commander said, "I will swallow you whole." Wave after wave continued to crash, and from the outside the movements within could not be seen, but there was no sign of Langsak being caught. With a triumphant curl of his lips he said, "Don't blame me for being too cruel, Langsak." But in the blink of an eye Langsak was behind him. He said, "Really?" Despite having the absolute advantage, he still showed respect to his opponent. Realizing the instability of the situation, he hastily activated his shield. Langsak easily tore through the shield as if it were paper. The dungeon commander thought, "My shield so easily?" Langsak said, "Am I slicing tofu right now?" Before he could regain his senses, Langsak delivered a lightning-fast kick. He fell, unable to dodge or block, while others might have finished off a weakened opponent. Langsak stood upright after the kick, seemingly giving his opponent one last chance. Lying on the floor, he thought, "If I hadn't used the power of consciousness just now, this body wouldn't have withstood that kick." He acknowledged, saying, "Your power is truly interesting." At that very moment he transformed into an intangible state, and his voice echoed throughout the space. "It was completely different from what I expected. Langsak, I truly thought you were just a short-lived genius, like an early bloomer. I never expected you to bring such unexpected surprises." Attacks continued to pour in from all directions, and he continued, "I'm truly looking forward to seeing the limits of your power." Langsak drew his dagger and began to counterattack to his own rhythm. All his attacks were neatly parried. A strange realization flashed in Langsak's eyes. Sensing that he was trying to find his true location, the dungeon commander thought, "He can immediately find my main body's space." He had no choice but to materialize and suppress Danja, saying, "So what, do you dare lay a hand on her?" Perhaps Langsak already had a countermeasure, as he ignored it and continued to advance. With no wasted movements he grabbed Danja. The dungeon commander said, "I never thought you would lay a hand on your daughter." Langsak smiled triumphantly and said, "I got her." By some means Danja in her complete form was rescued by Langsak. That sudden shift was the greatest shock to him. The dungeon commander cried out, "How can this be? That's my anomalous space." At this moment his composure shattered. Langsak immediately launched an attack saying, "I told you," with his mind in disarray. He barely even thought to resist. Langsak severed one of his arms. Langsak continued, "Now that girl is mine." Despite losing an arm, he still stared at Langsak indifferently. As if not comprehending what had just happened in that bewildered moment, he incredulously posed another question. "How can he affect my thought space?" He circled around Langsak, gauging the opponent's new power. Just how strong is his awakened ability? Danja was already in Langsak's arms, safe but still weak. He bent down and quietly asked, "Danja, are you okay?" Danja, trembling, tried to calm herself and said, "Danja, I'm okay," and reached out towards Langsak. The girl wiped away the tears flowing down Langsak's cheek and whispered, "Dad, don't cry." Memories of the last time he saw his mother flooded back, and Langsak said in deep fear, "Dad thought he would never see you again." He held his daughter close and continued with fierce tenderness, "Danja, rest well. Dad got you into trouble." And she replied, as if not wanting her father to blame himself, "Dad, don't say that," but he still had work to do. Langsak called upon his ally within his body, Apmaringren. He entrusted Danja to her, and he received a sharp rebuke. Apmaringren spoke as if chastising Langsak. "Langsak, you severely injured Danja this time, so I'll hold you accountable later." He replied briefly and sincerely, "I'm sorry." Langsak's gaze was fixed straight on his opponent, and his voice lowered as if delivering a verdict. "Now I will unleash this flame of hatred." With Danja safely away, he signaled the end of the escape. "You have nowhere left to run." The initiative had slipped from the dungeon commander's hands. Now the game was Langsak's. Before he could formulate a countermeasure against a completely different Langsak, annoyance was clearly etched on his face. With the tremendous speed of his awakened form, Langsak charged, and his attack struck like lightning. He remembered the moment the brilliant knight was erased by him, and he gritted his teeth, saying as if seeking revenge, "This strike is for the brilliant knight." That attack inflicted severe damage on him, and a desperate thought flashed in his mind, "This body can't hold out any longer." His awakened ability has already surpassed the scope of humanity. Pain contorted his face, his hand of power was exhausted, and there was nothing left to grasp. With his remaining arm, he gathered his last strength to open a spatial portal and retreat. It was a momentary intention to retreat, but it could not escape Langsak's eyes. Utilizing his dazzling speed, he instantly closed the distance, and the portal was right before him. One more step and he could escape. Langsak unleashed an attack to block the escape route and gritted his teeth. "Don't even think about escaping." Unable to escape, he took the full force of the lightning-fast attacks coming from all directions. His side collapsed and he lost strength, falling heavily from the air. But Langsak continued to pour his rage onto that already damaged body. After his rage subsided somewhat, he finally stopped. The faces of his comrades came to mind. He delivered his final farewell, saying, "This is for the Jengyang members." In that rare moment of lucidity, he had to admit that everything was beyond imagination. The memory of the confrontation replayed quickly in his mind, and each piece of the assessment fit together. He thoroughly understood the game and could calmly create skills that didn't exist in it. His compatibility and synchronization level with the game far surpassed ordinary people. No, it couldn't be wrong. It was Langsak. But even then, Langsak did not calm down and continued to charge at him. He uttered his final words of revenge. "The last strike is for me." He showed no fear at all, a thin, meaningful smile playing on his lips as if offering a final challenge. Barely putting up a crude shield, he cried out, hoping for a miracle at the last moment, "Come on, Langsak." And Langsak burned fiercely as if to devour his enemy. The attack hit the shield, causing a violent explosion. The shield cracked and shattered into pieces. Along with the shield, his head also separated from his body. Even with his head detached from his body, the dungeon commander gasped his last breath and offered a final smile. Langsak had nothing more to say. Fate was sealed and his body vanished into thin air. At this moment, Langsak's rage finally completely subsided. He began the final part of the gamble, and space and time gradually emerged from their frozen state, resuming their original flow. The last 1 second passed and the 2 dice fell. A notification rang. Final sacrifice. The 5th round time has ended. Beginning dice score tally. The system barely displayed the results. Red team 6 points, blue team 1 point, red team wins. The word victory resonated throughout the space, and he detected a strange fluctuation. Langsak's eyes darted around, and an inspiration led to a question. Was the space collapsing? The church scene slowly emerged as if pulled from a fog. He had been teleported back to the place where he had first met the dungeon guide, and he looked around to confirm. "Am I back?" He paused, feeling someone behind him. The dungeon guide bowed her head and said in a polite but clear voice, "Welcome back, our king." Outside the village, a dense silence still reigned since the first church bell. A few minutes later, the bells rang again, their resonance spreading through the alleys. They roused all the houses, and NPCs slowly emerged. The stream of people grew thicker, all heading towards the church. They prostrated themselves in front of the courtyard as if waiting for something to descend. Langsak and the dungeon guide stepped out the door, and as soon as the crowd saw Langsak, they all knelt. Langsak looked around the entire village. Although he might have returned here some time ago, he had returned in a completely different status, so he couldn't hide his surprise at the sight before him. All the NPCs simultaneously exclaimed, "Welcome back, your majesty." Langsak still couldn't believe it. Joy slowly filled his eyes. Countless golden energy streams poured into his body, and a thought flashed with a system sound. "Congratulations. You have completed the gamble of the God of Wisdom. The sources of that light had transformed into his subjects. The system continued. Your subjects will become your aides. He continued to receive new energy surges, and the system again reminded him. You will receive a rank reward for the victor. His level gradually rose from 60 to 70. The power of his skills also increased, reaching 90-100, and did not stop. After that he received the title, the Soul Awakened One. At various coordinates, the Jengyang Guild members were still on alert. Hugo stood on a tree branch, his eyes fixed on his binoculars. After observing, he reported, no movement detected at these coordinates, only forests and mountains. Qian Na reminded him of the clue again. According to the tracking records, Langsak's last known location was exactly that area. Hugo continued to observe. A moment later, Hugo detected strange movement. He focused his gaze intently in the direction of the signal that had just blinked. Quick update. There's a change on my side. Everyone, come over here quickly. A few minutes later, some Jengyang members arrived at Hugo's location. Qian Na confirmed again. Hugo, are you sure this is the area near this big tree? Hugo affirmed. Undoubtedly. Slayer looked around, but there was nothing. Suddenly, a figure began to appear. Tunryuju frowned and exclaimed, Wait, I think someone's there. His face brightened. It was Langsak walking out humbly. His appearance had returned to his previous attire, only his hair was slightly different. Tunryuju exclaimed with delight. Brother Langsak, Qian Na and Ricker were also happy. Qian Na's voice contained Langsak's slight hesitation. He stammered, I'm glad you're not hurt. Langsak, who had been missing for a long time, appeared before his comrades at level 120 with the title, the Soul Awakened One. He explained the entire story. Tease frowned and grumbled. So it was because of you after all. We all dropped 5 to 10 levels. I even fell out of the top 5 in the level rankings. Tunryuju added, I also dropped a lot of good equipment that I painstakingly acquired in dungeons. Langsak replied concisely. Those are all minor matters, he continued, reassuring each person, I'm glad everyone is safe. Now the Choning continent has a fast leveling mechanism. Our guild's current strength will allow everyone to quickly reach their previous levels. What about Jisoo and Lak Lak? Ricker reported the situation. Jisoo is looking after Lak Lak in the real world. Anyway, Lak Lak is now living at Jisoo's house, and he's terrified. He said his account dropped several levels for no reason, even though he clearly hadn't logged in. He thinks his family tried to ruin his account. And while Tunryuju couldn't take his eyes off Langsak, he said, Hey, we all lost levels for no reason because of you, but you rose to level 120, she continued, her voice mixed with complaint and sarcasm. And you even got a dazzling title. Tunryuju said with blatant envy, a max-level title. Now only Brother Langsak and all of Choning continent will have it. I'm so jealous. I want to reach max level quickly too and get my own title. What will my title be? Oh, Brother Langsak, are there any other rewards for getting a title? Hearing the mention of rewards, Langsak suddenly had a thought. That's right, a title should at least have additional functions, but I forgot to check my title rewards. Qian Na interjected. But if Langsak reached level 120, a server-wide announcement should have appeared, right? We wouldn't have had to worry about you so much. Langsak briefly explained, it's probably due to the influence of that strange dungeon. There's still a lot I don't understand, Ricker concluded. Since you're fine now, let's forget about that for a moment and quickly return to the guild hall. Langsak immediately asked, did something happen? Ricker delivered urgent news. This morning the Gowanson Guild sent us a second declaration of war. It seems the Choning Guild side heard about our level drop and is trying to take advantage of this opportunity to restart the previously suspended guild war. Although we can choose not to respond now, according to Qianung's regulations, the decision for a rematch will be made by a vote of all players in the next stage. Most players will definitely want to see an exciting fight, so there's a high chance the guild war will continue. Therefore, we don't have much time left. We need to prepare quickly. Langsak only smiled faintly. Ricker urged him to put aside the strange dungeon story for a moment. He replied with surprising calmness, Don't be too nervous. The Choning Guild will cancel the declaration of war they sent us. Ricker asked dubiously, Really? Do you have a plan? You're not just bluffing, are you? Langsak only said, Trust me. I can't return to the guild hall for a while. I have something to do, Ricker shouted unhappily. No, what kind of time is this and you're still planning to wander off? Even if you have a plan, you should come back to the guild hall and discuss it with us. Everyone, follow me back to the guild hall. A procession of NPC carriages passed near the Jengyang team. A man and a boy were riding in a carriage. The dungeon commander's spirit suddenly appeared on a tree by the roadside. He possessed the boy's body, muttering inwardly as if vowing revenge. Langsak, we will meet again soon. Langsak opened his interface and selected the title attributes to check them. He read the description and couldn't hide his deep impression of this attribute. The system revealed the Soul Awakened One title attributes. As the Soul Awakened One, you hold all information in this world in your hands. You can directly perceive any player's information. Nothing can deceive your eyes. And he only uttered, truly amazing. Immediately after, the system released Langsak's rank information to the entire server. Server-wide announcement, Player Langsak has revealed information. Congratulations, Player Langsak has become the first player to reach the maximum level 120 in Choning continent. In Gowanson's office in Wagwanya's guild, Gowanson heard this news and slammed the table in rage, shouting to announce to the entire guild. Cancel the declaration of war sent to Jengyang Guild, his subordinate immediately replied. Understood. So-hoon hurriedly ran to Wagwanya, the guild master of Shineng Guild. He pushed open the door and announced the news. Our gamble was correct, Guildmaster Wagwanya. Langsak truly reached max level, he continued, unable to hide his excitement about the series of developments. As soon as the Choning Guild side learned this news, they immediately cancelled their request to resume the guild war. Just what method did Langsak use to make his leveling speed so completely abnormal? Wagwanya replied nonchalantly. Naturally, she then fell into reverie again. She was lost in a sweet fantasy. Langsak is my fiancé. She secretly yearned for a vision of the future, weaving fervent thoughts in her mind. Reaching max level quickly is like taking the game seriously, like working hard. So I want to quickly build a career and quickly create our beautiful life together. So-hoon only sighed again, resigned. Here she goes again, Wagwanya spoke with increasing passion, maximizing her fantasy. Langsak leveling up so diligently must be because he wants to quickly finish our promised wedding and work hard for our happy future. She concluded with a series of commands with mixed priorities. I need to work hard too. I can't let Langsak's affection for me go to waste. Announced to the guild managers to convene a meeting to strengthen guild relations. A meeting to strengthen marriage relations. No, a meeting to strengthen cooperative relations between Shineng Guild and Jengyang Guild. Wizo, Vice Guild Master of Shineng Guild, looked up in his office. A meeting? COWI knelt before him and replied respectfully. Yes, there's an announcement from Guildmaster Wagwanya. Wizo was slightly surprised by her rare enthusiasm, saying, how rare. Guildmaster Wagwanya rarely takes such proactive action. Seeing how proactive she is, it seems Langsak reaching max level has affected her. He leaned in as both superior and subordinate, and reminded him, Brother COWI, you don't need to kneel when reporting to me. COWI still maintained his formality and replied clearly without moving. You are the Vice Guildmaster. We must follow regulations. It wouldn't be good if other guild members found out. COWI presented the core topic of discussion. What do you think about Langsak reaching max level? At this time, Wizo was already a level 101 Vice Guildmaster. He calmly replied. I don't know how he reached max level, but I can accept that this happened to him, he continued, clearly reframing his long-term strategy. After all, he has always been an unpredictable person. This is also good news for us. Ultimately, I made a promise to him, and currently his strength is a favorable factor for our goal of rebuilding the Lang family. Under the premise of suppressing the Choning Guild's tyranny, we will gradually absorb nutrients and await the day we resprout. Hearing this, COWI admired the Vice Guildmaster's insight inwardly. Wizo, you are becoming more and more like a guildmaster. In the Cheonjul Guild headquarters, Sangan was practicing archery, and 3 arrows hit the bullseye consecutively. Kyongrek concisely reported urgent news. Guildmaster Sangan, Langsak has reached max level. Sangan smiled slightly, still with a composed demeanor, as expected of Langsak, always creating surprising news. Kyongrek, having reached level 102, additionally commented, the declaration of war sent this morning was cancelled in the afternoon. It seems the Choning Guild really lost face this time. As expected, Brother Sangan always looked ahead and always sided with Langsak. Sangun drew his bow and fired an arrow, making a bold prediction. I think if things continue this way, the Choning Guild's position as the #1 guild will, he continued, and his arrow flew like a period, saying, soon collapse. On the Choning Guild side, Gowonson sat in silence, his mind still trapped in fragments of calculation. Only one final blow was left. A call pulled him back to reality. Guildmaster Gowonson, the sound repeated, urging him. Guildmaster Gowonson. He finally broke free from his train of thought and replied concisely, I'm thinking about a few things. The person who called was Gyoja. She had reached level 100. She reported pressure from behind. The family seems very dissatisfied with our sudden cancellation of the declaration of war. After the previous guild war, they analyzed that the Choning Guild's influence within Choning continent is gradually decreasing. So they want to use this declaration of war to solidify our Choning Guild's position, Gowonson replied in a calm but heavy voice. I know exactly what they're thinking, but now is not a good opportunity for us. His current level was 113, he continued, precisely hitting the core of the threat. Max level 120. In Choning continent, it doesn't just mean a difference in rank. These words eased Gyoja's burden. He also added another reason. Moreover, there's the advantage of the max level title, and the opponent is Langsak, who reached max level in such a short time, as if he completely broke free from all the game's rules and regulations. In the Jengyang Guild Hall, Langsak explained the entire story to Jisoo. Jisoo recalled that the dungeon was too strange and shuddered. It felt as if it wasn't the original setting of the game. Langsak agreed. He questioned the abnormal behavior of the NPCs. I think so too, Jisoo. Those NPCs, he clearly expressed his suspicion. It's as if they have their own consciousness. Jisoo skillfully shifted the perspective to the outcome. But thankfully, because of this, you miraculously reached max level. He then reminded Langsak of their original promise and encouraged him while reminding him. Langsak, do you still remember what you said when we first met? Langsak asked, slightly surprised. What did I say? Jisoo immediately explained the ultimate goal. The pinnacle? Your goal was to reach the pinnacle of Choning continent. Now you've reached max level. You've done it. He hadn't forgotten that fact, but now he had another realization. Yes, but going through that strange dungeon, I feel like I understand myself better, he continued. I'm certain I must pursue the truth. Perhaps the true pinnacle isn't just a game level, so I must definitely investigate what that strange dungeon and those NPCs' actions mean. If the Choning Guild side no longer causes trouble, I think I can leave the guild matters to you. Jisoo half-jokingly, half-seriously saw through his intentions. Are you trying to run away? It seems you're planning to disappear again. Langsak honestly admitted he wasn't suited for administrative tasks. Please understand, I'm not good at handling guild matters. Outside, a guard's voice was heard, and everyone in the room stopped to listen. Intruders? The guard's voice continued, confirming the situation. No, it seems someone's being chased. A stranger rushed into the Jengyang Guild headquarters amid surprised glances. 2 pursuers stopped outside the guild boundary. One of them said, angrily recalling the experience, "We underestimated that rogue. To think he'd flee into Jengyang Guild territory." The other person hesitated, asking, "Hey, are we chasing them inside too?" The leader decisively ordered a retreat, saying they couldn't risk exposure, and the subordinate immediately replied, "Understood." The stranger was collapsed, exhausted, and covered in wounds. Several guards rushed over to inspect him. What's going on? Was he being chased even in the game? Or should we report this to Vice Guildmaster Jisoo? It turned out to be Nikabao, one of the fraudster brothers. He struggled to ask, "Please help me. I'm looking for our guildmaster," he continued, trying to properly address the person he was looking for, Brother Langsak. Langsak had already arrived. He recognized the person before him and asked, "Zhao, was that you?" He was surprised by the other's haggard appearance and recalled his relationship with the fraudster brothers. "Nikabao, why are you?" Nikabao desperately clutched Langsak's clothes and pleaded, "Brother Langsak, please." A premonition of ill omen struck Langsak. Nikabao used his remaining strength to ask, "Please save Xiaolon." Langsak confirmed that the target to be saved was Xiaolon. He urgently asked, "Tell me in detail what happened." Nikabao continued speaking. Every word was like a knife. "We've become targets in the real world." He continued to paint a tragic and desolate picture. "We were ambushed, suffering bone-chilling and heart-wrenching pain, and were severely injured, hospitalized. Miss Xiaolon wants to return to the game to seek revenge for them." Langsak froze at the shocking news. The message spread like wildfire through all communication channels. Shinring, the guild master of Shinring Guild, received an update from Langsak. Wagwanya sprang to her feet. "What's going on?" Vice Guildmaster Shinring and the guild members simultaneously grasped the situation. Wizo said in a low voice, "He's Qianzhou Guild." Also immediately received a warning. Kyungrek looked at Sangan, unable to hide his surprise. "What's happening?" Langsak is still on Qianchu Gowanson's side. Gowanson read the announcement and his face turned pale. He growled, "What kind of trick are you playing?" Immediately after, the system shifted the game into a new phase, initiating the Stage 2 Guild War vote. System announcement: Jengyang Guildmaster has officially declared war on Qianchu Yaosei Guild. At Jengyang headquarters, Jisoo objected to Langsak's hasty decision. "Langsak, calm down, don't act emotionally," Langsak said, as if admitting his mistake. "I have caused them trouble." Jisoo still firmly dissuaded him, pointing out the status of their forces. "We just experienced a level drop. Declaring war now is not a wise decision for Jengyang." Langsak briefly reassured him. "This time I will fight alone, Jisoo, don't worry. This time I alone can wipe out Qianchu Yaosei." In a forest, Xiaolan moved cautiously, wary of unfamiliar movements around her. "Come out, they probably haven't found us yet." A handsome long-faced man emerged from the bushes and concluded the value of the decoy. "Thanks to Nikabao diverting their attention, we were able to escape their pursuit." Xiaolan, currently level 73, worried in a low voice. "Nikabao hasn't replied yet. I hope he's okay." The handsome long-faced man, currently level 77, analyzed the besieged pursuit in both worlds. "We were chased not long after logging into the game. It must be revenge for helping Langsak fight Qianchu last time. It's the same in both the real world and the game. We can't openly level up. At our current level, we don't even have the ability to protect ourselves. This time Nikabao was sacrificed. I don't know if we can escape from them next time," he continued. "Longnan is as still as a rock. Forget about avenging him. We might even fall back to level 1. It's dangerous, Xiaolan. Let's give up." Xiaolan immediately cut him off, firmly refusing to back down. "That's enough," she continued, recalling the oath that ordinary people do not yield. "Didn't I say clearly when we returned to the game? In and out of the game, we are ordinary people no one knows, but whether in life or in the game, we did our best. From our beginner days until we met our brothers, the conflict between factions drew in ordinary players like us, and we had no choice. Everyone decided to leave the game and avoid it." Recalling the moments of desperate pursuit, she became indignant. "Why do they still not leave us alone? They even threaten our safety in the real world. That person is lying in a coma in the hospital right now." Anger overwhelmed her. Xiaolun poured out her heart. "I cannot accept this. Although we are ordinary players with no talent, no wealth, no background, we will never accept being their sacrifices." The handsome long-faced man deeply sympathized his longtime comrade, Xiaolun. Xiaolun bent down, retied her shoes, and said casually but resolutely, "So what if we're killed back to level 1? We can start over, but life cannot be resurrected. Even if we lose our identity in the game this time, it's fine," she continued, clearly stating her goal of revenge. This grudge must be repaid. Only one name remained in her mind. A game announcement echoed throughout Choning. Jengyang Guildmaster has officially declared war on Qianchu Yaosei Guild. Only then did the two realize the situation, and the handsome long-faced man was flustered. "Langsak," he questioned the counterintuitive decision. Qianchu just cancelled the declaration of war, so why is Langsak declaring war again? Xiaolan was probably the one who knew the reason best. She looked into the distance and asserted that this was an opportunity. Qianchu will be busy now, she continued. I'll bet on the coming chaos. They'll divert their attention from tracking us, taking advantage of the chaos. We just need a chance to approach the Qianchu Guildmaster. The two immediately teleported to the Qianchu headquarters area. In the underground of the Death's Road dungeon, Langsak reviewed his plan. He predicted the side effects of the declaration of war. Declaring war on Qianchu will help alleviate the pressure on Xiaolan's team from being pursued. Now he just had to wait for the voting time to end. Indeed, all the players in Chaoning were eagerly anticipating it. The voting window appeared clearly on his interface. Does Chaoning approve of Stage 2 of the Guild War between Qianchu and Zhengyang? Voting ends in 12 hours. The number of yes votes was overwhelmingly high. He gauged the time. Still half a day left. Zhengyang guild members called him one after another expressing their opinions on his decision. Qian Na was worried but wanted to help. Langsak, are you really going to face Qianchu alone? Our levels dropped, but we can still help you. Tun Ryuju was worried about being left out. Brother Langsak, are we no longer needed? Langsak, as he had said before, re-emphasized that he would operate alone, buying his comrades time. I alone am enough, everyone please focus on leveling up. Dice teased him half jokingly, half seriously, with newfound confidence. You're full of confidence after reaching max level. Hugo was probably the only one who had nothing else to do, he said briefly. Finish it. Less work, Langsak then immediately distributed tasks. Build a multi-layered defense line. Ask Qian Na to mobilize a battalion and deploy them in the stronghold area. Anyway, this time I'm going alone. I'm worried Gowanson might send a team to attack the stronghold, so the defense needs to be good. Jisoo and Ricker will also direct the defense. Qian Na asked again, confirming. You mean you don't intend to gather at the stronghold? Langsak nodded. It was his familiar way of operating. You're understanding my way of working better and better, Qian Na. He took out a blue stone and clearly stated his immediate urgent goal. I have something more important to do. The image of the brilliant knight being annihilated flashed through his mind. He looked at the stone and vowed to himself his first plan. First, I need to revive the brilliant knight. He stepped into a shrine, and in the center of the shrine was a torch burning with a blue flame. He muttered to himself, I've come here again to revive him, brilliant knight. He threw the stone into the fire. Immediately, something strange happened. Black lightning streaks wrapped around the flame. It was the system's first warning. The summon's level is not equal to the summoner's level. He quietly understood the difficulty. So it can't complete the revival. Is this perhaps an unexpected bug due to reaching max level? Warnings continued to pour in. Invalid target, summon cannot be revived. Summon will disappear, he cried out in disbelief. Why is this happening? Brilliant knight, with unyielding determination, he intensified the flame, determined to find a way. Even if it's a bug, I won't let you disappear. I will definitely find a way to revive you. The title attribute shown, opening up a vision that penetrated all layers of information. He realized he was seeing through the structure of the title attributes. Data flow appeared directly before his eyes. Physical and spiritual data mismatch. He grasped the core point. Are the physical and spiritual data repelling each other? A solution appeared. He concluded without hesitation. Understood. He immediately mobilized resources. It's based on a newly awakened state. Langsak switched to his awakened form, extended his hand towards the flame, and guided the revival process. He poured all his strength into it, giving a brief command, return. The flame obeyed his control. The revival process began. The brilliant knight's spirit and body gradually reformed from the stone. A huge energy burst forth, indicating that the being would be restored to its original state. He held his breath in anticipation. The brilliant knight was re-manifested with different eyes than before. Newly awakened eyes, not only the eyes but also the body were filled with energy. He uttered his first words. I'm back. He couldn't hide his joy. The system confirmed its level and unique characteristics. Summon revival successful. Mutated immortal lord level 120, owned by the unique player Langsak. The brilliant knight respectfully praised, Master. The system immediately closed the vote. Vote closed. Qianchu Yaosei versus Zhengyang. Stage 2 begins. From Qianchu's side, Gowanson issued a general mobilization order. Deploy according to my command. All units move out, everyone replied in unison. Understood, the attack commander instructed. Go through the warp gates first. Attack. On Zhengyang's side, Ricker and Jisoo had already arrived to support Qian Na, who was focused on defense. Ricker couldn't hide her worry. The guild war is about to start again. Is it really okay for one person to face an entire guild? Qian Na, with a heavy heart, called out only one name. Langsak, while moving. Xiaolan and the handsome long-faced man sensed the tense atmosphere of war. The handsome long-faced man said in a low voice, It seems the war has begun. What are you going to do next? Xiaolan set Qianchu headquarters as her destination. Qianung's female reporter and live-streaming robot were broadcasting live from the scene. She continuously updated with her telescope. Dear players, the Qianchu team is heading towards the stronghold. Warp gates leading to the battlefield are appearing everywhere. She continued, raising her voice to match the pace of the battle. The war is very intense, her voice echoed everywhere, inviting viewers. Everyone please continue to check for updates on my Guild War channel. Viewers cheered excitedly, anticipating the earth-shattering spectacle. Fight, fight, it's finally started. Zhengyang, deal with Qianchu properly. The future of Qianlong's #1 guild will be decided by this battle. In one front line, fierce combat erupted, and a huge explosion tore through the smoke. Qianchu guild members cried out in panic. What is that? Is it a monster? The commander of this unit, Tairai, currently level 107, tried to reassure his team. Everyone calm down, calm down. The brilliant knight appeared in its awakened form. Tairai narrowed his eyes, observing, and shivered for a moment, asking himself, is that a demon? Gowanson was directing the battle from guild headquarters and frowned, saying, Stronghold F is a frontline stronghold famously defended by Tairai, but it fell in less than an hour after the start of the war. How could it be overrun so quickly? He questioned, unable to comprehend. Is it because of Zheng Ying's large army? A subordinate player reported in an urgent voice. According to the incoming information, the enemy force is invisible. Gowanson impatiently said, What, there's no enemy force? The subordinate continued to relay the recorded information. The recorded video shows a shadow-like monster appearing, killing Commander Tairai, and the players at Stronghold F collapsed and couldn't fight properly. Guildmaster, the recorded video has been sent to your channel. The image of the brilliant knight appeared on Gowanson's screen. He looked closely and said, I've never seen this kind of boss monster. A notification came from the computer system that the target information analysis was complete. According to the system results, the brilliant knight was level 120. Gowanson froze and stammered. Level 120? He thought in surprise. The brilliant knight? Then a question arose. Is this guy perhaps? The brilliant knight had already completed his mission and returned, kneeling before Langsak. Gowanson shivered for a moment, suddenly thinking, is it Langsak? The brilliant knight bowed its head and reported. Master, I'm back. Langsak turned around and praised. Very well done. Langsak continued to call the brilliant knight by name. The brilliant knight remained kneeling, showing absolute loyalty to him. A few seconds later, Langsak instructed him to rise. Unexpected, but you've returned stronger. He continued in a warm voice. Welcome back, my good friend. The brilliant knight replied, It is an honor to be able to assist Master better. Langsak quickly discussed the Qianchu attack plan with the brilliant knight and he commanded. Let's go, brilliant knight, let's turn this tide of war. The brilliant knight replied, Yes, Master. At a Zhengyang Guild defense stronghold, players urgently updated battlefield information and shouts rained down. Battle report, Zhengyang's guildmaster with only a summon annihilated Qianchu's frontline stronghold. 2 mage players and an archer player discussed. The female mage cheered, Amazing, is this the skill of our Zhengyang guildmaster, a max-level player? As a guild member, my passion is boiling. The archer player standing next to her grumbled, Calm down. This time, I didn't have to go to the battlefield as a spectator. I don't want to participate in this guild war. My level has dropped too much in the last period. For ordinary players like us, going there is just asking to die. Dura hurriedly chased after Nikabao, calling out, Nikabao, where are you going? Langsak told you to stay put. Nikabao replied, To the battlefield. My wounds are healed and I have something very important to do. Dura immediately blocked his path and shouted softly, I told you to stop. 2 players standing nearby looked at Dura and said awkwardly, Hello, Captain. Dura ignored them and focused on stopping Nikabao, saying, Look, even our guild members over level 90 are reluctant to participate in this fight, let alone you, a level 81 rogue. You'll just be cannon fodder if you go. Nikabao was anxious but didn't know how to explain. After a few seconds he said, I don't care if I'm cannon fodder, we've already prepared for this. He put his hand on Dura's shoulder and said firmly, I have to go, this is our promise. Dura no longer stopped him, and Nikabao hurried off, looking back and saying, Thank you for your concern. Dura inwardly admired him and muttered to herself, This little rogue, he'd better be careful. Xiaolon was on her way to Qianchu headquarters with the handsome long-faced man. Xiaolon said, Let's take advantage of Qianchu being busy with the war to seize our opportunity. While stealthily infiltrating the rear of Qianchu headquarters, the handsome long-faced man informed her that Nikabao had replied to the message. Xiaolon sighed with relief. It's good that he's okay. The handsome long-faced man replied, He says he's coming to join us. He also said that Langsak knows we're seeking revenge. Xiaolon asked in surprise. He contacted Langsak? The handsome long-faced man updated joyfully. He said that Zhengyang declared war this time to help us, Xiaolon said, as if unable to believe her ears. Zhengyang is really fighting Qianchu for us. The handsome long-faced man's expression suddenly hardened. Well, Langsak agreed, but he continued. Langsak is going alone. From Qianchu's watchtower an explosion suddenly echoed nearby. The guard frowned and asked, What's wrong with the stronghold? He observed with binoculars and shouted, Were we ambushed? Langsak appeared from an unexpected direction and confirmed, That's right. The guard turned around in surprise and stammered, who are you? Immediately he and the watchtower were destroyed by Langsak's single blow. A soldier on the ground, seeing the watchtower explode, shouted, What happened to the watchtower? Is it an enemy ambush? Langsak's figure appeared from the smoke and he calmly replied, That's right. The guard captain immediately reported to Qianchu headquarters, shouting, Battle report, our strongholds D and E have both fallen. The system screen displayed that Qianchu Yaosei Guild's 3 strongholds D, E, and F had fallen. Qianchu's supreme commander, Gowanson, snarled in rage. Why haven't the guerrilla units found any traces of Zhengyang's advance? He continued. Contact Gyoja immediately, confirm if any forces have been deployed from the Zhengyang stronghold you're guarding. Gyoja, observing everything from a high vantage point, reported that there was no troop deployment. she continued. Phew, I've been following the commander's orders to monitor the Zhengyang stronghold since the war began, but there's been no movement. It's as if the war hasn't even started. I'm bored to death, Gowanson suspiciously asked repeatedly. Are you sure you haven't missed anything? They're cunning, Gyoja asserted clearly. Absolutely not. My summon has a perfect view from above. Gowanson was even more confused and muttered, Why are they not using a full-scale assault against us? A person suddenly appeared in Gowanson's office and spoke. Guildmaster Gowanson, it seems there's a problem. Gowanson turned around and saw Kangja Aok Guildmaster and said, Oh, it's Guildmaster Mijan of Aok. Mijan introduced himself, speaking with a contemptuous tone. Among the few leading guildmasters who pledged allegiance to Qianchu, only I have been of no help. This time it's my turn to alleviate your worries, Guildmaster Gowanson. Langsak finished off the stronghold's defense captain with a single punch. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious from too many attacks. In the smoke and fire, Langsak muttered to himself, Another stronghold taken care of. He observed the screen and calculated that the brilliant knight would quickly capture the port stronghold. That would leave only strongholds A and B as Qianchu's last line of defense. Langsak suddenly remembered the four idiots' team. He thought to himself, I haven't seen Xiaolon's team on this path, so they must not have chosen this route. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you alone? No. As soon as he finished speaking, countless attacks rained down. Langsak reacted reflexively and dodged quickly. He glanced at where the attack came from, and the figure behind the smoke continued. Zhengyang Guildmaster Langsak. Gowanson's face darkened as he looked at the system screen. Over the phone, Mijan replied, That's right. There are no traces of other units beside him. Gowanson clenched his teeth and snarled softly, Too arrogant. Langsak, Mijan reassured him. Don't worry, Guildmaster Gowanson, I'll take care of him. Gowanson waved his hand to stop him. No, you're no match for him. Just hold him back. I'll get Gyoja to help you. Mijan was surprised. What, aren't you overreacting to just one guildmaster? He said with interest. I'll take him on. Water orbs appeared and Mijan continued. Consume him. A demon's head popped out of the orb and Mijan exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Langsak used his soul assassination skill and leapt out of the water orb. He landed behind it. The orb shattered and the soul mark appeared as 3060. Langsak gripped his dagger tightly and smirked. I barely evaded the ambush, he pondered. Where did the ambush come from? If it were close, I would have sensed it. Langsak glanced behind him in surprise, and a wave of water was forming. Small water orbs were regenerating. Langsak looked at them, wondering to himself, what the hell is this skill? Countless water orbs began to attack, charging fiercely, but he quickly leapt up and dodged. Langsak landed on a tree branch. Cold black light emanated from the two daggers in his hands, and he immediately charged, slashing one of the water orbs with his dagger. As the orb broke, it reformed into smaller water orbs. Langsak asked himself, Splitting, he threw a dagger at another orb, but it still fiercely pursued him, forcing him to flee. He thought to himself, what a strange skill. Gyoja, sitting on a tree branch, asked Mijan, what is that skill? Gowanson answered her from the system screen. That's right, he's fighting Langsak right now. Hurry and help him. Gyoja suddenly remembered Mijan from the past. She frowned and said, why is this guy, who always hid and researched strange data in the game, participating so actively? He's clearly using this opportunity to test his new creations. Gowanson stood next to a carriage and instructed, whatever, as long as he holds Langsak back, we can't lose any more strongholds. I've already redeployed all remaining guerrilla units, he continued. If I had known Langsak was alone, we could have easily dealt with him. Concentrate our forces and attack the Zhengyang stronghold. Let's see how fast you alone can face my Qianchu, Gowanson unhappily. And let's see how fast I can raid your headquarters. Back in the forest, battles erupted everywhere. Mijan watched Langsak fight the water orbs through the screen, smiling sinisterly. How long can you keep dodging? This is my newly researched skill. He introduced it as if recalling old memories. These water orbs are Mijan family's super strong splitting pursuit super invincible GUI monsters. No matter what attack they receive, the GUI monsters will split into different forms of energy orbs to attack the opponent. Their destructive power isn't strong, but if the enemy dodges the attack, the GUI monster's energy will stick to the enemy and reduce the game character's mobility. Mijan imagined Langsak being covered by the GUI monsters. He continued, when the enemy loses its mobility, I'll shoot an arrow and end this battle. He laughed triumphantly. As long as you can't find my real body and can't destroy my control, my newly researched skill can attack indefinitely. Furthermore, if the opponent this time is Zhengyang's famous guildmaster Langsak, it proves that my GUI monsters are perfect. Mijan continued to manipulate with a darkened face. I can control the GUI monsters through a connection even from 1 kilometer away. Langsak, you won't be able to find my location. If I don't tell anyone that I'm controlling the GUI monsters, no one will know. On Langsak's side, he was struggling to slice through the GUI water orbs. He gritted his teeth. It's really hard to get rid of these strange things. Langsak glanced at the floating water orbs, calculating inwardly. If I keep attacking, I can reduce their volume, but the smaller they get, the easier it is for them to turn and stick to me. As the small orbs relentlessly pressured him, he frowned, thinking, are they trying to slow me down? I really can't understand the mechanism of this skill. Langsak suddenly remembered the soul data and the elimination mark. He paused, and an idea flashed. That's right, he opened his eyes and activated the Soul Awakened One's analysis display, muttering, what if I use my title skill? Langsak's eyes widened as he tracked, and he was surprised to find something strange in his vision. There were countless data viruses within the GUI monsters. He hesitated for a moment, muttering, what is this? He continued to analyze. These strange things are not just a combination of viruses, but this entire area is filled with viruses. They're invisible to the naked eye. Langsack scanned his surroundings and concluded, it seems this area has already been tampered with. He stood still and focused on the direction where the virus was most widely spread. Immediately, Langsack turned his gaze towards Mi-hyun's hiding place and nodded slightly. Over there, Mi-hyun was surprised and stammered. Oh, did he really find me from such a distance? Gyoja, sitting on a high branch, scoffed inwardly. This guy is still hiding and controlling his skills. It really suits his skill characteristics. It's completely unnoticeable. Just then, Gyoja looked up in surprise. Oh, something is flying at high speed from the forest. She hesitated for a moment and said, what's moving so fast? Langsack flew like an arrow. Gyoja briefly guessed and softly called out, is that Langsack? He stomped hard on the ground and black-purple smoke billowed fiercely. Then, Langsack tore through the forest and flew straight towards Mi-hyun. Mi-hyun was flustered and shouted, how did he find me? Gyoja, what are you doing? Hurry and get out of the way. Langsack was already in front of Mi-hyun. And just as he swung his foot to kick, Mi-hyun was still flustered, thinking, I couldn't stop him. Returning to Xiaolan's side, she was laboriously climbing rock by rock to avoid being within Qianchu's reconnaissance range. They had taken a big detour. They barely managed to arrive here. Xiaolan pointed to the rock face. Zhao, hurry and follow. The long-faced man climbing behind widened his eyes as if unable to believe Xiaolan's stamina. Xiaolan replied tiredly, don't talk nonsense, I'm very tired too. She hung from the cliff face, looking back and grumbling unhappily. What is Zhengyun thinking? Langsack came alone. If the entire Zhengyun guild had faced Qianchu, we would have had someone to rely on. Now we still have to rely on ourselves. Something suddenly flew from the sky. The long-faced man pointed in surprise. Something's flying over there. Xiaolan looked up doubtfully. And as the object fell, the rock wall cracked with a resounding boom. The long-faced man stretched out his hand and asked loudly, what is it, an alien? Xiaolan froze and muttered, that is. As the smoke slowly cleared, Qianchu Yao's Mi-hyun lay on the ground with only a faint trace of blood. Xiaolan shouted loudly, asking, are the Qianchu guild members back? Going back in time when Langsack charged towards Mi-hyun, one question flashed through Mi-hyun's mind. Why isn't the skill I researched working on him? There was absolutely no problem with the data analysis. Mi-hyun remembered the moment he held his phone and looked at countless data, muttering to himself about the hermit's ordinary life and his only pride, network technology. While descending the escalator, Mi-hyun kept his eyes fixed on his phone screen, constantly thinking about the only thing he was proud of, but still feeling inferior to the so-called genius players. He felt he didn't fit in, and even the so-called genius in the game was nothing. Then what in life could make him happy? Behind Mi-hyun, a man and woman were passionately embracing and kissing. Xiaolan's hand touched Mi-hyun's hand, healing him. Mi-hyun suddenly blushed, feeling awkward. In the game, Xiaolan sat beside him, treating him. Mi-hyun vaguely saw her shadow, thinking to himself, warm, who is it? Coming out of his reverie, Mi-hyun realized his stamina had noticeably increased. He propped himself up with his hands and stood, then looked down at his own hand, sitting alone on the ground. Mi-hyun understood that someone had just saved him. He froze for a moment, his mind blank. Still sitting on the ground, Mi-hyun activated the system, and behind him, a fading flow of power remained. He wondered to himself about the person who had just helped him. I need to find out who saved me. At the same time, Xiaolan and the long-faced man were running fast towards the front. The long-faced man slid down a hillside, shouting, why did you save him? He's a Qianchu member. Xiaolan continued running and replied, I just exercised my ability as a priest. Hearing this, the long-faced man was confused and said that her method was completely different, and worried that saving the opponent might make them their enemy later. Xiaolan smiled, subtly reminding him of the trump card she had prepared for this revenge. Have you forgotten the trump card I prepared for this revenge? The long-faced man immediately asked in surprise. Did you use it on him? Xiaolan raised her hand and power burst forth as she said firmly, of course. I wouldn't miss an opportunity that fell from the sky, would I? The long-faced man was even more anxious, saying that it shouldn't be used carelessly. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. But it shouldn't be used carelessly. If discovered, she would. Xiaolan just smiled confidently and said she understood and that she wanted to test the effect. And coincidentally, a perfect test subject appeared. I know, I also need to test what its effect is, and coincidentally, a perfect test subject appeared. The long-faced man still looked worried. Xiaolan, I'm worried about you. The two approached the edge of the mountain. Xiaolan cheered, I see it. A gigantic castle appeared at the foot of the mountain. Xiaolan confirmed it was Qianchu Yao's headquarters, Qianchu's main base. In the forest, Gyoja was thrown to the ground. She cursed with an annoyed look. Damn it. She realized the opponent's speed was too fast to deal with. Despite Langsack being a rogue, she immediately used the charm boundary skill to transform into Bekgol Gyoja the succubus. The succubus's memories flashed by. Upon arrival, Mi-hyun was kicked and sent flying by Langsack. She looked up at the high-flying Mi-hyun. This forced her to fight Langsack one-on-one. In her new winged form, she guarded all directions, contemplating Langsack's current state. Langsack, on the other hand, was approaching her from behind. Langsack activated evasion charm, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Gyoja realized he was completely unaffected by her charm. Langsack immediately launched a thrusting attack, and Gyoja, flustered, lost her balance and dodged hastily. She gritted her teeth and fell forward while Langsack stood calmly. Adjusting the mask on her face, Gyoja admitted that the opponent's power was far superior. A scene of Langsack discovering his heart flashed through his mind, and Gyoja burst out of the barrier. He pulled out his dagger and said resolutely, I haven't settled the score with you for the surprise attack in the Wind King dungeon, Gyoja. Let's end everything this time. Gyoja chuckled sarcastically and joked, my dear brother Langsak wouldn't hold such a grudge. Immediately, she unleashed a sea of charm and an extremely powerful force poured onto Langsak, faced with the massive attack. Langsak still stood quietly observing, then smiled and began to move. He leapt high, evading Gyoja's fierce attack. Langsak's figure suddenly vanished from her stunned sight. Gyoja shouted, too fast, I can't see his movements at all. Too fast to see his movements. Langsak suddenly appeared behind her and said, I'm here. Gyoja, startled, turned around and was momentarily flustered. Just as she thought dangerous, a strangely shaped sword whizzed by, blocking Langsak's attack. Gyoja was sent flying, defending herself irritably. Langsak frowned, glanced at the situation and asked, who's there? The broken sword floated in the air for a long time before plunging into the ground. Chiano spoke, my weapon shattered in just one hit. He observed both of them and the sword, emphasizing, it seems you've grown much stronger in the meantime. Gyoja softly called out Chiano's name. Chiano appeared before the two of them in a majestic manner. Gyoja, overjoyed, said urgently, you came at just the right time. Brother Chiano, you finally returned. All this time I've been so tired with guild matters while you were off training. I missed you so much. Recalling Langsak's previous attack, Chiano continued, it still hurts. That one blow you dealt me last time still hurts, Langsak. Langsak only smiled at Chiano. Elsewhere, a female reporter observed with binoculars. She concluded that Qianchu's guerrilla units were concentrating their forces on the Zhengyang stronghold, intending to switch their tactics from defense to offense. Just then, a low-level subordinate appeared behind her, confirming that following her was the fastest way to get real-time news. The reporter asked in surprise, who are you? The level 97 subordinate opened his system window and clicked his tongue. I need to report this immediately. News reached Qianna's side. A subordinate reported that Qianchu was indeed massing troops at the stronghold. Jisoo immediately called, citing Langsak's prediction. They will attack the stronghold once they realize he's fighting alone. Jisoo asked Qianna if she was ready. Qianna replied softly and confidently, rest assured, Vice Guildmaster Jisoo, I've already set up a perfect defense line at the stronghold. Elsewhere, fire and smoke billowed and violent tremors shook the ground. Midong faced the brilliant knight, admitting that while the opponent was troublesome it was sufficient. Although it's bothersome, this is enough. If I just leave it, our stronghold B will be destroyed. Midong, currently level 111, scornfully referred to the opponent as the Black Giant, that Black Giant. Back in the forest, Chiano warned, Langsak, don't blame us for ganging up on you. Langsak immediately took a ready stance and replied briefly, just two of you are nothing. My goal is the entire guild. Chiano summoned a magic blade into his hand. He soared fiercely, and the blade hummed like thunder. A tiger's roar echoed loudly, and a chaotic series of explosions tore through the sky. Gyoja laughed delightedly, joking about starting so grandly, so impatient, fighting seriously right from the start. Brother Chiano, it seems the blood snake form is trying to excite you again, and you're getting too reckless and impatient. Chiano lightly rebuked Gyoja, don't just stand there and watch. Langsak won't be so easily hit by me. It's likely he's behind you as expected. Langsak appeared behind Gyoja. She turned around and Langsak's attack caught her off guard. Just then, Chiano's attack poured down and Chiano's energy surged into the ground, forcing Langsak to separate from Gyoja. He shouted at Gyoja, telling her to attack immediately. Gyoja, attack! Gyoja asked with an excited voice about starting her command. I'm quite excited to begin my command. Her whipping attacks poured onto Langsak, but Langsak's body seemed empty, and the whips pierced through nothing. It turned out she had hit Langsak's evil spirit stealth, and his true body had already rushed forward. Chiano gripped his sword and said, Langsak, you awakened me. You made me feel the sensation of my sword chi again, which is why I had to train for so long. He widened his eyes and declared resolutely, today, before the realm of my newly enlightened sword art. Numerous slashes simultaneously pursued the running Langsak. The system announced that evil spirit stealth had been exposed. Chiano pushed the opponent, leaving no place for him to hide. There's no place for you to hide. A collision exploded, shaking the forest. Gyoja inwardly praised Chiano's transformation. Seeing that Chiano in his blood snake form still maintained his sanity, Langsak waved his hand, slashing, and admitted that the opponent was different from before. Indeed, compared to the old you, the dust and smoke slowly cleared. Langsak's HP bar slightly decreased. He tossed his dagger aside and commented, it's much more interesting now. His eyes gleamed and his voice became solemn as he added, unfortunately, I'm even stronger now. Elsewhere, a series of explosions tore through a wall and brick fragments scattered everywhere. Midong pressed tightly against the edge of the wall, looking out at the tremors, grinning with satisfaction. You can never underestimate that giant. A power befitting a level 120 lord. The brilliant knight was still persistently destroying everything. Midong stomped hard, leaping up, and his elbows were raised high, clearly excited. Midong's fist swung, but the brilliant knight had already vanished. The fist shattered the brick wall, spewing stone dust. Immediately after, the brilliant knight appeared with a sword and slashed directly, and Midong still smiled, eager for battle. As the blade struck, another huge explosion erupted. Returning to Langsak's engagement, he continued to evade Chiano's relentless attacks, constantly moving. Chiano continued to unleash his power, inwardly muttering that the opponent was too strong. He frowned, admitting to himself that even with all his sword chi it was difficult to catch up. Now realized this was no mere clone. Chiano quickly turned around and swung his sword, and Langsak was already standing firm before him, dark light emanating from his daggers. Langsak's hand gripped the dagger hilt tightly, and Chiano's attack was also pouring down. However, before Chiano could deliver a fatal blow, he was directly stabbed by Langsak and thrown backward. He spat out blood, telling himself, "I really can't keep up with the opponent's speed." He gritted his teeth and held on, still refusing to give up. Standing firm, Chiano unleashed energy, summoning chi-flowing sword. His eyes showed only whites and his face darkened. He declared it a new enlightenment and gifted Langsak a full power strike. As the fierce attack poured in, Langsak, with a serious expression, leapt up with his dagger. The mark in his eyes shone brightly, and he inwardly praised, "Very good." Langsak focused intensely on Chiano with his marked eyes, and at the same time a thick black aura surged. He inwardly muttered, "I truly felt the blade of a genius and the #1 swordsman from my previous life." He remembered the name Bloodsnake Chiano and the true meaning of the sword, then counterattacked the opponent's full power slash with all his might. After the two energies collided and exploded violently, they scattered together. Langsak still stood like a rock as the dust settled. Chiano gasped in shock, muttering, "My sword art." Exhausted and depleted of strength, he slumped and fell. Once again he was defeated. Langsak, holding his dagger, leapt high, pressing down on Chiano's head in midair. Gyoja, after being stabbed, watched Chiano gradually turn into light and disappear. She screamed, "Brother Chiano, the system notified, your comrade has been killed." Gyoja's eyes widened in disbelief. She immediately unleashed the charmed shadow whip formation, and a barrier opened wide in the air. Magic poured from her formation. Langsak leaped to evade, slipping into a state of greedy pursuit to escape the barrage of attacks. He frowned and concentrated, analyzing, "I can see it." In his analytical vision, Langsak clearly saw Gyoja manipulating the formation, and he speculated about the energy maintaining her mimicry form. He swung his hand and charged directly, and Gyoja's eyes widened in shock. Langsak launched a surprise attack, and in his mind, the conclusion and weakness were underlined. Hit by the attack, Gyoja's mimicry form was dispelled, and the armor on her body was also removed by Langsak. She spat out a few drops of blood, her face contorted in pain. Langsak raised his hand to the magic interface, smiled, and uttered words of sparing her life, sending a message to Gowonsan. "I'll leave one life for you. Go to Gowonsan and deliver the news. Tell him to wash his neck and wait. I'm coming for his head." Numerous footsteps echoed loudly, and the rhythm of fierce battle poured in. Chianchu Ungho Guild subordinates swarmed, madly attacking Jengyan Guild's castle. Outside the castle, Chianchu Guild poured energy inward, but the pre-installed sturdy defense shield blocked everything. Residents outside continuously threw stones, and soldiers barricaded themselves with shields. A soldier rushed over in a flurry to report, "Sister Chian-na, there are too many enemy troops." Vice Guildmaster Jisoo and Ricker were overwhelmed by Chianchu's forces on the northern front. "When do we use the defensive equipment we prepared?" Chian-na urgently instructed. "Magic units, continue to use the trained formation change method to deploy defense walls." The mage immediately received the order. "Yes." Chian-na scanned the battlefield, guessing that some Chianchu forces in the rear had not yet sortied and suspected they were on reconnaissance. She calmly said, "Hold on a little longer. When Chianchu believes Jengyang is only defending, they'll launch an all-out assault," she continued. "That will be the moment to counterattack, just hold on a little longer." Just then, Langsak opened his system interface. Langsak glanced at the screen, guessing that the brilliant knight at Stronghold B would have engaged Midong, which meant one less distraction to worry about. His thoughts turned to Gowonsan. The immortal brilliant knight would be sufficient to contend with Midong, and the ultimate target was still Gowonsan. Suddenly, Langsak noticed something strange and paused. On the ground, Nikabao was frantically fleeing from an armored pursuer. The armored man knelt and demanded, "What is a level 81 rogue doing on the battlefield? Are you an assassin sent by Jengyang?" He smirked. "If so, it's truly laughable. Does Jengyang have no one left to send but a trash rogue like you?" He waved his hand, pulled out an arrow, and said in a cold voice, "I'll send you to your grave." Langsak appeared behind him like lightning, and he lightly swung his sword, making the opponent scream, and he uttered a cold remark, "The one who wants to go to the grave is you." Nikabao called out excitedly, "Brother Langsak." Langsak frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" He continued to press, "Are you trying to meet Shaolan? Didn't I tell you to stay in the guild? I'll handle the Chianchu side." Nikabao hesitated awkwardly, then said with heavy words, "Things are not simple at all." Hearing that, Langsak was momentarily suspicious and pressed, "Are you hiding something from me?" He bowed his head and honestly said, "I promised Sister Shaolon I wouldn't tell you." They made a huge decision this time. Nikabao's fingers clenched and trembled, his worry focused on the two words Sister Shaolon. Langsak frowned. He recalled that he had declared war on Chianchu for them, and perhaps he feared the situation would spiral out of control if they didn't know this fact. Because this was no longer purely an in-game matter. Nikabao stared at him but failed to reply. Langsak added that he wanted to keep up with the times, but he didn't want any of them to get hurt like Nikabao. Nikabao gritted his teeth and unconsciously called out Sister Shaolon's name. Those words made Langsak pause for a moment. In the desolate ruins of the fortress, a person waited and announced that Gowonsan was approaching. He spoke, saying that this was a critical moment in the guild war, and whatever happened they should send a message and not say that he had to come in person to deliver it. Gowonsan's face hardened, and he snarled, "The item," the messenger calmly explained. "The family corporation highly values this Choning guild war and its importance. This is the battle that will decide Chianchu Yaosa's absolute influence in Choning. In fact, the control of resources in many modern games lies in the hands of guilds sponsored by corporations. He briefly described the situation since Zhengyang's rise in Chaoning continent. Public opinion in the forum was divided on whether Zhengyang deserved to replace Qianchu. He continued, Qianchu Yao's prestige is gradually weakening, and Qianchu's defeat in Stage 1 of the Guild War was the catalyst that shifted public opinion towards Zhengyang. That would be disadvantageous to the corporation. Therefore, no problem should occur in Stage 2. If we lose again, Guildmaster Gowanson, you can imagine the consequences. Gowanson frowned with displeasure. The messenger added, the corporation will spare no effort in providing maximum support. They have thoroughly investigated and found that the core reason for the current situation is Zhengyang Guildmaster, the rogue Langsak. He recalled Langsak and continued, the higher-ups plan to deal with him in the real world. Gowanson was startled and asked, are you saying you'll deal with a player in real life? That's against the rules. Before he could finish, Messenger interrupted, adding that such plans already existed, but they hadn't found much information in the real world either, and this player was too mysterious, as if intentionally hiding. Gowanson cut him off, shouting, enough, you don't need to use such methods to help me. The victory in this guild war will definitely belong to Qianchu, the messenger retorted. Really? As far as I know, you currently only have 2 strongholds left, and the opponent only sent 1 person, Gowanson said in an agitated voice. I will personally go to the battlefield and use all my strength to win the guild war. He opened the system interface and casually added, this is the family corporation's small support for this guild war. The purpose of sending me this time is, he paused while looking at the screen. This is, turning to Langsak, he asked in surprise. Black market artifact, Nikabao replied. That's right, after Stage 1 of the Guild War, Brother Langsak gave us money and we bought this. We're determined to get revenge, Langsak exclaimed in shock. A black market artifact? Those are illegal game items. They're all made by hacker players through illegal means. They must never be used because they destroy the balance of the game. Do you know what happens if Chaoning catches you? Nikabao lowered his head and thought of the 2 words, account suspension, replying sadly, account suspension. We know the consequences, but the opponent is the Chaoning Guildmaster, and to help the non-mainstream group get revenge, this is the only way for ordinary players like us, and Sister Xiaolun decided to handle it alone. Nikabao recalled Xiaolun's determination for revenge. Langsak was speechless upon hearing that. Turning back to Gowanson, a soldier in the carriage asked, Guildmaster Gowanson, what should we do next? He replied concisely. All remaining troops and guild members with combat power go to the front line. Don't worry about the rear. Launch a full-scale attack. The soldier hesitated again and asked, then what about the guildmaster? Langsak instructed in a solemn voice. Nikabao joined Xiaolan. Tell them what I said. Nikabao hesitated before replying, yes, understood. The rallying point is, Langsak's expression hardened as he directly pointed to Stronghold A. Qianchu Guild's large army was now arrayed before Zhengyang Guild's stronghold, continuously attacking the defense shield. A soldier urgently reported, Sister Qianna, they are about to launch a full-scale attack. Qianna scanned the situation and said with a faint smile, Qianchu can't hold back any longer. She smiled with satisfaction and spoke to Jisoo through the system. Vice Guildmaster Jisoo, Qianchu Guild's army is pushing forward. It's time to use the defensive weapons I've installed. Qianna, upon receiving the command, shouted loudly, yes, Vice Guildmaster Jisoo, the Iron Wall unit, deploy defensive formations and activate the wall counterattack devices. Cannons simultaneously emerged, and all barrels were ready to fire at the Qianchu formation. Zhengyang's fiery cannonballs began to rain down on the Qianchu army. Midong and the Brilliant Knight's duel grew increasingly fierce, and soon a massive explosion tore through the sky. Both were pushed back by the shockwave. Midong shook his head and muttered, truly more troublesome than expected. I assured Guildmaster Gowanson I could defend this stronghold, but now it's all in ruins, he scoffed. It seems I'll be scolded again, that black giant. Midang's HP bar slightly decreased. He muttered to himself, he's really tough to deal with. My prediction wasn't wrong. The level 120 Brilliant Knight stood silently in a defensive stance. Midong frowned and said in an irritated voice, are you truly Langsak's summon? How did you reach max level with a summon in such a short time? Our Qianchu Yao's leveling resources can't be behind yours. He pointed directly at his opponent, angrily urging, I'm so frustrated because I don't understand. Tell me quickly. I really want to know. Speak, why are you silent? The Brilliant Knight still didn't move and replied, I don't need to answer anyone but my master. Langsak had already left and was heading straight for Qianchu Yao's stronghold A. The castle gates were empty, and not even a shadow of a guard was visible. There was not a single person in the entire castle. Langsak looked around, displaying his vigilance. Not a single guard. It must be a trap. From above, Gowanson appeared and said in a welcoming voice, you've arrived. It was a pity that Sister Gyoja was so humiliated by you. He stood alone and called Langsak's name. Langsak raised an eyebrow and retorted, are you worried your plan won't work? Guildmaster Gowanson, I won't fall for a trap and run away. Gowanson said coldly, Langsak, do you know that this Stronghold A is the last line of defense specially built to stop Zhengyang? Originally, this position should have been marked in front of your Zhengyang stronghold. He waved his hand pointing to the prepared weapons and added, "All these weapons were prepared to deal with you," then he said with a hardened expression, "but I didn't expect you to dare challenge our Qianchu alone. These weapons are no longer needed." Langsak smiled faintly and said, "Really? I'm sorry for ruining your plans. You only have yourselves to blame for Qianchu's defeat in Stage 1 of the Guild War." Wanson replied nonchalantly, "There's no need to be arrogant. The fact that you've abandoned your defenses here means I've sent all my troops to the front line. Let's see how long a stronghold without you can withstand the full assault of Qianchu Yaosei." Langsak nodded and commented, "A very wise choice indeed." Then he continued with a leisurely smile, "Unfortunately, I'm very confident in Qian Na's pre-prepared stronghold defense, and I'll deal with you very quickly, so this war will end very soon." Hearing that, Gowanson was furious. The scene shifts to the front line. A massive cannonball ripped through the ground, scattering the Qianchu enemies in disarray. One mage stammered, and another shouted in panic, "A cannonball has fallen." Soon after, a thunderous explosion and a flash of lightning scattered them. On the city wall, Qian Na observed the power of the cannonball and commented to herself, "Those aren't ordinary cannonballs. After Stage 1 of the Guild War, everything installed since then was purchased flash cannonballs." She summarized the operation, smiling, "Even if they don't hit the target, they can paralyze the opponent by spreading electrical elements. They can slow down the enemy's speed on the battlefield. The cannonballs are too expensive and the stock is limited, so Zhengyang's mages are still using long-range magic attacks." Qian Na was waiting for the right moment. "I'll wait until Qianchu launches a full-scale attack to maximize the value of these cannonballs, and then while the enemy is slowed down," a Qianchu warrior gave a command, "Magic units attack with full power. Warrior units form up and defend against their magic attacks." Suddenly, Tisa's figure appeared, tearing through the clouds, and the warrior was startled. Looking up at the sky, Tis flew down and destroyed Qianchu's fortress. Qian Na shouted loudly, "Protect the siege weapons, and when they have no shield, destroy their city walls." Tis launched an attack and said, "Aren't you on the south front with Little Tunryuju and Hyugu? Thanks to your pre-prepared weapons, our front line is under no pressure. Now Little Tunryuju alone is enough to wipe them out." Tis smiled broadly and said, "Hyugu and I came to support the north and here where more troops are concentrated." She soared into the air and intense power exploded around her body. The enemy troops were as numerous as ants by a rough count. In the meantime, Langsak and Gowanson entered the arena in Stronghold A. Langsak raised an eyebrow and uttered a bloodthirsty remark, "That's good, it makes me even more excited to kill." "Is this the grave you chose for me?" Gowanson flicked a card, turning it over and replied concisely, "That's right, this is the grave I prepared for you." Langsak gripped his two daggers tightly and smiled confidently, ready to fight. Level 113. Gowanson drew a card and said, "That alone won't change your fate of defeat." Langsak merely curled his lips in a sneer and said, "Really?" He immediately activated elemental transformation. He flashed like lightning and asked, "Are you going to tell me it's your D10 card game again?" As Langsak charged, Gowanson still stood firm, and a huge explosion and smoke billowed from within the smoke. Gowanson's voice came out. "A mage against a rogue like you." A blue aura enveloped his body, and he continued, "I'm clearly at a disadvantage in terms of speed." At this moment, Gowanson had already entered a mage-warrior dual specialization state, and the symbol above his head changed to a mage-warrior emblem. He held a large sword in one hand and a warrior-style defensive attribute card in the other. He was confident in his advantage against a rogue. Seeing the mage-warrior emblem, Langsak was shocked in his mind. He realized he was a dual specialist. In his previous life he had never directly encountered him. Records indicated that Gowanson was originally a warrior. He recalled the past between Jisoo and Gowanson, remembering that thanks to Gowanson hiding his warrior specialization, he could display his comprehensive abilities in Stage 1. To think he was hiding it so deeply. The Gowanson before him revealed the cunning of a #1 guildmaster. He raised his head and asked mockingly, "Did you see?" Looking at Langsak, he said solemnly, "Actually, you're not that special. You're not the only dual specialist player," he condemned in a low voice. "Did you really think you alone could annihilate Qianchu Yaosei, replace the #1 guild and challenge the entire game? Everything you've achieved so far is just luck." Gowanson glared, emphasizing each word. "The world behind this is not something you can easily touch. Today I will stop you here." Langsak curled his lips and said, "Interesting." He gripped his two daggers tightly and finished, "As you said, I'm just lucky. But I want to define this luck as the competitive spirit that pursues the pinnacle." Langsak also activated his rogue mage dual specialization and smiled confidently. "So the world you speak of, I want to challenge that world." Jisoo was cooperating with the mages on the front line below, attacking. He reminded his allies, "Ricker, don't go too far, just prevent them from destroying the city wall." Ricker gripped her bow tightly and replied concisely, "Understood." Jisoo glanced at the flying Hyugu. Hyugu was fiercely shooting arrows at the enemy. He instructed Hyugu to also try to destroy their siege weapons. Hyugu casually replied, "Okay." Jisoo turned pages in his book, continuously summoning magic items to stabilize the formation. "Leave the troops' HP to me. They can withstand their attacks." Explosions occurred continuously in the air and the camera scanned the battlefield. The camera lens clearly recorded every detail. Images of the battle between Zhengyang and Qianchu, the two guilds, were transmitted to a large screen. The guild war atmosphere reached its peak. The channel host shouted loudly, and the female reporter typing on her electronic keyboard urged the technical team to check her report. System screens glowed brightly everywhere. The patrons in the pub also had their eyes glued to the screen. The reporter said excitedly, "All players in Choning are paying attention to this guild war." Behind her, Zimagin stood with his arms crossed, smiling faintly, and she rebroadcasted, shouting with displeasure, "I told you this redhead, why does he keep following me? Is he trying to steal my report?" The reporter still looked at Zimagin in confusion, and Zimagin calmly replied to her, "Relax. I'm not interested in your report. Rather, I want to give you some reliable information." She frowned for a moment and asked vaguely, "What reliable information?" He smiled and lowered his voice to explain, "Haven't you noticed both guilds' forces are currently engaged in offense and defense without leaving any reserves in the rear? But neither guildmaster has appeared on the battlefield. Given their skills, their participation alone would be more than enough to influence the situation." Hearing that, the reporter paused for a moment and asked vaguely, "You mean?" Zimagin still continued with an inscrutable smile, "This is huge news. Given their absence," he said, "I'll give you a set of coordinates. Go and report quickly. Their decisive battle is the key to this guild war." Simultaneously, in Stronghold A, Gwanson and Langsak charged at each other. Swords and blades flashed, Langsak gripped his dagger tightly, and Gwanson raised a large sword condensed with magic. The two swung simultaneously, and sparks flew as the blades and the large sword grazed each other. Langsak concentrated and activated Elemental Transformation Plus. Immediately, he launched a super high-speed lightning attack at Gwanson's 3 weak points. Gwanson immediately used his warrior specialization's passive skill, Shield of Intent, to create a barrier, thinking terrifying speed. The shield enveloped Gwanson, blocking Langsak's fierce attack. He calculated inwardly again. "If I can't keep up with his speed and keep taking hits like this, my defense will crumble." Gwanson flicked a card, making it appear. Cards popped out of his hand one after another, one embedded in the ground, then another. Cards filled the arena floor. It was Gwanson's myriad phenomena of heaven and earth skill. Just then, Langsak leaped high. In midair, Langsak slashed at the opponent's shield with his dagger. Gwanson immediately increased his defense by 2 stages. Langsak thought to himself, "Energy field." Gwanson presented a card directly in front of Langsak's face. It was the 3 of spades. Energy streams exploded from the 3 of spades, attacking Langsak. Kobama shock shell. Langsak twisted his body, dodging to the side. After dodging the attack, he said to himself, "It doesn't seem to have a weakening effect on me, but he seems to have received a very strong strengthening effect." Gwanson removed his shield and displayed 3 cards in his hand. They were the King of Diamonds, 10 of Spades, and 10 of Clubs. He said in a leisurely voice, "It seems my luck has come. Fate has arrived." Langsak asked in surprise. "They're all high-value cards." A blue energy orb exploded from the 10 of Spades. Coma training order stack. The Queen of Diamonds created a swirling green storm, a hunting storm of diamonds, and finally, the 10 of Clubs calmed it. It was a hell without boundaries, surrounded by walls. The ground shook as massive red boulders fell. Langsak hastily jumped to avoid them. 3 elemental attacks converged and rushed towards Langsak. Gwanson shouted, "I'll send you to hell." Langsak was unexpectedly half a beat too slow. The red boulders trapped Langsak, immobilizing him. He briefly thought, "Even with evil spirit stealth, I won't be able to escape this density of skills." Trapped by the power emanating from the 3 cards, he gritted his teeth and endured the attack. He sought an opportunity to escape. Colorful elemental vortices enveloped him, and finally Langsak broke free through chaos instability. Gwanson smiled gleefully. "Provocative, very good. Unleash all your skills on me." As soon as he escaped the attack, Langsak slid down the wall, kicked off strongly, and jumped again. He slipped behind Gwanson, who remained calm, and said, "I can't help but compliment your speed." A card embedded in the ground emitted green smoke and gradually disappeared, followed by similar cards around it. Gwanson used myriad phenomena of heaven and earth to create a defensive barrier behind him. His defense increased by 2 more stages, and Langsak threw a punch but was blocked by the barrier. Gwanson concluded it was almost like teleportation. He lowered his voice, fixing the range, but said, "Unfortunately not within my energy field." Gwanson waved his hand towards Langsak, forcing him to fly into the air and evade. He continued to conclude, "You won't be able to break through the defense of my elite warrior." Langsak gritted his teeth and thought irritably, "This elite dual specialization is beyond my calculations." In addition to wide-area magic attacks, Gwanson's card deck reappeared. Langsak thought bitterly, "And such perverse defense on top of that." He inwardly assessed Chianchu Yaosei. Guildmaster Gwanson is a truly monstrous player. At this moment he was manipulating a main card. Langsak's gaze quickly scanned the swirling cards. Suddenly his eyes widened and he asked, "Are they all high-value cards?" A gigantic sword suddenly pierced the ground, raising dust and smoke. "Gaichin." Langsak jumped again, escaping into the air. Gwanson leisurely said, "What a terrifying magic skill. If I hadn't opened my weapon in time to block the damage, I might have been hit by your high-value skill." Langsak replied softly, "Gwanson, it seems your luck is pretty good today." Gwanson snorted a few times and said nonchalantly, "Very well, Langsak, I've been diligently collecting your combat information. I need to be more cautious with you at level 120. He raised his head and continued, "The cooldowns for your 2 most powerful skills, Chaos Instability and Gaichin, are now long." Langsak calmly retorted, "Indeed, a clever scheme by Guildmaster Gwanson. Did you force me to use my powerful skills? If so, in terms of damage I won't have any powerful skills left to kill you." However, he continued saying meaningfully, "But I don't know whether meeting the 7 devils will be a blessing or a curse." Hearing this, Gwanson was startled and looked up at Langsak, who smiled triumphantly and said, Without even realizing it, I've discovered a flaw in your myriad phenomena of heaven and earth energy field and its card skills. At Qianchu Yase headquarters, a hand gripped the roof. Janjium and Sorum stealthily moved across another roof. Janjium frowned and said, "What's going on? Is this Qianchu headquarters, or did I get it wrong?" Sorum, panting, retorted, "I've come all this way over mountains and through valleys. There's no way I could be mistaken." Janjium still looked around in surprise. "But why are there no players? Did everyone go to the front line?" Sorum was also speechless at the empty site. The two stood on the roof looking down the path but saw not even a shadow. Janjium began to worry. "Then Gowanson isn't here either?" Sorum was even more flustered and asked, "No really, so all this effort was for nothing?" Janjium scanned the system window. A message from Nikabao arrived. He read aloud in surprise, "Langsak and Gowanson are dueling at Qianchu's Stronghold A. He told us to come there too. Langsak has a plan to help us." Janjium clenched his fist as if unburdening himself. "If Langsak can defeat Gowanson, Sorum, then you won't need to risk having your account suspended for revenge." Sorum immediately turned around, her eyes shining like Langsak's. She exclaimed excitedly, "Quick, call Nikabao." Janjium was surprised and hastily replied, "Strange, strange." Nikabao's voice clearly came through the system. "Can you hear me?" he said with a flustered expression. "Sister Sorum, I can hear you. Hurry to Stronghold A. Brother Langsak's challenge to Qianchu this time is to help us get revenge. Sister, don't use your special item." Sorum quickly said, "Listen to me, Nikabao." A shocking tremor brought down the entire building, freezing Nikabao. Sorum continued to speak through the system. "You go and watch Langsak and Gowanson's duel. See if Langsak can really defeat Gowanson." A massive explosion erupted with smoke at Stronghold A. Nikabao froze as he had just arrived. The Queen of Diamonds shot out a green beam of light. Basic skill removal storm. White air swept through. Basic skill tracking ray. Red flames surged. Those powers fiercely pursued Langsak. He gripped his dagger tightly, smiled, and charged straight ahead. Flames poured down from above and light beams rose from the ground. Amidst the two layers, Langsak's purple magic bloodline swept through. Paint the wall with 7 colors. The magic flames still pursued him, but Langsak ignored them and turned to charge at Gowanson. Gowanson enveloped his body in a strong layer of energy and raised a huge sword straight, but Langsak had already jumped over the opponent's head, simultaneously changing the direction of his slash to embed it in the tail of the pursuing flames. Seeing this, Gowanson swung the tip of his sword to create a barrier and block the flames. Langsak looked back and sneered triumphantly. "Your magic attack hit your own defensive passive. It seems your defense is still superior," he analyzed clearly, speaking as he ran. "Without destroying this myriad phenomena of heaven and earth energy field, I won't be able to damage you." From the center of the stronghold, underground energy currents surged, enveloping the surroundings. Gowanson frowned, showing vigilance. "Langsak, did you think I wouldn't notice? Now you're trying to deplete my magic cards, aren't you?" He widened his eyes and glanced at Langsak, concluding, "It seems you figured out my skill structure." Langsak stood firm and said in a serious voice, "I already told you I figured out the flaw in your skill. I'm just more certain now." Reminding himself of Gowanson's magic cards, he began to analyze. "Since we started fighting, you haven't used any duplicate cards. No matter how special your abilities are, Choning is still a game after all. There can be no invincible skills," he concluded firmly. "Therefore a 54-card deck must be the limit of your skills. After that, you'll enter a long skill cooldown." Hearing this, Gowanson frowned, bowed his head, and inwardly admitted, he figured it out. He turned his gaze towards Langsak. Langsak continued to say to himself, "There's just one thing I still don't understand," he thought to himself. "Why can he always pick high-value cards every time?" Gowanson's attacks rapidly replayed in his mind. When he wielded the Queen of Spades, 10 of Diamonds, and 10 of Clubs, the cards swirled around Langsak. Then he drew the 3 of Clubs, 4 of Clubs, and vines surged from the ground, attacking fiercely. Stage 1 Guild War. Langsak continued to think to himself, Gowanson wasn't that lucky before, but his current luck can really be said to be invincible. He nodded. Gowanson gritted his teeth and threw 3 new cards. "So what if you figured out my skill structure?" He threw the Jack of Spades, 9 of Diamonds, and Jack of Clubs in quick succession, challenging Langsak to see how long he could hold out. Immediately, countless heterogeneous powers enveloped Langsak's position. He was startled and scanned his surroundings, looking for an escape route. A shadow flickered on the upper floor of Stronghold A. Nikabao ran towards the door. He thought to himself, "This duel is too intense." The outside was filled with black smoke. Sorum's voice echoed through the system, urging him. "Nikabao, what's the battle situation on your side?" Nikabao replied as he ran, scanning the system window. "I just arrived." Suddenly, he widened his eyes as if he had seen something terrible. Nikabao looked down at the floor below. In the center, red flames burned and thick black smoke rose. He reported loudly, "It's like a battlefield." He continued in a trembling voice, "I saw Brother Langsak, but Brother Langsak only has half his health left now." He frowned and gripped the wrist of the hand holding his dagger. Nikabao screamed, "Brother Langsak is on the defensive." Gowanson raised his head triumphantly and asked, "How about it, Langsak? If you weren't level 120, you'd probably be in your grave by now. Now I'll give you another chance. All you have to do is promise to merge Zhengyun with our Qianchu." He curled his lips, tempting him. "Choning is still the most powerful guild. I agree to operate it with you. We'll share the guild's power. This is the best choice for you. I really like you, Langsak, Gowanson finished in a cold voice. But don't force me to destroy Zhengyang after I send you to your grave. There won't be any chance to negotiate then. After hearing all this, Langsak bowed his head in silence, then let out a cold laugh and said directly, Guildmaster Gowanson, you're far more cunning than I thought. Langsak extended his dagger forward. He stared intently at his opponent, sneering contemptuously. I think you're trying to make me surrender before all your high-value cards are used up, he continued with another triumphant smile. And you agree to operate the guild together? Unfortunately, the main purpose of me starting stage 2 of the guild war this time isn't to replace your Qianchu, he added strongly and decisively. It's for revenge. Gowanson frowned and immediately asked, Revenge? What do you mean? Langsak focused dark energy into his dagger and charged straight ahead, replying briefly, You'll find out. Gowanson quickly drew a card and gritted his teeth, muttering. He naturally snorted and glanced sideways. Heart Flame Incendiary Round. Heart 5 was fired and a round magic circle appeared, immediately followed by green spheres surging. Langsak tilted his body to avoid them, but still charged ahead, ignoring them. As soon as he approached, he swung his arm and smiled skillfully. As I expected, no matter how good your luck is, your high-value card skills must be almost depleted, right? You swung your arm straight towards the opponent and a purple smoke mass slammed directly into Gowanson. Labyrinth Domination. Langsak jumped sideways to avoid it. He inwardly reminded himself, I finally waited for the moment his luck wanes. I can't break through his defense. I need to seize the gap when he deactivates his skills. He smiled and activated his penetrating eyes skill, and above his head appeared the words, The Soul Awakened One. Langsak immediately planned to destroy his myriad phenomena of heaven and earth energy field, recalling when he deactivated the gigantic sword he scanned. When I cast Gaichin, Langsak's dagger slashed the Queen of Spades card once, he concluded cautiously. When the King of Humanity's energy field enveloped the area in an instant, it felt as if one corner was disturbed by an energy flow. Then he threw his dagger, slashing the Jack of Diamonds card straight, continuing his deduction. It was just a brief glimpse, but Langsak jumped down with his dagger and cut the Jack of Hearts card in half. He finished his intuition. My intuition told me. That was the barrier card of myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. The system hinted that the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth energy field skill was being destroyed. Gowanson frowned and said angrily, My myriad phenomena of heaven and earth barrier card is in stealth mode, it's impossible. The system hinted that the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth area skill, the mage form of elite dual specialization, activated 4 stealth cards to activate area energy, increasing the warrior form's defensive passive. The larger the card, the more defense is added. Green lightning and sound waves shot out from the purple smoke cloud. The system again reported that Labyrinth Domination had been breached by a large number of skills. Gowanson set up 2 magic circles, firing lightning and summoning tornadoes. He screamed chillingly, How did you find it? Langsak had to twist his body to evade. He knelt down and slashed the 10 of diamonds. Langsak said in a low voice, Top 10, I saw it. Gowanson was startled and speechless. A hint appeared on the screen that the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth skill was completely destroyed. No more defense added to the area. Langsak stood up, turned his head and said, I've calculated it. You don't have many high-value cards left in your hand, and without the defense enhancement of myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, he smiled triumphantly and said, then you'll just have to turn into a small mage and be slaughtered by me. A swallow flew high in the sky. The reporter sat stably on the swallow's back, scanning the system window and saying, Is this it? The coordinates the red-skinned man gave are up ahead. Recalling Zimagent's face, she gripped the handle tightly, looking at the screen nervously, muttering to herself, A duel between 2 guild masters, abandoning the main battlefield to decide the outcome of the guild war with this duel, that's too childish. Annoyed that she had left the main battlefield report to come here, she gritted her teeth and mumbled, I came here, abandoning the main battlefield report. If he tricked me, I'll go spread rumors about him. The swallow lowered its altitude towards Stronghold A. The reporter looked down and softly asked, Is this it? As the scene below became clear, her eyes widened. It was indeed Qianchu's Gowanson and Zhengyang's Langsak. The red-skinned man hadn't tricked her. The swallow rapidly approached the duel site. Langsak had the initiative, pouring out powerful energy and charging, while Gowanson hastily used magic to block the attack. The reporter shouted, A scoop! Gowanson gritted his teeth, maintaining a defensive stance. Langsak increased the pressure, frowning and shouting loudly, Without the defense enhancement of myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, how could you be so weak? Gowanson immediately drew 2 cards, 4 of diamonds and 2 of clubs, and a magic circle blossomed, firing beams of light like fireworks. Langsak quickly twisted his body to dodge, and following the trajectory, a fiery red vine came sweeping in. Langsak narrowed his eyes and sneered, Are we still setting off fireworks even after the new year? Streaks of light cut across the sky, and Nikabao still looked up nervously. Nikabao reported through the system that brother Langsak, who had been at a disadvantage, could now counterattack. At the same time, Xiaolun and Zhanjian were stealthily walking inside the castle, and Nikabao's voice was heard on Xiaolun's channel. Their speed is too fast, I can't properly see the situation. Xiaolun immediately replied, Understood, Nikabao, keep reporting. Janjium followed closely behind, saying, Xiaolun, you heard it too, right? Langsak can face Gowanson, and we also plan to face Gowanson, so there's a high chance of successful revenge. Let's go there right now. Xiaolun raised her hand to signal Shish for silence. She peeked her head around the edge of the wall to observe, then whispered, There's an NPC guard. Looking at the NPC guard standing far away, she added, Be careful, it's not hard to avoid them. Janjium was startled and quickly asked, Why, Xiaolun? Gowanson isn't here, so what's the point of us continuing to infiltrate? She immediately replied, The situation over there is uncertain. It's not clear if Langsak will defeat Gowanson. Xiaolun turned around and continued clearly. If Langsak loses, it will be very difficult for us to face Gowanson if we're not prepared. To be more certain, even if Langsak doesn't defeat Gowanson, we can at least set up a trap here. Besides, she frowned, her eyes burning with anger. She concluded, Revenge for the non-mainstream is our fight. We must exact our revenge ourselves. Returning to the match, Gowanson wielded a Spade 5 card, creating a magic circle and immediately firing a green beam of light. Langsak stepped on the beam of light and charged directly in front of Gowanson. Gowanson gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, The initial advantageous situation is gone. Now I can't defeat him with low-value skills. He looked up, but before he could react, Langsak slashed him, delivering a very powerful blow. Choosing the direction of attack, Gowanson staggered back, scolding himself inwardly, If this continues, my skills will soon run out. His face hardened, and he briefly thought of the messenger, asking himself, Do I really have to use him again? Langsak jumped to gain altitude, intending to deliver a critical strike, and at the same time tilted his head and asked, How about it? Do you have no strength left to resist? Gowanson gritted his teeth and muttered, You're the one who made me like this. Immediately after, a massive explosion echoed and white smoke billowed. Langsak was enveloped in the smoke, a dubious expression flashing across his face. He frowned, muttering inwardly, Something's wrong. An immense power suddenly surged, but fortunately he reacted quickly and dodged. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he thought for a moment. Does this strange energy deal damage over time? Although he avoided the center of the explosion, he was still affected, and his HP bar plummeted rapidly. -23, -33, -51, -5, there was no time to hesitate. Langsak unleashed his purple power to counter the blue energy, casting the shadow ambush skill. Langsak's purple power collided with Gowanson's blue energy. Nikabao bit his lip and watched, asking confusedly, What is this power? As soon as she jumped off the dragonfly's back, a female reporter was pushed back by the battlefield wind. She tightly clutched the edge of the city wall and shouted, I just landed, and what is this huge energy? Energy pressure filled the entire stronghold A. As the smoke gradually cleared, a magic cannonball was revealed. Gowanson said in a cold voice, As you wished, you made me use my secret weapon. The characters and symbols above Gowanson's head had completely turned red. I declare, Langsak, now one of us must die. Pointing the divine artifact directly at Langsak, he said firmly, There's no more chance for negotiation. Langsak narrowed his eyes and quickly thought, He still has a trump card. Fortunately, I opened a space to avoid area damage. And thanks to the offensive and defensive capabilities of card transformation and dual specialization, plus never using my advanced skills, more than half of my HP is still left. He continued to assess himself. Gowanson is much stronger than expected. I was surprised when I saw the system screen. The system reported that weapon information could not be found, which momentarily flustered him. No information about this weapon? He quickly looked up at the battlefield, thinking, no matter how rare it is, if it appeared, there should be basic information. Judging from the power just now, it was comparable to his demon blade. Gowanson still held the divine artifact in front of his chest. His presence was solemn. Langsak activated his piercing eyes and inwardly concluded, This weapon is very strange, but all that's displayed are numerous question marks, he suspected. Even my title skill can't analyze it. Energy surged at Gowanson's feet, and he raised the divine artifact. Drawing a fiery ring of light, he shouted loudly, Come quickly, meet your death. The Doom Confinement Aura skill was activated, and as the ring of light tightened around Langsak's position, the ground cracked, but he quickly used his speed to escape. The system announced Doom Confinement Aura. If confined, the aura will explode. If caught in more than 3 confinement auras, the explosive power will be strong enough to kill the confined. The rings of light relentlessly pursued Langsak. Gowanson continued to cast Elemental Transformation plus Lava Explosion, and the lava explosion engulfed Langsak, while the rings of light also swept in. Pointing the divine artifact at the target, he shouted, Take this. Langsak immediately moved. Gowanson carefully watched Langsak with his precognition, his red eyes burning fiercely. He thought inwardly, as determined by fate. Red hands swept towards Langsak, who tried hard to evade but suddenly stopped short. Quickly looking up, he muttered softly, Did he predict my next move? Immediately after, a massive explosion shook the entire stronghold A. An item appeared on the system screen. Black Market Divine Artifact Game Stat Booster. Gowanson stared intently at the item and said, This is the legendary Black Market Divine Artifact. There's no item information, the messenger explained. Since we can't see Black Market item information in the Choning game, I came in person to explain it to you. He continued, This is a special product derived from the Fate Weaver. Gowanson inserted the divine artifact into his staff, and the messenger continued, This divine artifact was made by the family for you. The goal is to compensate for your skill weaknesses, the messenger went on. Even though you are currently the guild master of the #1 guild in Choning, the family clearly knows that you are not the most powerful being. Go-onsen remained silent, and the messenger urged. Although there is a player with some special traits, he kept talking about cultivation paths. But you know well how many resources the family invested in cultivating you along this path. Standing at the door, Go-onsen continued to listen. Previously, when a small unknown mage just awakened, a fate weaver was derived, and the family exploited you to make you stronger. Through various means, they made you awaken once more. Go-onsen slowly passed through the door, and the messenger finished speaking, turning you into a mage warrior dual specialization like now. Go-onsen radiated with the Qianchu Guild, and the messenger concluded, your level, your resources, your guild, everything in the game was prepared for you by the family behind your back. His face momentarily darkened, and the messenger finished. The investment in you is too great, Go-onsen, you absolutely cannot lose. The explanation of the divine artifact continued. After we analyzed stage 1 of the guild war, we decided to compensate for your skill weaknesses. Since the Fate Weaver's biggest weakness was luck, this stat booster can modify the proportion of data during dice rolls, and this is one of your cycle skills, allowing you to prioritize high number card skills with high probability, the messenger concluded. This can undoubtedly enhance your strength. Simultaneously, after you throw multiple high number cards, any player on this Choning continent will find it difficult to cope, Go-onsen asked in puzzlement. But if I use this method, is there a risk of the game company suspending my account? The other party reassured him. Don't worry. As long as you don't use it, the chance of being discovered is not high. But if you do use this black market divine artifact, you must end the battle in a short amount of time. The longer it takes, the greater the increase in ability, and the higher the chance of being discovered, which will result in account suspension during an inspection. Returning to the match, Go-onsen held the divine artifact tightly forward, determined to deliver an irreversible destructive blow. He remembered Langsack, who had only half his blood left, and thought, with that much HP, even a level 120 wouldn't be able to withstand my Illusory Judgment magic seal. An ace card appeared. The system notified Illusory Judgment magic seal. The target receives divine judgment, and the attack is triggered at double the caster's original attribute damage. Cooldown 24 hours. Go-onsen frowned slightly and clenched his hand. Let's end everything, Langsack. At this moment the smoke was still thick and Langsack's shadow was faintly visible within. His level bar and HP bar showed only one line remaining. Go-onsen's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, what, he only has a sliver of health left. Langsack appeared in an anomalous state, leisurely saying, I originally intended to test your next skill, but it seems I was too overconfident. He smiled lightly. Fortunately, I stopped time before my HP ran out. Go-onsen was confused, thinking, what kind of form is he in? At Stronghold B, the brilliant knight swung his sword, emitting power. Deng shouted in surprise, what is this? How did his momentum suddenly become so strong? That black giant, the brilliant knight, swung his sword with immense momentum, and Midong was annoyed. On Nikabao's side, Xiaolon's voice came through the system. Nikabao, what's the situation? Nikabao stammered nervously. He's incredibly strong, brother. Langsack is. A magical vortex formed and purple power gathered at its center. Langsack charged with immense power, continuously attacking Go-onsen. Nikabao shouted, he's completely overwhelming Go-onsen. Langsack. Go-onsen frowned and dodged the attacks. He continuously put up shields to block Langsack's fierce attacks. Being constantly pushed back, he strangely felt that Langsack's movement speed and power had all surged. Why? He frowned, guessing to himself. What kind of form is he in? I've never seen it before. Moving, Langsack said, I know you're very surprised by my current form. I originally didn't want to use this form to win. It would feel like tormenting you. He smiled triumphantly and admitted, I think I overthought it. I can't help but admit that you are a strong opponent. He continued, your various forms, weapons, and skills made it impossible for me not to use it. Go-onsen raised the divine artifact high, drawing a dazzling ring of light to confine Nikabao, and magical vortices surged one after another. Langsack continued to move, evading all the vortices. Go-onsen's eyes widened, and he hastily thought, his movement speed is almost beyond my tracking ability. Langsack frowned and challenged, can you still keep up with my movements? He moved diagonally, pushing Go-onsen to the side and making him stumble. Langsack swung his blade and growled. He swung the blade directly at Go-onsen. He took the attack. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. With an unyielding will, Go-onsen cast another ring of light to confine Nikabao, and magical vortices continued to sweep in. Another massive explosion echoed, extremely widespread, filling the area with thick smoke, and the region was severely damaged. Standing in the smoke, Langsack asked nonchalantly, what's wrong? Is Go-onsen just wildly using skills now? Go-onsen clutched his bleeding arm. His HP bar was less than half. He worried inwardly, I've used the black market divine artifact for too long. I can't hold out anymore. He only has a sliver of health left too. He formed hand signs with 3 cards again. I won't miss you, he growled softly. Langsack merely snorted lightly and curled his lips slightly. In a good state of mind, he continued to exploit gaps in the attack and provoke him. Are you fighting haphazardly? I'll teach you how to play the game. Standing on the top of the stronghold, the reporter exclaimed, truly, truly fascinating. What a huge scoop, she continued to marvel. I still don't know if my lens can keep up, she went on. I don't know if I can clearly capture their offense and defense, but the entire Choning is watching. Go-onsen, the guild master of the #1 guild Qianchu Yaosei, being pushed back by Langsack, the guild master of Zhengyang, with only a sliver of health left. Langsack moved behind Go-onsen and cast Backstab plus skill, saying, Skills are very important for a mage, but he continued, swinging his leg with kick plus skill, saying, you rely too much on skills. After tripping Gowanson, he finished, you underestimated the importance of game control. In front of his opponent, Langsack raised his hand and slowly explained, do you think being trapped in the strongest equipment in magic is the qualification a guild master of the #1 guild should have? Langsack continued. One who severs game resources, can he feel the joy the game brings? Gowanson lay prone on the ground, his eyes fixed on the sky. Langsack called out loudly, Gowanson. Gowanson briefly reminisced about the past. I always followed the arrangements. Equipment level, dungeons, everything was what I deserved. Until this game started, that joy. Langsack's voice resonated powerfully. My time for revenge has come, Gowanson smiled derisively and finished, but it won't be me who kills you. Everywhere viewers were glued to the female reporter's live stream of Langsack and Gowanson's duel. Frozen. A man in a helmet mumbled in confusion, is the forum live stream real? He still stared intently at the system screen in front of him, stammering, that's the guild master of the #1 guild. In another area, the messenger opened the system screen and contacted someone, calmly and succinctly, as if already prepared. Understood. The black market divine artifact is still a trump card. Don't worry. Contingency plans for the worst-case scenario are in place, he added, reassuring. Everyone, don't worry too much. I'll see you later. His red eyes blazed with anger. He always mumbled inwardly about the one he had to take care of. About the one who always had to solve problems. Disappointment erupted into thought. Gowanson was truly incompetent. Wagwanya smiled in delight as she observed the system's information analysis, her eyes gleaming. In other strongholds, so Wi and Wizo were also keeping an eye on the situation through the system window before their eyes. Sangan and Kyonrak exchanged glances before passing information. Sangan spoke in a low voice as if concluding his judgment. There's still one final blow left, he frowned with concern and continued. Zhengyang, the guild we were betting on to overthrow Qianchu Yaosei and make it the #1 guild, returning to Stronghold A. Gowanson raised his head to face Langsack, his face hardening, and asked, unable to hide his bewilderment. What do you mean? Langsack replied concisely with a cold gaze. This is revenge for you, brother. On the watchtower, the female reporter, while live streaming, swallowed nervously but maintained her reporting rhythm. Is Qianchu's guild master just standing there taking it? Everyone, don't take your eyes off the screen. You'll know the result soon. Gowanson raised his head in surprise and objected. Why is there a live stream? No one should know about our duel. He turned sharply towards Langsack, his voice cracking in bewilderment as he demanded, You, Langsack? As he was bombarded with questions about why he did it, Langsack, with a solemn expression, replied as if delivering a finalized verdict, drawing the attention of all Choning players to the outcome of this decisive battle. Although this isn't my style, I'm not the central figure in this matter, so it doesn't concern me. Gowanson frowned and asked repeatedly, What do you mean? Langsack said in a low voice, then called out directly, Come out. Nikabao slowly walked out from behind. Gowanson gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around, unable to comprehend what had happened. Paused for a moment, recognizing the figure by his voice. You are? He immediately remembered that the opponent was one of the 4 who had appeared in the Stage 1 Guild War. Nikabao tightly gripped his dagger hilt, his eyes burning like flames. The word revenge seemed to pierce directly into the opponent's memory. As expected, you still remember us, brother. Nikabao had once been startled when the battlefield shook. At that moment, Langsack's message flashed in his system window. He hesitated. How does he have time to send a message during such an intense battle? Langsack's message was clear and concise. Nikabao, Shaolin, and the others don't need to come anymore. Wait until I've almost taken down Gowanson. You deliver the final blow. Then your group will have exacted revenge for the non-mainstream. Leave the rest to me. Returning to the present, Nikabao shouted loudly, as if releasing all the pent-up frustration he had endured. Although we couldn't do anything to you in the real world, we will avenge the non-mainstream in the game world. Gowanson frowned, and fragments of the real world flashed through his mind. Revenge of the non-mainstream. Then he remembered the messenger's warning and asked himself, what other tricks do they have up their sleeves? Nikabao no longer hesitated and charged forward, shouting loudly amidst the flames and smoke. Just because you're the guild master of the #1 guild in Choning doesn't mean you can act arbitrarily and take other people's lives as you please. Gowanson raised his divine artifact and scoffed. Do you, a mere commoner, really think you can kill me? Suddenly, Langsack grabbed the handle of Gowanson's divine artifact, firmly blocking the attack, and their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Gowanson turned back in surprise, and Langsack, still gripping the weapon tightly, finished in a low voice, You just have to accept your death, brother. Nikabao shouted at the top of his lungs. Even ordinary players like us have pride. Gowanson turned around in a flash and Nikabao's dagger plunged directly into his body. Langsack immediately released his grip and stepped back, creating space. Gowanson spat out a few drops of blood, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word with effort. You, Nikabao replied coldly. I've already prepared for the worst. I've already made up my mind. With the dagger deeply embedded, he gritted his teeth and shouted, I don't care how you powerful people treat me later. As long as Sister Shaolin doesn't get her account suspended for killing you, at least this outcome will give us something to say to the non-mainstream. Gowanson's HP bar completely vanished. He opened his eyes wide in pain. Nikabao finished, shouting, So die. Outside, viewers watching the live stream were in an uproar. Someone shouted at Rogue, Did he really defeat Gowanson? Disbelieving remarks followed. The guild master of the #1 guild killed by an unknown player. Thump. Suddenly, all system screens simultaneously shattered and went dark. A black-haired man shouted in alarm. "What is this?" another person asked frantically. "Why is the screen like that?" Another person wearing a helmet blurted out. "Did the live stream stop?" The female reporter's recording robot was rotating in the direction scanning the battlefield when it was scratched by Langsak's dagger and shattered into pieces. She shrieked in terror without even letting out a scream. "My recording robot," Langsak merely sighed, regaining his composure. "I'll compensate you for the robot later." The reporter sobbed. "My recording robot is expensive." Langsak briefly thought that the live stream was no longer necessary. Nikabao's scene of defeating Gowonson had been recorded. It would be sufficient evidence. Gowonson lay on the ground. Nikabao stood firm, looking down at him. Langsak suddenly sensed something strange and frowned. He fixed his gaze on the opponent's corpse with a warning thought. "Wait a minute," he asked himself. "Why isn't his body disappearing after death?" In Gowonson's mind, the beginning of the duel flashed like lightning, and he muttered to himself, "Fate never deceived me. My prediction about the opponent was correct. The Joker card has begun to activate." He implicitly confirmed, "He is still the king." Strange characters filled the area around Gowonson's divine artifact. He muttered his final move. "The black market divine artifact's ultimate trump card has been activated." Langsak sensed danger and shouted loudly, warning Nikabao, "Quickly get away from Gowonson." A new energy source erupted from the opponent's body, and Gowonson decided to discreetly modify his HP data using the black market divine artifact. Thanks to this intervention, a portion of his HP bar was restored. He raised his head, his face darkened, and he muttered a scheme to himself. "I should have hidden a portion of my HP from the start to avoid a critical hit." Gowonson got up and power surged like a storm. Nikabao was thrown against the wall, and he confessed bitterly. "I originally intended to use it to evade Langsak's ultimate skill, but I never thought I'd have to use it on a mere rogue." He waved his hand, concentrating magic, and growled contemptuously, "You common players are worthless and incompetent." The Joker card flashed between his fingers, and he snarled in a frenzy, "By what right does fate favor you? I am the king of fate. I am the guild master of Qianlong's #1 guild." The system window clearly displayed a description of King of Fate, an ultimate skill exclusive to the Fate Weaver School of Mages, predicts the opponent's fate and draws a number. All cards with that number cannot be used within skill rules. If a card with that number is used, the skill is activated. At the cost of one's life, inflicts 3 times one's total stats as damage to the target and immobilizes the target. Cooldown 24 hours. Langsak dashed forward, his face hardening, cutting off his thoughts. "Is this the final target locking spell?" From the divine artifact, Gowonson unleashed a ferocious surge of energy, and in rhythm he chanted Kame. He gritted his teeth, concentrating more power for the next attack. Kame. Just then his system window flashed. Gowonson froze simultaneously. Langsak's system window also appeared. He paused, looking at what appeared on his interface. Outside, a man in a helmet stammered in surprise. "This is," another person added. "This is a server-wide announcement." It resonated loudly like a curfew. "Emergency server-wide announcement for Choning Continent. Welcome to an important update. The server update will take place in 3 hours. Another stronghold was under intense attack. In the distance, a gigantic green monster raged, charging towards the player's formation. It intended to breach Zhengyang's city wall. Ricker continuously shouted, coordinating the team and urging a counterattack. Mages and archers unleashed skills one after another towards the monster. T suddenly appeared on the giant creature's head and, seizing the momentum, delivered the final blow. She flapped her wings, surged forward, and a fiery vortex sliced into the monster's shoulder, making it groan in pain. Jisoo, with strained nerves, urgently said, observing the opponent's pressure, "There are too many Qianchu players. If the city wall is breached, we'll have to retreat and defend from headquarters." Hugo also had no time to rest. He leapt high, continuously firing his gun forward. As a breach appeared in Zhengyang's city wall, Qianchu soldiers and players poured in like a flood, and someone shouted at the top of their lungs, "The city wall has been breached, kill." As people charged, everyone froze. Their system windows appeared simultaneously. Hugo, Jisoo, and everyone else's systems displayed the same announcement. Server-wide announcement, welcome to an important update for Choning Continent. The server update will take place in 3 hours. Jisoo blurted out in surprise, frowning. A game update in 3 hours? At this time, he quickly scanned the overall situation, and with Qianchu attacking Zhengyang, he asked himself, to update the server right when a guild war is deciding the fate of Choning Continent? He frowned sharply, asking about the intervening hand. The development team intervened. This update is too strange. Returning to Stronghold A, Langsak launched a concentrated attack at Gowonson. The opponent immediately raised a special shield to block it. Langsak frowned for a moment, asking himself, why is there an update at this specific time? He stepped back and stood on the ground, and in front of him was thick dust obscuring Gowonson's figure. His subsequent thought was cold and sharp. Does this mean the guild war will be suddenly interrupted? Gowonson tightly gripped his divine artifact and gritted his teeth. Desperate, you deserve to die. I will die with you. A cold command voice echoed from the information window. Stop, Gowonson. Retreat using the server downtime. Gowonson's face hardened, and he muttered in a low voice, could it be? The voice continued, revealing the limits of intervention. This is the maximum we can intervene. Obey my command, retreat. Don't forget that what you're holding is an illegal divine artifact. A relentless warning sound echoed once more. Do you really want to get your account suspended? Gowanson gasped in fury, veins bulging on his cheeks. Langsak stared silently at Gowanson. A dazzling blue light pillar surged before their eyes. A magic circle opened wide beneath his feet and blue light rushed out as if to erase everything. Langsak immediately retreated. Gowanson took a deep breath, confessing in a counter rhythm. Although I don't want to admit it, he called out the opponent's name loudly as if saying goodbye. Langsak, his final thought in his mind was articulated in words. Fate chose you. Langsak gritted his teeth and looked up at where Gowanson had been standing. Another joker card burst from Gowanson's hand and his body gradually sank into a blue spatial circle. Just before he completely disappeared, he turned back and left words of hatred. Wait, we will meet again. The circle contracted and vanished, and Langsak and Nikabao could only watch the gradually fading light. The reporter hadn't yet lowered her camera and blurted out in surprise, Qianchu's guildmaster didn't die, so the outcome of this duel is… Nikabao turned sharply, his face pale, and shouted in panic, Brother Langsak, we can't let him go just like that. Langsak tried to regain his composure and replied, I have no way to hold him either. After all, he's a mage. Nikabao became even more agitated. No, if that guy escapes to Qianchu headquarters. He called out people's names one after another, continuing to worry about Shaolan and the long-faced man. Langsak looked at Nikabao as if he had been struck by lightning. He exclaimed, There. The scene shifted to Qianchu Yaosei headquarters, a luxurious castle. The system clock showed 2 minutes 17 seconds until the update. Gowanson emerged from the space and stepped into the central hall, and the system voice immediately echoed, We have deployed equipment that can erase the data traces of your use of auxiliary tools. Through this equipment, the modified data can be disguised as game bugs, allowing the development team to distinguish them. That way, you can avoid account suspension. Gowanson cut to the chase, asking urgently, Where's the equipment? The voice replied clearly and concisely, It's on the church floor where you usually work. One of the guild's NPC guards paused in surprise as he passed. Gowanson continued to issue instructions to the system as he walked. Has Midang's battle not ended yet? Tell him not to push too far and to quickly return and defend in the current situation. 2 NPC guards saluted ceremoniously. Guildmaster, he continued, order the main army. And tell Gyoja to order the main force to retreat. Passing another NPC, he muttered, Amidst the chaos, the server will update, so fighting is meaningless. Suddenly, an NPC guild guard behind him raised his sword. Gowanson was still issuing commands and didn't notice. He composed himself as if summing things up. This Stage 2 guild war will probably end in a draw as well. Simultaneously, Midang was desperately blocking the brilliant knight's attack. Midang gritted his teeth, tightly gripping his sword hilt. Gyoja's voice urgently echoed through the system to Midang. Midang, your unit leader is severely wounded, so you must immediately return to headquarters and perform guard duty. Midang frowned and replied in a low but firm voice, I can't just leave now even if I wanted to. He shouted irritably, This guy is too hard to tie down. The brilliant knight quickened its pace and launched an attack, and he muttered irritably, Annoying. The update clock showed 1 minute 21 seconds. Inside the castle, an NPC guild guard was sent flying. Numerous blue energy streams fired by Gowanson directly struck another NPC and his head separated from his body immediately after. Gowanson threw a card, opening a magic circle, and frowned as he fought. What is this, NPC guards? The guild guards' eyes all turned red and strange magic symbols were etched on their foreheads. He looked at them and instantly realized, They've all betrayed me. Gowanson ducked and charged, spreading his arms to gather magic energy. A guard swung a long sword, charging towards him. Gowanson threw a card, striking the opponent directly, and the guard was pushed back. The remaining ones quickly fell to his hand. Janjium was hidden upstairs, silently observing every movement. Janjium gripped his sword hilt and rushed downwards. Gowanson was startled and barely detected the incoming attack from above. He suddenly landed on the ground and a magic orb completely enveloped him. Gowanson was stunned, an expression of extreme surprise on his face. He was trapped inside the orb, and the symbol above his head changed to a different pattern. He looked around and said, flustered, This is corrupted data. Shaolan emerged, her face shrouded in shadow. Got him. She held up a red and black divine artifact and, filled with hatred, called out his name syllable by syllable. Gowanson. Gowanson's gaze was fixed on the red object. He couldn't help but gape at how its data fluctuations completely matched those of a black market item. So it was no wonder she could control the guild guards. He shouted, How dare you imprison me? You're using a black market divine artifact too. Shaolan frowned and commanded coldly and firmly, Kneel before me, Gowanson. Gowanson's eyes widened and his knees immediately hit the stone floor with a crash. His mind trembled, bewildered. His body was forcibly controlled, no longer his own. Shaolan gripped the red divine artifact tightly with one hand and activated the system with the other. She said in a cold voice, not hiding her intentions, Kneel, I'm taking a picture. Her gaze locked onto her opponent. Each word was a stomp of hatred, a video of you repenting to the non-mainstream. Chapter 261. At this point, there were 47 minutes left until the game update. Langsak and Nikabao had just arrived at Qianchu Yaosei headquarters, and both infiltrated the castle by climbing over the walls. Nikabao walked cautiously, looking around. There wasn't a single Qianchu player in the entire headquarters. Langsak replied concisely, calmly, and vigilantly. Not even NPC guards, let alone players. Nikabao suddenly cried out, pointing ahead. Look, black smoke is rising from the top of the castle. He fixed his gaze on the source of the smoke and gritting his teeth said, "There's combat activity inside the castle." Xiaolun gripped the divine artifact tightly, concentrating her power to suppress him. "Atone for the sins you've committed." Gowonson trembled, struggling to resist, his heart pounding violently. His thoughts were stuck in his throat, frozen, unable to move. He gritted his teeth and looked straight ahead. "Xiaolun is using the mark above my head." Xiaolun cried out coldly, her gaze sharp. "Sorry," she frowned and said contemptuously yet firmly, "there's no need to struggle pointlessly. Once this mark hits, I gain the ability to partially alter game data." She glanced at the guards, making it clear her target was the NPC guards. "I can change the intent of the entity they protect," Xiaolun continued, gripping the divine artifact's handle tightly. "And you are the target of that intent." Gowonson endured the pain, still trying to maintain his composure. "Don't tell me yet how you got your hands on this illegal item. Do you know the consequences of using a black market tool?" Xiaolun's eyes widened, filled with hatred. "Account suspension. So what? I'll bid farewell to this choning game. If the east side doesn't fight, the west side will. There are 3 other major games on the market." Gowonson snorted lightly and said irritably, "Don't be so naive. Choning may just be a game," but he continued, "The awakening system is connected to every aspect of the real world. Society, science, technology, finance, law enforcement. Using illegal tools in the game is no different from committing a crime in real life." Images of technology, majestic cities, and player financial flows flashed through his mind like lightning. "The balance between you and me in the game will all leave an indelible mark on history." Xiaolun flinched at the warning, clenched her lips, and her eyes grew heavy. Gowonson raised his eyes and said in a firm, stern voice, "Do you really think you can find a new life in another game? No, you'll just be an outcast in this world." Xiaolun exploded, unleashing a red energy blast directly at Gowonson's face, making him spit blood. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Shut up!" She frowned and said, as if choking with rage, "Someone like you who monopolizes resources with power would never understand." Bittersweet memories of the non-mainstream, Janjium and Nikabao flashed through her mind. She stammered but still spoke clearly. "We grew together in this game and we came this far together." She gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, "You don't understand the feelings of our comrades." Gowonson staggered, blood overflowing from his mouth. He was silent, not knowing how to reply. Xiaolun cried out bitterly, as if her heart was breaking, "Because they were caught up in the disputes of high-ranking players like you. A non-mainstream member is now lying in a coma in the hospital." Janjium frowned, a deep bitterness in his expression. Xiaolun grew even more enraged, her voice blurring. "How could someone like you understand the feeling of losing a comrade?" Upstairs, Langsak and Nikabao looked down with serious expressions. Nikabao admired her, then decisively declared, "Sister Xiaolun spoke so admirably. I can't let her keep using black market tools and get her account suspended. This needs to end." As he turned to run, Langsak's hand grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Langsak's eyes were filled with surprise for a moment. He slowly said, "Wait, it's too late." Memories of being persistently pursued by Xiaolun flashed through his mind. He smiled faintly. Thinking of her transformation, he thought to himself, "Is this what comrades are?" Gowonson suddenly recalled old events. The names Sister Sohong and 2 passers-by had been deleted from his friend list. They were people he had met when he first started the game. He asked angrily why he had to delete his friend records. The person standing next to him at the time replied coldly, "Those low-level players are no longer worthy of playing the game with you." They said syllable by syllable as if reminding him of his destiny. "You must remember your destiny, Gowonson. You are destined to become the guild master of Qianlong's #1 guild." Dissatisfaction constricted his chest. But he had no other choice. That person's words were deeply etched as if carved into him. "All that is worthless must be discarded. From the day you were chosen by us, you are no longer an ordinary person. Later we will select a suitable team of high-ranking players for you." Now, Midong and Gyoja were around him. The final instruction at the time was still dangerous. "You just have to follow our orders." Gowonson's eyes widened, and emotions surged within him. "At that time I had abandoned my feelings for my comrades." He bowed his head and said in a short, heavy voice, "I'm sorry." At that action, Xiaolun and Janjium froze. They hadn't expected it. Gowonson said in a voice filled with regret, "Because of the conflict we started in the game, your comrade was hurt in real life," he continued, emphasizing once more, "I'm truly sorry." Xiaolun's eyes widened, frozen in shock. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Swallowing her tears, she said in a trembling voice, "I can't bear it. Even with an apology, the non-mainstream still suffers." Janjium was silent, not knowing how to interject. Nikabao's eyes welled up with tears, and he shouted, "The guild master of the #1 guild from such a high position, enjoying countless resources, apologizing to ordinary players like us. Sister Xiaolun, you did it." Langsak was still watching silently from above. Gowonson couldn't raise his head and said in a low voice, "If you take my life for this, I'm okay with that." He exhaled and tried to reveal a hidden truth. "But I need to tell you a few facts." Xiaolun gritted her teeth and pressed on her eyelids. Gowonson closed his eyes and slowly said word by word, "All of this is being manipulated by the forces behind me. It wasn't my plan. The threats you'll face later cannot be resolved by a single apology from me." Janjium exploded in uncontrollable rage. "What are you talking about? Do you really think we're fools? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? You're the guild master of the #1 guild and you say you can't decide who can then?" Xiaolun stopped Janjium with her hand and said softly but firmly, "He's not lying." Janjiam asked bewildered. Huh? Xiaolan explained concisely, her gaze still fixed on her target. This tool can not only control a person's actions in the game but also extract the true intentions from a player's mind. He's not lying. Janjiam was startled. Then he wasn't the main culprit who hurt us. Then what about Xiaolan? Xiaolan gritted her teeth. Choked with anger, unable to speak, Gowanson sighed and said, Honestly, I always thought black market divine artifacts were just fraudulent tricks of evil people. I never imagined there could be one like yours that makes a person confront their own inner self. But anyway, he finished without evasion, cheating in a game is wrong. Gowanson took out his divine artifact, his voice calm and cold. Methods that strip players of fairness will ultimately result in account suspension by the game company. I'm no exception. Langsack flinched. And attacks where Gowanson previously used cards and the black market divine artifact flashed through his mind. He was momentarily flustered, asking himself, could it be that the almost invincible appearance Gowanson showed in our duel was also an effect of using a black market tool? Gowanson slammed the divine artifact onto the stone floor and said in a resolute voice, I've already thought it through. I will accept the punishment. Suddenly, a magic circle opened behind his back and a strange pressure spread out. Gowanson slowly said, Finally, I'll give you a gift. He pointed at the magic circle. He explained concisely, It's like a portal that can modify the traces of black market tool usage once. He glanced back and added, If you just discard and destroy your black market tools, you can avoid inspection by the game company and escape account suspension. Xiaolan stammered, her eyes wide. Then what about you? Gowanson closed his eyes as if abandoning everything. I'm tired of a controlled game life. Leaving this game is a kind of liberation. I see it as the responsibility I must bear for the wounds you've suffered. Upstairs, Langsack spoke, quickly and clearly. Xiaolan, do as he says. There are only 7 minutes left until the update. The three people on the ground were startled and looked up. Xiaolan briefly called out Langsack's name. Langsack smiled faintly and nodded. If Guildmaster Gowanson says so, then do it. Once the update begins, you won't be able to benefit from it. Nikabao also shouted enraged. Sister Xiaolan seized the opportunity. Gowanson bowed his head and smiled faintly, admitting complete defeat to Langsack. Even with cheating, he couldn't defeat him. I freely admit defeat. It wouldn't be bad to make this exciting duel my stage for leaving Chaoning. Time slipped through their fingers and Janji emerged. Don't be late, Xiaolan. 3 minutes left. Go quickly. Xiaolan was silent, then after a moment opened her mouth. Understood. She bent down and picked up Gowanson's divine artifact from the ground. Langsack, Nikabao, Janjiam and Gowanson were all startled by her unexpected action. Xiaolan, quick as lightning, threw Gowanson's divine artifact into the magic circle. Gowanson cried out in surprise, That's my black market tool. Why? Xiaolan, after completing her action, said in a cold voice, If you're not the main culprit, this is not your responsibility to bear. This is my war. One of the nearby NPCs began to disappear. The minute hand reached the update time, and the server transitioned to update mode, forcibly logging out all players from the game. Everyone gradually blurred like smoke, and Janjiam, flustered, cried out Xiaolan's name loudly. Xiaolan turned back and looked at her comrades for a long time, and her figure also slowly blurred. She closed her eyes and smiled peacefully. Goodbye, everyone. The system sent a notice to all servers requiring all players to immediately exit the game. Those who were on missions were forcibly returned to the mission lobby. After the update, the game would automatically compensate for losses. At the same time, the announcement stated that some bugs would be fixed and illegal activities dealt with. Inside his room, Langsack lay still, listening to a series of detailed announcements. Messages kept appearing. Chaoning Continent's largest and most complex major update will begin soon. The game's gateway opened and Langsack opened his eyes, his surprise not yet fading. The announcements concluded with excited voices. All adventurers, all players, please look forward to it. Langsack walked to the sun-filled doorway and quietly looked outside. He opened the system panel and scrolled to the familiar name, Ricker. Ricker's voice came through the system, anxiously asking, Hello Langsack, are you back in the real world? She summarized the situation in one breath. Before logging out due to the game update, Qianchu had already withdrawn their troops from the Guild War battlefield. It seems it will end in a draw again. I promised everyone we'd discuss what happened in front of Suji. Ricker asked directly. When are you coming? Langsack gazed into the distance and replied calmly, I won't be able to come for a while. I still have a few things to do. He still stood there and asked Ricker in a low voice, Ricker, please do some investigating for me. Late at night in a large hospital's neurology ward, room 6, a polite greeting echoed at the reception desk. Hello, nurse. Langsack spoke briefly, keeping his voice careful. I'd like to inquire about the current health status of a patient in this room. The nurse asked again to confirm, Are you a guardian? He hesitated for a moment, then stammered, I am his friend. The nurse said calmly and clearly, The patient's condition is very stable now, but there are no signs of consciousness returning yet. She continued, concluding the diagnosis. Currently, due to severe brain damage, he has been diagnosed as being in a vegetative state. Langsack listened silently, the three words vegetative state echoing in his mind. The happy face of the non-mainstream member and Xiaolan's recent sadness overlapped. He severely blamed himself, thinking inwardly, This injury is too severe, so it's only natural they risked account suspension to seek revenge. This situation is partly my fault too. He recalled the time he used to tease the four, and when they rejoiced after receiving their prize money, his thoughts lingered. My responsibility is too great. After the update I need to find Nikabao and see if there's anything I can do to help. And regarding the family faction behind Go-onsen, I need to find an opportunity to discuss it with Lak Lak later. Deep in thought at the reception desk he heard a woman's voice. Nurse, I'm here. I need to pay the hospital bill. The nurse concisely asked again about the procedure. Which room? The woman quickly replied. Neurology ward, room 6. Langsak paused as he overheard that, looking over, and sudden surprise erupted. Neurology ward, room 6? Could she be here in the real world? He realized Xiaolun was calculating something, and the name 4 Idiots team suddenly popped into his head. Couldn't hide his surprise and cried out loudly. Xiaolun? Xiaolun, hearing the familiar voice, turned and looked at him. In the hospital lobby, Langsak declared with a confident tone, Don't worry. From now on I will take responsibility for all of non-mainstream's medical expenses. Xiaolun continued walking, letting out a sigh of relief. That's good. I was worried about where to find the money to treat non-mainstream, she added. No need for pretense, it's certainly easier with Mr. Langsak's help. Langsak followed her, chuckling happily. He had expected a slightly more formal refusal, right? That's Xiaolun's style, just like in the game. Xiaolun turned around, pouting slightly with a hint of dissatisfaction. Do you know how many of us risked our lives to earn non-mainstream's medical expenses? The Guild War prize money you gave us before, we spent it all on buying black market items. Now that you're offering to help, it's a huge relief. This uniform I wear every day isn't even pretty. Langsak, with a serious expression, stated clearly. The cause of this incident is my responsibility. Don't worry about the medical expenses. I can cover everything, including non-mainstream's living costs. Before he could finish, Xiaolun cut him off. She spoke briefly and poignantly. Non-mainstream is an orphan. Langsak was too surprised to speak. Xiaolun looked up at the sky, her eyes distant, and said, I'm the same. Perhaps it's because we shared similar circumstances that we could build trust and play together in the game. The reason I fought so desperately in the game this time was probably because of that. Langsak nodded slightly, gaining a deeper understanding of the Four's situation. Xiaolun slowly continued, sadly yet calmly. But even if I paid the price of an account suspension, I couldn't punish the main culprit who hurt non-mainstream. In the real world, ordinary people like me are even more powerless. Langsak said firmly and without wavering. Don't worry, I will find a way to punish the main culprit who hurt you. Trust me. Xiaolun untied her hair, saying in a somber voice, Mr. Langsak, you don't need to shoulder all of this. We don't blame you. Thanks to you, we were able to uncover the cause during Stage 2 of the Guild War. For ordinary players like us to make the #1 guildmaster kneel, we can say that our anger has, to some extent, subsided. That's why I know confronting the forces behind the culprits is very dangerous. You don't need to overexert yourself because of us, she continued in a sad voice, revealing a clear gap. In the eyes of their powerful faction, ordinary people like us aren't even worth mentioning in the first place. Ultimately, it's just the difference between the slums and the wealthy districts. This is also a real-world phenomenon. And I'm already used to it. As she spoke, she depicted the overlapping shadows between the game world and the real world. Xiaolun put her hands on her hips and sighed dejectedly. I thought life might get better in the game. Now there's no way out of the game either. I guess I really am a failure. I'm not good at games and my real life isn't great either, she sighed. I guess I'm stuck doing manual labor every day. Langsak paused for a moment, then said in a calm and resolute voice, That's not true, he slowly continued, speaking sincerely. In my eyes you are the true victors, the ones who gained the most. You built friendships in the game. Xiaolun glanced back. Langsak finished his thought with a gentle smile. That is the most precious thing in the game. Within the confines of this life I believe you just misspoke inadvertently. Even Qianlong's awakening abilities could only truly emerge in the face of these precious things. Xiaolun was slightly surprised by his words. She frowned and retorted, This life, what does that mean? Langsak realized his slip of the tongue and quickly said, No, it means nothing. I misspoke. Xiaolun, with a puzzled expression, persistently questioned, Langsak, aren't you hiding something? Tell me quickly. Langsak walked past her, cleverly changing the subject. Anyway, I need to make sure you don't give up. If accounts are suspended, the company will announce a list of suspended accounts. At that point, Xiaolun followed him, muttering, Suspicious. Why is he suddenly rushing? Langsak said resolutely, Don't give up. Wait for the results. I have something to do first. Xiaolun watched him, letting out a light scoff. Langsak waved goodbye and walked away, and she watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. The moment she first met him, the one who created a turning point for Choning, flashed through her mind. She suddenly thought perhaps he truly is a chosen one, reborn. Langsak returned home and called out loudly, Grandpa, I'm home. His grandpa came out and asked warmly, You're home so late, should I make you some soup? Langsak turned and smiled gently. It's okay, Grandpa, I'm not hungry. His grandpa happily continued, Oh right, I haven't seen our pretty granddaughter in a while. Is she doing well? Langsak smiled, recalling Danja hugging him, and replied, She's doing very well, she's just resting for now. He suddenly realized he hadn't known his grandpa missed Danja so much. Entering his room and sitting on the bed, Langsak called Jisoo. Jisoo was reading a book when the caller ID flashed on his phone screen and he exclaimed in surprise, Oh, he picked up his phone, raising an eyebrow. Langsak, so late, from the other end of the phone. Langsak's voice came through. Hello, Jisoo. I heard Ricker talking about the Guild War preparations today. I'm sorry, I had some things to do so I couldn't make it. As soon as Lak Lak heard Langsak's name, he quickly ran over and cried out in a joyful voice, Is that Master Langsak? Jisoo smiled and replied, It's fine, Ricker told me you all asked about Nikabao and his group, so everyone understands, he continued, chuckling. Knowing you couldn't come, Tis and Hyugu also didn't show up, using being very busy as an excuse. Jisoo briefly recalled Tis, Hyugu and Tunryuju and clicked his tongue. Tunryuju had to attend supplementary classes because the Guild Wars online time was too long. It seems your action of fighting Qianchu alone this time didn't give them the emotional immersion needed for Stage 2 of the Guild War. Langsak said sincerely, "Really, you all worked very hard attacking Qianchu's defense units. Thank you so much for graciously understanding my stubborn actions this time." Jisoo laughed brightly and joked lightly. "Thank Qian Na. She was the greatest contributor in this defense battle." Lak Lak pouted cutely with a slightly sad expression. "Master Langsak, it feels like it's been a long time since I last saw you. You haven't forgotten me, have you? I wanted to participate in this guild war too, but Mr. Jisoo's personal doctor kept saying my body hadn't recovered enough to log into the game." Langsak gently persuaded him. "Mr. Jisoo's personal doctor is right. Besides, with your family's faction fully assisting Qianchu this time, it's better if you don't participate." He looked out the window, changing the subject. "Oh right, Lak Lak, I have a few questions for you about your family's faction, would that be okay?" Lak Lak smiled brightly and said enthusiastically, "No need to be a stranger, master. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you everything." Jisoo suddenly took on a serious expression and brought up another matter. "Langsak, one more thing. It was all captured on the live stream, how you defeated Gowanson. Ricker wants to use this opportunity, after the game update, for you to defeat Gowanson, to raise Jengyung's status. What do you think about that?" Langsak hesitated slightly and replied honestly, "This game update is too strange and some of my original plans have gone awry. I need more time to think. Let's decide on raising our status later," he continued, still trying to reassure him. "Jisoo, I know you always want to put Jengyung at the pinnacle of Chaoning, but this opportunity isn't yet." Before he could finish, Jisoo cut him off with a smile. "Langsak, I understand. For me, if Jengyung has you, reaching the pinnacle of Chaoning is only a matter of time, so there's absolutely no rush. I've already told Ricker to cancel this status enhancement plan for now," he concluded, showing his understanding. "Langsak, I know you need to think about more important things." Langsak expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you for understanding," Jisoo added a warning without delay. "Oh right, I heard some inside information. The list of illegal account suspensions and bug fixes will be announced in 2 days with this update. Be careful." Langsak smiled. "Understood," he thought to himself. "Jisoo is truly reliable." Lak Lak was still as bright as sunshine. "Master Langsak, now it's our turn for a casual chat." Langsak chuckled, finding Lak Lak's remark amusing. "You really seem full of energy." 2 mornings later, Xiaolon's phone as she was working suddenly rang. She answered, surprised. "Langsak, what's wrong?" Langsak's voice came through the phone, quick and concise. "The game update announcement is out." Xiaolon's eyes widened and she asked again. "Ha?" Langsak continued, immediately reassuring her. "Neither your name nor Gowanson's name is on the account suspension list." The scene flashes back to moments before the game update, with only minutes remaining. In Qianchu Yaosei headquarters, Mijan muttered as he searched, "Where will that female warrior player appear? I'll have no choice but to hack into the in-game player information window to find her." He stood on an upper floor looking around and said with puzzlement, "Why aren't there any NPC guards in the main headquarters? There's only movement in the wind-raising area." "Did everyone log out early?" Just then, Langsak's voice echoed through the main hall. "Xiaolon, do as Gowanson says." 7 seconds remained until the update. If the game update began, Xiaolon wouldn't receive compensation even if her account was suspended. Mijan heard this and glanced down in surprise. "Guildmaster Gowanson, Xiaolon's account being suspended. What's going on?" Someone shouted her name from all directions. "Xiaolon." Mijan was startled, thinking, "I found her." As Xiaolon threw Gowanson's divine artifact into the magic circle, she declared, leaving a single remark. "If you're not the main culprit, then this isn't your responsibility to bear, and my account suspension is the same. One person's actions should be the responsibility of that one person. This is my war." Mijan's eyes widened at her resolute appearance, and his face flushed. "Damn it, her name is Xiaolon." He made up his mind and muttered in a low voice, "I will help her modify the game data." The clock hit 0, and just before the update she turned her head, smiled, and said, "Goodbye." Mijan's resolve hardened. His words were etched deeply. "I won't let her account be suspended." The system screen lit up and 2 new messages appeared. One was from Nikabao. "Sister Xiaolon, did you see the game update announcement this morning?" Janjiam sent a follow-up message. "Xiaolon, your account wasn't suspended. Quickly check the game update announcement." Xiaolon stared intently at the screen, frozen and speechless. She bit her lip, her eyes welling up with tears. She wept like a child. "I thought I'd never be able to play with you guys again." She cheered and cried out, "That's such a relief." From the other end of the phone, Langsak smiled gently, thinking to himself, she definitely didn't want to leave the Chaoning game. Xiaolon wept with joy. Her lips continuously repeated, "Thank goodness, thank goodness. Now I can continue to earn money through the game. I won't have to keep doing this hard and boring job every day. It's truly a waste of my looks and youth." Her boss shouted irritably. Hey Xiaolon, focus." Langsak, holding his phone, said, "Oh right Xiaolon, I forgot to ask before, where did you get your black market item? You couldn't have gotten an item like that through normal means. Did you perhaps deal with an underground organization?" Xiaolon paused for a moment, then she retorted, "A strange person," Xiaolon explained. "That's right. In real life, a strange person in a black cloak sold it to me. At that time we were angry and sad because non-mainstream had been attacked. I felt truly powerless then. And that person came to find me. He seemed to know a lot about this incident. He made us trust him through an exchange, she continued, recalling. He gave me a chip then, saying that if I just went into the game and used it, I could get the item I wanted. After some discussion among us, we decided to trust him, and we converted the prize money you gave us in the game into real-world money and gave it to him. In that transaction, the mysterious figure and Xiaolon exchanged items. She sadly recalled, I don't remember anything about that man's appearance at all. I only remember that there was a glowing symbol inside his cloak. Thinking about it now, it's a bit frightening, she added. Fortunately, he didn't trick us. After logging into the game, we really got the item we wanted, Langsak said in a serious voice. Understood. Tell me where you met him. I'll go and look into it. As Langsak walked, he fell into deep thought. Xiaolun said that area was nearby. He greeted a cleaner. Hello. The person turned around and asked, what is it? Langsak replied. I have a question, he continued. About 4 or 5 days ago when you were cleaning around here, did you see anyone in a black cloak? The cleaner repeated, confirming, a black cloak. He put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed as if he remembered, that strange rich guy? Langsak heard that and asked, a strange rich guy? The cleaner pointed to a fork in the road and recalled that about 4 or 5 days ago, he had seen a man in a black cloak hand a large wad of cash to a homeless person at the exact spot Langsak had just asked about. He continued, everyone around here was surprised and impressed by that. This is the slums after all, he sighed, adjusting his belt. Rich people nowadays seem to enjoy these money-scattering games. Why do I clean here every day, but I never get an opportunity? He continued to sigh, feeling dejected. Langsak thought to himself, it's not simple after all. The person who sold the chip to Xiaolon wasn't doing it for money. Langsak and Xiaolon's chat screen reappeared. Langsak asked Xiaolon, did that man in the black cloak tell you anything special back then? Xiaolon asked in surprise what happened. And she continued, rather than anything special, it was more like he knew everything we had gone through, and from the very beginning he knew what we needed, Xiaolon added, recalling, oh right, he led us to believe that it was Guildmaster Gowanson of the No. 1 Guild who planned the attack on non-mainstream. Hearing that, Langsak fell into deep thought. It seems there's a manipulating hand behind this series of events. Lately, strange things keep happening around me. He recalled the dungeon commander, the Gowanson Guild, and the words of the Immortal Gate, and his eyes gradually became resolute. He definitely knows something. At the beach park, Langsak stood on a high vantage point, gazing into the distance in silence. Just then he heard Tisa's voice calling out, Langsak. Langsak turned around, feeling a mix of emotions, thinking to himself, so that's how it is? Tis stammered hurriedly. I'm sorry I'm late. Langsak glanced at her and recognized her as Tis. He remembered Immortal Gate's words from before. If something comes up and I have to leave, Tis will handle things in my stead when needed. Tis was still panting. My master went out and isn't answering calls, so I came to see if there was anything I could help with. Langsak casually replied, it's nothing. I already expected I wouldn't be able to find him. He rubbed the back of his neck, cursing the old man inwardly. Tis asked, was there something important? Langsak replied. Not really, I just had a few questions to ask, so I'll talk to him when he gets back. Tis smiled, then excitedly continued, oh right Langsak, I watched the live broadcast of your duel with Gowanson. It was truly amazing. What was that new form of yours? It didn't look like the form possessed by the Proof of Brilliance, she added. I'll broaden my horizons for you. Langsak scratched his cheek, not answering, feeling awkward. The match flashed through his mind and he thought, if Gowanson hadn't resorted to tricks, I wouldn't have been able to stop him. That awakened ability was difficult for even him to control, Tis murmured. If that form of yours is truly Langsak, it's really hard to tell if you're stronger or my master is. Langsak smiled, murmuring inwardly, perhaps I've already surpassed Immortal Gate now, Tis continued. I'm the remaining reserve player for the Proof of Brilliance. I know that someday the time will come for us to have a proper showdown. Though with my current skills, I don't seem to be a match for you. She turned to Langsak and said confidently, but I still want to fairly compete with you in the game. We promised that a long time ago, so don't forget. Langsak laughed and said, then you'll have to try harder. I won't go easy on you, Tis stammered, her voice catching. Of course, but if it's you I'm fighting, even if I lose. Langsak looked at her, surprised. Tis's face turned red and she continued to stammer, I'll accept defeat with peace of mind. Give that to me. Langsak was perplexed, feeling as if steam was coming out of his head. Give that to me. Tis hurriedly explained, Proof of Brilliance please. Proof of Brilliance, she waved her hand. Tis concluded cheerfully, I'll let you know as soon as Master gets back, Langsak. Langsak walked away laughing. You did well. Just then, Tis added, there's still something else about our old promise. She bit her lip, unable to continue. Langsak suddenly paused, turned around and said to Tis, oh right Tis, do you remember our old promise to go to the movies together? Want to go next time? Tis froze. Surprised, she covered her mouth shyly, then shouted loudly, yes? At a large iron gate, a subordinate asked, General, do we really need to find Langsak? The general replied, tell him to come here, his presence will help in investigating this phenomenon. He continued solemnly, he is the only one among you who has 100 awakened. Turning back to Tis, she walked, thinking about her next appointment and wondering what to wear. Suddenly she turned around in surprise, hearing someone shout, help, a thief. The woman briefly called out, you, to Tis, then hurriedly ran, saying, please watch my baby, I'll catch the thief. Tis quickly urged, be careful. She approached the baby's cradle, asking herself if it wasn't too reckless for someone to entrust their baby to a stranger like her. Tease looked down at the cradle, a worried expression on her face. At the same time, Langsack quickly walked, asking, "Why did you call me so urgently?" The general, leading the way, replied, "It's an emergency. Everything you hear and see next is top secret and must never be revealed to outsiders." He suddenly shouted loudly, "Open the gate." As the gate swung open, dazzling light poured out. Langsack stared blankly at the general and said, "We've arrived." A strange space opened. Langsack exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." A huge monster opened its mouth wide and rushed at Langsack, and dense evil energy fiercely covered him. An iron gate embedded in a large rock was revealed. Langsack exclaimed in horror, "What on earth is that massive rift?" The general's face hardened and he replied, "The situation inside is something we've never encountered before." He continued, speaking about the location, "to appear again inside this abandoned mine. If mining personnel hadn't come regularly to retrieve excavation equipment, the existence of this rift would truly have gone undiscovered." Langsack asked inquisitively, "Are you saying this rift didn't appear at this time?" The general glanced at the working staff, confirming that the Army's science team was busy trying to uncover the cause of this phenomenon. Initial analysis showed that the rift was gradually expanding and was by no means an overnight occurrence. The rift had already formed. The general added, "Although its origin cannot yet be conclusively determined, judging by its composition, it is related to the Choning game." Langsack stammered, asking again, "Related to Choning?" The general added, "The signals transmitted from within the rift match the Choning game." Langsack asked inquisitively, "Then this rift is connected to the world of Choning?" The general replied, "Yes, that's the initial analysis." He stated the reason for summoning Langsack. "That's why we sought you out. Because you are the awakened one with the highest synchronization rate with the game, and since we've confirmed that the vibrational waves in the mining area are similar to those in the game, we're concerned." Langsack listened intently in silence. The general revealed a horrifying truth. Objects from the game world have crossed into the real world through this rift. Suddenly a fierce attack appeared and flew directly towards the cradle in front. Tease was grazed by the attack with no time to react. She gritted her teeth, glanced over, and inwardly asked, "What was that?" Tease immediately lunged forward, putting power into her fist. At the same time she checked her footing. Tease's fist clashed with the strange attack and it shattered, while questions about the real world kept swirling in her mind. She soared into the air, asking herself, "Am I fading now?" The strange attack hadn't disappeared yet, making Tease uncomfortable, and suddenly air currents converged. The counterattack sent Tease flying into the sky, and she crashed hard onto the ground, tearing and shattering the gravel. Tease coughed up blood from the attack. The energy barrier remained expanded and unmoving, and a large explosion at the apartment building drew its attention. Tease was startled, judging, "That's completely a game monster, and its skill is too strong. In the real world, she couldn't use her full strength." The black aura moved again, climbing the stairs. It headed towards the apartment building, targeting the spot where the explosion had just occurred. Tease got up, grabbed her phone, and thought she needed to report to her master. This incident was too bizarre. Suddenly, something rushed towards her, freezing her. The woman who had entrusted her baby to Tease returned, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She swung her weapon and attacked, saying, "Thank you for taking care of Bao Bao, kind stranger." Tease looked up and froze. Returning to Langsack, he asked inquisitively, "What's going on? Wasn't this game update ordered by the game company?" The general clearly replied, "Langsack, you must understand that our military plays a crucial role in developing Choning. If any specific situation arises in the game, we're immediately aware of it. However, our military had no knowledge whatsoever of this update." Adolf continued, "I checked with the national side and there was no intention to update at all." Langsack continued to ask, "Then who is controlling this update?" The general first cautioned, "Everything I'm about to tell you next is top secret and must never be revealed." He stated solemnly, "Currently the rift is connected to the game, and the game's self-initiated update appears to be highly related. There's a reason we think this." He added an explanation of the mechanism. "Because Choning continent itself is managed jointly by real-world nations and an AI game." Langsack paused slightly, murmuring, "Real-world nations and an AI game." The general explained the evolution process of human cells and stated that for a game to create awakened ones at that dimensional scale was inherently a form that transcended humanity. The military and game development research teams could not fully comprehend this natural evolutionary ability. His gaze sharpened, and he said that's why they created an AI to specialize in learning and researching Choning continent to assist in game management. He imagined and explained the AI mechanism. The AI is responsible for the monster NPCs in the game, learning and exploring, and through this discovering the rules within the game. They wanted the AI to become part of the game, and eventually understand the essence of the Awakened One's superpowers, allowing players to awaken through challenges and reverse the structure of the real world to create today's life. He remembered a place in the game and continued, "For a long time the relationship between the game master and the auxiliary AI has been maintained, but this update contains the game's own consciousness." Langsack frowned nervously, thinking, "My consciousness update, the game's consciousness." He remembered the dungeon commander and recalled the strange NPC's words from back then. Adolf continued, "Originally, the game master side should have the ability to control and manipulate the AI. But with this update, there was absolutely nothing that could be done. Currently, the national side says it's highly likely that data using the AI control mechanism was damaged externally. So the AI is verifying game bugs and illegal game data. and through this is proceeding with bug fixes and an account suspension list announcement to conceal the truth of this uncontrollable update, the general asserted. Therefore, this is top secret, and if this information is leaked, it could affect the entire real world, Langsack nervously interrupted. Wait a minute, you said the national side is verifying illegal data and suspending game accounts, right? The general asked again. Why? Langsack recalled what Sorum had said, speculating. If that's the chip, then the man in the black cloak, the general pressed. Langsack, have you discovered something? Langsack confirmed. I can tell you for certain, he stated clearly and seriously. What you said is connected to the game has already crossed into the real world through the rift. On Teese's phone, Immortal Gate's voice echoed. Teese, where are you? He loudly demanded. What does game monster mean? A pool of blood gradually spread on the road. Teese lay sprawled, collapsed, with severe wounds to her abdomen. Teese's voice was still faintly heard from the phone. Teese thought the clothes her adoptive father, her master, had given her were useful. She looked up, still yearning inwardly. I really want to see that movie. Elsewhere, Immortal Gate looked at his phone, anxious. Teese, no, I have a bad feeling. He suddenly called Langsack, and the name Rogue Kid appeared on the screen. The general continued speaking, then judged. The situation is more serious than expected. The stories of world prophecies and game rifts, everything the AI spoke of today, had to be kept secret. Langsack's phone rang in his pocket. He took out his phone and asked himself who's calling. Just then, the name Rotten Uncle appeared on the screen and he guessed it was Immortal Gate. As soon as he answered, the other party urgently shouted, Langsack, did you meet Teese today? Langsack froze. Yes, brother. Where is she? Langsack replied. I parted ways with her too. She probably went home. Secretary Jung continued. She made a strange call to me and now I can't reach her. Langsack asked again. Strange words. What did she say? He continued. She said a game monster appeared. This Langsack froze. Speechless. Then he immediately shouted, Understood. Tell me the address of the nearby house. I'll go look for her right away. Immortal Gate paused for a moment. He frowned, his mind in turmoil. He only hoped Teese was safe. He raised his hand to summon a fragment of power. Come. Immortal Gate summoned the mountain river spirit beast Youngjang. It appeared with a sword. He said, I'm sorry, and Immortal Gate jumped onto Youngjang's back, flying off in a hurry. He had to get back as quickly as possible. Langsack shot through the streets, running, and Langsack inwardly guessed. The location is right nearby, a passerby exclaimed in surprise. What is that flying horse? Another said. It's a choning mount. At the same time, Immortal Gate rode his spirit beast, closely following behind Langsack. As he rushed forward, he was surprised by the sight of a dense crowd. A person in purple clothes said, Is this a murder scene? Why? The woman next to her replied. I heard the victim was a woman. The thought of a murder scene startled Langsack. Langsack rushed towards the crime scene. What happened here? A police officer blocked him. Hey, calm down. Who are you? Langsack loudly said. I'm looking for a friend. She lives nearby. Can I ask what happened? The police officer murmured in surprise. A female friend, the police officer continued. The victim here is also a woman. See if it's her. This is a photo from the scene. Langsack frowned and gripped his fist tensely. He held the photo showing Teese's condition, trembling and speechless. Langsack grabbed the police officer's arm and urgently asked what happened to the victim. Where is she now? The police officer immediately replied, Calm down. She was transported to a nearby hospital, but I heard her vital signs are unclear. Langsack froze upon hearing that, then strode down the hospital corridor, suddenly thinking, this hospital again. He stopped in front of intensive care unit room 3 and lightly pressed the bell. The door swung open and Langsack peered into the room. Teese lay motionless on the bed. Langsack approached and quietly called out Teese. Langsack looked at her with heavy worry. Recalling what had happened before, Langsack asked, Doctor, what is the situation of the patient in intensive care unit room 3? The doctor replied, There's nothing we can do. The time between her injury, discovery, and transport to the hospital was too late, and she missed the optimal treatment window. Due to severe blood loss, she's fallen into a coma from lack of oxygen and anemia caused by excessive bleeding. We attempted emergency treatment, but the situation is not optimistic. The doctor added, She will probably lose her last vital signs before long. Teese still lay in a deep coma on the bed. Langsack punched the wall hard. No, he burst out in rage. We still promised to go to the movies. He extended his hand and a purple aura gathered in his palm. He thought of the leaf, telling himself that was the only possible method. The scene flashed back to before Stage 2 of the Guild War, to Langsack's recollection. At Jengyang Guild headquarters, Langsack called for Bankifer. He continued, I rarely see you come to our guild voluntarily. Didn't you usually come to your Pharma King Corporation if you had something to report? Bankifer replied. I came here to gather herbs. Langsack was puzzled. Is gathering herbs something you have to do yourself? I thought you said you were rich now. She didn't answer, but said, First, let's stop chatting. This time I've brought a new medicine for President Langsack. Bankifer chuckled happily. I heard from Mr. Soryu that Guildmaster plans to take down Qianchu alone this time. For safety, I've brought a new black magic science and technology medicine I just researched, so please keep it for now. Langsack turned and said, Thank you, Bankifer, but this time I don't need any medicine to deal with Qianchu, Bankifer said in surprise. Langsack, you're too confident. You alone against an entire guild. This is an immortal elixir I just researched. It's amazing. If you drink this before battle, its immortality effect will activate even if your health is almost depleted. It will forcibly restore 1 bar of HP, making you immortal once. Langsack paused, asking doubtfully, An immortal elixir? Bankifer held out a vial and said, Even I could only make 1 vial before. The ingredients are too unrealistic. Just keep it for now. You might use it someday. Returning to the present, Langsack took out Bankifer's vial. He was secretly surprised that he had to use it in the real world. While the game was updating, he gritted his teeth, tense, unsure how bringing a game item into reality would affect his abilities. I have no choice but to try. Inside the hospital room, light poured in from the window and an immense force streaked across the sky. A ball of energy fell, causing a huge explosion. A man in blue clothes saw it and asked, "What is that?" When the immovable dark door and the mountain sea spirit beast Young Jang appeared, someone shouted loudly, "It's a game mount and an awakened one." The immovable dark door ran straight down the hospital corridor. A nurse shouted loudly, "This is a hospital, no running." He stopped in front of intensive care unit room 3 and the immovable dark door violently pushed open the door, shouting loudly, "T." Langsack was slightly surprised and said in a low voice, "Please speak softly." The immovable dark door paused. Langsack glanced sideways and said, "Her vital signs just recovered." The immovable dark door approached T and stroked her head, saying, "Thank you, Langsack. With you here, T's life could be saved," Langsack continued. "But even if I use a game item, T just won't die, but she's no different from a vegetable now." He paused for a moment. "Why a vegetable again?" The immovable dark door's face darkened. T was not an ordinary awakened one. So there were very few people in the real world who could harm her, Langsack continued, based on what happened today and the information revealed by the military. Furthermore, combining the last clue T left on the phone, it's highly likely that something that emerged from the game injured her. Langsack was puzzled. "But why was T the target?" The immovable dark door replied with a grim expression. "That's what I need to find out next. I can't stand doing nothing when I don't know why T was harmed." He turned and decisively ordered Langsack, "Take me to the scene where T was ambushed." And the two went together to T's crime scene. The immovable dark door said, "This is near my home. If I hadn't gone far, I could have rushed back when T called and it wouldn't have come to this." Langsack comforted him. "It's not your fault, Senior. T told me you were doing research far away." The immovable dark door continued. "Egypt?" Langsack asked again in surprise. "Egypt?" he thought to himself. It had only been 5 hours since the call and he was already back. The immovable dark door put on his research equipment and Langsack asked, "What are you wearing, Senior?" The immovable dark door explained, "This is equipment I researched that can detect game data fluctuations in the real world." Langsack asked again, "Isn't that what I saw in the military today?" He replied, "No, it's more precise than the military's." The immovable dark door added, "For a certain period, my equipment can see magnified images of data fluctuations that have fallen into the real world." His gaze stopped at the cradle and data fluctuations fiercely surged from the baby's side. He paused for a moment. The scene from back then reappeared in the equipment. T was being attacked, enveloped in an abnormal energy flow. Looking closely, there was an item within that energy flow. The immovable dark door seemed to realize something. "Ah, I see." Langsack immediately asked, "What did you see?" He replied, "Why T was chosen." Langsack froze, hearing him say it was to take the proof of brilliance from T's body. The scene shifted to the military side. Adolf called the general. The general approached and asked, "What is it?" Adolf replied urgently. "According to the mining inspection equipment video, the crack on the screen has begun to move." Adolf was flustered. "The crack is rapidly shrinking." At the same time, the Choning Game Master side announced the game's self-conscious recovery and the end time of the game update. "Dear players of Choning Continent, the game update will end tomorrow at 2 p.m. Please enjoy the game experience of the new world to your heart's content." Adolf continued, "The game will be back online tomorrow at 2 p.m. Chapter 266. Dark clouds covered the apartment complex in the village. The immovable dark door and Langsack stood on the rooftop. The immovable dark door asked, "The game will resume at 2 p.m. Langsack." "What do you think?" Langsack replied. "What can I think? Based on the information obtained so far, this update's completion is entirely an action initiated by the game's AI." Recalling Sorum's story and T's accident, he pondered deeply. Langsack expressed his thoughts, and whether it's directly related to the chip sold to Shaolon by the person who came from the crack into the real world, and the attack on T, he continued. "I think there's an 80 to 90 chance it's related. If some game data can appear in the real world and threaten human safety, this game's reopening will definitely involve a conspiracy." Memories of battles and T lying in the hospital bed flashed through his mind. Langsack continued, "Until the truth is clearly revealed, letting the AI manage Choning is too dangerous. Therefore we should cooperate with the military to prevent players from entering the game." The immovable dark door calmly said, "It's useless," he said seriously. "Choning is now involved in the operation of the entire real world. If the truth is revealed, it will cause consequences that even the military cannot handle. They can only make conservative choices in the face of order. I see through them. In my opinion, the military's incompetence is revealed here." He added, "Moreover, since the game side hasn't regained control of the game yet, the military has become even more powerless." He continued. "No matter what the cost." Langsack listened carefully. The immovable dark door advised, "Kid, choose what your heart desires." Langsack was silent, unable to say anything. The immovable dark door said solemnly, "But I must be the first to return to the game. T's revenge must be mine." Langsack was stunned for a moment, then made a call and sent an announcement. "Everyone listen up, this Choning update is not an ordinary game update." Ricker and Chian Na were walking when they suddenly received a message. Chian-na softly called out, "Langsak." The message contained Langsak's additional message. "This game update hides enormous dangers and is very likely to transcend the scope of the game itself." Jisoo, drinking tea, also saw the message and looked up. Langsak sent another message. "For several reasons I cannot provide detailed information." Lak resting was awakened by the notification sound. He said in surprise, "Is it Master's message?" Hugo, deep in the forest, was also reading the message sent by Langsak. Langsak continued to send messages, "But everyone, please listen to my next word seriously. Please seriously consider whether to log back into Choning Continent." T also glanced at Langsak's announcement during combat. Langsak warned, "Because the next game is very likely to affect your real life." Tunryu Ju, buried in a book, suddenly looked up and asked doubtfully, "Brother Langsak." Langsak warned, "Everyone, please choose carefully." Just then, Xiaolan was preparing to put on her game console, muttering irritably, "Langsak, what's wrong? I just avoided account suspension." Xiaolan used her fingerprint and the screen displayed game update complete. "Dear adventurers, welcome back to a more realistic Choning Continent," she still said determinedly. "For my car, my cosmetics, and my beautiful future as a madam, I have to get into the game and hurry." After that, Xiaolan logged in. Her first step into the northern mission lobby, an elegantly curving railing appeared. She peeked her head out of the warp gate and thought to herself that she must be extra careful not to be pursued again. She pushed her way through the crowd, puzzled. "I clearly logged out at Qianchu headquarters, so why was I divided into the northern mission lobby?" The logged-in people were packed and a woman was chattering into the screen. "Where are you all? I came straight to the northern mission lobby as soon as I logged in." "What? You're all in the southern mission lobby?" Xiaolan also opened her system interface and thought to herself, "I need to quickly contact Janjiam and Nikabao. Have they logged in?" Suddenly, Xiaolan was surprised by a scene she saw. People were murmuring and talking. A man asked doubtfully, "Isn't that the rogue who killed Qianchu Guildmaster in the live stream before the update?" Another man shouted, "That's him, that guy, the rogue with long ears and blue clothes." He remembered Nikabao being surrounded by players. A level 97 man asked, "How did a level 1 rogue manage to kill Qianchu Guildmaster Gowanson?" He scratched his head, looking embarrassed. A level 101 man continued, "That was a guild war between Qianchu and Zhengyang, and you weren't members of either guild." Nikabao forced a smile. He recalled the past, with Nikabao flustered. "What? At the last moment you told us to deal with Gowanson?" Langsak calmly replied, "That's right, I've already leaked information to the Choning Forum reporter. At the last moment, I made one of you deliver the finishing blow to Gowanson. That way, all of Choning will remember you." Nikabao asked in surprise. "You mean remember us?" Langsak continued, "I'm being serious. Before, you were pursued by Qianchu because of me, so I have to kill Gowanson and gain fame in this guild war to protect you. If you take Gowanson's life, not only will you avenge the non-mainstream, but you might also receive the curiosity and adoration of Choning players." Nikabao worried. "But we're just ordinary players, and if we get this fame it'll be exposed someday." Langsak presented his plan. "Use the title of Zhengyang's hired mysterious 4-person team to kill Qianchu's #1 guildmaster." Langsak suggested, "Join our Zhengyang guild, so that our entire Zhengyang guild can protect you in the game." Nikabao froze upon hearing that. Langsak continued, "Follow my plan and quickly inform Xiaolan and the others." Xiaolan squeezed through the crowd looking at Nikabao. Nikabao said confidently, "Because we were hired to help Zhengyang to prevent in-game bullying and maintain peace in the game, we combined love and justice, mysterious grassroots characters hidden among ordinary players." Nikabao shouted loudly, "The Heaven's chosen 4-person team," he continued. "From now on I declare our joining of the Zhengyang Guild." There was a buzz in the main hall. A man said, "He looks pretty strong." Another man said, "The name sounds a bit silly." Yet another man exclaimed, "Really silly, I like it." Some had already concluded that Zhengyang Guild indeed had talented individuals. Xiaolan said irritably, "What Heaven's chosen 4-person team? That's so embarrassing." Another man shouted loudly, "Heaven's chosen 4-person team, go for it." Nikabao waved at the crowd, forcing a smile. "This is a plan Brother Langsak came up with to protect us in the game. Now we have the strong backing of Zhengyang." Xiaolan asked irritably, "Didn't you come up with that name yourself?" Nikabao replied, "I think non-mainstream will like this name." Nikabao recalled, "Anyway, non-mainstream, and I really like silly things like this." Non-mainstream gave Nikabao a card. It was a shining new pose card of the latest True Knight. He exclaimed, "Cool." Xiaolan criticized it as childish. Nikabao smiled meekly. "I think he'll be happy to see this name when he recovers and returns to the game." Xiaolan was momentarily stunned upon hearing that. She opened the system and said, "First, let's go to the nearest warp gate and meet up." Nikabao responded, "That's right, we should also go find Brother Langsak and ask him to let us join the guild." Someone pounded on the door complaining, "Why has the mission lobby still not opened after logging in for so long?" A man in a hat shouted, "That's right, there are no NPCs here either." "What kind of mission lobby is this?" A purple-haired man shouted. "There are no system instructions. Didn't the game update just finish and they rushed online?" The mage behind him continued, "I can't even use advanced warp scrolls. Are they trying to trap us players here?" The purple-haired man kicked the door, snarling, "What kind of shoddy game is this? Last time a brainless NPC almost ruined my wife's treatment, and this time they're trapping players with some bug I have to do power leveling. How can I continue playing this game?" Xiaolan was flustered. What's going on? Nikabao was also surprised. It's been hours since the server opened and the national side still hasn't fixed the bug, the purple-haired man sighed loudly. Damn game. If the update isn't finished, they shouldn't go online. He turned and grumbled as he walked away. I'm going to report the developers. Suddenly a sword shot out from inside the door. A huge blade pierced the purple-haired man's body and he stood there, spitting blood, stunned. Shaolin and Nikabao froze their mouths agape in shock. As the purple-haired man fell, the surrounding people screamed. The man in the hat asked in a panic, "Is it a monster attack?" The armored man hesitated and replied, "And no," someone shouted, "It's an NPC." An NPC was holding the sword stained with the purple-haired man's blood, and burst through the door. The NPC's level was 120, belonging to the Northern Defense Force. Someone shouted that it was level 120. A person knelt beside the purple-haired man, cast a healing spell and said, "Cannot be healed. This player has died." Another person asked if he had been killed by an NPC. Yet another awkwardly commented that the blood looked too real and why wasn't his body disappearing. Shaolin and Nikabao opened their system windows, both equally shocked. Shaolin's eyes widened in horror. Could this possibly be the system's announcement welcoming players back to the game? To provide players with a more realistic experience, we welcome this epic-scale major update. All NPCs in Choning Continent will become hostile to players, engaging in a survival battle where logging out is impossible, and automatic revival after death is not allowed. Shaolin was inwardly convinced that this was truly the enormous crisis Langsak had warned about. The system suddenly displayed a general announcement. To provide players with a more realistic experience, we welcome this epic-scale major update. Amidst the ruins, a level 97 armored player was barely breathing, completely drained of blood. The armored man nervously muttered to himself that he had to escape the NPCs. Suddenly, an NPC from the Central Defense Force attacked. The armored man gritted his teeth, his last thought, "I must survive," flashing through his mind. Immediately after, only a bloody trace remained. The system displayed an additional announcement. To add more thrilling combat fun for players, Choning has adjusted the minimum level of NPCs to 120. This means players must quickly level up to withstand NPC attacks. In the central region, wars erupted everywhere. Countless large fires broke out and players fled in disarray. One person shouted in terror, "They're chasing us, they're chasing us!" The person running ahead yelled to those behind, "Run fast!" The system once again displayed a summary announcement. The purpose of this update is to maximize the thrill and realism of the game, and NPCs will relentlessly attack players. A player with a headband lay motionless in a pool of blood. The system added a final warning. Therefore, players cannot log out of the game and automatic revival after death is not allowed. Mage gathered magic and attacked, shouting loudly, "Fleeing is meaningless, it's just a game. Surviving players must unite and resist." The mage suddenly paused. Someone shouted in confusion, "That's an elite NPC." A level 120 elite NPC from the Central Defense Force rode a beast charging through. The NPC passed by like a venomous wind. He brushed past the mage, severing the opponent's head with a single sword strike. The level 103 mage fell beside a woman who screamed. An armored man nearby froze, momentarily stammering in fear. In just one moment, a level 103 player had fallen. The level difference was simply enormous. The man behind him shouted loudly, "What else can we do to resist? Run quickly!" A player flew into a house with glass doors. Screams echoed continuously from inside the house, spreading throughout the entire street. Bekriel Sip watched the desolate scene with annoyance, muttering inwardly, "I just barely escaped from the mission lobby. What kind of situation is this?" Bekriel gritted his teeth. He continued to inwardly reconfirm his identity and sighed. This person was Bekriel, the former leading guildmaster, the archer Bekriel, and thoughts surged again. It seems that game announcement wasn't a joke after all. The entire Choning continent has turned into a massive player versus NPC battle. Bekriel approached the body stuck in the window frame, confirmed and speculated. Then what that player said about not being able to revive after death is also true. The body indeed did not disappear. He opened the system and scanned the displayed link, reminding himself, this link's instructions. The body displayed the number 404, and Bekriel's system showed a brief notification. Player has entered a state of death and will not awaken again. Bekriel pondered, asking himself, does death state 404 mean the connection to the player has been severed? Suddenly, an NPC appeared on the rooftop. Bekriel was startled and froze. The NPC stood high, looking around. As he turned his gaze towards Bekriel, Bekriel hastily played dead. The NPC approached and checked, and the number 404 also appeared on Bekriel's body. He held his breath, watched the NPC leave, and quietly cheered inwardly. I escaped, I escaped." Bekriel sprang up and ran, gritting his teeth and planning as he ran. His monologue echoed in his mind. Are those NPCs really targeting me for murder? If I sever the connection to the game, I can play dead. I'm truly a genius. This way I can keep living. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Everyone listen to me. Fleeing is meaningless. It will only lead to losing your lives. We must unite at that moment. Bekriel ran continuously, sneering inwardly as he went. Good, it seems another ignorant player is shouting slogans of unity and trying to resist. He vowed to himself once more, deciding to seize the opportunity to leave this chaotic place. Let's seize the opportunity to leave this city before they get slaughtered. Suddenly, Becquerel paused, his face filled with horror at this time. Qian Na and Do Ding were setting up a defensive barrier for the surviving players. Do Ding raised his voice, urging each person, "Everyone, please trust Sister Qian Na." Becquerel recognized the familiar name and his heart twinged slightly. Qian Na, Do Ding continued to clearly introduce themselves. "We are from the Zhengyang Guild." The scene shifted to the Pharmacist King commercial street. A series of explosions and blue smoke covered the street. Bankifer crouched on a tiled roof, calculating with her eyes, thinking silently. The street is now full of NPCs guarding the Pharmacist King area, and there's a level 121 over there. Plus, there's no mission lobby here. She quietly tilted a blue vial, saying to herself, "Then I won't hold back. Fortunately, you're NPCs. If you were ordinary players, you wouldn't last 10 seconds in my special poisonous smoke." Bankifer recalled her last break when President Langsack started the guild war, taking advantage of the Pharmacist King Corporation street being deserted to hunt for rare herbs she had long desired. Before she could even dissect the hard-earned ingredients, the situation changed. She smiled bitterly, regretting that she hadn't been able to react in time due to the sudden update. "As soon as I logged in, I was caught in a battle between NPCs and players, and I barely crawled out of the mission lobby." As she drank the medicine, she quickened her pace, all to return quickly to the Pharmacist King commercial street. Looking at the distant Pharmacist King building, she steeled herself. "My precious medicinal herbs are still inside the Pharmacist King building." The medicine began to take effect. Bankifer stood up, channeling her energy, briefly thinking, no matter what kind of update it is, she only cared about her own things. She charged with a serious expression, vowing as she went, "Even more powerful drugs will be born from my hands. No one can stop me." Bankifer leapt far, heading straight for the NPCs below the building, who stared up blankly as she charged. She saw someone casting magic on the roof of the Pharmacist King building. A level 120 long-range defense NPC. Magic ring blocked her path. Bankifer immediately pulled out another bottle, threw it, forming a medicinal barrier, and snarled, "If I had known, I wouldn't have spent so much money on this building's defense force." The system flashed, indicating that the origin of the Pharmacist King skill could shorten the usage time of medicinal items. Various elemental items could be stacked infinitely. Bankifer's power exploded, charging towards the long-range defense NPC, drawing colorful rings of light with medicinal magic. The system added a description for medicinal barrier. Drinking a special medicine creates a colorful barrier around the body. Greatly reduces the next physical attack, minimizing damage. Lasts 1 minute and is a very expensive exclusive item of the Pharmacist King. Bankifer's medicinal barrier exploded, causing a huge blast on the top of the building. The long-range defense NPC was sent flying, but his HP was still more than half. Bankifer hastily rushed inside, calculating inwardly as she ran. Even combining 2 powerful exclusive medicines only did this much damage. The level difference is too great. I need to escape quickly. The building's alarm blared loudly. Bankifer frowned, annoyed. "What kind of alarm is this? The Pharmacist King Corporation has been my life's work for the past few years. I managed this place." She annoyingly flicked a bottle cap, muttering to herself, "The defense system attacking me, how ridiculous." Bankifer leaped up the stairs and an NPC upstairs shouted loudly, "Enemy!" She immediately cast a rabbit medicine, soaring into the air as she flew. Bankifer threw smoke bombs at the NPCs, shouting sharply, "A gift!" Thick poisonous smoke billowed, pouring out of the windows, and the NPCs inside coughed continuously. Bankifer put her hand on the door opening device and Pharmacist King identity verification appeared on the system. The door opened, revealing a herb garden. She sighed in relief. "I'm finally back." Shaolin suddenly appeared behind Bankifer, the blade in his hand glinting. He said in a chilling voice, "Welcome back." Immediately, Shaolin charged and knocked Bankifer down. She groaned in pain. Lying on the floor, Bankifer gritted her teeth, uttering each word in a furious voice. "No wonder the defense system identified me." Bankifer was level 91 with less than a third of her HP remaining. She desperately raised her voice, reminding the opponent before her of the truth. "Besides me, only you in the Pharmacist King building have the authority to change the defense system." Shaolin, with bloodshot eyes, a level 120 NPC secretary of the Pharmacist King building, wielded a blade emanating burning power and snarled, "Die, President Pharmacist King." A blond man lay fallen, blood flowing from his head. He stretched out his hand, desperately stammering for help, help, help. Immediately after, a large boulder fell onto his head and his eyes rolled back. His last words were, "Run." In front, numerous level 120 Western Defense Force NPCs stood in solemn formation. The western region was filled with chaos, black smoke covering the sky. Sister Gyoja floated in the air, observing, muttering, "Truly tragic. What is happening? There's no news from the G family either." Sister Gyoja, a level 103 bone succubus, sat on her staff, grumbling annoyingly. "Guildmaster Gowonson isn't answering calls. Did he forget about me?" She laughed mockingly and sighed. "Everyone is so heartless. This place is like a battlefield massacre." On the ground, Western Defense Force NPCs relentlessly pursued players. Sister Gyoja continued to speak. "Lazy but vicious things. Players fought against NPCs and a Western Defense Force NPC emitted gray smoke. Suddenly a streak of energy precisely penetrated his forehead. The helmeted man turned around, saw the NPC fall, and shouted in surprise and relief, "I am alive!" The man in front turned around and yelled, "Don't just stand there, run quickly!" Light flashed above the city gate, followed by arrows that flew with lightning speed. One arrow struck an NPC who was pursuing a white-haired archer, and 2 arrows pierced 2 other NPCs who were about to attack a woman. The woman fell backward in terror. Sister Gyoja raised an eyebrow, looking askance, and inwardly wondered, saving people. The Western Defense Force NPCs looked up with bloodshot eyes. Hugo stood inside the city, surrounded by towers. His face was calm and one eye held mysterious energy. He gripped his gun tightly, leapt from the roof, and the entire Western Defense Force followed him. An NPC seized an opportunity, rushed out, created a magic circle, and several streaks of power directly attacked Hugo. As the power flew in, Hugo tilted his body to dodge. Simultaneously unleashing several black feathers and black birds without hesitation, he continuously fired his gun and the blackbirds swarmed, following the bullets. Consecutive night rain. The birds covered the sky, swooping down on the Western Defense Force NPCs, tearing and biting them. Suddenly, several chain maces flew from another direction. Hugo, engrossed in firing his gun, did not notice the approaching danger, but a magic shield suddenly appeared, blocking the chain maces. He was startled, realizing he had been rescued. The chains bounced off, flying towards the NPCs. They were flustered and could not dodge in time. Sister Gyoja still sat on her staff. Her voice was serene yet sarcastic. "Still saving people, I told you. You Jengyan people really like to bother with useless things." Hugo slightly raised an eyebrow and glanced at Sister Gyoja. She recalled Hugo and Langsak's past actions, things that had surprised her, and she licked her lips excitedly, suggesting, "Before in the Mad King dungeon when you ruined my plan, I still haven't settled the score with you, you little bird tamer." Sister Gyoja continued to joke, instructing, "How about becoming my slave and watching over me?" Pollen spread from her, crawling enchantingly. "Charm pollen." Hugo still held his gun with a serious expression and remained silent. Hugo's gun barrel was close to Sister Gyoja's face. "That skill is indeed charm pollen." He aimed his gun directly and asked curtly, "What do you want?" Sister Gyoja froze, countless surprised questions swirling in her mind. Why doesn't the charm work on him?" Sangin suddenly shouted loudly from behind. "You two, move aside." A ray of light from a bow flew through the space between Sister Gyoja and Hugo, directly hitting 7 NPCs. Area magic exploded and lightning spread widely. Lightning swept across the entire western region. At that moment, Sangin gripped his bow tightly, smiling inwardly and calculating. Fortunately, Hugo lured and gathered them, making them easy to deal with. "I was able to bind them with an area skill in a short amount of time." He turned his eyes and made another judgment. "The survivors have basically left the city, and those remaining in the city are desperately rushing to the gates to escape." Sangin shouted loudly, "Hugo, retreat!" Hugo immediately turned around, still glancing back obliquely. Sister Gyoja opened her mouth, her voice a mix of curiosity and sarcasm. "Chianjul Dokbo Sangin Guildmaster. So are you going to cooperate in attacking to allow other players to retreat?" Sangdun glanced, grinned, and replied. The alluring woman from Chianchu advised her not to just watch, but to leave quickly. If the NPC's hatred wasn't entirely focused on her, he added, reminding her firmly, "Can a woman like you handle this?" Hearing that, Gyoja's face reddened, and she wrapped her arms around herself. "In a lush forest," Ricker urged anxiously. Jisoo replied to the message quickly, she speculated nervously. Langsak was also unreachable. Could the information have been disrupted? Ricker looked at the blurry system window and asked irritably again, "What kind of joke is this? All of Chianung's NPCs have turned monstrous." She fixed her gaze on the screen and waited anxiously. Langsak's message flashed, stating that this update concealed immense dangers and was highly likely to transcend the scope of the game. She asserted inwardly, if that weren't the case, he wouldn't have sent us such a message. Ricker paused to think, then concluded briefly, "Jengyan has just started a confrontation with Chianchu. We can't just stand by. The top priority now is to find Jisoo." She glanced sideways, then was startled, her whole body stiffening. Ricker's gaze pierced through the trees and landed on a suspicious figure. She murmured as if asking herself for confirmation. A male player, was slumped against a large tree with 3 deep claw marks on his body and covered in blood. Ricker ran over, knelt to check, and thought inwardly, someone must have run along this path. Since teleportation is currently impossible, using smaller paths would be safer and the chances of encountering NPCs would be lower. She stared at the 3 claw marks, and wondered again, but these wounds don't look like they were inflicted by an NPC. From a large bush, red eyes glinted and chilling white smoke billowed out. Ricker's face paled in shock and she was startled. The ground and sky around her suddenly shook violently. Back at the Pharmacist King building, Bankifer was sent flying backward. Shaolin gripped his sharp blade tightly, frowned, and closed in on his target. Bankifer, lying on the floor, called out weakly, "Shaolin, snap out of it." Bankifer looked up, her face covered in blood, and painstakingly said, "Shaolin, I am your boss." Shaolin, with bloodshot eyes, raised his blade and unleashed fierce power around his body, growling word by word, "The boss must die." Shaolin delivered a strike and Bankifer flung herself away from the blade to dodge. The strike shattered the herb vases. Bankifer frowned, gritted her teeth, and shouted. Shaolin growled just one word as resolute as a steel blade, "Die." Bankifer clenched her fist and with all her might unleashed a burst of light that sent Shaolin flying backward. She gripped a magic vial and yellow smoke billowed from its opening. Bankifer shouted angrily as if scolding, "You've harmed my herbs, you're no longer the Shaolin I knew." Clouds swirled and rain poured down. A majestic fortress on the outskirts of the central nation stood tall in the rain. Suddenly a loud knocking echoed at the gate. All players who had escaped the fight with NPCs gathered at the outskirts. A man in a helmet was the first to say loudly, "Those NPCs couldn't keep up, it seems we successfully shook them off." Chian-na stepped onto the stairs and said, "Good. Then we can rest and recover our energy," and Archer sighed in relief. "We're alive." How many players couldn't escape the central nation? A light gray-haired girl also added, "Thankfully our sister Chian-na from Zhengyang led us and fought against them." Level 90 Doding, his face still pale from the sunset, glanced at Chian-na. "Sister Chian-na." Level 95 Chian-na glanced at him. Doding pointed excitedly behind him and shouted, "Why did you let that man follow us? The one who sided with Langsak and betrayed our guild." Recalling the past, Doding felt resentment towards Bekriel, who had sided with Langsak and was ultimately defeated by him. Level 96 Bekriel crossed his arms, frowned, and asked, "We shouldn't bring up the past anymore, should we, Chian-na?" Level 98 Man in a helmet said loudly in surprise, "I recognize him. You were with me in the mission lobby. You're the one who pushed other players towards the NPC guards to escape." Chian-na's face hardened and she said, "Long time no see, but you're still the same as before." Level 93 light gray-haired girl pointed at Bekriel and said blankly, "So you're that kind of person. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you join our team." Level 102 light gray-haired man also nodded, looking at Bekriel. "Exactly." Level 97 light gray-haired man said irritably, "Even though it's a game, your actions truly lack conscience." Level 91 blue-haired man still muttered fearfully, "This person is scary." Bekriel shouted irritably, Hey, you also said it's just a game. My actions were just an instinctive reaction when I was in danger." Level 92 black-haired mage openly expressed dissatisfaction. "Kick him out of the team quickly." Bekriel immediately replied, "I also helped diligently when we were escaping just now." "Are you acting high and mighty now?" The light gray-haired girl said loudly. "Don't say another word. Leave the team yourself." The man in the helmet and the light gray-haired man also firmly chimed in. "Leave the team." Chian-na stopped them in time. "Everyone, just a moment." Chian-na frowned and said solemnly, "Bekriel, when you joined the team you said you knew a way to avoid being chased by NPCs, which is why I brought you without hesitation. Even if it's to regain everyone's trust, now you have to tell everyone." Doding heard that and turned to her in surprise. The black-haired mage was startled, and asked blankly, "A way to avoid being chased by NPCs?" One of the team members asked again. "Really?" Bekriel's face darkened and he snorted angrily. He forced a smile, but the flames of anger still burned in his eyes. Bekriel said, "I originally intended to tell you, but with your current attitude towards me, if I tell you everything, won't I lose my usefulness?" Bekriel shrugged provocatively and said, "It's not time to tell yet. If you insist, then kick me out of the team." Doding gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I don't think he ever intended to tell us the method in the first place." Chian-na was so angry she was speechless. Level 101 black-haired man shouted irritably, "Enough, everyone stop fighting." Bekriel glanced at him in surprise. The black-haired man then said in a cold voice, "I don't believe he knows the method. It's ridiculous to come here now and bicker like children." He continued with a sneer, "In my opinion, Zhengyang Grand Guild's leadership is only this capable." Doding shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The black-haired man waved his hand, sweeping across the entire outer area, and said firmly, "Everyone look, we're inside such a large building. The priority is to find resources we can use later in case of future situations. This isn't the time to listen to everyone arguing. If no one else goes, I'll go first." Chian-na quickly rushed over and warned, "Don't act alone when you don't even know the situation here." The black-haired mage also followed him excitedly. "That person is reliable too. We need to find resources now." "I'll go too." Doding trembled with anger and shouted accusingly, "That man, he didn't say a word when we were in danger in the central nation. Now that it's safe, he's giving all sorts of orders." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-haired mage had already followed the black-haired man. The man in the helmet also raised his hand. "I'll go look too." The light gray-haired man chimed in. "Let's go." Chian-na asked Doding, puzzled. "Doding, have you made contact with Dura?" Doding replied, "No, there's no signal. What about you, Sister Chian-na?" Staring at the system window, Chian-na said nervously, "It worked at first, but now I can't reach anyone. Are they trying to make players fight individually?" Everyone began to search the entire fortress for resources. The blue-haired man exclaimed, "This room is really spacious. Is there an NPC hiding somewhere?" The light gray-haired man replied as he went elsewhere, "If there were, they would have popped out already. Have you forgotten how the NPC guards chased us?" The light gray-haired man asked again. "Found anything?" The blue-haired man quickly replied, "Not yet. It's spacious, but there's nothing. According to game design, there should be something for players." The blue-haired man continued regretfully, "It's unlikely another player took anything, and this place is so clean there's no sign of anyone having searched it." Turning back to the black-haired mage, she poked her head out to look down the corridor. The mage looked deeply down the dark path ahead and thought inwardly, "A level 101 warrior seemed to have come up this floor, but why is no one here?" She was startled and looked at the large cabinet next to her, feeling a bit puzzled. "This old cabinet doesn't fit at all." Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. "This is," she screamed in terror, "a warrior's hand." Seeing a severed hand rolling on the floor, she shrieked in horror. The black-haired man was slumped awkwardly under the cabinet, his eyes wide, mouth agape, and his entire face covered in blood. Hearing the black-haired mage's scream, everyone was startled at once, their faces still pale. She rushed towards everyone, shouting a loud warning, "Be careful, it's dangerous." A level 101 warrior has been killed. Immediately after, a powerful red energy suddenly swept over. Qian Na and Doing froze with their mouths agape. The energy pierced straight through the black-haired mage, her blood gushing out with a loud expulsion of breath. It was the same black-haired man who had just fired that energy, stabbing her, and he ran shouting loudly, "Everyone be careful, I saw it," his face pale. He continued, the level 92 black-haired mage was truly killed. In another area, So Wi exploded with fierce power and shouted loudly, "Even a level 120 defense unit won't easily break through my defenses." So Wi, his eyes burning, shouted loudly, "Level 100 armored giant So Wi." This was the Eastern nation. A gigantic whirlwind arose. Lak swept past from behind, and So Wi shouted, "I've suppressed them." So Wi growled again. Now it was Lak's turn. He swung his blade, delivering a fierce strike downwards. Casting the Hidden Dragon's Mark skill, a blue dragon materialized from the blade tip, flying down to attack the NPCs on the ground. Due to the whirlwind, they couldn't move, neither falling nor standing. After that, Lak's lightning struck, causing a huge impact. Brick fragments flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. Level 89 Lak retreated, knelt on the ground, wiped his sweat, and said, "It feels like my body has slowed down after a long time away. I've died twice, so I'm only level 89. Thankfully, the skill damage is still alright." So Wi laughed teasingly. "Your damage now is different from when we first clashed, when you could shatter my armor." Lak, turning his head as he ran, replied, "I know you're amazing," he younged him. "While we've temporarily dealt with the NPC guards, let's escape quickly. I need to go find Master Langsak." Looking up at the white flags with emblems ahead, So Wi called out, "Wait, Lak." Lak paused, looking at So Wi in surprise. Lak pulled up his helmet and smiled triumphantly. "There's a faster way to get out of here." The scene shifts to Bankifer. All her vials were empty. Looking at the vials rolling on the floor, she thought inwardly, "My medicine is all gone." Level 120 Shaolin was sitting motionless in the corner of the wall, his HP bar depleted. Bankifer muttered additionally, "I intended to use it against Shaolin." Level 91 Bankifer, with only a fifth of her HP left, gripped her injured arm, exhaling tired white smoke, and muttered to herself, "I don't have enough medicine to keep fighting." She threw herself to the floor, lost in thought. "My body is too exhausted," she calculated in her mind. "Other NPC defense units are gathered outside the garden, and the gate will keep getting smashed. The loud smashing sound is intense, it will break soon." Bankifer leaned against the wall, exhausted and dazed, continuing to think, "This is all I can do. There's no time to make new medicines. I really regret my new medicinal herbs." Her eyes were vacant. Then suddenly she was startled. A loud voice calling her name echoed from the rooftop. Bankifer looked up at the sound from the roof. Immediately after, a huge boulder shattered her roof and fell. Bankifer's heart leapt in shock. A figure descended directly from the roof, staring at her with wide, astonished eyes. She cheered inwardly. Tunryuju, Tunryuju. Tunryuju, in a transformed state, landed and smiled brightly at Bankifer. "I'm here." In the northern nation, thick snow covered the trees, and the fortresses were all buried in white snow. A voice called out from one side, "This way is safe." It was Nikabao and Shaolin. Someone from behind asked, puzzled, "Hey, you four extraordinary team, weren't you the team capable of defeating Qianchu's guildmaster and protecting game peace? At a time like this, shouldn't you take the initiative and help us shake off the NPCs? Why have you been running since the mission lobby?" Hearing that, the person added angrily, "Truly useless. Aren't you disgracing the Zhengyang Grand Guild?" Another person from behind agreed. Nikabao replied awkwardly, "Since we haven't grasped the situation yet, it's not our time to step in." Shaolin next to him remained silent. The person pretended to open their system and said, "I joined Zhengyang, but there's no signal." Nikabao's heart suddenly grew cold. He thought inwardly that he couldn't reach Brother Langsak in the current situation. Brother Langsak's plan for them would soon collapse. A figure standing on the rooftop. Shaolin, completely unaware, said, "Let's talk about these trivial things later. Preserving our lives is the most important thing now. Let's escape quickly when there are no NPCs." Nikabao replied, That's right. Suddenly, someone shouted in alarm, "Hey, there are two people up there." An NPC descended directly from above. Shaolin and Nikabao simultaneously shouted, "We're doomed." Just then, the NPC was hit by a blue orb and sent flying. He crashed to the ground with a thud, creating a crater, and dirt and stones flew up. Nikabao stammered in terror, what happened?" Shaolin next to him was equally startled. "I thought I was going to die." The person who had previously scolded them was now speechless with surprise. "Truly amazing," he exclaimed in admiration. "Indeed a team chosen by the heavens." The female player also cheered, "If they don't attack, fine. But once they do, even a level 120 guardian is easily sent flying." The red-faced man spoke again. "I apologize for what I just said." Nikabao and Shaolin were bewildered. "Huh?" The people shouted loudly. "Run fast," others now believed and praised them. "The heavens chosen 4-person team is truly reliable. Everyone follow quickly." However, the direction they were heading was already within someone's sight. Blue orbs were still floating in the air. In a stronghold, Mijan muttered as he manipulated the system, "No one will be able to harm her." Recalling Shaolin's image, he softly called out Shaolin and mentally referred to her as "my goddess." Mijan's face flushed with happiness. As they fled, blue orbs continuously cleared the path for them. While it was understandable once after several times, Shaolin and Nikabao both couldn't hide their bewilderment. Soon the two stopped and Shaolin joyfully exclaimed, "We escaped," Nikabao replied. "Those guardians seemed to be blocked by something. It always felt like something was protecting us." Both of them panted, barely able to speak. Words of gratitude were heard. Thank you, Heaven's chosen 4-person team. It was the red-haired man from earlier. He continued, thanks to you two, we were able to get out of here. The female player also jumped and cheered. The Heaven's chosen 4-person team is truly awesome, Xiaolun muttered helplessly. More fans again. Suddenly, Xiaolun was startled by a shout. Someone across the way exclaimed, "Is that Xiaolin?" Nikabao said, looking at the cliff opposite. Janjium called out loudly. "When I first logged into the game I got in touch, but then I found out you were in the Northern Nation and I couldn't reach you. I was so worried I thought I was going to die." From the other side, a familiar voice happily revealed a long face. Nikabao cheered. Janjium is still safe. Xiaolin was also happy. "I was worried he wouldn't survive," Nikabao asked. "Is that Dura from Zhengyang?" Janjium replied. "Fortunately, I met Dura and he was able to help me find you two in the Northern Nation." Hearing that, Xiaolin said, "Janjium, I'm glad you're safe. I was really worried." The people behind them began to murmur. Someone asked doubtfully, "Is the person opposite also a member of the Heaven's chosen 4-person team?" At this moment, Mijan thought, targeting Janjium, "He's so important and receives so much attention from goddess Xiaolun." Mihyun's face twisted. It was a danger signal. Elsewhere, Ricker was thrown to the ground and a red eye without a pupil appeared. It sent her flying several meters, creating a dent in the ground with flying dirt and stones. Ricker thought to herself. Ricker gritted her teeth. "Not only level 120 NPCs, but my HP bar is almost depleted too." She continued to think. Even elite monsters are max level. In front of her stood a hideous elite humanoid monster with jagged fangs, more than half of its HP remaining, looking sinister. Its half-human, half-beast appearance was terrifying. In rage, Ricker cried out inwardly, "Are they really trying to wipe out all players?" Recalling Jisu's gentle face, she softly called out Jisu in her mind. The monster lifted its foot to stomp her and finish her off. Suddenly, she tightly gripped her golden bow. She aimed her bow at the elite monster, counterattacking and muttering to herself, "I haven't found him yet, I can't die." Her meteor arrow exploded, pushing the monster back. Ricker jumped up, gritting her teeth. She summoned a giant eagle with her beast scent skill. In an instant, the monster's vision was filled with an endless expanse of trees. Taking advantage of this, she cast precision multi-shot, and the attack was as fierce as a blaze. The attack hit a nearby tree. Subsequently, the surrounding trees were also attacked one after another. The monster suddenly darted out from behind the tree. Ricker hid behind the corpse of a dead warrior. She tried to use the corpse to conceal her tracks. Seeing the monster lose its way, she jumped up with only one thought in her mind. Run. Night deepened and the moon hung high. Inside a dilapidated, desolate house, Ricker lay on the floor surrounded by empty potion bottles. She thought, "I'm out of recovery potions. My current HP can't even withstand one normal attack." Covering her forehead with her hand, she scoffed at herself. To be forced to flee so miserably because of one elite monster. She gritted her teeth, but tears still streamed down. She looked up at the ceiling, wiped her tears, and softly said, "It's too dark here, Jisu." A hand gripped the boy's collar tightly and he shouted fiercely, "Hey, Four Eyes!" Before he finished speaking, he threw a punch that struck Jisu's face. In his childhood, he laughed mockingly. "My dad said you're the son of a corporation's chaebol, the godfather of the science and technology industry my dad mentioned, but why is his son so weak?" Jisu could only sob. Suddenly a foot flew out, tearing everything apart. "No." Ricker kicked the bully in the face, shouting, "Don't pick on Jisu." The two boys were terrified, their faces pale, and the one bullying Jisu covered his face and ran away. The remaining boy turned around and snarled, "You two just wait, I'm going home to tell my dad." Ricker stood majestically in front of Jisu, reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Jisu still muttered Ricker from behind, bewildered. Ricker turned around and smiled triumphantly, saying, "You need to learn how to protect yourself." Jisu cried softly. At sunset, the sky was painted a soft yellow. Jisu smiled and said, "I'm glad Ricker is here." Ricker frowned, urging, "Hurry home, it's scary when it gets dark." Jisu replied agilely, "Then it's my turn to protect you." Hearing that, she immediately teased, "You wish, crybaby." The scene returned to the present. Ricker woke from her dream, slowly opened her eyes, raised her hand in the air and softly called out, "Light," then whispered, "It's bright." Just then, a circle of light appeared before her. The system window displayed a notification. Divine Imprint Tracking, a unique skill of the Holy Mage, a derivative of the Priest class. Effect 1. Grants a Divine Imprint to a player or ally. If the marked target's HP is depleted, a Sacred Shield automatically activates once, restoring a certain amount of HP. Simultaneously, the caster can track the location of the marked target. The imprint floated in the air and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden wall. Ricker thought to herself, bewildered, a unique skill of the Holy Mage, a derivative of the Priest class. Light poured from the sky, enveloping the entire house, and her eyes turned red. From a high mountain peak, someone appeared and loudly called out, "Ricker!" Ricker looked up and Jisu smiled, making the imprint glow in his hand. She shouted, "Jisu!" Jisu moved into the forest. Ricker asked who they were. Jisu smiled and explained, "These are players I met while looking for you, and I also healed them. They trust me quite a lot, so they came along. Many of them said they want to join our Zhengyang guild later." Ricker asked, surprised, "Where did you come from?" Jisu replied concisely, "Near the Southern Nation." Ricker glanced sideways, thinking, "The Southern Nation? This is near the northern part of the Central Nation. They came all that way." Looking at Jisu's dignified back, she thought to herself, to save so many players alone. "You're no longer the crybaby from childhood." She inadvertently called out loudly, "When did you get that imprint?" Jisu said calmly, I got this skill after completing my class derivation quest at level 50. Hearing that, Ricker was startled and questioned him. What, back then when I asked you what your derived class skill was you lied and said you didn't have one? Jisoo smiled and replied, because if I told you, you wouldn't let me use that imprint on you. He turned around. He continued softly, I know your competitive spirit and your weakness of fearing darkness, Ricker, he went on. That light can illuminate the darkness you fear and it will allow me to find you directly. Hearing that, Ricker's cheeks flushed. She muttered shyly, this crybaby. Suddenly, 2 information windows appeared and Jisoo softly exclaimed in surprise. Ricker also cheered. The system messages are back. Jisoo froze, looking at the window in front of him. This was a cutscene. A soldier hurriedly defended himself. Everyone please listen to me calmly. I saw that mage being murdered on the 2nd floor. The scene shifted to show the mage impaled and crucified on a sharp stake. The soldier was in extreme panic at the time. Returning to the present, he concluded, that's why I killed this fraud. A mage of the same appearance lay in a pool of blood with the number 404 above his head. Someone asked suspiciously, but it looks like that mage no matter what. Upstairs, a warrior called out loudly, we went to check the 2nd floor. The next words made the soldier's hair stand on end. That mage's body wasn't there. The soldier's eyes widened and he shouted, impossible. Chian-na angrily shouted for them to seize him. Goatvine tightly clutched him. He still screamed, I really saw it, please believe me, I didn't intend to kill that mage. A knight grabbed him by the hair and snarled, shut up you crazy bastard, have you gone mad because of this NPC slaughter game? Doding behind him suddenly exclaimed as if he realized something. That's right, Doding continued. There were 2 more players who went upstairs with us to find the body. The blue-haired rogue also remembered again, startled. People murmured. Someone anxiously asked, where did they go? The rogue turned around and hesitated. That's right, they should have come back with us too. Chian-na anxiously shouted loudly, no, let's all go look together. When they went up to the 2nd floor corridor of the villa, Doding pointed to a brightly lit room and said, that room is open. Chian-na cautiously stepped inside, her eyes frozen in horror. 2 knights had been brutally murdered. One had an arrow in his head, his eyes open and pupils fixed, and the other had a greatsword piercing his heart. Numerous arrows were embedded in the knight's body. A male cleric knelt beside the body. He tried his best to heal but shook his head and gave up. All their wounds are skill-inflicted, so they can't be saved. They probably committed suicide. The rogue furiously asked, why? They were all perfectly normal when we went upstairs. Doding on the opposite side also muttered helplessly. Truly bizarre. He casually concluded again that this place was not normal. Suddenly, Chian-na discovered something and turned around, shouting in surprise, let's quickly go back downstairs. The soldier from earlier was sitting frozen in the middle of the corridor, blood on his face, and the number 404 appeared above his head again. The rogue screamed, and the male cleric also asked in a trembling voice, another one died? A knight rushed to the door, kicked it hard, and screamed, the door won't open. Doding also launched a magic attack at a nearby window, but it was useless. The window is useless too, it can't be destroyed. This place is really problematic. Outside it was still raining and thunder crashed. With 4 deaths, Doding cried out in fear, 4 people have died, are we all going to die here too? Suddenly, someone drew a bow and Bekriel aimed at the rogue, snarling, you're the culprit, aren't you? The level 93 rogue. Chian-na shouted in surprise. Bekriel, what are you doing? Bekriel analyzed the situation seriously from beginning to end and questioned, I've been observing you for a long time. When the level 101 warrior suggested everyone find resources, only the level 92 mage followed, and then it was her. Subsequently, the warrior and mage seemed to have gone mad, and among the 3 people who went upstairs to find the bodies, this rogue was also among them. And then only she returned, and eventually we all went to find the level 97 warrior and level 91 archer, and the level 101 warrior was on the 1st floor. I specifically noted her movements. She was clearly at the 2nd floor entrance, but when we went to find people she was behind us. She clearly has a special method of killing. The rogue was terrified and stammered, no, Bekriel cut her off and shouted, don't make excuses. His voice became low and cold, if I kill you first, I'll know if what I'm saying is true, won't I? Just then, Vine shot up, tightly gripping Bekriel's attack and blocking it. Someone shouted, stop! Chian-na roared in anger. Don't destroy yourselves anymore, that's the trap the Solip family set for us. Raindrops clung to the window pane and a shadow stood beside a large window saying, it seems the day will break soon. Chian-na also looked outside and replied, the rain outside has also weakened. Bekriel slumped into a chair and shouted irritably, what good is the rain weakening, we're all trapped here. Chian-na, look, it's been so long, he continued, displaying extreme emotion. If she hadn't been brought along, nothing strange would have happened to us. At this time, the rogue's hands and feet were bound by vines. Bekriel gritted his teeth and concluded, then she's definitely the problem. If she's dealt with, everything will be over. The rogue shouted irritably. How many times do I have to say it? It wasn't me. Suddenly, the male cleric went to the piano and drew everyone's attention. Hey everyone, listen to me. This piano is a bit strange. He peered inside the piano and added, there's a strange liquid inside the piano and the traces aren't completely wiped clean. I'm a cleric and these traces look like bloodstains. Everyone crowded around and someone exclaimed, bloodstains, didn't 4 players fall here? Chian-na immediately commanded, Doding, use your fluorescent magic. Doding raised his magic staff. When the fluorescent light shone on the piano, everyone exclaimed, wow! At this time, a hint appeared in the system window, music security magic discovered. To obtain security information, play the song designated by the security setter on the designated instrument. Just then an imprint appeared inside the piano. Doding looked at it and exclaimed, remembering music security magic. He read the word canon engraved on the piano. He softly realized, no wonder there were no lootable items here. The level 91 archer's previous analysis was correct. A player had already passed through here. The music security magic was a clue left by the mage before he fell into the pool of blood. Becriel approached, holding the cannon, and abruptly asked, who can play this piano piece? Slender hands were placed on the keys. Chian-na sat down, her skilled fingers sweeping across the keyboard, playing a mesmerizing harmony. Becriel, Doding, and the male cleric stood mesmerized as if enchanted by her piano playing. Waves of emotion stirred within Becriel. Even after such a long time, Chian-na remained captivating. Suddenly, the ground slowly opened across from the piano, revealing a tunnel, and Doding exclaimed, it's an underground tunnel. Everyone rushed forward, and the female rogue cried out in a panic, hey, take me with you, I'm scared. Doding descended the stairs one by one, looking at the paper in his hand, and said, here's the sheet music. A system window appeared. Canon piano sheet music. Placing the sheet music in its original position will open a secret tunnel for you. The male cleric frowned and analyzed. So this quest originally didn't require players to play the canon themselves, but just to place the left-behind item in its original spot. Chian-na still looked puzzled. Looking at this, it seems this Solip family mansion was originally a game-decoding questline, so why has it now turned into a space for enchanting and killing players? She gravely gave direction. It seems we need to move forward to clarify all of this, Becriel agreed irritably. Anyway, we can't get out by staying here. Dawn is breaking, let's hurry. I don't want to wait for death here. Just then a swarm of red-eyed evil spirits flickered in the darkness. The stairs extended deep underground under a dim, desolate yellow light. The door suddenly swung open and bright light poured in from across. Becriel walked through the door and stopped, stunned. Below was a solidly built, dark, prison-like place. He couldn't help but exclaim, it's an underground prison. A knight descended, shouting loudly. Such a massive prison beneath the western mansion. Seeing its large scale, this quest line was by no means simple. At the same time, information windows appeared all at once. Chian-na exclaimed in surprise, information, then her face darkened again. The battlefield situation is sweeping in. Under the muzzle, a red-eyed level 120 knight was shot in the chest. Hyugu held a huge gun, charging majestically. Sangin pointed and shouted, Hyugu, cover the frontline soldiers, guard the gate, don't let the NPCs break through. Mage soldiers launch hit-and-run attacks from a distance, he added irritably, shouting. Where's the witch of Qianchu? Sister Gyoja appeared with a charming smile. All the men are in a hurry. Dressed in dazzling and alluring attire, she swayed in the air, scattering a charming aura over Stronghold A of Qianchu Yase. She frowned and grumbled, if my charm skill didn't work on NPCs, then she continued proudly, I wouldn't have been able to pass through here so easily, plus our Qianchu guild could have taken Stronghold A. The NPCs were completely entranced by Sister Gyoja's captivating pollen. Sangin also stumbled, charmed, and unconsciously blurted out, that's right. Hyugu frowned, drew his gun and shot Sangin in the head to snap him out of the trance. Sangin exclaimed, why are you charming my own side? He looked down at the surrounding siege and solemnly analyzed, but even if we take Stronghold A now, it'll be too difficult to hold it. We originally chose Stronghold A near the Solip family mansion as our headquarters to avoid NPCs, not to capture it. He frowned and added, attacking and capturing Stronghold A during the day isn't difficult, but enduring a large-scale attack from level 120 NPCs for a long time is truly impossible. Our numbers and levels are both too disadvantaged. Hyugu glanced sideways. Sangin concluded again, our supplies also can't withstand their defense. The surrounding soldiers fought frantically with the bloodthirsty NPCs, and one person fell under a blade before he could even react. Hyugu asked directly, are we retreating? Sangin hesitated. It was already at its limit just holding out here overnight, he gloomily concluded. If we hold out any longer, we'll just be wiped out. He made a drastic decision. Let's retreat under the cover of dawn. Hyugu and I will provide cover, and the other players will retreat first. Fluffy clouds drifted in the blue sky, and thick black smoke covered the heavens. Sister Gyoja circled in the air, grumbling unhappily, hey, where else can we retreat to now? Qianchu's strategy is so flawed that it can't even hold a stronghold. What other stronghold do we need to find to establish ourselves? Sangin frowned and shouted, we have no choice but to retreat. I'm out of ideas too. The gap between our strength and the NPC army is too great. Suddenly, Hyugu looked at an information window and cheered, found a stronghold. Sangin turned around, stunned, and Hyugu calmly reported, Brother Langsak has taken Qianchu Yase guild headquarters. Scene change. Dura stared at the message window and shouted loudly, ha, it's news from Brother Langsak. Nikabao listened excitedly. Brother Langsak, Shaolan also said in surprise, how can he send a message? Dura couldn't hide his surprise and said, he said Qianchu guild headquarters is safe. He told all of us to come there elsewhere, so Wi turned and said, why did Qianchu headquarters choose that location? Lak replied excitedly, it doesn't matter why, as long as I know where Master Langsak is, I'll rush there at lightning speed. Rally, a voice echoed among the ruins, and NPCs lay piled up amidst the smoky flames. A castle appeared atop the tower and a figure emerged. At Qianchu Yase guild headquarters, Langsak stood firm, his sharp gaze sweeping downwards. With this, the goal of the last guild war is complete, As a level 120 he had firmly resolved, someday I'll conquer Qianchu. Looking down he calculated, choosing Qianchu headquarters as the base is definitely the right move. A fortress built on sheer cliffs, if only the gate is guarded, it can fend off NPC attacks from all directions. A magnificent watchtower stood firm at the edge of the cliff. Langsak secretly admired Gowanson's ability to choose building sites. If I had recaptured the guild area at that time, he focused on the message window and inwardly rejoiced. It's a good thing the Zhengyang Guild channel has been successfully restored. According to the plan, there's one place we absolutely must occupy to win this war against the NPCs. His gaze was resolute. Next stronghold target, back at Pharmacist King Commercial Street. Langsak whispered to Tunryuju and Bankifer via the control panel. Hold on a little longer. Tunryuju, Bankifer, all reinforcements from the southern nation arrived a day ago. The game update just finished. Dear adventurers, welcome back to a more realistic Choning continent. At the southern nation mission lobby. Suddenly a huge explosion erupted from the top of a tower, flames and smoke soaring, birds scattering in the sky and screams echoing. NPC killed someone, run fast. Just then a foot suddenly swept past the ground and a thick armored body like a knight's appeared, bearing the title Southern Nation Defense Force NPC. He rushed forward madly with bloodshot eyes. He swept through the smoky fortresses. Suddenly a blue beam of light struck the NPC directly. A hand spread a card forming a formation in the air. The NPC counterattacked the player. Level 113 Qianchu Yase Guildmaster Gowanson floated in the air, frowning and saying, "What is this?" Just then another figure flashed past at lightning speed. The NPC turned around furiously with charcoal-like eyes. The immovable dark door appeared majestically, scanning them with cold eyes and loudly declared, "Come at me together, you NPCs, don't waste my time." He gripped a huge sword tightly, and continued, "I have very important things to do." His face was as cold as frost, and energy surged from his blade. Roaring, he solemnly set out to investigate in a hurry. In an instant, the immovable dark door's power whirlwind swept through, sending the NPCs flying into the sky, tearing them to shreds. The surviving players emerged one after another, shouting in a panic, "Wow, those players are really amazing." One person recognized and shouted, "One of them is Gowanson of Qianchu." Another said in a daze, "I don't know the other one, but he's a level 117 player." The rescued people hugged each other in joy. "We're so lucky to have met these players." Suddenly someone pointed and shouted, "Look, you're even luckier," he hastily continued. "There's a figure standing on the top of that building." The third person shouted, "That's the only player in Choning with a skill level. Our Zhengyang Guild." Langsak stood firm on high, his majestic expression looking down. A shout of Guildmaster Langsak came from below. Immediately after, Langsak leaped into the crowd of NPCs. A ray of light from the sky cleaved the ground and heaven and earth shook, causing the NPCs to turn around in horror. Langsak raised his hand, summoning the divine sword. He gripped the hilt tightly and a flash erupted from the blade. In an instant, Langsak swept across the NPC formation, and a lightning-fast flash trampled the enemies blocking his path. He grimly said 5. He continued to swing his blade, saying 6, 7, 8. Langsak attacked the remaining group again. 9, where he swept past, only dazzling traces of slaughter remained. He didn't stop and charged straight ahead. 10, the blade tore through the NPC's thick armor. 11, Langsak's eyes suddenly turned cold. He inwardly thought, "I still need 19 more. Following this, blades crisscrossed densely through the air. Langsak's counting intertwined with the corpses of the NPCs. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. The system window displayed Divine Sword Soul Transformation Marker 3060. Suddenly a huge hammer NPC charged forward, and Langsak cheerfully shouted, "Perfect timing." The level 120 Southern Nation Guardian Elite poured out fierce power no less than Langsak's, and black energy exploded, with evil skulls floating in the air. At this time, 3 pillars of power in the Southern Nation spiraled into the sky. Some players high up shouted excitedly, "Look, level 120 NPCs are fleeing." Others agreed, "I have a feeling they're going to win." Someone shouted urgently, "Let's ordinary players take this opportunity to leave too." Gowanson stood high and said, "Very strange, but looking at the current situation of fighting NPCs, the power map of Choning continent has clearly changed. Are you trying to occupy this southern nation as a stronghold?" The immovable dark door on the opposite tower replied, "This place is worthless. There are many villages around the southern nation. NPCs will launch a large-scale attack soon." Gowanson's face hardened and he pressed, "Where did your warrior jump out from?" "Level 117, but I've never seen you in the level rankings." The immovable dark door turned his back and casually said, "Such rankings mean nothing to me. I hid my level later." Gowanson continued irritably, "Langsak alone was enough, and now another person even higher level than me has appeared. In fact, everything is too strange." Langsak suddenly asked from the side, "I told you, Gowanson, regarding this update where players and NPCs are fighting, did your side not receive any information?" Gowanson frowned, turned around and said, "What do you mean by that? Who would know about such a strange game update?" Langsak glanced at the control panel, remained silent, and thought, "This matter seems to have little to do with his family." Gowanson suddenly said with a solemn expression, "Since you asked, I have something to do first." Light exploded, enveloping him. Gowanson said clearly, "Whatever the cause, the current situation of players being surrounded by enemies has already become a reality, so I need to clarify this." So he summoned his mount, the blue-scaled bird, and descended. He mounted the divine bird and said grandly, "I'll go one step ahead." Gowanson soared into the sky on the blue-scaled bird, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. I hope you survived this contest. Langsak heard that and was momentarily puzzled. He definitely knows something, the immovable dark door casually replied. He probably doesn't know much. Langsak looked down at the control panel, surprised by the strange development of this return. What exactly is that thing in the game for? The immovable dark door crossed his arms and said loudly, It's fine, I'll find that thing. The memory of T's death was deeply etched, hardening his face. I won't let T's matter slide either. Langsak was startled and said, Are you going to act independently? The immovable dark door said resolutely, Given the current situation, there are too many things to investigate. Dividing our forces is the best option, Langsak grimly analyzed. But since a while ago, the system information has been without signal. This is an attempt to disrupt player information. It seems they don't want players to easily gather and form team power. The game wants to break us down one by one, he concluded. If that's the case, after we split up, we won't be able to exchange information with each other. The immovable dark door casually said, That's right, system information is a crucial factor in determining victory and defeat in this game. So Langsak, you need to solve this. Langsak was startled and said, Why should I solve this? I'm trapped in the game too. The immovable dark door turned and continued, As I said, for me, catching the one who harmed T is the most important thing right now, he added. This is something only you can solve right now. Langsak looked at him in a daze. The immovable dark door turned around and asked, Do you still remember what I said on the rooftop when we first met in the real world? It's right beside you, he continued. A product of the game can appear in the real world. Suddenly, Danja's image flashed in Langsak's memory. He inwardly exclaimed, Danja. Danja's appearance repeatedly emerged in Langsak's memory. He repeated Danja in his mind immediately after. The angry face of Demon Dragonscale was also etched. Langsak, you severely injured Danja this time, so I'll settle scores with you later. A piercing scream suddenly echoed in the forest and an explosion occurred. No, pillars of light poured from the sky into the forest. Langsak lowered his head and ran through the forest. He gritted his teeth, thinking, It feels like something I've experienced. On the outskirts of the southern nation, a figure darted through the forest, startling a nearby NPC. The NPCs, smelling players, rushed out madly. Kill the players from the southern nation. Suddenly, a pillar of power exploded, blocking their attack. An NPC screamed at the sight. This power, the light orb is still charging at us, he barely muttered. What is it? Langsak ran, looking up at the sky. He inwardly murmured this fierce power. It wouldn't be bad if she helped clear out all the NPCs. A level 120 Demon Dragonscale Kaya was hovering. Langsak thought, My level is 122. Demon Dragonscale suddenly turned with red eyes, opening its fanged mouth wide to roar. I will not allow you to let Danja get into dangerous situations again, Langsak on the ground replied in annoyance. How troublesome. Suddenly he paused, hearing a familiar clear voice echo, Mom, don't be angry. A level 120 Danja flew over and intervened. Dad just wants Danja to help, she continued with an innocent smile. Perhaps only Danja can help. Langsak was surprised, thinking Danja reached level 122. He looked up and shouted, Danja's right, only Danja can help with this. Don't worry, there won't be any major danger. Demon Dragonscale interrupted irritably. You shut your mouth. Have you already forgotten how miserably you treated my daughter last time? Suddenly, Demon Dragonscale shrunk, returning to its original small form. Huh? Danja looked at her mother helplessly and said, Mom, you're out of strength again. Demon Dragonscale shouted angrily, Damn it, my regenerated body is utterly useless. Langsak sighed. Finally, he can stop. The sky turned dusk, casting a soft yellow glow on the leaves. Danja closed her eyes, concentrating to transition. Langsak asked anxiously, How is it, Danja? Danja hesitated sadly. Dad, I don't think it's working. Langsak recalled the immovable dark door's words. If everything was confined within the game, the initiative to set the rules clearly wouldn't be with the players. The only possible method was to intervene in the game's operation from the outside, and the only one who could do this was his pet. He rubbed his chin and nodded. That's right, that analysis wasn't wrong. When the information system is lost, Danja is the only possible way to contact the real world. He suddenly asked, Danja, what method did you use to go to the real world before? Danja replied dejectedly, Method, I don't know. Back then, I just wanted to be next to Dad and I crossed over by myself. Langsak was taken aback upon hearing that. He muttered, It's that simple? Then is it because I'm not in the real world that she can't cross over now? He suddenly recalled and continued, In that case, Danja, try to recall what you consider most important in the real world. Danja's eyes widened. What I want, Langsak shouted. Amusement parks, candy, ice cream, and even the delicious food Grandpa makes. The image of Grandpa in his legendary apron clearly came to Danja's mind and her eyes sparkled. That's right, I want it all. At that very moment, Danja's form disappeared. Danja broke through space, returned to the real world and shouted, Grandpa. Grandpa turned around in surprise. He took Danja to Langsak's room and seeing Langsak lying there asked in surprise, Danja, it's been a long time, why are you the only one back? Wasn't Langsak just logging into the game? Danja replied softly, Dad is sleeping. She rushed around the machine Langsak was lying in, calling out incessantly. Dad, Grandpa, flustered, intervened. Danja, Langsak is still in the game. You shouldn't break it. Danja still shouted loudly, Wake up quickly. She rested her chin in her hand and muttered, No, Danja can't wake Dad up. She suddenly recalled Langsak's words. Danja, remember, when you come back this time, try to wake me up from inside the game equipment. If you can't wake me up, go to my room. Find the communication device in the closet. Use it to call the number I told you. Danja, having remembered, flew off shouting, Communication device. From behind, Grandpa called Danja anxiously. What's going on? He thought that although it had been a long time since they met, she seemed to have matured. The scene shifted to a large control room, and Adolf shouted urgently, mobilize all contingency plans. No matter what, we must connect to the game's communication. We need to know what's happening in the game right now. A staff member in the control room reported loudly, it's impossible. Both my channel and the game are blocked. No method works. At this point, we can only wait for the game side to show progress. Adolf retorted vehemently, don't wait, keep trying to fix it. He gritted his teeth. The military's information is also blocked. What on earth is happening in the game? Suddenly, Adolf's communicator rang and he paused at the name Langsack. He thought, could it be Langsack? As the control panel turned on, Grandpa's voice was heard. All right, Danja. Danja pressed close to the control panel and shouted, Dad, Langsack is looking for Grandpa. From beyond the receiver, Langsack's voice came through, surprised. Langsack, your voice isn't Langsack's. Who are you? Why do you have this communication device? Grandpa scratched his head and said, bewildered, I don't know what's going on either, but Langsack from the game told us to find Grandpa. Adolf asked urgently, Langsack from the game, what is this about? Are you saying Langsack from the game told us to contact him? Grandpa quickly replied. That's right, to be precise, my granddaughter returned from the game. Adolf still asked skeptically, his granddaughter returned from the game. Putting aside his hesitation, he shouted to his team members, don't worry about that. If we can send information to the game now, try to use this opportunity to fix the communication channel. The staff replied, we'll check. Someone shouted, our side just stopped. The military channel interference was in fact still responding. The cause of the interference was the in-game guild information channel. Adolf ran over asking, why haven't you been doing it? The staff member continued, because there's a prerequisite for continuous successful intervention. It can only be done within the game. Adolf shouted anxiously, what prerequisite? Tell me quickly. The scene returns to the game. Demon Dragonscale frowned and said loudly, we need to occupy a guild territory in the game. Langsack charged on his divine beast. Demon Dragonscale added, only then can we replace the military special channel with the guild communication channel. They said that. Langsack replied, thank you, Aunt Kaya, for the ice dragon delivering Danja's message to me. From the control panel, Demon Dragonscale said irritably, I just want Danja to finish quickly and return to my side. Langsack smiled and reassured, don't worry. Danja won't be in danger in the real world. He flew off like an arrow on the divine beast, thinking, occupy a guild territory again. Then I'll have to return to Jengyang headquarters. Langsack's eyes sharpened. But Jengyang headquarters is on a plane. Even if we occupy it, we'll have to defend it from NPC attacks for a long time. It will require the help of many players. The current situation doesn't allow for that yet. I need a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack. Suddenly, he recalled a place. Langsack flew to Qianchu Yao's central guild headquarters, his heart slightly fluttering. It's really fortunate that I learned about this place thanks to the previous guild war. Not bad. He summoned his treasured sword, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He chuckled softly and said, I'm sorry, Go-on-san, but your guild will soon be mine. On the Jengyang guild channel, Ricker and Jisoo ran desperately forward, opening the communication panel connected to Langsack. Ricker said, hey Langsack, did you really capture Qianchu headquarters by yourself? Langsack replied, yes. Langsack asked, Ricker, where are you now? Ricker said, Jisoo and I are together. Our location is near the southern part of the northern nation, near the northern part of the central nation. We're currently gathering a small team and heading to Qianchu guild headquarters. Langsack gave a firm command, no, you've come too far. Go to Pharmacist King Street first. They urgently need help there, Jisoo replied curtly. Understood. Simultaneously, Lack and So Wi continued to contact Langsack through the same information panel. Lack shouted, finally I'm in contact with Master Langsack. Wait, I'm coming right over. Langsack asked Lack, where are you now? Lack replied, Eastern Nation. Langsack paused for a moment saying nothing. Lack reassured, no problem. We can get there very quickly. The scene shifts to Dura's team. On the communication panel, a signal was simultaneously transmitted to them. Dura asked urgently, Sister Qian Na, are you alright? Qian Na replied, I'm alright. Dura sighed, I'm relieved you're alright. I thought I was going to die. Qian Na updated on the situation. But Dodane and I are currently trapped in the Western Mansion and can't get out. Dura asked anxiously, Sister, where are you now? I'll come rescue you immediately. Qian Na estimated the location. The Western Mansion's location is probably on the outskirts of the Central Nation. Dura reproached himself irritably. Damn it, we're too far away right now. Assessing the overall situation, Langsack intervened in the communication. Langsack proposed, Lack, if you have a way, can you bring Dura's team? Lack blurted out. I just want to get to Master's side quickly, Langsack said solemnly. The situation is urgent. Don't be stubborn, Lack complied. Alright, tell them to send their coordinates, Dura shouted happily. That's great. Qian Na's side also immediately received Langsack's signal through the control panel. Langsack asked, Qian Na, is everything alright on your end? Qian Na reported, currently we're trapped, but we can manage for now. I'll figure out a way to get out of this Western Mansion. Langsack, you don't need to worry, I can handle it. Langsack instructed, send me your coordinates and all the setting information for the Western Mansion. I'll see if I can find any clues. Qian Na replied, yes, understood. Hugu's side also received a message. Langsak asked, "Hugu, where are you now?" Hugu replied curtly, getting closer. Langsak scanned the communication panel, secretly assessing the situation. If the military channel can be replaced with the Zhengyun Guild channel, only small groups will still lose their signal, and the main members' locations will become quite clear. It would be smoother to assess the situation first and then proceed to the next step. Maps of the 4 regions, Western Nation, Central Nation, Northern Nation and Eastern Nation, appeared on the control panel. Langsak calculated the approximate location by looking at each person's marker. The sturdy fortress was guarded by NPC warriors. Langsak, surmising that Qianchu headquarters was closest to his location and the Qianwu team stood atop the tower looking down at the NPC army gathering below. Their intention was clearly to form a team to attack players. He couldn't leave this stronghold until they arrived. His face darkened. He looked up at the sky, his heart heavy that Soryu and Bankifer were still out of contact. It was unclear if they could hold out. The scene shifted to a large greenhouse garden. A hand swiftly compounded a liquid in a test tube. A communication panel from Langsak appeared, and simultaneously Langsak clearly explained the situation. Currently, the entire Chaoning continent is like a massive battlefield, and the key to victory is logistical support. Langsak continued. Without NPC support tools, players' last line of defense for supplies is only Pharmacist King Street, personally constructed by player Bankifer. Langsak concluded, therefore Pharmacist King Street is extremely important. Soryu and Bankifer, you must defend Pharmacist King Street and the Pharmacist King building. Soryu replied, understood, brother Langsak. I will definitely do my best to fight those NPCs. Langsak reassured, we'll be there to help you soon, so hold on a little longer. Bankifer, covered in wounds, was still compounding medicines with difficulty. The thought of defending Pharmacist King Street repeating in her mind. Suddenly a large crack appeared in the building wall. Tunryuju quickly turned, a triumphant smile on his face, and said urgently to Bankifer. Tunryuju said, Bankifer, I'll fight those NPCs. You continue to complete the medicine here, Bankifer shouted. But you alone, Tunryuju quickly replied, don't worry. I'm big and strong. Before those NPCs gather in large numbers, I'll scatter them. After that, whether we can fully defend Pharmacist King Street will depend on your new medicine, Bankifer. Bankifer's eyes immediately hardened. She gritted her teeth and resolved to herself, no matter what, I cannot fail this time. The title of Pharmacist King is at stake. The scene shifts. Another massive explosion struck the heart of the city. The NPCs guarding Pharmacist King Street fell, blood gushing from their mouths. Tunryuju charged in a grand manner, roaring loudly. Tunryuju shouted, all you NPCs, come to your deaths. In the middle of the encirclement, he gritted his teeth. I will never let them break through the Pharmacist King building. I need to lure them far away. Tunryuju channeled his power, sending a black vortex soaring into the sky, which then exploded, sending the NPCs flying. He shouted. Tunryuju yelled, come here, fly far away. The enemies merely brushed past. Their HP had barely decreased. Tunryuju sped up, flying quickly into the air. He admitted that the NPCs were too challenging. And even with the power of the Divine Mountain, the level difference was too great to finish them off in one go. His shadow appeared and disappeared, but he didn't dare to recklessly enlarge himself, fearing he might damage the Pharmacist King Street that Bankifer had painstakingly built. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and decided to fight with strategy. Leaping over a building, he shouted loudly to lure the enemies. Tunryuju yelled, hey, I just jumped over the roof. He continued to call out urgently. Tunryuju shouted, over here, over here. He threw himself into the grand square, landing in the middle of the encirclement with only one thought in his mind, not to disturb Bankifer. Putting power into his fist, he shouted loudly. Tunryuju exclaimed, come on everyone, you've come well. I want to fight 10 of you. No sooner had he finished speaking than his first punch landed directly on an NPC's face, followed by a kick to the head of the NPC right next to it. As another NPC swung its sword to slash, he dodged cleanly and sent the opponent flying with his next attack. His eyes coldly swept behind him, and numerous high-level NPCs surged forward again. Large blades launched a surprise attack from all directions, and a destructive attack exploded, filling the air with smoke and dust. Tunryuju, hit by the attack, was sent flying far and crashed hard onto the ground with only 1/3 of his HP remaining. He laughed mockingly, ridiculing himself. Tunryuju said, fighting 10 failed. Seeing the red-eyed NPCs approaching, he continued in a triumphant voice. Tunryuju stated, but everyone concentrated here. No sooner had he finished speaking than he slammed his fist into the ground, causing an earthquake, and a magic circle exploded, tightly gripping the NPCs with gravity. Seizing the moment while the enemies were suppressed, Tunryuju soared into the air. Tunryuju shouted, under my gravity, quickly returned to human form and blocked the sky. Tunryuju yelled, you will never leave. Holding a gigantic golden shield, he recalled that he hadn't activated the power of his previously exploded form for a long time. He slammed the shield down hard, and dazzling flames surged like a mountain, pouring straight down from above. The formation at the top furiously poured lightning and rain upon the NPC horde, and a rectangular destructive formation was active. Those struck by lightning were continuously depleted, their blood slowly draining. He calculated the flow of water, and the suction force expanded the range of the electric field wall, prolonging continuous damage. From a high vantage point, he smiled triumphantly. If he didn't finish them immediately with a skill, he could trap them all in a cauldron and boil them. thus cleanly clearing Pharmacist King Street. Suddenly his eyes swept across the city wall where a new horde of NPCs continued to lay siege. He frowned and muttered, "Damn it, reinforcements are gathering at Pharmacist King building to attack." Suddenly, the NPC horde was met with a barrage of unfamiliar bullets. Tunryuju paused, momentarily stunned. Tunryuju uttered a soft ha. Amidst a flock of black crows, Hyugu appeared majestically, holding a pistol. Tunryuju excitedly called out, "That's Hyugu." His gaze soon shifted elsewhere and his voice stammered out. Tunryuju said, then a gigantic greatsword poured down from the sky, furiously attacking the NPCs like thunder, and a skill appeared on the battlefield. A majestic figure cloaked in a mantle emerged from the smoke, and a steadfast belief surged as if he had met a savior. Langsak appeared majestically riding his divine beast. Tunryuju whispered brightly, "Brother Langsak at Chianchu Yase headquarters, level 103 bone succubus sister Gyoja sat on her staff scattering alluring pollen, and the NPCs below helplessly collapsed in the fierce encirclement. Flames struck their faces. From atop a high tower a figure continuously unleashed flames, suppressing the targets. Level 107 Chianjul Guildmaster Songdun gripped his bow tightly, a grin on his face, and excitedly said, Langsak chose Chianchu headquarters, truly an excellent spot. This fortress's easy to defend, hard to attack characteristic is now proving highly effective." Looking at the NPC encirclement, he murmured his plan to defend the castle. By guarding the castle's only entrance, the entire stronghold could be defended. From the adjacent tower, other players also continuously launched coordinated attacks from above. Zangan nodded, thinking, if only a portion of the team that survived Stronghold A comes here, we'll be able to hold out sufficiently. He smiled triumphantly, muttering, once this quest is over, I'll need to significantly upgrade Chianjul headquarters as well. On Pharmacist King Street, successive attacks sent the NPCs flying. Hyugu continuously fired his pistol from above with cold eyes. Tunryuju charged, holding a gigantic shield, and the flash of his attack disoriented the opponents. Tunryuju transformed, gathering an orb of light in his hand, and gravity swirled, absorbing enemies and pressing them down to prevent escape. Tunryuju turned to his comrades and shouted, "Hyugu, the attack is up to you." Hyugu, with a serious expression, spun the gun in his hand, uttered a short yell, then took out a water bomb. Immediately after, he furiously threw the bomb downwards, startling Tunryuju. A notification appeared in the system window regarding the water bomb weapon, independently researched by Hyugu. While the water bomb itself was heavy and difficult to aim, its destructive power was immense. The water bomb exploded in midair, unleashing a huge burst of flames across the entire castle. Tunryuju irritably shouted, "Is he trying to blow up all of Pharmacist King Street?" As the smoke slowly cleared, NPC corpses were scattered on the stone ground. Tunryuju was momentarily surprised and conceded its effectiveness. The damage from this water bomb was truly impressive, wiping out another wave of reinforcements. Hyugu casually pointed ahead and said, "That was easy. A lot of attacks are coming from that direction too." Tunryuju clicked his tongue and irritably grumbled, "It's endless, isn't it? Both of us only have 1/3 of our health left now." Tunryuju gritted his teeth. "At this rate, I won't be able to hold out much longer." Suddenly, a large explosion erupted from behind the building. Hyugu looked up and casually judged, "Quite light." The spirit of the evil ghost was severely wounded by the power of darkness. Langsak passed through the enemy line, sword in hand, and seriously asked, "Why are you doing this?" The red-eyed NPCs glared at him with swords in hand. Langsak loudly scoffed. "Come quickly and face your death." The NPCs fled into the forest in a panic, and Langsak pursued them, saying in a low voice, "I can't let you reorganize and attack again." The enemies turned back in a panic. Screams echoed as if tearing through the sky, and flames and smoke enveloped the streets within the castle. In the compounding room, Bankafer dropped a tiny droplet of liquid into a test tube, murmuring the formula for 6 gentian strawberries. She continued to sprinkle powder into the bottle, saying to herself, 2 teaspoons of herbs, Jongwoo's orange. This amount is most appropriate. Bankafer closed her eyes, condensing all her medicinal power into an orb of light, and performed alchemy. Branches sprouted and green leaves unfurled, her eyes flashed, and the medicine bottle in her hand glowed, soaring into the sky. Bankafer opened her mouth in excitement. Success 97 compatibility. Returning to Langsak, numerous beams of light exploded in the sky. He flew quickly through the NPC horde, throwing his sword to stab one, then slicing across another's head, sending blood spraying everywhere. He seriously called out, "The last one." Then Langsak looked up, paused, and shouted. Wind swept through the forest. A group of people slowly walked out, and another NPC horde pressed in with red eyes. From the forest edge, yet another NPC horde continuously poured into the castle. Langsak irritably muttered to himself, "Another ant-like horde." He landed on a large tree, surveyed the entire situation, and saw that all these groups were heading towards Pharmacist King Street. Langsak frowned, thinking, there must be someone manipulating them from behind. The opponents seemed to have realized the importance of Pharmacist King Street. Looking at the city center, he formulated a plan based on the ordinary terrain of this street. On the other side, Tunryuju and Hyugu were still desperately holding out in cooperation. Langsak admitted, 3 people alone are too overwhelmed to defend this place. His heart ached for a moment. Though reluctant, he would probably have to abandon Pharmacist King Street for a while. Just then, a blue rabbit appeared in the sky. Langsak looked up in surprise, thinking, that's a rabbit. The The baby rabbit was carrying a small medicine bottle, and he was surprised when he realized it was medicine. On Hyugu's side, numerous baby rabbits suddenly burst out, hopping all over the castle. Hyugu exclaimed in surprise, "Rabbits are hopping all over Pharmacist King Street." Tunryuju recognized them. "It's Sister Bankifer, she succeeded." Tunryuju looked up and laughed excitedly. "She must have created a new medicine." At this moment a finger pointed to the sky, condensing a divine elixir. Bankifer inwardly thanked them. "Thank you for buying me time to brew the medicine." Bankifer appeared amidst the flock of rabbits with only one thought in her mind: "My Pharmacist King Street." A vortex of light exploded from her hand, soaring straight into the sky, and 4 rabbits appeared on Pharmacist King Street. Numerous explosions swept across the city. Bankifer unleashed her power. She firmly resolved, "I must protect it myself." Skeleton smoke enveloped the forest. Most of the NPCs below suffocated, struggling in the poisonous mist. One of them gritted his teeth and shouted, "This skeleton causes damage." His eyes were red, but he still looked terrified. He added in a serious voice, "It's covered all of Pharmacist King Street." As he exclaimed, the entire castle was now surrounded by skeleton magic, becoming a faint wall, difficult to enter or exit. Langsack stood atop a tall building, marveling at the perfect blockade. Pharmacist King Street was completely isolated. He glanced sideways and asked in a low voice, "Isn't that a bit cruel?" Bankifer couldn't take her eyes off the divine medicine in her hand, frowning slightly and stammering, "You're right, I think I used too much medicine." She flusteredly hurried to explain, "At that time, all I could think about was protecting Pharmacist King Street, and besides I had just awakened a new ability using a newly researched, rare and highly compatible medicine, so of course I just wanted to use it quickly. I really had no time to think beyond that." Langsack was dumbfounded upon hearing that, blurting out, "You awakened a new ability?" Bankifer drew a blue smoke rabbit with her finger, sending it floating into the air. She happily introduced, "This rabbit is a hidden achievement of my Pharmacist King derivation. If I complete 100 types of medicine with over 90 compatibility, I can awaken a new ability." The system window displayed, "New ability awakening. Pharmacist King Rabbit Rush, consumes 2 magic stats to create 1 magic rabbit that uses medicine." Bankifer smiled contentedly and continued, "This Pharmacist King magic medicine is the 100th highly compatible medicine I've completed." Langsack smiled gently, muttering to himself, "I almost forgot, in her previous life Bankifer was not only skilled in alchemy business but also a master." Bankifer held the divine elixir and explained the manufacturing process and discovery. "I discovered a very special scent from the herbs, and after several attempts I found it had a very good effect on defensive magic. That's how this new medicine was born. By spreading it around Pharmacist King Street through my rabbits, it creates a mist that causes respiratory problems and continuous damage to in-game creatures. This is a way to indirectly and effectively protect Pharmacist King Street." Langsack clicked his tongue, annoyed with himself. "It's protected, but it's also cut off Pharmacist King Street from outside contact. I originally intended to make this stronghold the most important base for future battles against NPCs." Bankifer winked, completely unconcerned. "President, don't worry, I thought of that too." She quickly took out another medicine bottle. Excitedly, she boasted, "When I created the new offensive medicine, I also made an antidote in advance." She nodded and said in a serious voice, "Right now, the amount of antidote isn't enough to remove all the medicine, but if given enough time, creating a large quantity of antidote won't be a problem. At that point, Pharmacist King Street can be returned to its original state." Langsack praised her quietly, relieved. "You're thoroughly prepared." Bankifer arrogantly lifted her chin and raised her voice. "Medicine research and management are the 2 fundamental operations for us alchemists." Langsack glanced sideways, organizing his thoughts. If that's the case, his gaze suddenly became resolute, and determination surged. "There seems to be a more reasonable choice." He raised his voice from above and commanded, "The plan has changed. Tunryuju, after clearing the battlefield, you need to dig a tunnel." Tunryuju, who was dragging an NPC corpse below, looked up and asked, "Dig a tunnel? Am I a mole rat?" Langsack smiled and continued to delegate roles. "Hyugu, you stay here and handle anti-air defense. Thanks to Bankifer's medicine, Pharmacist King Street is unlikely to be breached from the ground. The remaining threat is aerial invasion, so you must defend well. Bankifer, continue to compound medicines without interruption. Pharmacist King Street will later become the most valuable supply base for fighting against the NPC army." Bankifer clenched her fists and said spiritedly, "Don't worry, President, I'll boost production." Tunryuju excitedly replied, "Understood." Hyugu asked in a serious voice, "Langsack, what about you?" Langsack waved his hand, summoned his mount, and a meaningful smile played at his lips. His eyes were full of ambition. "I need to go gather more allies." The regional map reappeared, and Ricker and Jisu's current coordinates were nestled between the central nation and the northern nation. The scene shifted, and tentacles swiftly streaked across the sky. The level 120 man-eating flower elite wrapped a player with its pale, long tentacles. Ricker was also surrounded. The nearby soldier cried out in a panic, "He's about to be eaten." No sooner had he finished speaking than the monster swallowed the entire soldier. Ricker, in cooperation with the female mage and Jisu, desperately counterattacked. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Several players have already been eaten. Every time it eats, its health recovers. At our level, the damage we inflict doesn't match its recovery rate." the female mage panted and added. This elite monster blocking the path was challenging as a quest before, but now at level 120 it's too difficult to fight. Jisoo stood in front, struggling, and replied, "We truly can't inflict any damage now, we can't afford any more casualties, it seems this path is impassable." He immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat first." The elite monster didn't let go, opening its enormous fanged mouth wide and extending its tentacles even more densely. They swiftly lashed out towards Jisoo's team. Ricker turned pale and cried out, "It's coming for people again?" Suddenly, Langsak's sword flew and severed one of the tentacles in front of them. As he appeared facing the elite monster, his blade flashed and sliced across its body. As his face emerged from the smoke, Ricker loudly exclaimed, "It's Langsak!" Immediately after, Langsak tossed an antidote, freshly compounded by Bankafur, to Jisoo. Jisoo murmured blankly, "Medicine." He held the medicine bottle, still completely bewildered. Langsak turned back and seriously instructed, "If you take this path, it's not far to Pharmacist King Street. Since Bankafur's Pharmacist King Street is protected, this antidote will allow you to enter Pharmacist King Street. I'll handle this monster, so you two go quickly." Jisoo loudly asked, "Alone?" Langsak chuckled arrogantly and immediately replied, "If you don't help with recovery, I can handle it better alone." The scene shifted. Jisoo's team headed towards Pharmacist King Street, and one of the team members, a soldier, anxiously asked, "Will he really be okay?" Leaving him alone against a level 120 elite monster, Ricker led the way, smiling and reassuring them. "You're new to Jangyung, so you might not know, but for him, killing monsters beyond his level is commonplace, even more so for an elite monster of his own level. There's no need to worry. Since you've newly joined the guild, you'll soon learn how powerful our guild master Langsak is. He is undoubtedly the most reliable player on Chowning continent right now." On Langsak's side, the elite monster had already fallen at his feet, its health bar completely depleted. He turned around. "Just as I expected," he thought to himself. The elite monster's mission level was originally low, but it had suddenly risen to 120, and even with the level increase its skill set remained simple. Suddenly the communication panel flickered, and he murmured, "Aunt Kaya." Demon Dragonscale's voice echoed. "New information has been transmitted from Danja's side," Langsak calmly said. "Tell me quickly." The security lock on the control panel was released. Demon Dragonscale continued, "The military just fixed the game's communication channel, and you can get in by just entering the designated code." Immediately after, another line appeared, sending a friend invitation code to the channel. Langsak hesitated for a moment. "Do I need to check my friends list again?" He scrolled through his friends list, but there weren't many. T. Hugu and Soryu were using the restored guild channel, so the urgent task now was to connect with the main guild masters. Images of Sangan, Wagwanya, and Gowonsan flashed through his mind, and he continued to ponder. Previously he had added Sangan, guild master of Cheonjul Dokbo, and Wagwanya as friends, and Gowonsan was in the same mission lobby, so he had already added him. He frowned slightly. Of course, there's one more very important person. The enigmatic silence of the immovable dark door flashed through his mind, and he reminded himself, "I need to contact him right away to see if he's made any breakthroughs." Suddenly a notification flickered, announcing that a friend had entered the channel via an invitation code. Langsak chuckled inwardly. "He's fast." From Gowonsan's channel an enraged shout was heard. "Langsak, you're truly despicable. You took advantage of my absence to seize my guild headquarters." Langsak raised an eyebrow. As expected, he interrupted in a serious voice, "Listen to my explanation." After finishing, he coldly concluded, "That's just how things turned out. It's all because you chose such a good location." Gowonsan, still furious, yelled, "So you're blaming me?" Langsak lowered his voice and replied, "I'm praising your discerning eye." Gowonsan shouted, emphasizing, "Don't deceive me. If I didn't have important matters to attend to, I would have fought you to the end." Langsak narrowed his eyes, still speaking in a soft, calming voice. "I'm just borrowing your home for a while." Just then the system flickered, announcing that a new friend had entered the channel via an invitation code. Langsak immediately opened it. From the other side, Wagwanya's urgent voice was heard. "Langsak, my Prince Charming, hurry and save me." He heard that and was flustered, murmuring to himself, "Wagwanya is in the Western Region's underground prison." From above, Cheon Na shouted down. Her voice was filled with tension. "Well?" she anxiously continued to ask. "Did you find anything?" Bekriel, holding the rope that bound the female rogue, went down with the team to investigate. He looked around and answered loudly, "This is just an ordinary prison. All the internal structures are locked." The female rogue hesitated, pleading, "Can't you release me? I can help you too." Bekriel tugged hard on the rope and snarled, "Shut up. The only reason I'm not killing you right now is because of them. Speak quickly. What is this underground prison? You're the culprit, aren't you?" The female rogue still stubbornly argued, "I told you I'm not the culprit. I just have evidence that I wasn't there. That doesn't mean I'm the culprit." Bekriel shouted at her to stop with the cunning excuses. "I'm going to shoot you dead right now." Just then, someone shouted, "Hey, hurry up and come down, I found something." Cheon Na's team immediately went down and stopped in front of a large door. One person pointed and reported, "Look quickly. There's a large door locked here." Cheon Na carefully examined the door and asked in a low voice, "Can it be broken?" Doting replied concisely, "No, we've tried all our physical and magical attacks, but there's a password input field on the door and we tried it." The password was a 6-digit number. Indeed, above the door were 6 square slots, each displaying a number to be entered. Qian Na rested her chin on her hand and quietly speculated. This underground prison must be the same type of secret decryption quest line as the Western Mansion above. This large door was probably the only exit, so they had to find the unlock code. At this moment the female rogue raised her hand and said, "I have something to say." Becquerel frowned and turned around thinking, what is the culprit trying to do? Is she finally going to be honest? Qian Na cut him off and allowed, "Speak." The female rogue pointed opposite and said, "That prison cell is a bit strange." Her surprised gaze lingered on a strange mark. "The mark on that prison cell is different from the others. It's like a key." Following her hand, a large, conspicuous prison cell appeared. Above its door was a brick space perfectly fitted with a key shape, while all the other prison cells had numbers written on them. Do Ding checked each door and agreed. "You're right, the other cells all have numbers written on them." Qian Na took the key from the door and asked again clearly, "So you mean we should open the prison cell with this key and find the code?" Becquerel grew increasingly annoyed. He concluded, murmuring, "It's you after all. How did you find this prison cell? Are you plotting to take us down?" The female rogue hurriedly backed away, shrieking, "What are you talking about? I just saw it. Just now, when you and I were looking at the prison cells together, we saw numbers on each cell, didn't we?" Becquerel interrupted, "You're truly suspicious, it's you again." Qian Na didn't get caught up in the argument and firmly commanded, "You all, first check if this key can open the prison cell door, then speak." As the key was removed, a deep groove was left on the large door. The soldier with the large shield stepped forward and said, "This warrior will stand in front and block. If there's an unexpected trap, my defense is the highest." Qian Na nodded. "I'll leave it to you." The female rogue also hurriedly added, "You're truly reliable." The soldier stomped his foot and opened the door. As the door slowly opened, he said in surprise, "Nothing happened." The female rogue hurriedly clarified, "See, no trap, right? I won't harm you all." Becquerel still snarled, "Stop talking nonsense, you go in and look first." The female rogue immediately went in and looked around. She came out and reported concisely, "There are no devices on the surrounding walls. There's nothing but a wooden bed, chains, and a water bucket." Qian Na also found no problems, just like an ordinary prison. Qian Na was silent. "Finding the code won't be easy. The prison cell is open, but which of those many rooms hides a secret?" The soldier quickly went to the next room and said, "I'll open the second prison cell." As he inserted the key into the lock, a black shadow suddenly darted out and chillingly grabbed the soldier's neck, making him scream. Qian Na was startled and shouted, "That's a level 120 lost shadow." It vanished into gray smoke. Qian Na shouted in disbelief, "How could an NPC teleport to the area where Wagwanya's current coordinates are displayed on the map?" A thick rose scent enveloped the mansion in the night like a thick silk, and a trembling hand offered a teacup. "Miss Wagwanya, your tea is ready." Wagwanya smiled and took the tea. "This isn't your concern. Continue your patrol." The two level 120 NPC soldiers and farmers were bruised as if they had been tortured. They heard the command and simultaneously replied, "Yes, yes." Wagwanya, guild master of the level 110 Wangrung Guild, calmly drank her tea. She kept her gaze fixed on the control panel and chuckled. "My Prince Charming will be by my side soon. How should I greet him?" She sprang up and ran, murmuring, "No, I need to prepare a bit. We haven't seen each other in a long time and he's been working hard outside for our future, winning in the game alone. So he must be very tired." In happy excitement, she constantly reminded herself, "This time I must give him the surprise gift I've prepared." Jongrak, Vice Guildmaster of Qianjul Guild, stepped forward, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Guildmaster Wagwanya, if Langsak has a way to fix the communication channel, will it really be okay if we trick him into coming here and not do anything proper?" Wagwanya's face darkened when she heard that. Her eyes flashed coldly, and she snarled as if spitting fire. "Not proper." She lunged at Jongrak, radiating killing intent. "Don't you know how truly important this is to us? Does this mean you don't want to help me?" Jongrak hurriedly waved his hands. No, of course I'd be happy to help you all." He murmured to himself, "Wagwanya is truly terrifying, just as the rumors say." Appeased by the pleasant words, Wagwanya returned to her usual lovely demeanor. Suddenly someone rushed out of the forest. "Miss Wagwanya," something flew in, Wagwanya asked in surprise. "It's here." She immediately took her position and loudly commanded to the world, "Take your positions." Jongrak could only sigh from behind, thinking of his friend Sobek on Langsak's behalf. Langsak's shadow streaked across the sky on his divine beast and rose petals scattered in the wind. He was slightly surprised, murmuring inwardly, "These flower petals, a luxurious villa hidden within a splendid rose sea." From above, Langsak turned his eyes and immediately recognized the place. Suddenly a sound drew his gaze elsewhere. Wagwanya's steel-like voice from the forest's edge captured his attention. "Help me, someone save me." She played the role of a girl threatened by an evil farmer, trembling in fear. "No!" From above, Langsak loudly called Wagwanya's name. The farmer quickly picked her up and fled. She continuously punched him in the face. "Langsak, hurry and save me!" The farmer could only yell. "Ouch, ouch!" Langsak pursued closely on his divine beast, landing as lightly as smoke, leaving a faint dust trail. As the petals scattered again, he was slightly surprised. In the middle of the rose forest cathedral, the farmer shouted, "Listen carefully to what I say." He subdued Wagwanya with his knife and laughed sinisterly with red eyes. "If you want to save her, obediently bring the item." Langsak asked blankly. "Item?" A shadow slipped out from behind and said, "Here." Langsak was startled and recognized Jongrak. Jongrak hugged him tightly from behind and calmly whispered, "If you want to save Guildmaster Wagwanya, just do as he says." Langsak's item information panel appeared. Promise ring. When equipped, all in-game information is shared with the target. Langsak was dumbfounded upon seeing the item. This is. Wagwanya on the opposite side brightly extended her hand, and Langsak asked, "What are you talking about, asking for help in the middle of a rose-covered cathedral?" Langsak, not fully understanding the situation, asked Jongrak. "Jongrak, what's going on?" Jongrak was dressed in priest's robes, making it even harder for Langsak to believe. "And why are you dressed like that?" Jongrak reluctantly gestured at the obvious situation before them. "Isn't it obvious? Being your witnesses was all Guildmaster Wagwanya's intention." Langsak's expression suddenly hardened. On the opposite side, Wagwanya was completely immersed in her role. She tightly held the knife-wielding farmer's wrist, pressing him close to her body, and said, "Langsak, quickly do as he says and put on the ring. He's really trying to attack me. I can't hold on any longer." The farmer also murmured helplessly, "She's definitely restraining my hand." Memories of Langsak and Wagwanya's previous encounters suddenly resurfaced, leaving him stunned, and he murmured inwardly, "That familiar feeling is back again." Jongrak, who was by his side, kept reminding him of the danger before them and tried to dissuade him. "All level 120 NPCs are her toys. This woman is too terrifying. Listen to her." Langsak. Seeing Langsak standing there blankly, Wagwanya showed an anxious expression. "Langsak hasn't put on the ring yet, so he must be worried that I'd be surprised by this sudden event. I'm sorry, my love. You'll understand soon. This is the surprise gift I prepared for you." From behind, the farmer seemed to have received a signal from somewhere. Not far away, a shadow appeared under a tree. He gestured, and another NPC continuously relayed the news through sign language. "We found reinforcements." The farmer, having received the notification, smiled sinisterly. He immediately hugged Wagwanya and tried to launch a surprise attack. "I'm not playing with you anymore. Die!" Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, startling Langsak and Jongrak. The overwhelming destructive power sent the farmer flying far away amid swirling petals. Wagwanya unleashed her power and hurled a warning. "I spared your life and let you act, but you actually tried to ambush me?" Just then, two other NPCs from above charged down to Wagwanya's location. One of them suddenly felt something streak past and instinctively looked up. Like a flash, Langsak approached and delivered a direct blow to the enemy. Below, Wagwanya excitedly shouted, "He's truly my prince of destiny. He always comes to save me when I'm in danger." Jongrak threw himself towards Wagwanya and frowned, reminding her, "It seems those soldier NPCs are gathering here." Wagwanya gritted her teeth, filled with anger. "How dare they ruin the surprise gift I prepared?" On the opposite side, Langsak fought vigorously with the NPCs, seizing the opportunity to escape the difficult situation. He exclaimed in admiration at their fierce attacks. "Since you've helped me escape this strange situation, I should, to some extent, thank you." He smirked triumphantly, clearly stating, "You've come at a very opportune moment." Following that, he unleashed a series of continuous skills, sweeping away the NPC encirclement. Langsak, victorious, raised his voice and said, "It's much easier to deal with you all." Suddenly, Langsak's gaze turned towards the source of a flashing light. Another large explosion ripped through the delicate rose carpet, and Langsak had to desperately evade its destructive power. Amidst the swirling petals, Wagwanya appeared arrogantly, furious at those who dared to disturb her private world. "How dare you ruin our world, you all?" Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and her face had shed its innocent expression from moments before. She snarled and pronounced judgment. "All of you die." Immediately after, she activated her flamboyant storm skill, and the vortex exploded with power, sweeping the NPCs into the air, shaking the entire sky. From above, a beam of light poured straight down onto the ground, causing a powerful earthquake. From the smoke, Jongrak appeared, gripping his sword tightly, and said with difficulty, "This is really hard." As the enemies grew in number, Jongrak's gaze turned towards Langsak. Langsak, standing firm with his back turned, announced his plan to leave. "Jongrak, I have a way to leave this place." Jongrak immediately pressed, "What way?" Langsak smiled meaningfully and explained the method. "We all throw ourselves into Wagwanya's vortex." At this moment, Wagwanya was floating within her flamboyant storm, and the NPCs caught in the vortex were gradually losing vitality. She suddenly thought about their HP recovery rate. She worried for a moment, calculating her endurance within the long-lasting control skill. Just then, Langsak's voice reached her, drawing her attention. Wagwanya, looking at him in surprise, exclaimed, How can you use a mount on a battlefield?" Her awe for Langsak grew even stronger. The thought burst forth. Indeed, this was Langsak riding a divine beast. Langsak extended his hand to Wagwanya, gently inviting her, "Climb on." All of this captivated her heart, and she whispered about the charm of her Prince Charming on a white horse. Below, Jongrak also swirled in the vortex, remembering how Langsak had spoken about using the vortex to escape combat. He had summoned his mount and safely retreated everyone. At that moment, Jongrak couldn't help but be amazed and wondered if Langsak was still the same Langsak as before. Langsak flew through the swirling smoke, carrying Wagwanya towards Jongrak. Jongrak saw it and couldn't help but be amazed by the success he had just witnessed. Langsak shouted loudly, firmly extending his hand to his comrade, "Give me your hand." The scene transitioned to the Western Mansion, and Cheon-na's team stood before the corpse of a level 120 lost shadow. Cheon-na's HP was now only 1/3 remaining. Do-Ding let out a sigh of relief and gritted his teeth after the fierce battle. "We finally killed it." Cheon-na hurriedly ran to the soldier who had just been attacked and asked about his injuries. "How are you?" the male cleric urgently replied. "I'm afraid it's too late to save him. It's no use. I was caught up in the battle earlier and had no time to heal. Now it's too late." The female rogue looked at the soldier, heartbroken at losing yet another player. Becquerel furiously shouted, questioning the unpredictable series of events. What on earth is this? What kind of secret is this? Suddenly a level 120 monster appeared and we don't know what will happen next. Qian Na turned around and calmly reassured her comrades in a low voice. Becquerel, calm down. Becquerel could no longer hold back, swinging his arm and continuing to rage. Calm down, we wasted too much energy fighting a monster that suddenly appeared. After the battle, he seemed to lose control, constantly questioning the lack of resources and unpredictable dangers, pouring out all his regrets about forming the team. Doding could no longer tolerate it and cut him off, shouting, "Shut up, don't insult Qian Na." Becquerel quickly dodged the attack and immediately drew his bow, shouting at Doding, "Kid, have you forgotten that I was once a captain in the Jingyang Guild?" A light arrow flew towards Doding, startling him. Suddenly vines shot up and Qian Na's shout was heard. "Stop!" She stood between Becquerel and Doding, firmly blocking the attack with her vines, and solemnly reminded them of their priorities. This is not the time for internal conflict, and we absolutely shouldn't waste our remaining resources. Qian Na's eyes were cold and dignified, and she firmly warned Becquerel, "Keep in mind that if you show any other signs of trouble I might just kill you right now." Startled by the threat, Becquerel tightly shut his mouth and endured, gritting his teeth. Just then a communication panel appeared before Doding, startling him and making him exclaim, "Sister Qian Na, I found our information on the guild channel," Doding continued. "It's Guildmaster Langsak." At his words, Qian Na froze and turned around. "He says he's coming all the way here to rescue us." Fluffy clouds drifted in the blue sky and a gentle breeze blew. Langsak was riding his divine beast with Wagwanya behind him. Below, Jongrak was barely holding onto the divine beast's feet. He looked at the control panel, quietly calculating the coordinates. The Western Mansion is probably around here because Wagwanya's rescue request location was not far from the Western Mansion. Langsak's face was solemn, and he frowned, planning to rescue the people while also considering the importance of Qian Na's management as more and more players would gather at Qianchu headquarters. Suddenly, Wagwanya leaned against Langsak's back, affectionately revealing her true feelings and subtly hinting at the surprise gift she had prepared. "Langsak, actually, although I prepared a fake rescue request this time, this is just a small token of my affection. I wanted to give you a small surprise. About that ring, I had prepared it as our engagement ring. It seems the time for it is near." Facing her excited expression, Langsak was slightly flustered, thinking that the situation he always found most awkward had suddenly arisen. Suddenly he leapt from the divine beast's back and instructed Jongrak below to retreat, giving him directions. "Jongrak, my mount will take you all to Qianchu headquarters. Guildmaster Sangdan is also there now." From above, Wagwanya didn't understand what was happening and hurriedly called Langsak. Langsak smiled and looked back, firmly promising to talk again after this chaotic confrontation was over. "Regarding you, Guildmaster Wagwanya, the game is currently in a state of great chaos, so I can only tell you everything after this confrontation ends." Wagwanya was momentarily flustered but soon regained her initial excitement, her eyes sparkling, and she reiterated in her heart the sense of responsibility of a man who thought of the entire game world. "I'll wait." Langsak leapt into the forest, his face still holding an unreadable expression. He told himself that he had ultimately made an excuse and fled because her thoughts were difficult to grasp. He landed lightly on the grass in the forest, looking around to confirm this was the place. In front stood a solidly built large building, and looking up, Langsak realized this was the Western Mansion where Qian Na's team was trapped. He threw his sword at a window pane, but an invisible shield blocked it, rendering the blade ineffective. Retrieving his sword, Langsak concluded that this space was protected. An unusual shadow flickered across the top of the building, catching his gaze. His eyebrows furrowed and he cast a suspicious gaze at the strange phenomenon. Langsak attempted to scan and analyze the entire building using his analysis skill. The scan result showed that the mission type was a selective class quest, and the reward was a hidden class exclusive skill. Langsak was slightly surprised by this discovery. He lowered his hand, making the data panel disappear, and in his heart interest welled up. "In that case, I'll have to go inside." The scene shifted to Qian Na's team, and Dodim, exhausted, slumped down, admitting that they had reached an impasse with the prison's mechanism. He worried that careless actions might summon more level 120 monsters, and concluded that they would have no choice but to wait for Langsak to come and rescue them. The female rogue next to him asked in surprise, as if confirming if Langsak was the famous guild master of Jingyang. Doding replied curtly, "Yes." The female rogue continued happily, and a glimmer of hope sparked. "Thank goodness I heard news of him. We're saved now." As Langsak's name was mentioned, Qian Na suddenly recalled Becquerel's harsh words from earlier. She stopped for a moment in silence, then slowly approached a prison cell door, vowing not to be a burden to anyone. Standing before the large prison cell, Qian Na thought of a way to help before Langsak arrived. She calmly analyzed the current information, concluding that the layout of the two prison areas was completely identical. Two large prison cells stood side by side and their structures were identical. Standing inside one cell, she confirmed that the beds, chains, and toilets were all arranged identically, only the numbers differed. As she pulled out the key, she reconsidered why a level 120 lost shadow had appeared when another cell was opened. If there was a large door with a password and prison cells opened by keys, the core must lie within the cells themselves, likely a method of deducing the password from the room numbers. Chian-na furrowed her brows, delving for clues but felt at a loss as to which of the identical rooms to choose. Suddenly, a melody from upstairs startled her and she looked up. There's a sound from upstairs. It was too noisy earlier so I couldn't hear it at all. Listening intently, she recognized a familiar melody, and her eyes widened. This familiar melody. Below, Doding shouted, asking if she had made any new discoveries. Sister Chian-na, did you find anything? Chian-na immediately commanded, everyone be quiet. She rushed upstairs and as she ran she noticed the faint sound becoming clearer and clearer. In front of cell number 9 she quietly confirmed, it's here. Suddenly, the same musical note symbol as before appeared on the wall, and Chian-na was surprised to realize it was canon. Music password magic. A system panel appeared announcing music magic in progress. The caster can transmit a designated melody, audible only to mage classes. The sound enveloped her more and more, and Chian-na froze. She suspiciously concluded that the mage had not yet died when he left the clue on the piano downstairs, and that he was continuously giving instructions here. She hesitated, wondering if cell number 9, a secret prison, was a trap or not. Chian-na inserted the key into the lock and opened the door. Becquerel shouted loudly, trying to stop her. Chian-na, what are you doing? Don't open a prison cell so recklessly. Doding, next to him, also shouted, terrified that another level 120 monster would appear. Sister Chian-na, we can't handle another level 120 monster. Ignoring them, Chian-na gritted her teeth and decided to trust her intuition. When the door opened, everything was silent, and Chian-na breathed a sigh of relief, confirming its safety, and suddenly realized the solution. The scene shifted to the ground level. At the tunnel entrance, a warning circle appeared, blocking passage. Langsack, standing nearby, realized with annoyance that he couldn't pass into the deep underground prison, and could only enter the Western Mansion itself. He remembered the analysis panel and concluded that he needed to find clues on this floor to complete the mission and acquire the core hidden class skill. He speculated that many players must have missed this reward because they didn't know the solution. Looking around, Langsack told himself that the current data was not enough to solve this hidden secret. He stopped in front of the large portraits of the Western Mansion owner's family, reminding himself that he needed to at least understand the history of this place. The scene shifted to the prison, and Doding rushed in, reporting, the prison has a total of 5 floors and the upper 4 floors each have 5 rooms. He ran to Chian-na's cell and continued. The last floor has an additional room with a key, making it 6 rooms. In total, a square glowing frame appeared where Chian-na was standing above. Doding continued to explain the conversion rule. 26 cells. Sister Chian-na, if your words are to be believed, do they represent 26 English alphabets? A portrait of a noble girl appeared and a letter was displayed. A. Becquerel also found something and immediately shouted loudly that the hat hanging in cell 11 on the 3rd floor was different from the other rooms. Immediately after, Y appeared. The female rogue found a teddy bear under the bed in another room, and next was O, and she reported finding a doll under the bed in cell 17 on the 5th floor. When the male cleric found clothes in the water bucket in cell 23 on the 5th floor and shouted, L appeared. The letters were revealed one by one. Chian-na stared intently at the key, thinking that the 2 key-opened cells each represented 2 different rooms and would not activate monsters. Doding returned to the first room, found Y, and happily reported finding another letter on a bracelet. Y was in cell 6 on the 2nd floor. He said it was hidden inside the bracelet because it only appeared when turned upside down. Chian-na calculated that the large door required 6 letters, and with 5 currently, 1 more was needed. The team members all scattered to search. The male cleric shouted from the top floor, reporting that he had searched the 4th and 5th floors 3 times but found nothing. Becquerel also confirmed it wasn't on the 3rd floor. Doding, who was on a lower floor nearby, followed up, saying it wasn't on the 1st or 2nd floor either. Chian-na, standing below, muttered in disbelief, impossible, it can't be that one is missing. Then drew a prison layout and calmly analyzed it. Just before the password was complete, all floors had letters except for the last floor, but even after searching thoroughly she couldn't find it. Suddenly recalling the first room, Chian-na once again quietly guessed the starting point of her deduction. Immediately she pointed her finger decisively and solemnly declared, I know there is only one truth to the solution. Sunlight poured into the grand hall of the Western Mansion, and the air was still as if waiting for a secret to be revealed. A hand reached up and gently lifted a photo frame from the old wall, and another frame was carefully lowered. A faint clinking of rings echoed. Langsack placed the 4 family portraits side by side, aligning their edges and rotating them until they perfectly matched. Done. He began his analysis, reminding himself of the solution. The way to decipher the password is to rearrange these scattered family photos to their original state. The secret door quietly slid open and the aligned edges seemed to sigh like hinges. Langsack rushed to the stone altar, his eyes gleaming as he searched for the way. This must be it. An unusual book lay on the shelf and a system panel appeared, quickly scrolling and displaying all criteria for a rare skill, such as efficiency, cooldown, and class requirements. He paused for a moment, and a suspicious thought crossed his mind as he picked up the book. Obtaining a resurrection skill in the game is extremely rare. In front of the secret door, Langsack fell into contemplation. This quest line was clearly exclusive to priests, but he was a rogue, and even though he had experienced a past life, it was difficult to grasp the entire process. Behind that hint photo there was clearly a not-so-simple story hidden, especially the name of the man in the portrait he had just seen. When he recalled the flash of memory where the Mad King roared, contrasting it with the face in the Western Mansion family portrait, Langsak realized and murmured, "That was when the Mad King was young." The scene shifted to the prison. Chian Na held the key and with resolute eyes firmly stated, "The truth of the solution, the final letter, is this." Doting, startled, stammered, "What does that mean, Sister Chian Na?" Chian Na quietly connected the logic as if matching a map. "Everyone, think about it. We need a 6-digit password, and the prison has a total of 5 floors. The upper 4 floors all hide cells with letters. If we can no longer find other cells on the upper 4 floors now, then according to game design logic, a letter should be hidden on the last floor. But this last floor consists entirely of identical cells. The only difference is that we initially found a cell marked with a key." The structure of the underground prison came to her mind, connecting the key points of which floors were different and which were identical. The female rogue furrowed her brows, puzzled. "But I thoroughly checked that cell back then and there was absolutely nothing," Chian Na explained the principle of comparison. "Exactly. If the solution to this underground prison is to find the differences, then players need something to refer to among the cells to distinguish which are identical and which are different." Bekriel's eyes widened, and he came to a conclusion and a speculation. "Are you saying the cell with the key is the point of reference?" The memory of the demon spirit attacking the warrior flashed in Chian Na's mind, and she confirmed that it matched the intention of the trap's design. "That's right, it's also the clearest place for players to find a cell to refer to. This aligns very well with the game's initial design direction. Could also make players think that opening all the cells from the beginning is part of the game's solution." The warrior fell right into this logical trap. "If you just open a cell identical to the reference cell, a monster will appear," Doding nodded, his eyes shining, and he understood the key to distinguishing the last floor. "I see, so the only thing different on the last floor wasn't inside the cell." He sprang up and shouted, concluding his discovery. "It was this key itself." Chian Na nodded, confirming, "That's right." She picked up the key, compared its shape, and led the entire team to deduce the letter from the shape. "If there are 26 cells here, and if there are 26 English alphabets, what would you say this key resembles?" As the last symbol perfectly fit, Chian Na's eyes sparkled as if she had found a treasure, and she exclaimed, "The letter F." Clenching the key, her heart pounded even faster, and as the combination of letters she had just collected became clear, her words led the entire team to a single answer. Bekriel's murmur stopped mid-sentence, and people were bewildered to see the letters combine into a word. The female rogue asked in confusion what it was. Doding scratched his head and honestly said, "Sorry, my English isn't very good." Chian Na sighed, cutting off the hesitation with a decisive gesture. "Everyone come here." She walked to the large door, waved her hand, and shouted the code name and objective. "The password is family," meaning family. "I'm entering the password." The entire team was on alert, and Bekriel still cautiously asked, "It's not wrong, is it?" Doding gritted his teeth. "Prepare for resonance, prepare for battle." Chian Na's eyes were resolute, and she braced herself not to be a burden to the team. "I have faith." She inwardly affirmed that her role was not to hold her teammates back. As the letters were entered one by one, the system confirmed and the door activated. As soon as it began to operate, the sound of the door slowly sliding open echoed. The male cleric could not hide his joy and exclaimed, "We succeeded." Doding cheered enthusiastically. "Sister Chian Na is the best." Chian Na suddenly froze at the sight behind the wide-open door, her voice cut short by surprise. A skeleton in a long white dress hung bound by chains. Chian Na gasped in horror and cried out, "A skeleton?" Bekriel irritably shook his head, crying out in bewildered derision, "What kind of joke is this? We spent half a day deciphering it, and it's not an exit," he roared. "Another torture follows. What the hell do we have to do to get through this damn place? First it was a mystery of self-destruction, then a trap monster prison. We have no way out." A communication panel flickered before Chian Na's eyes. She quickly scanned it, then spoke as if grasping a lifeline of hope. "It's Langsak's message." Doding sprang up, exclaiming as if he had met a savior, "That's right, Brother Langsak was there too. Did he come to save us?" Chian Na continued to read the content, and her voice sank with the still unresolved difficulty. "He said he entered the Western Mansion but couldn't break through this underground prison." Doding asked Langsak again, "Track, does that mean he can't get to us?" Bekriel pursed his lips, unable to hold back his derisive remark. "I thought that kid was really something." The control panel again showed a notification that an item had been sent. Chian Na paused slightly, then continued, her words lighting up with new hope. "But he sent me a priest resurrection magic skill book. He said it could help us." She gazed at the book and a spark of thought flashed. Could it be? Chian Na looked up at the hanging skeleton, then turned her gaze to the male cleric, saying excitedly, "I got it. Fortunately, we still have a living cleric." Upstairs in the Western Mansion, Langsak stood before a bookshelf, contemplating contact and breakthrough strategies for the prison below. "I've sent the resurrection magic skill book. It should help them. How can I break through the underground prison?" He ran his finger over the spines of old books, thinking about the history of this family and its connection to the Mad King, an ancient mission hidden in the shadows. Memories of the dungeon where he challenged the Mad King as the human king came to mind, and its strange mechanisms seemed to hint at a connection. Over the past year in his pursuit of power, many hidden backstories had been forgotten, and he hadn't expected to encounter them directly in the Western Mansion this time. His fingers stopped as he turned a page of an old notebook on the back of which was a girl's photo, causing Langsack to pause. Why is there a photo of a girl in this family's butler's diary? He was slightly surprised by the girl's innocent appearance. Since her surname was the same as the Mad King's, the connection became even clearer. Since this girl's surname is the same as the Mad King's, she is also a member of the Western Mansion family. The ground shook and a tunnel began to slide open. Langsack looked towards the door and muttered to himself. An earthquake, the underground prison exit has opened. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted. As if it were expected, it seems Qian-Na successfully deciphered the password. A summoning spell flashed in the underground prison, and the skeleton had just transformed into a girl, identical to the girl in the photo Langsack was holding. Qian-Na exclaimed. Surprised by the miracle of resurrection, this skeleton was resurrected into a girl. With another tremor, dust fell, and the female rogue hurriedly looked up and asked, "An earthquake?" Qian-Na listened to the direction of the vibration and surmised the structure of the upper floor. It seems the exit upstairs has opened. Everyone's eyes lit up, and the female rogue, upon finding a way out, exclaimed, "The real exit was to go back the way we came." Qian-Na breathed a sigh of relief, confident in the core of her recent deciphering process. The resurrection magic that Langsack sent to resurrect the skeleton was indeed the final key to deciphering the secret. Becquerel still muttered with a mix of disbelief and surprise. How did that kid know the solution here? The male cleric trembled with joy, pouring out his thoughts in one breath. It's truly wonderful. Resurrection magic is a dreamlike skill book for us clerics, something we can only wish for. This skill book can only be obtained from extremely rare hidden missions in Chowning. The fact that I can now learn it is the best reward for surviving this danger. Qian-Na suddenly turned her head, a dangerous premonition flashing through her. The beautiful girl suddenly distorted, transforming into a red-eyed demon woman, and swept past the male cleric. Qian-Na hastily warned, "Cleric, behind you." An explosion swept over and white smoke billowed. Becquerel, seeing the blood, cried out in horror. "The girl we just saved?" Sapphire floated in the air, her skirt stained with blood. When the smoke cleared, the male cleric was revealed in a death state, blood flowing from his eyes and mouth. Qian-Na sobbed, barely calling out to the cleric. The entire team held their formation firmly. Becquerel drew his bowstring, calmly assessing the threat before him. "She's a level 120 elite NPC. It seems we shouldn't have saved her." Doting, scanning the surrounding power, said breathlessly, "The situation is really bad. It's too difficult for a few of us to fight her." Qian-Na decisively ordered them to retreat along the open path. When the upper entrance opened, "Let's quickly go up." Qian-Na, Doting, Becquerel, and the female rogue ran at full speed towards the tunnel entrance. In the air, Sapphire shot wind-cutting magic. Becquerel warned that she was coming. "She's coming." The magic flow aimed directly at Qian-Na's back, and Doting shouted hoarsely, "Sister Qian-Na, watch your back." Just then, Langsack appeared, slashing and shattering the incoming magic. Qian-Na looked up, exclaiming as if leaning on a strong shoulder, "Langsack!" From below the stairs, Qian-Na's team desperately ran towards the open tunnel entrance of the underground prison. Below, Langsack slashed and dodged, maintaining a hair's breadth distance from the deadly magic flow unleashed by Sapphire. As a rare awakened one, he activated analysis on the NPC girl before him, inputting data into his mind. "This NPC girl is..." The system returned her identity, and the name Sapphire appeared above her health bar. Langsack confirmed her face, comparing the photo he had just seen with the enemy floating in the air, and lowered his voice in confirmation. It was her indeed. Sapphire, the girl in the photo. The 4 family portraits flashed through his memory. The Western Mansion family and the Mad King's sister. Sapphire waved her blood-stained hand, casting magic, and a fierce magic flow flew towards him. Langsack turned and approached, slicing it away. Her arm dropped. He landed lightly, a sneering smile on his face. A bit weak for a level 120 elite. Then the severed arm suddenly seemed to have a will of its own. It wrapped around Langsack's body, binding him tightly, and he slightly frowned as dozens of skeletons shrieked and swarmed him. "I've identified the skill she just used." At the tunnel entrance, Qian-Na led her team out of the underground prison. The female rogue breathed a sigh of relief as if she had just emerged from water. "We're back." Doing looked down, unable to hide his concern. "Is it really okay to leave Brother Langsack down there alone?" Qian-Na looked deeply into the darkness below, trusting Langsack's abilities. "His strength is absolutely not a problem. If we stay here, we're more likely to be a burden to him." The female rogue suddenly pointed and exclaimed, realizing a change in the lobby. "Everyone look quickly," she called out again, fixing her gaze on the gap in the large door. "The large door of the Western Mansion seems to have opened." Becquerel rushed to the door, overjoyed as if he had survived a storm. "We're alive. We survived." Qian-Na and Doubting's faces were suddenly covered in horror, and a shadow of a demon spirit appeared right behind Becquerel. Qian-Na cried out in surprise, warning, "Becquerel, behind you." Vines shot up, striking down the demon spirit's shadow. Becquerel whirled his head around, horrified to see an NPC with a burning sword appear behind Qian-Na. Screams erupted. Qian-Na pushed the enemy back with an ice attack. Qian-Na blinked, trying to identify him. He stood in the same form as the dead warrior. The name Lost Shadow, level 121 feet, appeared on his health bar, and a grotesque mutation surged in the middle of the corridor. Becquerel shivered, recalling the demon shadow in the underground prison, and muttered, "Could it be that the Lost Shadows in the underground prison were all transformed players?" The soul of the female mage also reformed. Becquerel gritted his teeth and concluded, "Unless we deal with them, we'll never be able to leave this place." Returning to the underground prison floor, Sapphire was still floating in the air and Langsak's shadow was trapped in an illusion, unable to move. She clenched her hand and continued as if it hadn't dropped. The demon's scythe struck Langsak and he screamed in pain. His face suddenly turned into a skeleton, emitting magic power, and the illusionary soul disappeared. The skeleton swelled and power reversed, striking Sapphire. Langsak appeared right behind her and said derisively, "Sorry, but thanks to my analysis ability, I knew your skill was an illusion." His eyes were cold as ice, seeing through the opponent's deceptive habit. Based on the information Qian-Na sent about the situation in the Western Mansion and further analysis, you use such illusions to provoke players into self-destruction. Sapphire whirled her head around, and hook-like fingers flew towards him. Langsak tilted his body to dodge, and as an imprint flashed on his forehead, his voice resolutely revealed a fatal weakness. "As long as you don't touch me." Flames surged, and he coldly declared, cutting off any will to be tempted, "You can never charm me." Elemental transformation exploded and rock flames formed a red dome, pushing Sapphire against the wall. The explosion shattered bricks and stones, and she fell down the tower. Langsak landed lightly, a sneering smile on his face. "How's the power of my single attack? My elemental transformation is a magic attack, not a touch attack. It seems you're an elite monster, but your defense isn't high." Sapphire's HP bar was reduced by 1/3 and Langsak approached. His murderous gaze swept over her head and the progress Divine Sword Soul Transformation marker 1360 feet appeared. He summoned his sword, regretting the missed opportunity. "It's a shame I was too rushed saving Wagwanya earlier and didn't kill enough NPCs to gather Divine Sword Soul Transformation markers. Otherwise I could have finished you off in one blow now." Sapphire tried to move, and Langsak lightly sighed, still calmly revealing his finishing plan. "But it's fine," he added with an arrogant smile as if delivering a verdict. "It's just a matter of using one or two more skills." Suddenly the prison doors all opened at once, eerie music spread throughout the underground prison, and a seductive voice echoed loudly, "Don't hurt her." Langsak looked up, searching for the source, quietly murmuring as if detecting a new trap. Music, more enemies. A demon spirit flew out from the distant darkness and charged fiercely. Langsak didn't hesitate, slicing its torso in one blow. The prisons competed, spewing spirits like a swarm of bats. Langsak was slightly surprised by the quantity, then narrowed his eyes, thinking of the marker progress he needed to accumulate. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, silently smiling as he faced the black wave as if it were a spring breeze. "Good, come on, fill my Divine Sword Soul Transformation markers." Vines shot out, whizzing through the air. Qian-Na waved her hand and Vines tightly bound an NPC, sending it flying far away. She roared as if to suppress him. Doding ran at full speed, unleashing a firestorm. He stared wide-eyed and shouted, "Look at me." Fireballs flew fiercely towards the NPC, but a demon spirit suddenly flew in and blocked it instead, and ice arrows poured down fiercely. The two NPCs were simultaneously hit by ice arrows and sent flying far away. Next to them, Becquerel smiled derisively, saying triumphantly, as if reminiscing about old times, "This old cooperation reminds me of the days we opened dungeons together in the Pyoyo dungeon." Qian-Na heard that and didn't respond, but an unconscious smile appeared on her lips as old memories resurfaced as if it were yesterday. Suddenly, an NPC turned and struck the female rogue, and she was hit by the attack. Becquerel gritted his teeth and said, "Unfortunately, this female rogue's skill is far inferior to the mustard army." Qian-Na frowned and called out consecutively as if to cover. Doding next to her briefly replied yes. The scene shifts to the underground prison, where Langsak was still fiercely fighting the demon spirits. His eyes were cold, piercing through each enemy. Suddenly he whirled around, aiming at the swarm of demon spirits. Immediately after, Langsak accelerated, exploding with magic power, slashing through 7 demon spirits. Sapphire was still floating in the air and Langsak looked up, unable to hide his surprise. Sapphire put her hands together, condensing a ball of light, and the system window displayed the instruction, "Eternal Lost Curse. Uses an energy ball that plunges the enemy into darkness, attacking in a straight line. Curses the target, leading to death." Langsak, with a serious expression, briefly thought about the rare ultimate skill. Using his analysis skill, he was startled and inwardly exclaimed, "Oh!" The control panel showed almost all of the curse's stats. He spoke to himself in disbelief about the skill's poor speed of 15. Langsak stood firm on both feet, taking a defensive stance, inwardly thinking triumphantly that it would be difficult for that to reach him. Just then, invisible hands appeared from somewhere, covering his head, and it was the alluring music magic again. Caught off guard, Langsak was helpless. He realized it was the music from earlier, another illusion magic. His consciousness fell into a passive state, and he looked down at his 2 hands in the swirling black vortex. Langsak remembered the evil spirit hidden in the CD, and his whole body was trapped and frozen by the illusion. Sapphire threw the light orb straight at him, and Langsak, unable to move, could only inwardly growl in anger. Suddenly Langsak spotted a small monster nearby. The light orb flew straight to his location, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Then his voice erupted in relief. Thank goodness it was unexpected. He used the small monster as a shield to block the ultimate skill, and as an extremely quick counterattack flashed, Langsak with a grim face shouted loudly, "Thanks to the small monster you created, I got the opening for a final sneak attack." Langsack swept his gaze across the battlefield, telling himself that other hidden NPCs in cooperation with her ultimate skill posed an unpredictable danger. Magic power steadily flowed from Langsack's body, and the system window displayed a notification. Divine Sword Soul Transformation Marker 3060. He gripped his two swords tightly and said in a grim voice, "But just in time, my Divine Sword Soul Transformation markers have also accumulated enough." No sooner had he finished speaking than he shot high into the air, reminding himself not to be lured by the magic song again. Capitalizing on the momentum, Langsack concentrated his strength, leapt and charged straight towards Sapphire. Facing that sight, she widened her eyes in panic, and as the blade was about to strike down and inflict a fatal wound, a stranger suddenly intervened, blocking the blow and shouting, "Don't hurt her." Langsack's gaze shone coldly, and he continued without hesitation. He swung his blade sideways, striking the woman's body, and then said, "So an NPC was hidden here." The NPC woman's body blurred before Sapphire's eyes. As the last light of her soul flickered past, Sapphire clearly saw the face and cried out in panic, "Mom!" Just then a soul explosion erupted, and a gigantic skeleton unleashed its power in midair. Langsack was startled and frozen by the magical flow, and a wave of black power instantly engulfed him. In an uncertain dimension, Langsack floated unsteadily, and the thought, "another illusion," arose in his mind. Suddenly a voice echoed, and he turned his head to look for it. Below were 3 family members, and one of them said in an excited voice, "Thus our Ally family has 2 more members at once." The image of twins lying side by side in a cradle appeared. He continued, "Leopold and Sapphire." Scene change. The woman killed by Langsack also appeared here. The man exclaimed in horror and cursed, and someone below replied, "That's right, Prince Leopold was cursed by the sorcerers of the Kilo family. Their goal is to reveal how to break the curse only if the Grand Lord steps down in this chairman election." The man angrily and decisively retorted, "No, I cannot step down. I cannot allow the Kilo family to become the head of the council and rule this nation. Immediately summon the nation's most skilled sorcerers to find a way to save Prince Leopold." The scene shifted again, and a female sorceress was casting magic between the 2 siblings, Leopold and Sapphire. Her voice was eerie, and she said, "The curse is too powerful. This curse cannot be broken without the secret magical method of the one who cast it. However, there is one other way, transferring the curse to another person of the same bloodline." The woman, terrified, pleaded, "No, use my body. Sapphire is innocent." The man cruelly cut her off. "This is also an unavoidable choice. If gaining this nation is the destiny of our Ally family's daughters, then this will be Sapphire's fate. From now on, let's consider that the Ally family never had a member named Sapphire." So the line of portraits in the Western Mansion was left with only 4 faces, without Sapphire's image, and a drop of red blood slowly dripped into the clear cold water, and the scene followed of Sapphire trapped in a dark, damp room in the underground prison. An icy cold voice was heard. "The cursed monster within her body is growing stronger. Over the past few years, countless people have died by her hand. Chang can no longer control her. She must be imprisoned forever in this Western Mansion's underground prison." Langsack approached Sapphire, who lay fallen on the floor. She had returned to her human form but was still sobbing, and he solemnly asked, "Is this the story you wanted to tell me?" The woman's voice echoed again, "I am a mother who could not protect her daughter. My only method is," at that moment she remained only as an evil spirit. She floated uneasily behind Sapphire and continued, "to lure them and resurrect her. But the curse on her back will never let go of my daughter." Returning to the present, Sapphire's frail body lay fallen on the floor. The pitiful woman's voice still echoed, "Help me save her. All your friends are at risk of being cursed." Langsack frowned slightly, recalling Qian Na and her comrades. On Qian Na's team's side, a female rogue gritted her teeth and struck an NPC's head directly with a blind staff, but he turned and slashed sideways, sending her flying far away. Becriel, seeing that, widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Are you crazy, using a blind staff on a monster with no senses? How can a rogue grow like that?" He gathered his strength, unleashed a volley of arrows at the NPC, and inwardly vowed that he had to deliver the final blow himself. After taking down the target, he quickly turned towards the female mage's demon soul. He calculated inwardly, "The warrior's shadow has already been dealt with. Now it's the mage's shadow's turn." Becriel glanced at the evil spirit's health bar, which had less than a third remaining, and said, "Not much HP left." Qian Na raised her head and continued, "Although our mana and supplies are almost depleted, it's enough to deal with her." The female rogue on this side was still enthusiastically cheering, not noticing another shadow rushing towards her. "Keep going. If we defeat her, no one can stop us from leaving this Western Mansion." A space-rending scream startled Qian Na, and Becriel, doting, flustered, shouted loudly, "Sister Qian Na!" Qian Na hastily cried out, "Female rogue!" A ghost was tightly clutching the female rogue's neck and lifting her into the air. Becriel, flustered, shouted loudly, "There are 2 more monsters." Qian Na paused, and a memory flashed. She realized with surprise that the pair of warriors and archers who had self-destructed on the second floor had transformed into level 120 lost shadows. Just then a fierce sound echoed from the tunnel entrance, and Becriel, startled, cried out, "Something seems to be coming out of that underground prison entrance." Shadow rose from the ground, swirling like a whirlwind. A level 120 curse origin appeared, and a long description in the system window stated that the Western Mansion's final boss body was in a normal monster state. Becriel, frozen stiff, said, "The Western Mansion's boss body? So all the prisoners were normal-grade monsters?" Qian-na was terrified, recalling the figure who had just emerged from the prison. Could it be Langsak? Doting anxiously looked left and right, his mind confused by the trapped situation front and back. The curse origin unleashed black demonic energy, and an eerie voice echoed, "Curse." Demonic energy poured out and was fired towards other demon shadows, and he cut himself off everything. Bekriel, horrified, shouted loudly, "Is this guy crazy? Is he casting curses on the shadows he himself created?" Doting was terrified by the sight before him. The curse origin suddenly turned and unleashed cursed demonic energy, and the demonic energy gathered, forming a gigantic blade that charged straight forward. Qian-na shouted urgently, her voice hoarse, "Doding, watch your back, run fast." The attack rapidly closed the distance with the fleeing Doding. Qian-na hastily threw out vines but cried out in frustration, "My vine skill has no effect on this shadow." The frail vines could not block the curse origin's ultimate skill. Doding looked back and barely saw the opponent's incredibly fast speed. The demonic energy chased him, clinging tightly to his body, and he screamed in panic, "I can't escape anymore." Ultimately, Doding could not evade the demon's attack and was dragged to hell. A long description of Lost Shadow's curse immediately appeared in the system window. Target locking ultimate skill with speed 150. Seeing Doubting's health bar depleted, Qian-na shrieked, "Doding." Bekriel also felt his whole body go cold. Speed 150 and skill locking made him realize it would be difficult for them, as long-range classes, to escape, paralyzing him. His eyes were filled with fear and delusion regarding the curse origin, and he continued in a trembling voice, "Although it's a normal monster, its skills are too perverted." Bekriel's face darkened, and the memory of his own defeat resurfaced. He constantly told himself that he didn't want to die here. His gaze paused on Qian-na, and a calculation flashed. Using her as bait, he then quickly glanced at the large door, and the thought of escape arose in his mind. Just then, Qian-na's voice suddenly echoed, startling him. "Bekriel." She gritted her teeth and immediately shouted, "I'll cover you so you take this opportunity to escape quickly." Bekriel, hearing that, froze and felt a lump in his throat. She frowned, her eyes burning with determination, and said in a solemn voice, "He can use 2 more curses. If we confront him head-on, we'll all die here. I don't know if I can suppress his skills, but it's better than dying together. Since I organized the team from the beginning, I don't want everyone to die in the end." Before the halo of light, Qian-na's silhouette stood tall like a warrior, and she said in a grim voice, "Although Bekriel once betrayed the guild, I want to be honest with you." Bekriel's caustic words and memories of their old rivalry flooded in all at once, and she then said candidly in a grim voice, "I am indeed the incompetent manager you spoke of. I can't lead you all out of this western mansion alive. I used to be jealous of you. We clearly joined the guild together, but the moment you betrayed the guild, I realized you always had more talent for handling things than I did." Qian-na paused, then continued, "Aside from being angry, I was a little happy. Back then I could borrow Langsak's power one step further to replace your position." The ugly memories faded, replaced by moments of fighting alongside everyone. Her voice trembled slightly. "But when facing that lost shadow just now, the cooperative play we hadn't done in a long time brought back memories of us playing the game together. Moreover, I've been influenced by him for over a year." Langsak's image seemed to appear in Qian-na's eyes, and she hesitated. In her heart, joy unburdened by power, the feeling of being needed, the long-held forgiveness for Bekriel, and the message to keep living overflowed. Bekriel, hearing those words that touched him deeply, was flustered and unconsciously called out her name. Hot tears streamed down his cheeks, and he gritted his teeth, inwardly muttering one truth. I hadn't finished saying it. The curse origin unleashed its curse again, and black energy flew through the air like a gigantic blade, creating a scene of hell's double. Qian-na struggled to turn her gaze and fled, while Bekriel still hesitated. In his heart, he was tormented by the ambition to rise in rank for one reason. Finally, the demonic energy caught up to Qian-na, enveloped and killed her, unexpectedly. Bekriel rushed behind her, spread his arms and took all the curses, trying to prove to her that he was worth being considered important. A magic spell was slowly carved onto his face. Even in his anger, he inwardly muttered about his jealousy. The images of Qian-na and Langsak had been deeply etched in his mind like needles for a long time, and his jealousy towards that little guy she always looked up to slowly ignited. The curse origin roared, unleashing 2 streams of demonic energy, intending to cast both of them into all the curses of hell. But suddenly Qian-na's position blurred, causing his aim to miss. Immediately after, hundreds of vines suddenly poured out, coiling around the curse origin. Qian-na squeezed out all her vitality, unleashing countless long vines to tightly bind the enemy. In anger she cried out, "I will never run away." Her gaze was resolute and firm, mixed with resentment for her fallen comrades. She squeezed out all her remaining strength and shrieked, "I will use all my magic to avenge them." Thorn vines exploded, and a magical light caused an explosion in the middle of the sky. The powerless vines drooped in the gray smoke. The curse origin was not yet dead, but its health bar had little left, and Qian-na was startled and frozen, unable to finish it off. Amidst the scene of falling to hell, the flow of demonic energy swept over again, and she, completely exhausted, could only stand still and inwardly murmur about all her efforts and the helplessness of a level 95 in front of a normal monster. Just then, a vortex of colorful light surged from deep underground, shaking the sky. Suddenly a hand shot out sideways, and Qian-na, startled, turned around. Langsak tightly gripped Sapphire with one hand and extended his other hand, shouting loudly, "Grab me, I'll take you." Qian-na was so surprised that she could only think the name Langsak inwardly.